Ding. The system for brutally defeating the protagonist has been bound. Wang Chao has traversed into a realm constructed from numerous novels. He possesses wealth, charm, and an extraordinary system. Initially, he believed himself to be a formidable figure destined to dominate the world. However, unbeknownst to him, he is, in fact, an unparalleled villain of the highest order. By seizing the protagonist's fortune, he can augment his various capabilities. Ding. Strength, 120. Spirit, 120. Charisma, 50. Physique, 110. Wang Chao. System, max out all my attributes. I am determined to vanquish the protagonist. Chapter 1. The system for brutally defeating the protagonist. Gamobi Island, a private isle far removed from the mainland. At this moment, it is filled with helicopters. Hundreds of foreign security personnel, armed with rifles, patrol the vicinity. Here, a grand auction is taking place, one of a rather peculiar nature, selling people rather than goods. Within a lavish guest room on the island, Wang Chao reclines on a plush leather sofa, his legs crossed, squinting at the large screen displaying numerous women from various countries. Ultimately, his gaze fixates on a woman from the Xia nation. A smile graces his lips as he remarks, "You are the one." Yet, upon glancing at the other women on the screen, he notes that each possesses striking figures and unparalleled beauty, rivaling even that of movie stars. Wang Chao's elegantly knotted fingers tapped his knee thoughtfully as he murmured, "If I acquire this woman, what if that scoundrel Liang Ping purchases another? Wouldn't that trigger the protagonist's mission?" Indeed, he is a time traveler, or more precisely, a literary sojourner. Tragically, he has not transmigrated as the male lead, but as the ultimate antagonist. Initially, Wang Chao felt quite disheartened, for the protagonist he must contend with is Yi Fan from Rebirth of the Immortal Overlord. Who is Yi Fan, you ask? He is akin to a celestial sovereign, capable of annihilating worlds with but a thought. His own status is merely that of a wealthy second-generation heir, attempting to confront an immortal, a feat akin to an ant shaking a tree. Currently, his sole advantage lies in his knowledge of the plot, aware that the protagonist begins as quite feeble. If he can sever the protagonist's path to immortality, then the latter would be no different from a mere chicken. Of course, he possesses a system known as the brutally defeating the protagonist system. The name alone suggests an extraordinary potential, thus bolstering his confidence. He had inquired of the system, why not simply dispatch someone to kill the protagonist upon his rebirth and conclude the story? The system informed him that the protagonist wields a halo of fortune, also known as luck value, which must be exhausted before he can perish. Attempting to slay him would be utterly futile. It could very well result in unforeseen complications, altering the trajectory of the entire narrative. Thus, he is left with the option of plundering the protagonist's luck value, which involves neutralizing all individuals connected to the protagonist from the original story. By siphoning off the protagonist's luck value, his own villainous aura, referred to as villain value, will increase. This villain value is immensely potent, capable of enhancing his charm, intellect, physique, and spirit. Wang Chao has come to this island to procure a woman who is abducted by pirates. This woman possesses a unique identity. She is the daughter of a mainland magnate. In the original narrative, she was purchased by a minor wealthy individual, Liang Ping. Coincidentally, she is rescued by the returning protagonist, thereby garnering the support of the magnate and soaring to prominence. Hence, this woman is the linchpin of the entire tale, pivotal from the very beginning. Ding dong. Welcome esteemed guests from around the world. Today, we present 13 exquisite women from 13 different nations to be auctioned, with a bidding device available in the room. A sweet voice of a woman resonated through the room's loudspeaker, translated into various languages and relayed to different chambers. The first to grace the stage is a beauty from the Glass Nation, with a starting bid of $100,000. Wang Chao straightened his back, fixated on the large screen. Regardless of which room raised the bid, it was clearly visible to all. He focused solely on the room where Liang Ping was situated. As long as Liang Ping placed a bid, he would follow suit, while disregarding the rest for the time being. Soon, the first beauty was secured by someone for the price of $230,000. The second contestant is a beauty from the Summer Nation, starting at $100,000. $110,000. Oh, a girl from the Huan Nation. Liang Ping narrowed his eyes and raised his bid without hesitation. Liang Ping had stumbled upon this place by chance and discovered that a batch of women was auctioned periodically. Furthermore, they were remarkably inexpensive, allowing for significant profits upon resale in his homeland, which prompted his return. Wang Chao observed the prices relayed from Liang Ping's room, a smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. According to the books, Liang Ping's previous transaction price hovered around $500,000. Thus, he promptly input a few digits into the bidding device. What the hell? Liang Ping exclaimed as he witnessed the price surge to $500,000, jumping up in disbelief. Is this madness? An increase of $400,000 directly? Damn! However, he merely uttered a curse and refrained from raising his bid. The maximum price he could tolerate was $500,000. Any higher would be out of reach and not worth the investment. The other affluent bidders shared the same sentiment, and no one dared to raise their bids. Wang Chao effortlessly claimed this woman. The next three, one with dark skin, another with fair skin, and a robustly built woman, were each purchased. The sixth, hailing from the Sea Nation, starts at $100,000. Wang Chao frowned, thinking it would suffice to simply announce a starting price of $100,000 without all the unnecessary chatter. Just as he pondered this, he suddenly noticed Liang Ping raising his bid. With a disdainful curl of his lip, he immediately followed suit. Is this person insane? Liang Ping jumped once more, for he had just bid $110,000, and the previous bidder had raised it to $500,000. Do you have money to burn? Starting at $500,000? Taking a deep breath, he inwardly admonished himself not to act impulsively. After all, a woman from the Sea Nation would not fetch a high price upon resale. Wang Chao once again achieved his desires. Noticing Liang Ping refrain from further bidding, he too remained still, until the final contestant, a woman from the beautiful nation, appeared. Liang Ping, agitated by the lack of results, promptly raised his bid to $110,000. Wang Chao, unfazed, escalated his bid to $500,000. What the hell? This time Liang Ping was genuinely furious. What grudge did he hold? Was it that every woman he desired was being snatched away by the same person? His temper flared, and he was determined to secure the woman from the beautiful nation, hurriedly inputting $510,000. Wang Chao scoffed, thinking it a joke. When it came to wealth, he had never been outdone. He had brought a sum of $100 million this time. Not even 10 Liang Pings could rival him, and he casually inputted $1 million. Alas, this time not only Liang Ping, but all the other auction attendees couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. Who would dare spend $1 million on a woman from the beautiful nation? They were wealthy and quite capricious, but for a single woman, they deemed it unworthy. After all, with such money, one could procure a dozen women. Moreover, their primary purpose for visiting this island was not to purchase women. So, you wish to oppose me, do you? Just wait, just wait. The red wine was violently smashed onto the floor as Liang Ping paced angrily within the room. He had long since discovered that the reason Asian women garnered little attention was primarily due to the scarcity of Asians frequenting this place. Even when they did, they tended to prefer Caucasians. This was also why Liang Ping often found himself with unexpected advantages. But after suffering such a significant loss, how could he swallow this bitter pill? A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes as he beckoned his assistant behind him. Go, keep an eye on room 78. The moment they leave, we will follow. Understood. The assistant responded and exited the room. Chapter 2. The release of the beauty. Wang Chao dispatched an aide to procure 2 boxes of money, swiftly returning with 3 women he had purchased. The first to enter was a woman from the land of the morning calm, appearing to be in her 20s. Aside from her somewhat flattened features, she undeniably possessed the pinnacle of beauty from her homeland. Following her was a woman from the Sea Nation, shorter than 5 feet, yet her captivating visage belied her stature, exuding an enchanting allure. The final entrant was Kung Fu, the primary target of Wang Chao's venture. Kung Fu boasted the quintessential features of an Eastern beauty, delicate willow-like eyebrows, alluring peach blossom eyes, a finely sculpted nose, and a petite cherry mouth, all set against her porcelain skin that seemed almost fragile. Her tall, curvaceous figure was striking, but her expression of resentment marred the perfection. Since you are all here, let us depart. Wang Chao cast a languid glance over them, his interest waning. Ding. Protagonist luck value, 100 luck value, 19900. Host villain value, 100, villain value, 100. Ah, indeed. It seemed that altering the course of the narrative would diminish the protagonist's luck. Yet, why had it only decreased by 100? Wang Chao furrowed his brows, sensing an anomaly. Could the wretched plot still be triggered? According to the previous storyline, the protagonist, upon his rebirth, fortuitously saved Kung Fu from Liang Ping. This was a pivotal thread. Now that Kung Fu was in his grasp, the protagonist's chance to rescue her was severed. But the increase in villain value was disappointingly meager. Could there be unforeseen complications? Instinctively, Wang Chao glanced out the window, realizing there was but one possibility. Liang Ping was scheming something, perhaps aiming to reclaim Kung Fu and continue the original narrative arc. Humph, I possess a system. Who dares to contend with me? A cold glint flickered in Wang Chao's eyes as he turned to the three women, commanding, "Follow me." Kung Fu regarded Wang Chao with icy disdain. She knew her fate the moment she was kidnapped. If she did not accompany this man, her destiny lay in being sold to a brothel in a distant land, doomed for life. Being purchased by a wealthy man was certainly preferable to that fate. Moreover, this man appeared to be from the Summer Nation. If she could escape from here, she could reveal her true identity. Perhaps he would release her. The other two women, though their faces betrayed little emotion, felt immense joy, eagerly trailing behind Wang Chao. Wang Chao boarded the helicopter bound for his exclusive yacht. Captain Wu Bo, upon seeing the young master return with three beautiful women, hastened to greet him respectfully. "Young master, where shall we head now?" "To the nearest continental dock." As Wang Chao stepped onto the yacht, he noticed Liang Ping arriving via his own helicopter. However, Liang Ping did not possess a private yacht. He had chartered a small fishing vessel, appearing out of place among the luxurious yachts surrounding the island. Understood. Captain Wu Bo promptly activated the yacht's engines. Soon, the yacht set sail, docking at the port of the land of the earth after several hours. Wang Chao summoned the three women into a room, presenting each with $10,000. In precise English, he announced, "You may leave now. Seek your embassy. This sum is sufficient for your return home." The three women stared blankly at the handsome man before them, as if they had misheard him. He intended to release them? The women from the Sea Nation and the land of the morning calm exchanged glances and, almost in unison, declared, "No, we will not leave. We are yours. Willing to serve you for a lifetime." Their reasoning was simple. The man before them was young and a super-rich individual. Staying by his side would ensure a life free from want. Furthermore, they had lost their passports, and in such a small nation, it was likely they would not find their embassy. Wang Chao's keen gaze swept over them, exuding an overwhelming sense of authority as he coldly articulated, "Leave. This is not a shelter." He was not so benevolent. Saving these two women had already been an act of great mercy on his part. The expressions on the two women's faces turned sour, akin to having swallowed a fly. They believed themselves to be stunningly beautiful. Yet they could not sway the man before them, which was utterly baffling. With no alternative, the two women deeply bowed, saying, "Thank you for your life-saving grace. But before we depart, could you kindly tell us your name?" "Wang Chao." Wang Chao did not refuse. After stating his name, he waved his hand dismissively, signaling for them to disembark. The two women, begrudgingly and with a tinge of reluctance, exited the yacht. Wang Chao cast a casual glance at Kung Fu, feigning impatience. "Why do you linger?" In truth, he had anticipated that Kung Fu would not leave, especially since he had conversed with Wu Bo in the language of the Summer Nation. Even if she did leave, Wang Chao would ensure someone followed her to prevent Liang Ping from making a move. Kung Fu eyed Wang Chao warily, her voice cold as she inquired, "Why did you save me?" "Why indeed? That is an excellent question." Wang Chao raised an eyebrow, offering a sincere smile. "What if I said I stumbled upon this place by chance and decided to rescue you? Would you believe me?" Kung Fu shook her head. She was not a mere child to be so easily deceived. Yet, she could not fathom why this man had purchased them only to release them now. Could it truly be that he had merely stumbled upon their plight? "Disbelief matters not. I have given you $10,000. After you disembark, call your family and have them come to fetch you." Wang Chao extended the money towards her, gesturing for her to leave the yacht. Kung Fu looked at Wang Chao in bewilderment. He did not seem like a villain. Perhaps she had misjudged him? Ding. Female leads affection. 50, affection value. 0, ding. Protagonist luck value. 100, luck value. 19800. Host villain value. 100, villain value. 200. As Wang Chao registered the sudden notifications, he smirked. It turned out Kung Fu's prior affection for him had been a negative 50. Taking a deep breath, he acknowledged the truth. He was indeed a villain. At that moment, Wu Bo rushed in, breathless as he reported, "Young master, someone has boarded our yacht." "Understood," Wang Chao replied curtly, dismissing Kung Fu as he exited the room and made his way to the deck. Kung Fu, unable to quell her curiosity, stealthily approached the door to observe the commotion outside. What she saw sent a chill through her. She trembled uncontrollably, her teeth chattering. For men clad in leather, armed with guns, were confronting Wang Chao. In front of them stood a man from the Summer Nation, his eyes gleaming with malice as he addressed Wang Chao menacingly. "Kid, I do not wish to harm you. Hand over the women you just purchased." Chapter 3. An unwelcome visitor. Wang Chao had originally planned to rescue Kung Fu and return home to devise a way to acquire Liang Ping's bar. Little did he know that Liang Ping would come to him uninvited. When an opportunity presents itself, one must not refuse. calmly adjusting his collar. A cold smile graced his lips as he replied, "What if I refuse?" Wang Chao's eyes simmered with murderous intent, his smile devoid of warmth. Refusal means certain death. For African men pressed down on the trigger, just as they were about to shoot Wang Chao, they suddenly felt a cold, hard object pressed against their heads. In an instant, panic seized them, and almost simultaneously, they raised their hands. Liang Ping, gazing at the 5 figures who had appeared behind them, each wielding a handgun, trembled violently, his eyes filled with terror. Wang Chao shrugged helplessly, his gaze suddenly turning steely, yet a smile lingered at the corners of his mouth as he languidly remarked, "Rest assured, those who offend me will undoubtedly meet a grim fate. Dispose of these men." The Africans, instantly pale as ash, began to scream loudly, incoherently babbling in fear. A flash of cold light cut through the air, and a crimson stain blossomed on the neck of one of the men, who then collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Their bodies twitched spasmodically a few times before succumbing to silence. Witnessing this scene, Liang Ping collapsed onto the deck in sheer terror. The opponent's strike was so ruthless and efficient that they had severed the Africans' throats with ease. He now deeply regretted his impulsive decision to confront them in a moment of bravado. Shaking uncontrollably, he looked at Wang Chao, who was smiling at him, sending a shiver down his spine. He quickly dropped to his knees, pleading, "Spare my life, and from now on, I will recognize you as my elder brother. I won't dare to ask for more, but I can make you at least 50 million a year." In Liang Ping's eyes, Wang Chao was just like him, a man who profited from the beauty of women. Thus, the prospect of 50 million should be an offer he could not refuse. It was his only hope for survival. 50 million? Wang Chao raised an eyebrow, chuckling coldly. "Oh, from the women you previously purchased who got caught? Or from that bar of yours that sells illegal goods?" Liang Ping's expression faltered, stammering, "Why, you know me?" "Indeed, I know you. And I also know that your demise is imminent." Wang Chao smiled, suddenly adopting a serious tone. "If you wish to live, I can grant you a chance. You can count on me. Just let me go, and I will agree to anything." Liang Ping banged his head against the ground, making a thudding noise. Wang Chao replied languidly, "Clear out all the illicit activities from your bar, and transfer the entire establishment to me. Then I will let you go." Liang Ping paused. His bar was indeed quite profitable. However, all of its earnings were illegal. If he expelled those unlawful elements, his annual income would still exceed 1 million, which was quite impressive. Wouldn't it be wiser to keep them for profit? What? You disagree? Wang Chao pulled out a box of Fuchin Mountain resident cigarettes, calmly took out one, and lit it. Although Liang Ping had never smoked this brand, he had seen it before. This cigarette cost over 20,000 for a carton, more than 2,000 for a box, and over 100 for a single stick. It was the pinnacle of domestic cigarettes, something he had longed to try but lacked the means to obtain. The person before him, smoking such an elite brand, made him question his identity. Was he perhaps a top-tier wealthy second-generation heir? Without a moment's hesitation, he nodded vigorously, "I agree. I will call right away. But isn't a contract supposed to be signed in person?" "Not a problem. Just have someone bring the contract, and someone will sign for me. Your subordinate can sign on your behalf." Wang Chao offered a cigarette to Liang Ping and handed him a phone. Liang Ping wasted no time, quickly contacting his subordinates and relaying Wang Chao's instructions. "Well done." Wang Chao handed Liang Ping a cigarette and even lit it for him. Soon, a message arrived on Wang Chao's phone. "Boss, it's done. Ding. Protagonist luck value, 100, total luck value, 19,700. Host villain value, 100, total villain value, 300. Wang Chao stored his phone away, pondering that indeed, securing the site where the protagonist flaunted his prowess could also augment his villain value, albeit not significantly. He helped Liang Ping to his feet, draping an arm over his shoulder. "All right, you are free now." Upon hearing this, Liang Ping felt a wave of relief wash over him, taking a deep drag on his cigarette. "Thank you for sparing my life, brother. May I ask your name?" "Wang Chao." Wang Chao extended his right hand. "Pleasure to meet you." Liang Ping, flabbergasted, hurriedly extended both hands, excitedly shaking Wang Chao's hand. "Meeting you is the greatest honor of my life." "No, it is your misfortune," Wang Chao replied with an enigmatic smile, turning to Wu Bo, who stood on the deck. "Uncle Wu, please make arrangements for Brother Liang." "Yes, young master," Wu Bo responded, wearing an inscrutable smile, gesturing towards one end of the deck. "Mr. Liang, please." A sense of foreboding washed over Liang Ping as he glanced at Wang Chao's stern face, his anxiety mounting. "Brother Wang, what is this all about?" "Sending you on your way," Wang Chao replied with a mischievous grin. "On my way?" Liang Ping nearly stumbled at those words, terrified that Wang Chao would genuinely send him away. Glancing at the bodies of the dead Africans nearby, his heart raced. He felt as though he were being led down the path to the underworld. Suppressing his rising fury, he questioned, "Did you not promise to let me go?" "Indeed." But I have changed my mind. I am not a good person. Wang Chao shrugged. You despicable coward. Liang Ping suddenly erupted, lunging at Wang Chao. He realized that if he wished to survive, his only option was to subdue Wang Chao. Having come from a rough background, he was adept at fighting. And although Wang Chao was tall, he appeared quite lean. Subduing him should be simple. However, he was gravely mistaken. As Liang Ping lunged, Wang Chao delivered a swift kick to his chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Wang Chao calmly retracted his foot, disdainfully smirking. His strength had long surpassed that of an ordinary person. Coupled with the system's enhanced agility, dealing with a mere thug was a trivial task. Wu Bo, witnessing this scene, could only stare in astonishment. Having served Wang Chao for many years as his steward, he was actually a retired special forces soldier hired by the Wang family to protect him. He had grown accustomed to the life of luxury Wang Chao led, but now realized that that kick was not far from his own capability. Nevertheless, astonishment aside, duty called. He drew his handgun without hesitation and shot Liang Ping directly in the head. In his final moments, Liang Ping could not comprehend why Wang Chao felt compelled to kill him. Ding. Host successfully severed the main storyline. Protagonist luck value, 500, total luck value, 19, 200. Host villain value, 500, total villain value, 800. Ding. Special notification, main storyline severed. The plot will accelerate. Wang Chao's gaze turned icy as he commanded, throw him overboard. Wu Bo quickly stepped forward, dragging Liang Ping's lifeless body towards the edge. At that moment, Wang Chao suddenly sensed a pair of eyes fixated upon him. Turning, he found himself confronted by Kung Fu, who appeared horrified. Why you killed them? Kung Fu, trembling with fear, was struck by the sheer ruthlessness of the man before her, who exhibited no hesitation in taking lives. Chapter 4. What a coincidence. Wang Chao regarded Kung Fu's expression coldly, surmising her thoughts, with a slight furrow of his brow. He recalled that the original text did not portray Kung Fu as a delicate white lotus. However, he remained indifferent to this detail, as his primary objective was to sever her encounters with the male protagonist. Everything else was inconsequential. He coldly remarked, here, if you wish to survive, you must harden your heart. If this is unbearable for you, it would be best to leave at once. Kung Fu was not inherently soft-hearted. She was merely unsettled by the sight of death moments prior. Now, witnessing Wang Chao's anger, a pang of guilt welled up within her. Indeed, those men had aimed their weapons at Wang Chao with intent to kill. Had she been in his position, she would have shown no mercy either. With her thoughts clarified, her fondness for Wang Chao grew, further solidifying her belief that he was far more than just a privileged heir. Lowering her head, she apologized. I am truly sorry. That was not my intention. I understand they deserve their fate. I was just a bit frightened. Wang Chao was quite pleased with Kung Fu's reaction. It was entirely reasonable for a young girl to be afraid in such circumstances. After a moment's contemplation, he approached her with a calm demeanor and a smile, saying, as long as you comprehend, are you planning to disembark? I've already dealt with those who sought to capture you, so for the time being, you should be safe. Kung Fu parted her lips, gazing at the man before her. The one who had previously exhibited such decisiveness and coldness now appeared warm, evoking a sense of comfort and a desire to draw closer to him. It seemed he harbored many secrets and wielded a gun, perhaps sent by some organization on a mission. Gently extending her delicate hand, she spoke softly, thank you for saving me. My name is Kung Fu, from Jiangbei. Oh, you hail from Jiangbei as well? Such a beautiful young lady, and I was unaware of your existence. What a shame. Wang Chao feigned surprise, extending his hand in return. Jiangbei University, Wang Chao. You are from Jiangbei University? Kung Fu exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. What a coincidence. I am a freshman in the School of Management. Wang Chao smiled warmly. I am also in the School of Management, and a freshman as well. Who would have thought we were classmates? Instantly, any wariness Kung Fu harbored towards Wang Chao dissipated, and she inquired, which class are you in? I cannot believe I do not know you. Class 4, Wang Chao replied. Noting her growing affection for him had risen to 30, which pleased him greatly. Ding. Protagonist fortune value, 100. Host villain value, 100. Is this even possible? Wang Chao mused at the system's notification, pondering the implications of severing the main storyline. In the original narrative, Kung Fu was one of the male protagonist's harem members, and their paths would likely intersect again. He could not allow such an occurrence to transpire. Regardless, as long as Kung Fu harbored feelings for him, he could amass villain points. Why not seize the opportunity? I am in class 2, pleased to meet you. Kung Fu sighed in relief. Now that they were classmates, her worries diminished. Just then, Wu Bo approached, respectfully standing by and stating, young master, everything needed for the journey has been prepared. Shall we set sail now? Wang Chao did not respond directly, instead turning to Kung Fu. She bit her lip, her voice barely above a whisper. May I accompany you? Kung Fu was nearly certain that Wang Chao had inadvertently saved her. In this unfamiliar place, she felt safer in his company. Moreover, given the country's small size, it was likely devoid of even an airport. Seeing her on the verge of tears, Wang Chao smiled gently. Of course, I will have Uncle Wu make arrangements for you. He then turned to Wu Bo and commanded, set sail. These filthy scoundrels will soon be fed to the sharks. Yes, young master, Wu Bo replied, promptly departing to carry out the order. Kung Fu felt elated. Wang Chao had not dismissed her and eagerly followed Wu Bo. Meanwhile, Wang Chao returned to his quarters. Settling into the plush comfort of the sofa, he closed his eyes and accessed the system interface. Name, Wang Chao. Strength, 120, normal is 100. Spirit, 100, normal is 100. Charm, 50, normal is 100. Physique, 110, normal is 100. Skills, none. Others, none. Wealth, 2, 3 billion. Villain value, 900. Protagonist fortune value, 19, 100. The exchange rate for villain points and various attributes stood at 101. The charm value had a cap at 200, while the others did not. Though exceeding 200 would change the villain point ratio to 21. Wang Chao gazed at the charm value on the system panel, stifling the urge to curse. After arriving in this world, the system had granted him 500 villain points, which he allocated to strength and charm, with the remainder enhancing his physique. Yet, even with these adjustments, his charm value was a mere 50. Was the charm of villains truly so low? This was untenable in the world of intrigue. One must possess charm. System, allocate all points to charm. Although the book he was inhabiting was a modern cultivation novel, it ultimately revolved around the protagonist and his harem. Without those harems, the protagonist's strength could not have escalated so rapidly. His immediate goal was to maximize his charm value, subsequently conquering the protagonist's harem members, rendering the protagonist a mere figurehead. Should the protagonist lack cultivation, vanquishing him would be a trivial task. Ding. Exchange successful. Current charm value, 140. Congratulations. The charm value has exceeded that of an ordinary person. Puff. Wang Chao's expression darkened. Was this truly worthy of congratulations? Was the system jesting? Not feeling any physical change, he stood and approached the mirror to examine himself closely. A smirk crept onto his face. The reflection revealed a remarkably handsome visage. He even felt as if the dashing young man in the mirror was not himself. Young master, everything has been taken care of. Shall I book a flight for you tomorrow? Wu Bo gently knocked on the door and entered slightly bowed. However, upon seeing Wang Chao's face, he was momentarily taken aback. Why did the young master appear so extraordinarily handsome? Was he experiencing a hallucination? Blinking vigorously, he concluded that it must indeed be an illusion. Not for now. Wang Chao checked the time and instructed the kitchen to prepare a dinner for Kung Fu, telling them to inform her that he was sleeping and could not be disturbed. Yes, young master, Wu Bo replied, puzzled. Shouldn't the young master enjoy the company of the two ladies he had let go? Yet, the young master had always been resolute, detesting interference in his affairs. After acknowledging the command, he respectfully exited the room. Chapter 5. The Journey Home. After a day and night of sailing, the yacht arrived in the ancient nation at 9 in the morning. Wang Chao stood on the deck, his expression impassive as he observed the several individuals on the shore, contemplating how quickly they had arrived. Just then, he heard light footsteps approaching from behind and raised an eyebrow without turning around. There you are, a melodious voice chimed, and Kung Fu's charming face came into view. Wang Chao thought that if he were not a villain, if he did not need to disrupt the male protagonist's journey, he might have taken the time to appreciate her beauty. Nodding slightly, he inquired, did you sleep well last night? Very well, thank you for the dinner. Kung Fu beamed, her smile making her appear even more radiant. Wang Chao was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. With merely a smile, she chose to remain silent. The system had alerted her last night that the female protagonist's affection for him had increased by 20, likely due to that dinner. As the yacht gently approached the shore, Wang Chao gallantly allowed Kung Fu to disembark first. Kung Fu had already spotted her father's position and had been holding herself together. At this moment, witnessing her father stride toward her, she could no longer contain her emotions and dashed into his embrace, sobbing quietly. Kong Junlong was equally overwhelmed, softly stroking his daughter's back, his eyes brimming with tears. The moment he learned of her abduction, he felt as though he had aged considerably. He was aware that the region where she was held was under the control of a powerful entity, possessing its own armed forces beyond the jurisdiction of the local government. Even though he knew his daughter was in that vicinity, without knowledge of her precise location, he felt utterly helpless. Thankfully, she had returned safely now. At this moment, his heart swelled with gratitude as he gazed at the young man descending from the boat with such composure. After comforting his daughter, he swiftly approached Wang Chao. Thank you for saving my daughter. This immense kindness will forever be etched in my memory. Should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to seek me out. Uncle, you are too kind. It was merely a trifling effort. Wang Chao waved his hand dismissively, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. I must catch a flight. Until we meet again. Wait. Kong Junlong called out urgently as Wang Chao turned to leave. Young Master Wang, I have a private jet. If you wouldn't mind, perhaps you could join me for the return journey. Oh, where will we be landing, uncle? Wang Chao paused to inquire. He was aware from the original narrative that the Kong family possessed an ultra-luxurious private jet, and it was indeed impressive that he had brought it out for his daughter. Truly, a doting father. Where shall young Master Wang be headed? Kong Junlong pondered, prioritizing Wang Chao's preferences. Jiangbei, I need to get to school. Wang Chao replied with a grin. What a coincidence. My daughter is also starting school soon. Let us travel together. Kong Junlong, eager to express his gratitude to Wang Chao, certainly did not want to miss such a splendid opportunity. In that case, I am grateful. Wang Chao did not decline, as Kong Junlong was, in the original narrative. The underground emperor of 5 provinces, including Jiangbei, and one of the most loyal allies to the protagonist, playing a significant role in his journey. Indeed, no sooner had he spoken than the system chimed in. Ding. Protagonist's luck value, 100, current luck value, 19,000. Host's villain value, 100, available villain value, 100. The sky was clear and cloudless as Kong Junlong's private jet landed at Jiangbei International Airport. After exchanging pleasantries with Kong Junlong, Wang Chao exited the airport alone. Reflecting on the reluctant gaze Kong Fu had cast at their parting, he raised an eyebrow in satisfaction, realizing he had likely secured one of the protagonists in his harem. His personal driver had been waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing him emerge, the driver rushed over to take the suitcase from his hands and opened the car door respectfully. Young master, shall we head home? Yes, Wang Chao replied, reminiscing about the plot of the book. According to the previous storyline, the protagonist was currently in the midst of rescuing Kong Fu. If he were not there, he should be on the train to Jiangbei. After disembarking, the protagonist would casually purchase a priceless treasure and send it to his mother's best friend, Sun Xintong's residence. However, Sun Xintong's husband, Yin Dabai, and daughter, Yin Rushue, mistook it for worthless scrap and regarded the protagonist with disdain. Of course, in the ensuing melodrama, the protagonist would serendipitously save Yin Rushue, who would subsequently fall madly in love with him, becoming part of his harem. Later, due to a notable figure visiting the Yin family and discovering the treasure, Yin Rushue's parents would finally affirm the protagonist's worth. To the train station, Wang Chao contemplated for a moment before deciding to intercept the protagonist's pretentious journey by starting with the vendor selling the copper ding at the train station. The driver glanced at Wang Chao in bewilderment. The young master had never favored the crowded chaos of the train station. What could he possibly want there? It was precisely this observation that made the driver realize the young master was markedly different now, exuding an undeniable charisma. Yet, he dared not inquire further and started the car toward the train station. Wait for me here. Upon arriving at the train station, Wang Chao uttered a brief command before heading straight to an antique shop. Wangman Antique Shop. Wang Chao glanced up at the sign, confirming it was indeed the same as described in the book. He quickly scanned the shop and immediately spotted the dilapidated copper ding displayed at the entrance. Elated, he exclaimed, "Boss, I'll take this copper ding." A slender middle-aged man with a shifty gaze emerged from within. "Brother, you truly have an eye for quality. This is a millennium-old artifact excavated from a tomb, worth no less than 2 million. The shopkeeper, noticing the well-dressed visitor, thought to himself that he could certainly overcharge him. Wang Chao raised an eyebrow and slowly nodded, producing 200 yuan to hand over. In the original narrative, this shabby item had been purchased by the protagonist for only 50 yuan. The shopkeeper's facial muscles twitched in disbelief, his expression darkening, yet he dared not protest. Forcing a smile, he said, "Young brother, I meant 2 million. Wang Chao's cold glare swept over the shopkeeper, his voice devoid of warmth. "You can choose not to sell it. Do you believe I can make it impossible for you to continue here?" The shopkeeper instantly felt a chill run down his spine and promptly averted his gaze. It was clear that this person was no ordinary individual, and he could not afford to offend him. Moreover, having acquired the copper ding as scrap, selling it for 200 was not a loss. He quickly accepted the money, forcing a smile as he said, "I was just joking. It's yours. It's yours." Wang Chao seized the copper ding and turned to leave. Ding. Protagonist's luck value, 100, current luck value, 18,900. Host's luck value, 100, villain value, 200. Shortly after Wang Chao departed, the protagonist, Yi Fan, dressed in shabby clothes, arrived late and entered the same antique shop. He wandered around the store, furrowing his brow as he murmured, "What was I supposed to buy?" Chapter 6. The System Knows My Heart. Wang Chao cradled the copper ding, returning to the car amidst the astonished gaze of his driver. He casually placed the copper ding beside him and closed his eyes, leaning back to rest. Following the original plot, today Yi Fan would arrive in Jiangbei. After being scorned at Yan Rushua's home, he should be cultivating by Yisan Lake until dawn. The next morning, he would encounter the Wei family grandfather and grandson there. According to the book, Yi Fan garnered the Wei family's favor because he cured Wei Hoshin's long-standing lung ailment and even helped improve the Wei family's martial arts. Contemplating this, Wang Chao furrowed his brow. To thwart the protagonist's path, he would first need to find a way to heal Wei Hoshin's illness. However, he possessed no medical knowledge. Secretly, he inquired of the system, can you teach me how to concoct pills? Just the jade essence pill will suffice. After a brief pause, the system remained silent. Wang Chao, feeling helpless, decided to exchange the remaining 200 villain points for charm points. Ding. Exchange successful. Host charm points, 160. Ding. Congratulations to the host. One of your achievements has surpassed 150, reaching a perfect level, granting you a chance to draw a lottery. Would you like to draw now? Yes. Wang Chao felt an overwhelming joy. A lottery? In the novels he had read, lotteries often yielded marvelous treasures. And he couldn't help but feel a surge of anticipation. Ding. Congratulations, the host has acquired the basic skill of alchemy. Immediately, Wang Chao felt a rush of new knowledge flooding his mind. A smile crept across his lips, nearly causing him to laugh out loud. This system is like a worm in my belly, perfectly aware of my needs. With the mastery of alchemy, he could first attend to the ailing Wei Haoshin. As for martial arts, the original text had already indicated where the issues lay, leaving him with no worries at all. Young master, shall we head home now? The driver cautiously inquired upon seeing Wang Chao open his eyes. He observed his young master's demeanor with trepidation, although his appearance remained unchanged. There was an air about him that evoked a certain fear. To the Wei residents at Wangshan. With the knowledge of alchemy now at his disposal and an esteemed identity backing him, Wang Chao felt fearless. Seizing the protagonist's fortune was his primary objective. Soon, the vehicle halted in front of the Grand One Mountain Villa, situated on the outskirts of Jiangbei City. The villas here were scarce, but those who could afford them were either immensely wealthy or of noble status, comprising the influential figures of Jiangbei City. Wei Haoshin, the patriarch of the Wei family, was a retired military leader recovering from injuries in Jiangbei City. The most opulent villa in the area belonged to the Wei family. Young master, we've arrived. The driver's respectful tone was accompanied by him opening the rear door. Wang Chao picked up the bronze ding and stepped out of the car. Gazing at the villa before him, he couldn't help but express his thoughts. I wonder what the author of the original text was thinking. Why would a prominent figure come to such a small place as Jiangbei? What a peculiar mindset. Waving his hand dismissively, the driver immediately stepped aside to wait. Approaching the entrance of the Wei residence, he was stopped by two security guards. Sir, whom are you looking for? Greetings, I am Wang Chao from the Wang family of Yanjing. I wish to speak with Elder Wei, he replied with a courteous smile. Yanjing? Upon hearing the name, the guards did not dare to be dismissive. Please wait a moment, I will inform him. They hurriedly made their way inside the villa. A short while later, one of the guards returned, slightly out of breath. I apologize for the wait. Please, come in. The guard personally led Wang Chao to the reception room of the Wei residence before bowing and withdrawing. Upon entering, Wang Chao saw an elderly gentleman dressed in simple attire. His hair gray and his demeanor exuding authority, seated comfortably. Beside him stood a girl of 18 or 19, possessing porcelain-like beauty, who was curiously observing him. This must be Wei Haoshin's granddaughter, Wei Ying. Wang Chao strode forward confidently, greeting, hello, Grandfather Wei. I am Wang Chao from the Wang family of Yanjing. I apologize for the abrupt intrusion and hope for your understanding. Wei Haoshin was well aware of the Wang family, the second most prominent clan in the nation, known for their formidable strength. Economically, they ranked first, yet regrettably, the Wang family had never produced a legendary warrior, relegating them to second place. Puzzled by the young man's unexpected visit, he nevertheless did not wish to offend such a renowned family. Rising with a warm smile, he said, so you are young Master Wang. Please, have a seat. He then turned to a nearby attendant, instructing, Xiao Qi, fetch my treasured Dahongpo tea and prepare it for young Master Wang. Wei Ying's gaze remained fixed on Wang Chao, admiring his striking appearance. Clad in a world-class tailored suit and sporting a Patek Philippe watch, he exuded charm. Coupled with his handsome features and model-like physique, he was undoubtedly the most captivating man she had ever encountered. Wang Chao, keenly aware of Wei Ying's gaze and her starry-eyed expression, offered her a gentlemanly nod. Internally, he reveled in his charm, which had reached an impressive score of 160. Perfectly captivating a girl was effortlessly within his reach. Ding. Wei Ying's affection for you has reached 50. Affection value, 50. Ding. Protagonist's fortune value, 100. Total fortune value, 18. 800. Ding. Host's villain value, 100. Available villain value, 100. Indeed. Enhancing charm was an exceedingly astute choice. Without any effort, he had already siphoned off some of the protagonist's fortune. What bliss! You honor us with your presence today. Young Master Wang, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit? Wei Haoshan, lacking any pretense, spoke candidly, given their family's prior lack of interaction. I often hear my father recount the heroic tales of Grandfather Wei, and I have long held admiration for you. Upon learning you were in Jiangbei, and since I am studying here, I took the liberty of visiting you. Wang Chao spoke earnestly, his eyes glimmering with excitement as he presented the bronze ding. Grandfather Wei, I arrived in haste without bringing anything of significant value, so I hope you will accept this Tang Dynasty bronze ding as a humble gift. Wei Haoshan was momentarily taken aback, considering the weight of his own reputation. Nonetheless, he did not believe Wang Chao had come merely to pay a casual visit. As Wang Chao revealed the bronze ding from its box, Wei Haoshan's eyes lit up. This ding was undoubtedly a remarkable artifact. The Wang family was indeed extravagant, presenting treasures worth over $1 million. However, unsure of Wang Chao's true intentions, he hesitated to accept such a lavish gift, smiling as he said, "That is too generous. Young Master Wang, I cannot accept such a valuable offering. Your visit is already a great honor." Despite his words, his gaze remained fixated on the exquisite item. "Please, Grandfather Wei, there is no need for such formality. No matter how valuable, it pales in comparison to my admiration for you." Wang Chao offered a few more compliments, well aware of Wei Haoshan's keen interest in the ding. Just then, Wei Haoshan's head of security, Qi Songling, arrived with a cup of tea, placing it on the table and standing respectfully to the side. "In that case, I shall graciously accept." Wei Haoshan decided against further refusal, recognizing the Wang family's high status. Even without a legendary warrior accepting the ding, he became so excited that he coughed a couple of times. "Grandfather, Commander," Wei Ying and Qi Songling exclaimed in concern, rushing to assist him. I'm fine, just a bit too excited." Wei Haoshan quickly waved his hand. Observing this scene, Wang Chao feigned curiosity and asked, "Grandfather Wei, is your lung condition troubling you?" Wei Haoshan paused, his expression darkening in surprise, mixed with a hint of anger as he fixed his gaze on Wang Chao. "How do you know?" Chapter 7. I Can Heal. Wei Haoshan's astonishment stemmed from the fact that his lung injury was an affliction he had sustained long ago, one that was generally unknown to others. He had never confided in anyone else. Wang Chao immediately discerned his injury, leaving him utterly astonished. The source of his ire stemmed from his suspicion that Wang Chao might have conducted some form of investigation into him prior to his arrival. Wei Ying and Qi Songling regarded Wang Chao with equally astonished expressions. 3 pairs of eyes converged simultaneously, filled with curiosity and discontent. Yet Wang Chao maintained an air of composure, a cold smile gracing his lips. "I am well aware of the narrative. You needn't be surprised. For I shall indulge in a display of prowess." With a gentlemanly smile, he remarked, "I once studied a modicum of medical knowledge under a revered master. Your symptoms, sir, appear indicative of severe pulmonary trauma. Should I be mistaken, I hope Grandfather Wei will not take offense." Wei Haoshan scrutinized Wang Chao deeply, noting his nonchalant demeanor as he boldly returned the gaze. His doubts about Wang Chao diminished significantly. With a chronic pulmonary ailment, the doctors had proclaimed that he would not survive the year. If Wang Chao could discern the nature of his affliction, perhaps he could even heal him. If not, he might be able to consult his master, grasping at a lifeline. His expression softened considerably as he chuckled. "So it turns out that young Master Wang is also a divine healer. I stand corrected. Young Master Wang, since you can identify my grandfather's illness, might you assist in examining him further?" Wei Ying inquired eagerly, her eyes brimming with anticipation. Wang Chao replied earnestly, "I have merely identified that Grandfather Wei suffers from a lung injury. The specifics of treatment can only be determined after I take your pulse. One must maintain an air of authenticity in their pretense. Otherwise, if one is discovered, it would be rather comical. Then I must trouble you, young Master Wang." Wei Haoshan, unable to contain himself, swiftly extended his hand. It had been years since he had felt such excitement. Wang Chao, embodying the demeanor of a sage, placed his hand upon Wei Haoshan's wrist. Narrowing his eyes slightly, he began, "Grandfather Wei, this ailment has lingered for quite some time. Young Master Wang truly is remarkable. You can discern such details. Alas, this is a consequence of my youthful indiscretions. Is there hope for recovery?" Wei Haoshan felt increasingly impressed by Wang Chao, his heart racing with anticipation. Wang Chao remained silent, yet internally he mused, what a farce. However, he could indeed sense that Wei Haoshan's pulse was faint, with each beat. He could visualize the structure of Wei Haoshan's body. Ah, how curious. He could perceive the condition of each organ. Could it be that I am indeed a divine healer? Wang Chao pondered abruptly, yet quickly dismissed the thought. Surely, he had merely indulged too much in the original text. After a prolonged examination, he gradually opened his eyes and spoke nonchalantly. These are but trivial ailments, easily treated. Yet this statement struck Wei Hoshin like a thunderbolt. Easily treated? Are you certain? He had sought the most esteemed physicians across the nation, all of whom had failed to provide relief. In that moment, he began to question whether Wang Chao was merely a charlatan. Had it not been for Wang Chao's authentic Tang Dynasty copper cauldron, he would have expelled him on the spot. Beside them, Wei Ying leaped up in excitement, eagerly pressing. Is what young Master Wang said true? My grandfather's illness can truly be treated with ease? Wang Chao nodded seriously, exuding confidence. Indeed, it is not difficult, though common remedies may prove insufficient. Whatever herbs you require, young master, do not hesitate to ask. Though our Wei family may lack the influence of the Wang family, procuring some herbs is quite manageable. Wei Hoshin regarded Wang Chao once more, his faith in him incrementally solidifying. If there was a chance to survive, who would willingly embrace death? Have you ever heard of alchemical practices, Grandfather Wei? Wang Chao turned to Wei Hoshin, who nodded, prompting him to continue. Your ailment, Grandfather Wei, is not only a remnant of past injuries, but is also directly related to your daily exertions. Over the years, only elixirs can alleviate it with ease. What do you mean by daily exertions? Wei Hoshin's alertness surged. Wang Chao's reference to exertions could only pertain to the Wei family's martial arts training, which he practiced daily. How could Wang Chao possibly know this? Indeed, from your pulse, it seems your lungs have been afflicted by a chronic condition. In other words, the lung ailment you suffered from in your youth could have been remedied with a few years of rest. But I discern that your current pulmonary issues stem from excessive fatigue, accumulated over time. It seems your training regimen has contributed to this predicament. This is merely my conjecture. Wang Chao silently cursed. The original plot had indeed depicted Wei Hoshin practicing martial arts by the lakeside, which was how Yi Fan learned of it. His sudden entrance as a divine healer felt absurd, yet he was grateful for his own cleverness. Wei Hoshin remained skeptical, yet found some merit in Wang Chao's assertions. A formidable old Chinese physician had once conveyed a similar sentiment during his youth, suggesting that rest would suffice for recovery. Can young Master Wang concoct elixirs? Wei Ying's focus diverged entirely from that of Wei Hoshin. Her sole concern now was whether Wang Chao possessed the ability to brew elixirs. Wang Chao smiled faintly. Naturally. I can, and the elixirs I craft will precisely address Grandfather Wei's pulmonary affliction. Is it true? Can you truly save my grandfather? Wei Ying transformed into a fervent admirer, her admiration for Wang Chao soaring. Certainly, provided the necessary ingredients are at hand, I can concoct the elixirs immediately, and their effects will be felt instantaneously. Wang Chao spoke with effortless assurance. Is this genuine? Wei Hoshin's suspicions about Wang Chao's true identity deepened. Everything seemed too coincidental. Yet, with his time dwindling, he felt compelled to take a chance. Of course it is. It is merely a matter of some simple elixirs. Wang Chao replied earnestly, rising to his feet. I shall procure some herbs and prepare them before you. Once completed, you may try them, and should there be no improvement, I will accept whatever consequences you deem fit. Wei Hoshin hastily interjected. How can I allow a young master to go out for herbs? Write down what you need. My third son is adept at handling medicinal ingredients, and I shall have him deliver them. Wei Hoshin ultimately resolved to give it a try, yet for precautions, he summoned all his sons back. Should Wang Chao attempt anything untoward, he would be dealt with swiftly, regardless of his connections to the Wang or Li families. Qi Songling quickly procured a sheet of paper and a pen, presenting them to Wang Chao. Very well. Without hesitation, Wang Chao penned a list of over 10 types of herbs and handed it to Wei Hoshin. Grandfather Wei, in addition to these, I will require an herb aged over 500 years as a catalyst. The specific herb is of no consequence, and I shall also need a cauldron. Excellent. I shall have someone prepare these immediately. Wei Hoshin passed the list to Qi Songling, instructing him to have their third son gather the necessary herbs, and for their second son to retrieve the 1,000-year-old ginseng from their family. Qi Songling acknowledged and hurriedly set off to fulfill the task. Chapter 8. The Alchemical Aspirations of an Inadequate Practitioner. The air fell silent as the group awaited developments. Wang Chao, feeling rather bored, surveyed the opulence of the Wei household. Every aspect, from the sofa he was seated upon to the teacups in use, and even the wall decorations, exuded luxury. Even someone like him, born into a prestigious family, could not help but admire the strength of the Wei clan. No wonder they served as an indispensable ally on Yi Fan's journey to greatness. At that moment, he noticed a figure from the original story, Wei Yubao, known as the third son of Wei, rushing in. Father, I have brought what you requested. Upon entering, Wei Yubao instinctively glanced at the unfamiliar Wang Chao seated on the sofa, immediately perceiving that this individual was no ordinary young master. Distinguished by his cultured attire and strikingly handsome features, With great fondness in his heart, he inquired, "May I ask who this is?" "Uncle, this is Wang Chao from Yanjing." Wei Ying promptly responded, "Hello, Uncle, I am Wang Chao, here specifically to visit Grandfather Wei." Wang Chao rose respectfully, extending his right hand. "Oh, so it is young Master Wang. Please, take a seat." Wei Yubao warmly shook his hand, placing the medicinal herbs on the table. "Dad, here is what you requested. Earlier, my second brother called to inform me that we already possess a millennium-old ginseng, so he will not be returning." Wei Hoshan feigned annoyance, exclaiming, "Look at my forgetful mind. Aging makes one forgetful." He then turned to his granddaughter. "Ying, the ginseng is in the cabinet in my room. Go fetch it." Yet internally, he cursed, "You rascal. Second brother, I summoned you back, and you dare to not return? How outrageous. What are you planning to do, father?" Wei Yubao asked, perplexed, glancing instinctively at Wang Chao. "Is it he who intends to assist? Young master has stated he can heal my injuries and requires these herbs." Wei Hoshan's tone softened as he looked towards Wang Chao. "I am deeply grateful, young master. Should you succeed in alleviating my ailments, I shall ensure you receive ample thanks. There is no need for such formality, Grandfather Wei. It is but a trifling task." Wang Chao replied courteously. Wei Yubao regarded Wang Chao with astonishment. This young man, though merely in his 20s, claimed he could cure his father's affliction? Was he merely deceiving them? Countless renowned physicians had attempted to heal his father and had failed. After some contemplation, he decided to observe Wang Chao's actions before making any judgments. With all preparations complete, Wang Chao set up the furnace in the Wei family's courtyard, igniting smokeless coal to commence alchemical processes. Internally, he grumbled, "This concoction is truly stifling." In novels, alchemists wield flames and infuse the cauldron with spiritual energy. Yet here I am, lacking everything and merely lighting a fire. It's so beneath my standards. The entire Wei family gathered around, captivated by the novelty of alchemy, as none had witnessed such a process firsthand. Following the guidance of alchemical techniques, Wang Chao added the herbs one by one into the cauldron after it had sufficiently heated. Occasionally, he would stir swiftly with his hands. Observing his own actions, Wang Chao suddenly recalled a phrase, "Candy-coated chestnuts, delicious and delightful, freshly roasted and sold." However, Wang Chao was puzzled to find that the temperature within the cauldron was surprisingly low, estimating it to be around 40 degrees, completely bearable. He even placed his hand directly into the cauldron. Could he endure such heat? Wei Hoshan looked on in astonishment. The cauldron was made of copper and, once heated, would be far hotter than boiling water. This Wang Chao was indeed impressive. His confidence surged regarding his own recovery. The rest of the Wei family stood agape, their jaws dropping in disbelief at his extraordinary prowess. Wang Chao leisurely stirred for a while before tossing in the entire millennium-old ginseng. At that moment, he was astonished to see the ginseng dissolve like ice, fully merging with the other herbs. Gradually, the remaining ingredients began to coalesce into a small spherical form, releasing a delicate fragrance. The elixir was complete. Was it truly this simplistic? Wang Chao gazed at the concoction before him, uncertain whether to rejoice or to lament. Yet, to the Wei family, the scene was nothing short of miraculous. In their lifetimes, they had never witnessed an adept practicing alchemy, and it filled them with exhilaration. Wei Hoshan, overwhelmed with excitement, leaped from his chair, exclaiming, "A miracle, a miracle! Young master is truly extraordinary. Please allow me, Wei Laosan, to pay my respects." Wei Yubao promptly knelt on the ground, reverently bowing to Wang Chao. As an ordinary mortal, witnessing such astonishing alchemical skills was utterly breathtaking. Wei Ying's eyes sparkled with admiration, her feelings for Wang Chao soaring to an impressive 80. Ding. Wei Ying's affection for the host has reached 80. Yi Fan's fortune value, 100. Current fortune value, 18,700. Ding. Host's villain value, 100. Can utilize villain value of 200. Upon hearing the system's prompts, Wang Chao felt that perhaps this was not so hasty after all. Excellent. He gathered the 3 jade marrow pills he had produced in his hands and offered one to Wei Hoshan. "Grandfather Wei, the elixir is ready. Simply swallow it whole." "Ah." Wei Hoshan, trembling with excitement, gingerly accepted the pill, his eyes glimmering with hope. No longer harboring any doubts about Wang Chao, he swallowed the pill without hesitation. At the moment of ingestion, the elixir transformed into an ethereal force, merging seamlessly into his body. Almost instantly, he felt his breathing ease significantly, as if he had reverted to his youthful, uninjured self. Even more remarkably, his once gray hair turned back to its original black hue. "Grandpa, you've become younger," Wei Ying exclaimed, staring in astonishment at her grandfather's transformation, her voice quivering with disbelief. Wei Yubao glanced once more at Wang Chao, resolutely deciding to align himself with him henceforth. With this thought, he knelt down, pleading, "Young master, please accept me as your disciple. I too wish to learn the art of alchemy. Uncle, it is not that I refuse to teach you, Wang Chao nearly confessed. In truth, I am not well versed in it either, but after a pause, he adopted an inscrutable expression and amended. Alchemy requires innate talent as well as the right timing. When the moment is right, perhaps I shall impart my knowledge to you. Indeed, I was too presumptuous. You have saved my father, and from now on, I shall consider you my elder brother. Wei Yubao, slightly embarrassed, rose from the ground, acknowledging his impatience. However, he was almost certain that Wang Chao was indeed a celestial being, and associating with him would yield no detriment. Wei Hoshin, feeling a bit exasperated, thought to himself, I have yet to speak, and you are already seeking to ingratiate yourself. Clearing his throat, he clasped his fists in gratitude, saying, Thank you, young master, for saving my life. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me. I shall face any peril without hesitation. Wang Chao hurriedly stepped forward, extending a hand to assist Wei Hoshin, offering a gentle smile. Grandfather Wei, you are too kind. Ding. Congratulations, host. For severing Yi Fan's main storyline. Yi Fan's fortune value, 500. Current fortune value, 18,200. Host's villain value, 500. Can utilize villain value of 700. Wang Chao noted the villain value with some discontent. Having severed two major storylines of Yi Fan, why did he still possess such a considerable fortune value? How long would it take to resolve this situation? Nevertheless, if Yi Fan desired to grow stronger, he would need to seek his consent. As matters were already settled, he felt there was no need to linger. Addressing Wei Hoshin, he stated, Grandfather Wei, unless there is anything else, I must take my leave. Wei Hoshin had not anticipated Wang Chao's swift departure. He had initially intended to express his gratitude thoroughly. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, Young master, where are you currently residing? I live on campus. In the original narrative, Wang Chao was not in Jiangbei, but in Yanjing. It was only after Yi Fan arrived in Yanjing that they encountered one another. Therefore, upon his initial arrival, he had leveraged connections to attend Jiangbei University and became Yi Fan's classmate. Upon hearing this, Wei Hoshin seized the opportunity to ingratiate himself further, exclaiming, Given your esteemed status, how can you reside on campus? I have an unoccupied villa. Allow me to offer it to you as your residence. Chapter 9. What a grand green hat. Ding. Yi Fan's fortune value, 500. Current fortune value, 17,700. Host S villain value, 500. Remaining villain value, 200. What is happening? Wang Chao was utterly bewildered, wondering how he suddenly gained an additional 500 villain points. Before long, Qi Songling emerged holding a property certificate and a set of keys, respectfully presenting them to Wang Chao. Wei Hoshin, noticing Wang Chao's dazed expression, earnestly said, Young Master Wang, you simply must accept this, otherwise I shall feel quite uneasy. Wang Chao quickly regained his composure and cast a hurried glance at the Wangshan villa. Hiss. No wonder he had received such a substantial increase in villain points earlier. The Wangshan villa was indeed the very place where Yi Fan cultivated in the original narrative, and it was renowned throughout Jiangbei for its abundant spiritual energy. Haha. What a delightful surprise. I almost forgot about this. Very well, I shall temporarily take custody of it for you. Wang Chao was quite straightforward, as this was something he rightfully deserved, and he accepted it with alacrity. In just over an hour at the Wei residence, he had amassed over 1,000 fortune points. An exceedingly profitable endeavor. The Wei family hosted a banquet to honor Wang Chao, and he graciously accepted the invitation. During the feast, upon hearing about the Wei family's martial arts, Wei Hoshin, noticing Wang Chao's interest, even performed a demonstration. After observing, Wang Chao promptly pointed out its deficiencies, and, of course, these shortcomings were indeed valid, as they were originally Yi Fan's lines. Wei Hoshin was quite astonished and handed the Wei family martial arts manual to Wang Chao, hoping he might assist in refining it. Wang Chao naturally seized this opportunity, knowing that once improved, it would surely yield another surge of villain points. He finally advised Wei Hoshin to rest quietly at home for the next week, feeling assured to return home only after. It was not until midnight that Wang Chao returned to the five-star hotel he owned in Jiangbei. Seated on the sofa, he closed his eyes and opened the system interface. He began to contemplate, first filling up his charm value, with 800 villain points remaining. Strength, as the term suggests, would enhance his physical power. Spirit would improve his perception. Constitution, as its name implies, would fortify his physique. Such overwhelming strength would be futile if his body could not keep pace. Wang Chao deliberately disregarded spirit. Currently, the utmost priority was undoubtedly strength. To the system, he commanded, maximize my charm value, half of the remaining points to strength, and the other half to constitution. Ding. Exchange successful. Name, Wang Chao. Strength, 160, normal human, 100. Spirit, 100. Normal human, 100. Charm, 200. Normal human, 100. Constitution, 150. Normal human, 100. Cultivation method, none. Other, basic alchemy skills. Money, 3 billion. Villain points, 0. Yi Fan's fortune value, 17,700. Wang Chao felt as though his muscles were being entirely restructured. The sensation was remarkably peculiar. Soon, that feeling dissipated. Wang Chao clenched his fist, feeling as if he could now fell a bull with a single blow. Rising to his feet, eager to test his newfound strength, he surveyed the room but found no heavy objects within sight. Ultimately, his gaze settled upon the leather sofa beside him. This sofa appeared to weigh no less than 200 pounds. Under ordinary circumstances, it would take two people considerable effort to lift. Bending down, he grasped the base of the sofa and, with a surge of strength, effortlessly raised it. He furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, "Is it really this light?" A tinge of disappointment washed over him as he tossed it to the ground. Thud! The sofa produced a tremendous sound, creating a sizable dent in the wooden floor. Wang Chao was momentarily stunned. Could it be that he truly possessed boundless strength now? By the serene banks of Yisan Lake, Yi Fan sat cross-legged, having cultivated throughout the night. He occasionally glanced at the path leading to him from the lakeside. Checking the time, he noted it was already 7:30 in the morning. The longer he cultivated, the more restless he became, prompting him to rise and murmur, "Why haven't they arrived yet? Why am I saying such strange things?" Yi Fan scratched his head, feeling as though he was anticipating someone else's arrival. Yet that person remained elusive. With a sigh, he lamented the sparse spiritual energy in this place. After an entire night of cultivation, he had only reached the initial stage of body refinement. Walking over to the willow tree by the lake, he instinctively threw a punch. Boom! The willow shook slightly, causing many leaves to fall. Shaking his head in defeat, he turned to leave. Meanwhile, Wang Chao, concealed not far away, quietly observed the scene. A smile unconsciously gracing his lips. Yi Fan has indeed come. Fortunately, I have cut off his resources for cultivation. Otherwise, that punch just now could have pierced through the willow. He would have been able to flaunt himself before the Wei family. With a disdainful snort, he recalled the original plot of the story. According to the narrative, that evening, Yan Rushue would attend a class reunion, where she would encounter the underground force of Jiangbei. Li Jianhao, providing Yi Fan with the perfect opportunity to show off. He now faced two choices. 1. To intercept Yan Rushue from attending the reunion, thus averting the ensuing events. However, he feared unforeseen complications. It was hardly feasible to have someone monitor Yi Fan and Yan Rushue all day. This would not align with his identity. 2. Allow the plot to unfold as intended, and he would make his appearance, substituting Yi Fan to flaunt his prowess. Clearly, the second option was the most advantageous. There was nothing more satisfying than outshining Yi Fan in front of him. As he contemplated, he approached the very willow tree Yi Fan had just stood by, clenched his fist, and struck with force. Boom! The willow was instantly punctured with a massive hole. So strong? Wang Chao was absolutely elated. This was precisely the effect of Yi Fan's show-off in the original text. In his joy, he also considered the plot's progression. After the class reunion, they would likely check into Wangshan Villa to construct the spirit summoning array. However, since he had occupied Wangshan Villa, it was likely that the narrative would accelerate, leading to the Lantern Festival in just a few days. At that event, Yi Fan would encounter his wife from his previous life, Lu Zixia. Wait. Upon hearing that name, Wang Chao could not help but recall a character named Lu Ziqiao from a comedy film he had watched in his past life, sending a chill down his spine. This was not the main issue. The most significant point was that in this narrative, Lu Ziqiao was originally betrothed to him. Such a cliché. Wang Chao felt an urge to curse. In the original story, Lu Ziqiao was indeed promised to Wang Chao, who loved her for a lifetime. Yet she held no regard for him, even eloping on their wedding day, only to encounter the destitute Yi Fan. The most outrageous part was that she immediately took a liking to Yi Fan, entangling with him even while he was gravely injured. Subsequently, they were both taken away by an immortal to cultivate. Later, after Yi Fan's reincarnation, he sought her out ahead of time. What an enormous green hat Wang Chao felt he had been made to wear. The corners of Wang Chao's mouth twitched at the thought of the original storyline. His anger flaring. He was the victim. Just because he was the villain, he ultimately faced annihilation at the hands of the protagonist. What an utter injustice. With a cold smile curling his lips, he declared, "Now that I have traversed into this world, I shall absolutely not allow my woman to be tainted by another, even if I must relinquish her myself." Chapter 10. Playing the role of the protagonist. Wang Chao was in no hurry to meet Lu Zixia. He would first showcase his prowess today, and then approach her. With such thoughts in mind, he instructed the driver to head straight to the Wangshan Villa. He too was curious to discover what made this place so extraordinary. At that moment, Wang Chao was seated in Villa Number 1 at Wangshan. It must be said that this villa, perched atop the highest point of Wangshan, afforded a breathtaking view of the entire Jiangbei region. To the east lay Yisan Lake, while the northern expanse was dominated by the Wangshan mountain range. The geographical positioning was simply impeccable. Most notably, the air here was remarkably fresh. It had been noted in the original narrative that Wangshan Villa was the location imbued with the richest spiritual energy throughout Jiangbei. With nothing else to occupy his time, Wang Chao took out the Wei family martial arts manual and perused it from beginning to end. To his astonishment, he found that he could comprehend it entirely, and he quickly discerned its shortcomings. After a period of contemplation, he set about drafting a new version. Once completed, he squinted and mused to himself. Could it be that I am destined to be an invincible protagonist? A paragon of heavenly wisdom, too mundane to remain in the celestial realm, thus sent down to experience mortal trials? Ding! The system kindly notified him. You are the villain. Wang Chao nearly spat blood upon hearing the system's abrupt pronouncement. With a look of disbelief, he retorted, then tell me, why was I completely inept before, yet now I can derive such things? Ding! Because I am here. The corners of Wang Chao's mouth twitched slightly. There seemed to be some merit in that statement. The protagonists in other novels were indeed formidable, largely due to their systems. Yet his system appeared to offer little guidance in this regard. He shrugged dismissively, too weary to engage in further debate. As night descended, Wang Chao donned a rather inconspicuous Versace outfit and strapped on the least expensive Rolex from his collection. He stepped out in his Maybach and sought a fine restaurant for dinner. With time drawing near, he arrived at the KTV where Yen Ruxue and her friends were headed. After the main characters had booked their room, he reserved one adjacent to theirs. Before long, a ruckus erupted outside. Damn it. You think you can just hit me and run? I warn you. Today you will either kneel and kowtow before me or spend the night with me. Or else I will end you. Wang Chao stood impassively at the door. In the original tale, Yen Ruxue had encountered the bully Huang Liang while heading to the restroom. Upon noticing her beauty, Huang Liang had deliberately sought trouble, only to be soundly beaten by Yi Fan, which had drawn the attention of KTV owner Li Jianhao. Wang Chao flexed his wrist and smirked. For today, Yi Fan would play no part in this affair. He pushed the door open and coldly commanded, "Release her." Startled by the sudden voice, Huang Liang turned to see a young man and could not help but curse. Who the hell are you? Looking for death? Huang Liang, with his rotund visage and ill-fitting white suit, resembled a grotesque creature. Wang Chao chuckled derisively and raised an eyebrow. I am her classmate. Classmate? Go to hell. This suit cost over 300,000. If you dirty it, you'll pay. Huang Liang's foul language was relentless, and his loud voice drew 5 or 6 thugs from the adjacent room. Simultaneously, Yen Ruxue's classmates emerged, with Yi Fan notably standing out. Blessed with the aura of a protagonist, Yen Ruxue gazed at the charismatic Wang Chao and thought of a term, the descent of a celestial being. So handsome. 300,000. Huh. Wang Chao sneered, immediately recognizing that the man's outfit was counterfeit. Strip it off, and I'll authenticate it. Brothers, this kid dares to mock our boss. Let's take him down. One of Huang Liang's lackeys, incensed, drew a knife and charged at Wang Chao. Be careful, Yen Ruxue warned urgently. Yet, Wang Chao stood unflinching, even playfully winking at Yen Ruxue. With his newfound mastery of the Wei family martial arts, though modest, it was more than sufficient to handle this gang. Just as the thug was about to close the distance, Wang Chao's gaze sharpened, and with an uncanny sidestep, he delivered a powerful punch to the thug's chest. Crack! The sound of shattering bones resonated through the air. Huang Liang's henchman was sent flying, crashing into several of Huang Liang's companions and knocking them to the ground. He then lay unconscious, his fate uncertain. Watching from the side, Yi Fan's eyes revealed a complex expression. He could tell that Wang Chao was extraordinary, yet he could discern no discernible cultivation. Moreover, there was an odd feeling within him, as if something precious of his had been forcefully taken by another. Taking a deep breath, he reassured himself, just an ant, nothing of consequence. Wang Chao calmly withdrew his fist and cast a cold glance at Huang Liang. The latter, having witnessed Wang Chao's formidable strength, dared not confront him any longer. With a venomous glare, he spat, "You'll regret this," before turning to flee. Wang Chao was well aware that Huang Liang would seek reinforcements, but he paid it no mind and strolled over to Yen Ruxue. Classmate, are you all right? I am fine. Yen Ruxue stammered, still shaken but feeling an unprecedented sense of security in Wang Chao's presence. Her cheeks flushed as she expressed, "Thank you. No need for thanks. We are classmates after all." Just then, some of Wang Chao's classmates approached, offering their words of comfort to Yen Ruxue. Ding! Yen Ruxue's favorability rating increased to 70. Favorability rating, 70. Yi Fan's luck value, 100, now at 17, 600. Host's villain value, 100. Usable villain value, 100. Ding. Yi Fan's attempt to show off had failed. Luck value, 100. Now at 17, 500. Host's villain value, 100. Usable villain value, 200. Thank you for saving my best friend. As Wang Chao was checking his villain value, he suddenly heard a gentle voice and turned to see Jiang Hui, Yin Rushue's best friend and a future renowned singer, who happened to be one of Yi Fan's admirers as well. No need for formality. Wang Chao waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. Wait a moment, classmate. Yin Rushue squeezed through the crowd. Thank you for saving me earlier. Wang Chao, not inclined for pleasantries, urged, you should leave quickly. That Group 1T let this go easily. Stop acting all high and mighty. It's because of you that we are in this mess. If you hadn't hurt someone, would we have incurred their wrath? Wang Chao turned toward the source of the voice and saw a tall, slender young man. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Jiang Hui retort, Gao Yuan, regardless, this classmate saved Xiaoxua. You needn't be so harsh. Upon hearing the name Gao Yuan, Wang Chao recalled that he was the son of a real estate mogul, somewhat affluent, and had been pursuing Yin Rushue. This gathering had been organized by him. However, at this moment, Wang Chao was more concerned about Yi Fan, casting a sidelong glance at him. He couldn't help but smirk internally. He must be wondering who I am, where I am, and why I'm here to show off. Just then, he heard Gao Yuan scoff confidently. Humph, do we even need him? If I step in, just a word from me will frighten them into releasing her. Why resort to fighting? No sooner had he spoken than Li Jianhao stormed up the stairs. Flanked by a dozen menacing figures, Wang Chao gazed at the imposing Li Jianhao, whose stature exceeded 6 feet 3 inches. With a robust physique and a face as chiseled as a knife, clad in a black trench coat, he exuded an undeniable aura of authority. Wang Chao couldn't help but marvel at the fact that Li was indeed the most loyal underling of Yi Fan in the original narrative. With such a formidable presence, he could easily play the role of a second male lead in any other novel. Who struck my brother? Step forward. Li Jianhao's voice dripped with menace, causing everyone nearby to shudder in fear. Apart from Wang Chao and Yi Fan, the majority present were students who had never encountered such an intimidating atmosphere, leaving them paralyzed with trepidation. Even several girls were reduced to tears and fright. Ultimately, all eyes fell upon Wang Chao. Unfazed, he knew that with just one punch, none of them could withstand his might. However, it seemed someone had attempted to show off earlier. Turning to Gao Yuan, he smirked. Weren't you the one who claimed you could handle this with a single word? Come on, the stage is yours. With that, he swiftly retreated into the crowd. Embodying the image of a coward, he was certain that Gao Yuan would step up, as he did in the original story. Of course, that attempt at bravado would fail, leaving him as nothing more than a stepping stone for the protagonist, Yi Fan. Gao Yuan felt a knot form in his stomach, instinctively wanting to flee. Cursing himself internally, he thought, that was referring to the guy who just got hit. This is Li Jianhao, the so-called underground emperor. Yet, with the woman he admired present, he couldn't afford to lose face by escaping. Gritting his teeth, he stepped forward, saying, Uncle Li, I'm Gao Yuan. Gao Liang Real Estate is my father. We've met before. Could you spare us this time for my father's sake? What is Gao Liang to me? Why should I show him any respect? Li Jianhao shot a cold glare at Gao Yuan, his displeasure evident. Gao Yuan's face instantly darkened, feeling as though he wanted to sink into the ground in embarrassment. Regret flooded him as he realized he had overstepped, now caught in a precarious situation. I'll ask again, who struck my brother? If you don't speak up, I'll break every one of your legs. Li Jianhao bellowed furiously. The closest to him, Gao Yuan, collapsed onto the ground, hastily pointing at Wang Chao. Uncle Li. It was him. He was the one who started it. It has nothing to do with me. Please don't break my legs. Yes, it's him. We had nothing to do with it. The classmates of Yin Rushue, in a state of panic, pointed at Wang Chao almost in unison. Yin Rushue bit her lip, wanting to defend him, but Jiang Hui pulled her back, shaking her head vigorously. Wang Chao observed this scene with a cold smile. Realizing that he had misjudged Jiang Hui's character, she was indeed a timid individual. Though a daughter of a powerful family, she was unaware of it at this moment. However, according to the original plot, their fates were intertwined. This was destiny. Lost in thought, he heard Li Jianhao's icy voice. Very well, you. Li Jianhao pointed at Wang Chao. Then at Yin Rushue and Jiang Hui. You two stay. The rest of you, get lost. But it has nothing to do with us. We didn't strike anyone. Jiang Hui protested, her face pale with fear. That's right. It doesn't concern you. I just find you both quite appealing. Do you have a problem with that? A hint of malice flickered in Li Jianhao's eyes. Upon his arrival, he hadn't paid much attention, but now, seeing these two attractive girls, he felt it would be a pity not to keep them around. Yi Fan felt a wave of frustration wash over him, thinking it was high time for him to make an appearance. Yet he was aware of his limitations. Though he was a reincarnated celestial, He could barely overpower an ordinary individual at this moment. If he stepped in now, he might end up with a broken leg for his troubles. As he contemplated retreating, he inexplicably took a step forward. Stunned by his own actions, Yi Fan thought, what am I doing? Am I offering myself up as a sacrifice? Just as he was about to retreat, Li Jianhao glared at him and spat. Are you looking for death? A few thugs charged at Yi Fan, preparing to pummel him. Gritting his teeth, Yi Fan readied himself to retaliate. Though he lacked strength, he relied on his skills, believing he could escape unscathed. However, before he could act, Wang Chao yanked him behind him. Stay back, Wang Chao said impatiently, turning to Li Jianhao. The one who hit him is me. I don't know them, so let them go. Li Jianhao sneered. You dare negotiate with me? Who do you think you are? He regarded Wang Chao with a twisted smile. I've suddenly changed my mind. His cold gaze swept over the gathered students. Everyone stays. Not a single one of you is leaving. Hearing this, the others froze in place, too terrified to move, internally cursing Yi Fan. If it weren't for his foolish advance, they would have already escaped. Ding. The protagonist's attempt at bravado failed, gaining 100 luck points. Total luck points, 17, 400. The host's villain points, 100. Available villain points, 300. Wang Chao smirked, realizing it was time to showcase his true prowess. Without hesitation, he surged forward, unleashing the Wei family fist technique, which was based on the traditional military boxing. Crafted by the ancestors of the Wei family, it emphasized practicality over flamboyance. With Wang Chao's strength far surpassing that of an average person, he dispatched the thugs with ease. One punch per opponent. Li Jianhao stood dumbfounded. What the hell? How did his 5 elite subordinates fall so quickly? However, the next moment, a fist the size of a sandbag collided with his face. With a grunt, he fell to the ground, only to be hoisted up by Wang Chao. Li Jianhao's men were bewildered, their heads filled with question marks. What just happened? Why was their boss being lifted like a chick? Yi Fan was equally perplexed. This ordinary person, devoid of any cultivation, had effortlessly taken down 5 men and subdued one. When he achieved the pinnacle of physical cultivation, he had not been so formidable. Who on earth is this person? The classmates shared the same astonishment, having felt they were doomed just moments ago. Now experiencing a miraculous turnaround that felt like a brush with death. Especially Yan Ruxue and Zhang Hui, both gazed at Wang Chao with newfound admiration. Ding. Yan Ruxue's favorability towards the protagonist increased by 10, total favorability, 80. Ding. Zhang Hui's favorability towards the protagonist increased by 20, total favorability, 70. Ding. The protagonist's luck points increased by 200, total luck points, 17, 200. The host's villain points, 200, available villain points, 500. Incredible. Wang Chao nearly shouted in delight. Although the villain points were modest, the sheer number of opponents made it worthwhile. In such a short time, he had amassed 500 villain points. What a thrill. With Li Jianhao in his grasp, he grinned, tilting his head to ask, now can they leave? Of course. Yes. Li Jianhao, still dazed from the beating, nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain, fearing to disagree. Excellent. Wang Chao turned to Yan Ruxue, a gentle smile gracing his handsome features. Classmates, you are all free to go. And you? Yan Ruxue instinctively inquired. You all leave first. I'll deal with Li Jianhao. Wang Chao glanced down at the man in his grip, pondering whether that was indeed his name. Seeing him nod, he looked up at Yan Ruxue and said, I will have a chat about ideals with him. Chapter 12, Recruiting a Little Brother. Discussing ideals? What nonsense. Li Jianhao cursed inwardly, though he dared not voice his thoughts. The young man before him was undeniably formidable. Upon hearing this, Yan Ruxue was momentarily taken aback. You're holding him up in the air and talking about ideals? Don't worry, he can't harm me. Wang Chao replied confidently, dragging Li Jianhao into his private room. The others, his little brothers, followed a few steps behind. But they dared not approach, merely crowding at the doorway. Wang Chao tossed Li Jianhao onto the ground and leisurely retrieved a Fuchin mountain dwelling, igniting it with casual ease. In accordance with the original narrative, Li Jianhao was never actually beaten. Rather, all of Li Jianhao's subordinates were defeated by Yi Fan. At this moment, Qi Songling, who stood beside Wei Hoshin, arrived, and leveraging Qi Songling's status in the Wei family, Yi Fan compelled Li Jianhao to submit. However, with his unexpected arrival, the original plot could not unfold as intended. He intended to sever all possibilities of Li Jianhao siding with Yi Fan and aimed to recruit a henchman instead. Thus, he chose to wait. Moreover, he had already arranged with the Wei family yesterday that Qi Songling would seek him out for the Wei family's martial arts at this time. Li Jianhao, upon seeing the Fuchin mountain dwelling, felt his lips twitch uncontrollably. Initially, he thought that if he couldn't defeat you, he could always call upon his little brothers. But upon seeing this smoke, his earlier thoughts vanished without a trace. What a joke. Anyone who could afford this smoke was certainly not an ordinary individual. He lay quietly on the ground, too afraid to speak, utterly bewildered by what the young man before him was waiting for. Soon, Wang Chao's phone rang. He answered, "Hello? Hello, Wang Chao, it's Xiao Qi beside Old Wei." On the other end, Qi Songling spoke with great respect. "Oh, it's you. What is it?" Wang Chao inquired leisurely, taking a drag from his cigarette. "You instructed me yesterday to come for the Wei family's martial arts today. I wonder if it's ready? If so, I can come over now." Qi Songling thought to himself that the wealthy often forget things. "It's all set. I'm at the Dihao KTV. Come over." Wang Chao concluded the call. Indeed, he had been waiting for this call. In truth, if he revealed his identity, it would be enough to terrify Li Jianhao. Yet he preferred to remain low-key. If Li Jianhao were to discover this thought, he would surely curse. "You're smoking a Fuchin mountain dwelling, and you dare to say you want to keep a low profile?" After finishing one cigarette, Wang Chao noticed that Li Jianhao was still lying on the ground. He chose to ignore him, as he still had to play the part. Before long, Qi Songling, dressed in a suit, briskly entered. Upon entering, he frowned, pondering how Li Jianhao came to be there, why he was lying on the floor, and why there were so many people in the room. Seeing that the newcomer was Qi Songling, a favored aide of Old Wei, Li Jianhao nearly lost control of himself. Why is he here? The Wei family, although not originally from Jiangbei, had inexplicably established a presence there. They were not merely any powerful family. They were a force that every affluent clan feared. The patriarch, Wei Hoshin, was renowned as the foremost figure beneath the war god, unmatched in his prestige. Realizing this, he quickly scrambled to his feet, forcing a smile. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed that Qi Songling had not even glanced in his direction, instead walking directly to Wang Chao and saying respectfully, "Wang Chao." Wang Chao acknowledged with a nod, retrieving the modified Wei family martial arts manual from his bag and handing it to Qi Songling. He calmly stated, "From now on, do not call me Wang Chao. I have come to Jiangbei to study and wish to maintain a low profile. Henceforth, you shall address me as Master Wang." Qi Songling was momentarily taken aback. While he had no objection to calling him Master Wang, such a title hardly aligned with the notion of being low-key. Li Jianhao, upon hearing this, felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth, nearly exclaiming, "Master Wang? How shameless." After all, Qi Songling was a favored figure next to Old Wei. Not only did he not rise to greet him, but he also demanded to be addressed as Master Wang. This was a death knell for him. Yet, what followed left Li Jianhao feeling utterly despondent. "Yes, Master Wang, I will surely convey this to everyone in the Wei family." Qi Songling bowed deeply in respect. Noticing Li Jianhao's astonished expression out of the corner of his eye, he straightened up and thought that the master's presence here must be for leisure. However, given that Li Jianhao had been kneeling, he must have offended the master. After a moment's contemplation, he asked, "Master Wang, did Li Jianhao offend you? If he did, I can help you deal with it." Li Jianhao nearly fell to his knees again, thinking, "I have been receiving a beating. How could I dare bully him? No. We were merely discussing ideals, and it was quite pleasant." Wang Chao waved his hand with a smile. Yes, Master Wang and I were just talking about ideals. Discussing ideals. Li Jianhao nearly burst into tears, realizing that if the Wei family discovered he had troubled Wang Chao, he would surely be finished. "That's good." Qi Songling nodded and turned to Li Jianhao, warning, "Li Jianhao, I advise you to remember that Master Wang is a great benefactor of the Wei family. Should you dare to show any disrespect towards the master, do not blame me for being unkind." I wouldn't. Li Jianhao hastily nodded, his curiosity about Wang Chao's identity growing. Who exactly was this person, that he was a great benefactor of the Wei family? He was not someone to provoke. "Master Wang, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Qi Songling respectfully stated, and upon receiving Wang Chao's nod, he slowly exited the room. Wang Chao cast a glance at Li Jianhao. According to the original story, after Qi Songling left, Li Jianhao would acknowledge him as the boss. "What is taking you so long? I need to return and analyze the ladies." "Ugh, I meant to analyze the subsequent plot. Master Wang, it was all a misunderstanding. I hope you will not hold it against me." Li Jianhao quickly apologized, pulling out a bank card. "A small token of respect. I hope Master Wang won't mind." Wang Chao, with a stoic expression, thought to himself that this bank card was likely the same one Li Jianhao had offered to Yi Fan when he acknowledged him as the boss in the original story. Yi Fan had used that million to purchase a treasure at the ghost market, which he later sold for several billion, followed by acquiring a heavenly treasure at an auction, greatly enhancing his cultivation. He reached out to accept it. "All right, I will accept this money. Indeed, from now on, you are my boss, Li Jianhao. In Jiangbei, as long as you give the word, I will handle anything for you, big brother." Li Jianhao thought joyfully, having latched onto a powerful ally. Surely, even the Wei family would give him some face, let alone the other major families. This title of boss was well-earned. Ding. Congratulations to the host for severing the subplot. Main character S fortune value, 200, current fortune value, 17,000. Host S villain value, 200, can use villain value, 700. Wang Chao smirked slightly. Only 200? Oh well. It seems most of the fortune value lies with the male lead's harem. He gazed at Li Jianhao with an indifferent demeanor, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Embodying the aura of an esteemed figure. Rising, he took out a cigarette from the pack. Li Jianhao eagerly produced a lighter to ignite it. Quite perceptive. Wang Chao was pleased and tossed the remaining Fuchin mountain dwelling to Li Jianhao. One good turn deserves another. Although only 2 cigarettes remain, it suffices. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. Li Jianhao quickly expressed his gratitude, for in his eyes, this gesture was far more than a mere offering of cigarettes. It was a response from Wang Chao. Wang Chao waved his hand dismissively and stepped outside. Li Jianhao could hardly let this opportunity slip by, eagerly trailing behind him to personally see him off. As they reached the ground floor, 2 figures suddenly darted out. Chapter 13, Charisma Overflowing. Upon spotting the figures, Wang Chao instinctively took a step back. On closer inspection, he realized it was Yin Ruxue and Zhang Hui. They had not left after all. He also noticed Yi Fan, who was feigning calmness not far away. Yin Ruxue had been pulled downstairs by Zhang Hui, but, recalling that she had yet to thank Wang Chao for saving her and not knowing his phone number or WeChat, decided to wait downstairs. Seeing Wang Chao descend, her excitement got the better of her, and she rushed forward, her face flushed as she stammered. "See, could I invite you to dinner?" Zhang Hui, following closely behind Yin Ruxue, noticed Li Jianhao trailing Wang Chao and was so startled that she lowered her head, afraid to speak. "Another day, perhaps. It's rather late, and you should head home." Wang Chao tactfully declined. "Then, may I have your phone number?" Yin Ruxue felt intimidated by Wang Chao's presence, yet was also drawn to him. Unwilling to let this chance slip away, Wang Chao deliberately paused for a moment, slowly nodded, provided his phone number to Yin Ruxue, and waved his hand. "I must take my leave now. Please be careful on your way. Goodbye, boss." Li Jianhao quickly waved as well, and upon seeing Wang Chao enter a Maybach, he was once again taken aback. This was a car he had only seen on television. He could hardly believe one existed in Jiangbei. Yin Ruxue's cheeks were flushed, her heart racing, her eyes shimmering with exhilaration. "He even told me to be careful on the road. Is he hinting at something? Has he developed feelings for me?" Beside them, Yi Fan's previously calm demeanor rippled with curiosity. Who exactly was this person? In his previous life, Yin Ruxue had clearly favored Gao Yuan. Had everything changed since his rebirth? "Hey, Yi Fan, why are you just standing there? Hurry and call a cab to go home. It's getting late. And my mom will scold me again." Yin Ruxue, already not fond of Yi Fan, was even less so after today's events, speaking to him rather rudely. Yi Fan's expression turned impassive again, but inwardly he thought, "Aunt, one day you will regret your actions today." He hailed a taxi, feeling a profound sense of frustration. Though he could not pinpoint its source, Wang Chao drove back to the Wangshan villa, comfortably reclining on the sofa as he examined the system interface, declaring, "Allocate strength to 200 and the rest to physique." Ding. Exchange successful. Name, Wang Chao. Strength, 200, normal, 100. Spirit, 100, normal, 100. Charisma, 200, normal, 100. Physique, 180, normal, 100. Skill, none. Other, basic alchemy. Wealth, 23, 1 billion. Villain value, 0. Protagonist luck value, 17,000. Phew. Wang Chao felt his body grow stronger once again. A casual punch seemed capable of shattering the air itself. Quite impressive. The following days appeared to hold little in the way of events. Perhaps a stroll around Jiangbei University would be in order. With his mind made up, he stretched lazily and retired for the night. The next morning, Wang Chao drove directly to Jiangbei University. In his previous life, he too had been a university student. But alas, he had drifted aimlessly for 3 years, only to awaken to the need for study in his 4th year, only to find himself reborn, with lingering regrets. He arrived at Jiangbei University. The original text did not portray Jiangbei University as a prestigious institution, merely an ordinary undergraduate school. At this time, it was the beginning of the school year, and many students had already returned early. As Wang Chao walked along the campus paths, he frequently elicited shrieks from female students. "So handsome. Is he a big star? How come I've never noticed such a handsome guy at our school? I must have been blind. The Prince Charming was right beside me all along." All eyes were drawn to Wang Chao, whose rugged features and impeccably refined visage, combined with his princely stature, made him the epitome of the ideal Prince Charming. Some bold girls approached to ask for his WeChat, confessing their feelings, even daring to proclaim their desire to bear his children. Wang Chao graciously declined each advance. "Hubby, A sudden exclamation pierced the air, causing Wang Chao's brow to furrow. He cast a sharp glance, eager to discover which audacious boy dared to call out so, only to see a rapidly fleeing figure. Wang Chao seethed inwardly, "Kid, consider yourself fortunate to escape. Otherwise, I would have shattered your legs." Nevertheless, it was evident that his charisma had reached new heights. Recollecting his thoughts, he intended to visit his dormitory when he suddenly spotted a transcendently beautiful girl emerging from the female dormitory, reminiscent of a celestial being. He recognized her as Lu Zixia, the rightful wife of Yi Fan in the original narrative, who had betrayed him. Accompanying Lu Zixia was another girl, who, upon seeing Wang Chao, brightened and eagerly tugged at her friend, exclaiming, "Wow, Zixia, look at that guy. He is so handsome." Lu Zixia turned in surprise, locking eyes with Wang Chao's striking features, momentarily taken aback. In her recollection, Wang Chao had not been this striking. Could she be hallucinating? But she quickly regained her composure, striding towards him with an icy demeanor, coldly demanding, "Wang Chao, when will you be done with this?" Wang Chao frowned and distanced himself from her. To be frank, Lu Zixia was indeed beautiful, arguably the most stunning woman he had encountered, but to him now, she was merely someone to glance at, entirely devoid of interest. Moreover, recalling that the previous owner of this body had been betrayed by this woman sent chills coursing through him. With a thin smile, he replied mockingly, "You've misunderstood. I'm here to study, not to pursue you. You're blocking my way." Wang Chao did not spare her another glance, striding past her with purposeful steps. Lu Zixia's face flushed instantly. Disbelief etched across her features as she gazed at Wang Chao's retreating form. Unable to fathom that the man who had once worshipped her would dare to speak such words, an inexplicable surge of anger welled up within her. And as she opened her mouth to call out to Wang Chao, she found him halting in his tracks, turning to face her. "On the 15th day of the first month, return to Yanjing with me. I wish to annul our engagement." He delivered the words coldly before striding away with nonchalance. Lu Zixia stood frozen in place, utterly stunned. How could this be possible? Wang Chao had previously clung to her like a leech. Even before she came to Jiangbei for school, he had relentlessly pursued her. Why the sudden desire to cancel their engagement? Infuriated, she shouted, "Wang Chao, stop right there." Wang Chao understood women's sentiments all too well. The more one fawned, the less they were regarded. With a cold snort, he turned to face Lu Zixia. "Do you have any further matters, Miss Lu?" Lu Zixia opened her mouth, suddenly at a loss for words. She had never regarded Wang Chao highly, and had always loathed the union between their families. Now that he had agreed, she should have been pleased, should she not? For reasons unbeknownst to her, Wang Chao's dismissive demeanor towards her ignited a sense of indignation within Lu Zixia, a feeling akin to being belittled. Her heart swelling with frustration that had no outlet. "If there's nothing else, I shall take my leave. Do not forget our agreement for the Lantern Festival. Should you miss it, you shall never escape this engagement." Wang Chao's gaze darkened, coldly fixating on Lu Zixia. A shiver coursed through her. For although she hailed from an esteemed family in Yanjing, the disparity between the Lu family and the Wang family was stark. Her father had forged this engagement in hopes of ascending the social ladder through the Wang family. Over the years, the Lu family had prospered. Yet she understood all too well that daring to initiate a breakup would lead them perilously close to bankruptcy. Yet, why had Wang Chao suddenly proposed the dissolution of their engagement? Chapter 14, A New Roommate. Lu Zixia found herself momentarily speechless in front of Wang Chao, ultimately feeling an unexpected urge to cling to the engagement. Taking a deep breath and gritting her teeth, she asked, "Is it true that you wish to break our engagement?" Wang Chao, reading her expression, smirked inwardly and turned his back, stating, "The more I look at you, the more I feel nauseous. Is it true or not?" With that, he strode away decisively. Lu Zixia stood there, bewildered by the cold wind, unable to process what had just transpired. "Zixia, he is your fiancé, so handsome." Her roommate Chen Ziru exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment. Despite Lu Zixia being the belle of the school with admirers aplenty, her fiancé's radiance eclipsed them all, leaving her feeling a twinge of jealousy. That scoundrel thinks he can break the engagement? Not a chance. Lu Zixia stomped her foot in frustration, her eyes reddening. She could not fathom why Wang Chao had suddenly lost interest in her. However, it was undeniable that his demeanor had changed, his bearing, speech, and even his appearance seemed increasingly appealing, stirring within her a desire to draw nearer. Her cheeks flushed. Lu Zixia hastily covered her reddened face, alarmed at the thought that she might be developing feelings for Wang Chao. "Ding. Your affection for Lu Zixia is at 100, affection value 20. Just as Wang Chao reached the dormitory entrance, he inexplicably heard a system notification, causing him to pause. After waiting for a spell, the system offered no further information. "Damn it. Why has my affection value increased?" but not my villain value. It seems Lu Zixiao is quite a challenge. Shaking his head, he entered his dormitory. Upon entering, he noticed that two of his roommates had already arrived, each seated at their desks. One was a hefty fellow, while the other appeared rather frail. Wang Chao, noticing their gazes upon him, greeted them with a smile. "Hello, gentlemen. I am the new arrival, Wang Chao. I look forward to your kindness." Zhao Cheng, the slender one. Zhao Cheng nodded with a smile, though his eyes scrutinized Wang Chao. With a model-like physique, striking features, and exquisite attire, complemented by a dazzling Rolex on his wrist, a twinge of jealousy surged within him. Liang Wu felt that the person before him was exceptionally handsome and approached, asking, "I heard you just transferred here. Which university did you come from?" "Qingda," Wang Chao replied, revealing that he had come to Yi Fan's school not merely to study and reclaim his youth, but for a more significant purpose, to recruit followers, ensuring that Yi Fan could not easily charm the ladies on campus. After all, Yi Fan was the protagonist, thriving on his romantic pursuits. Wang Chao had already claimed several of Yi Fan's harem members, and should a wealthy heiress choose to support Yi Fan, offering him rare herbs over 500 years old, it could become quite troublesome. "Qingdao? Are you referring to Tsinghua University?" Liang Wu inquired half-jokingly. "Tsinghua University," Wang Chao clarified, then reached into his bag for cigarettes, offering them to the two, who accepted without hesitation. He lit one for himself as well. "Tsinghua. Haha, brother, you must be joking. If you could get into Tsinghua, why would you come to this backwater place?" Zhao Cheng was skeptical, flicking his lighter to ignite his cigarette. Taking a puff, he found the smoke to be pleasantly aromatic, an indescribable comfort filling his lungs. Wang Chao merely smiled, choosing not to dispute. Indeed, who in their right mind would transfer to a place like this after being accepted into Tsinghua? Taking a drag, he inquired, "Since I'm new here, could you enlighten me about the beautiful women on campus that are worth pursuing?" "This smoke is quite remarkable," Liang Wu remarked, instinctively flicking the ash from his cigarette. "If you want to know about others, I can't help you, but if you're asking about this, you're in luck. In our year, we boast 3 of the 4 campus beauties. They are Kong Fu, Yin Ruxue, and Jiang Hui. However, the most stunning of all is Lu Zixiao from the English department, who is truly more beautiful than any star. Besides these 4, Zhang Di from the biological sciences department and Zhao Qing from the English department are also quite remarkable." Listening to Liang Wu's enthusiastic descriptions, Wang Chao gained a preliminary understanding of the beauties in their year and couldn't help but marvel at the protagonist's fortunate circumstances, as all 4 campus beauties were part of Yi Fan's harem. Yet, encountering him would not bode well for them. "Hey, brother, what brand of cigarettes are you smoking? They are exquisite. Could I trouble you for another?" Liang Wu, having finished one, shamelessly asked Wang Chao for another. Wang Chao, not one to be stingy, handed them each another cigarette. After chatting for a while longer, he sensed that it was time to depart. "I have some matters to attend to and may not frequent the dormitory often, so please call me if anything comes up." Wang Chao left his phone number with Liang Wu and also gifted him the remaining cigarettes. "How embarrassing," Liang Wu replied, a bit bashful, yet unable to resist taking the cigarettes, primarily because they were so enjoyable. After Wang Chao departed, Liang Wu glanced at the cigarette box and exclaimed, "What the heck? This is Fuchin Mountain Residence. What are you shouting about?" "What Fuchin Mountain Residence?" Zhao Cheng, who came from a less affluent background and had never heard of it, shot Liang Wu an annoyed look. "Do you know how much each cigarette costs?" Liang Wu carefully tucked the box away. "How much could it be? Is it more expensive than Huazi?" Zhao Cheng, familiar only with Huazi, which he had heard could go for over 70 for a pack, was incredulous. "Brother, one of these can buy you a pack and a half of Huazi." Liang Wu looked out the window, his mind struggling to comprehend that his new roommate was a wealthy individual who smoked Fuchin Mountain Residence. "What? Are you joking?" Zhao Cheng remained skeptical. Liang Wu promptly pulled up the market price of Fuchin Mountain Residence on his phone, 21,000 for a carton, and it's hard to even find them. "My goodness, this is a treasure." Upon seeing the price displayed on the phone, Zhao Cheng's mouth quivered wildly, and his sense of inferiority intensified. After leaving the university, Wang Chao drove to the largest antique market in Jiangbei, the Daqiamen Antique City. This place was unlike those tourist traps filled with fakes. Genuine artifacts could indeed be found here. Wang Chao wasted no time and headed directly to a shop named Old Jean Antique Store. Upon entering, he inquired, "Boss, do you have any good items?" The shopkeeper, Jean Yuanbao, merely glanced at Wang Chao and instantly concluded that he was undoubtedly a wealthy second generation. He hastily approached, smiling broadly. "What can I help you find today? Just tell me if there are any treasures here," Wang Chao replied, his gaze casually scanning the surroundings. The original text states that a painting, an imitation by the renowned artist Zhang Daqian, was sold for approximately 3 million by Yi Fan. However, this painting conceals a deeper secret, for it harbors another artwork within an original piece by the Northern Song Dynasty master, Zhang Zedwan. The specifics of this hidden painting remain undisclosed in the original text, which merely notes that it was sold for over 200 million to Su Xinghe, the head of the illustrious Su family of Jiangbei. Is this not appealing to our handsome protagonist? Jin Yuanbao scrutinized Wang Chao's expression and inquired. Wang Chao shook his head, stating, "Not appealing. I seek a painting as a gift for an elder." Indeed, indeed. Jin Yuanbao exclaimed eagerly, recalling a recent acquisition of a Zhang Daqian painting, and hurriedly instructed someone to fetch it. At that moment, Su Xinghe, the head of the Su family, sauntered in from outside. Chapter 15. A painting within a painting. Hearing the footsteps, Wang Chao turned to see Su Xinghe and recognized him instantly. He mused, "It seems the plot remains unchanged. As long as this painting is for sale, Su Xinghe will inevitably appear. This is fortuitous, as it spares him a trip to the Su family." Accepting the painting from the attendant, he slowly unfurled it, revealing an exceedingly simplistic floral and avian depiction. Were it not for the inscription of Zhang Daqian's name, it would likely have gone unnoticed by others. Oh, is that not the head of the Su family? A rare visitor indeed. Jin Yuanbao, upon spotting Su Xinghe, approached with a beaming smile. Mindful of the head of Jiangbei's foremost family, whose wealth was substantial, "I merely came to peruse, checking for any exceptional pieces," Su Xinghe replied amiably, resembling an unpretentious uncle without the airs of a family patriarch. Indeed, indeed. Jin Yuanbao gestured towards the painting in Wang Chao's possession. "This is Master Zhang Daqian's floral and avian painting, and furthermore, this." He produced a palm-sized black box from behind the counter, revealing an exquisitely carved wooden tiger, lifelike in its detail. Su Xinghe glanced at the wooden sculpture with little interest, for such items were plentiful in his family. His gaze turned to the painting in Wang Chao's hands, and he nodded slightly, commenting, "This painting is rather nice, though regrettably a replica. Shopkeeper, I will take this painting." Wang Chao regarded Su Xinghe with a knowing smile, thinking to himself, "Mock me all you wish. There will come a time for your lamentation." Ah well. This is indeed a painting by Master Zhang Daqian. Though a replica, it possesses immense value, since fate has entwined this handsome gentleman with it. I shall reluctantly part with it for a firm price of 10 million. Jin Yuanbao extolled the painting while feigning reluctance. Su Xinghe merely smirked at this, opting to remain silent as he turned his attention to other wares in the shop. Wang Chao chuckled, his eyes seemingly able to pierce through one's thoughts, and stated directly, 2 million. Should you wish to sell, I can pay immediately. In the original text, this painting was ultimately purchased by Yi Fan for 3 million. According to the author's assessment, the valuation of this piece hovered around 2 million, thus 2 million should suffice. 2 million? Young brother. This is a genuine work by Master Zhang, highly collectible. 2 million will not suffice. My lowest price is 9 million. Jin Yuanbao, estimating its worth to be around 2 million, felt a sense of imbalance seeing Wang Chao, who exuded the aura of a wealthy heir. Wang Chao rolled up the painting, placed it on the counter with indifference, and began to leave. Young brother, please don't depart just yet." Jin Yuanbao hastily called after him, internally wondering if this young man was aware of the painting's true value. Seeing Wang Chao halt, he wore a conciliatory smile, suggesting that the price was negotiable. Wang Chao, expressionless, sensed that negotiations were leaning favorably for him. After all, the original text indicated that, even if appraised, the painting wouldn't be valued at more than 100,000. "Shopkeeper, if there's no sincerity in your offer, I'll simply explore other establishments." "Wait, how about this? I'll provide a minimum price of 5 million. After all, this is a genuine piece by Master Zhang, while any ordinary painting outside would be." Before he could finish, Wang Chao moved again, prompting Jin Yuanbao to exclaim, Wait, 3 million, that's my lowest offer." Suddenly, Wang Chao recalled a detail. The original floral and avian painting was valued at less than 2 million. He halted, adopting a serious demeanor for bargaining. "Thus, I shall offer 150,000. Jin Yuanbao, having never seen the original floral and avian piece, relied on his years of experience and recognized that such a simplistic artwork held little value. Smirking slightly, he realized he had encountered someone knowledgeable today. He resolved, "Very well. I shall consider this a loss in order to make a friend." Without further ado, Wang Chao produced his bank card and made the payment. Following the example set by Yi Fan in the original text, he examined the painting once more, feigning surprise. This painting, it contains another painting. Upon hearing Wang Chao's words, both Jin Yuanbao and Su Xinghe turned their curious gazes towards him. "Shopkeeper, may I borrow a knife for a moment?" Uncertain of Wang Chao's intentions, Jin Yuanbao retrieved a utility knife from the counter, inwardly pondering whether another painting truly lay hidden. Wang Chao seated himself, delicately using the knife to slice around the edges of the painting. As he pried open a corner, he discovered a concealed compartment within. Grasping a corner of the hidden layer, he carefully cut along the edges of the floral and avian painting. Gently lifting it, a pristine new artwork emerged before them. This is Zhang Ziduan's true masterpiece. Wang Chao had yet to fully comprehend the significance, but was captivated by the artwork's brilliance. Suddenly, he heard Su Xinghe exclaim, "This is undoubtedly Zhang Ziduan's original work. Young brother, would you consider selling this painting to me?" Jin Yuanbao, observing from the side, recognized the painting's value. His excitement evident. This was Zhang Ziduan's artwork, worth 150,000. He lamented the loss, contemplating strategies to reclaim the painting. Wang Chao maintained a serene expression, devoid of surprise or joy, and shrugged. "Uncle, this painting is intended as a gift." Noticing Su Xinghe's disappointed demeanor, he remarked nonchalantly, "Even if it weren't a gift, given that this is Zhang Ziduan's original work, do you truly believe I would part with it for 150,000? I am not in need of money." Internally, he thought, "Of course, I should sell it to you. Even if I possess wealth, it is prudent to win your favor." Su Xinghe, lacking other hobbies, harbored a passion for collecting antiques and artworks. He had several pieces by Zhang Daqian at home, and thus held little interest in the floral and avian painting. Yet Zhang Ziduan's works were rare treasures. Even with wealth, acquiring one was no certainty. He had sensed that Wang Chao was knowledgeable and, knowing he had undervalued the piece, smiled. "Young brother, you jest. Zhang Ziduan's works are not inexpensive. I will offer you 100 million. Can we conclude the sale? The floral and avian painting can remain yours." Wang Chao couldn't help but smirk. In the original text, Su Xinghe acquired this painting for 23 billion. Now he thought to secure it for 100 million? He shook his head. "Uncle, I genuinely do not lack funds. This painting would look splendid hanging in my home." Su Xinghe felt a twinge of frustration, reflecting on why he had not noticed the painting's significance earlier. Had he done so, his influence would have ensured that Jin Yuanbao sold it to him. Alas, there were no what-ifs. He had to acquire Zhang Ziduan's work. Thus, he mustered the courage to press on. "Little brother, I am Su Xinghe from the Su family. Could you, for my sake, consider transferring this painting to me? I am willing to offer 200 million. Wang Chao cast a fleeting glance at Su Xinghe, remaining silent. He thought to himself that he must at least match the previous high bid to make the sale. Seeing Wang Chao's continued refusal, Su Xinghe grew anxious. This painting, although not Zhang Ziduan's finest work, was valued at around 150 million, yet he yearned for it desperately. Gritting his teeth, he raised his offer to 230 million. "Uncle Su, I've mentioned before that I truly do not lack in funds. If you genuinely wish to purchase it." Wang Chao hesitated, realizing the price was nearly acceptable. Suddenly, an excellent proposal came to mind that would also hinder the protagonist's ascent. Chapter 16, A Sudden Change of Heart. Seeing Wang Chao finally relent, Su Xinghe felt a surge of joy, though he endeavored to maintain a calm exterior as he awaited Wang Chao's next words. Wang Chao, perceptive to the subtle shifts in Su Xinghe's demeanor, understood his profound affection for the painting and knew he would not relinquish it easily. After a brief contemplation, he spoke softly. "Uncle Su, I have recently taken an interest in collecting medicinal herbs over 100 years old. I can reluctantly part with this painting for you, but you must assist me in inquiring about such herbs. If any are available, you can inform me, and I will purchase them all." In the original narrative, Yi Fan's elevation of his cultivation was facilitated through various herbs. Ultimately, after enhancing his abilities, he created a formidable spirit-summoning array using 5 millennium-old ginseng at Wangshan Villa. Now, he aimed to acquire all medicinal materials over a century old in Jiangbei, which would effectively delay the protagonist for at least 3 months. 3 months would be ample time to extract Yi Fan's fortune. Otherwise, it would be a shame to waste his identity as a transmigrator. That is simple. "Leave it to me." Su Xinghe, hearing only the request to help investigate the herbs, agreed without hesitation. "In that case, the painting is yours." Wang Chao smiled as he pushed the painting towards him. Ding. Congratulations to the host for seizing the protagonist's treasure. Protagonist's fortune value, 100. Current fortune value, 16, 900. Host's villain value, 100. Usable villain points, 100. Wang Chao glanced at the system interface. Although the increase in villain points was slow, it was steady. And that was precisely the feeling he desired. "Wait." Jin Yuanbao's abrupt voice cut in, causing both Wang Chao and Su Xinghe to turn their gazes towards him. He steeled himself and spoke firmly. "I have decided not to sell this painting." Having just been stunned, Jin Yuanbao was seeing a painting within a painting for the first time. Faced with such a priceless artwork, he was determined to stake a claim, even if it meant breaking the norms of their trade. Upon hearing this, Wang Chao merely raised an eyebrow, while Su Xinghe frowned. Jin Yuanbao took a deep breath, then turned directly to Su Xinghe. maintaining a subservient demeanor. Master Su, this painting was originally to be sold by me. I will sell it directly to you at half price. You only need to give me 120 million. Having observed that Wang Chao seemed unfamiliar with Su Xinghe, Jin Yuanbao speculated that he was either a wealthy young scion or an outsider. If he was the former, Jin Yuanbao felt no fear. His antique shop had some reputation in the city. As long as Su Xinghe agreed, even if Wang Chao objected, he would be powerless to stop it. If it was the latter, who was he to challenge the local authority? At that moment, Su Xinghe remained silent, deeply contemplating Jin Yuanbao's proposal. However, he soon reached a decision. When he had previously offered 200 million, Wang Chao hadn't even blinked. What did that imply? It indicated that the opposing family wielded significant power. Even if they could not rival the Su family, they were formidable nonetheless. Even with this realization, he did not intend to speak first, wanting to gauge Wang Chao's reaction. Wang Chao had already anticipated Jin Yuanbao's maneuver, which mirrored events from the original narrative, albeit with himself as the target instead of Yi Fan. Casting a dark glance at Jin Yuanbao, he suddenly smiled with intrigue. Heh, are you certain you want to proceed with this? This was originally mine, and now that I have no desire to sell, can you really force the issue? Jin Yuanbao felt uncomfortable under Wang Chao's piercing gaze, yet the prospect of that vast sum of money emboldened him. Indeed, he was audacious. Wang Chao mocked, swiftly dialing Li Jianhao, while let his subordinates go to waste. Master Wang, hello? It is truly a stroke of luck for me to receive your call. I am absolutely elated. Li Jianhao's slightly excited voice came through the phone, but Wang Chao interrupted him sharply, commanding, no time for pleasantries. Bring some men to the antique city. I am at old Jin's antique shop. His tone was frigid, and he hung up immediately. Then, he leisurely took out a box of Fuchin Mountain residents, lit a stick, and pulled a chair closer, sitting down with an air of nonchalance. He took a puff and glanced at Su Xinghe, who was observing, internally cursing, old fox. Yet, this old fellow would prove immensely useful in the future. He continued, Uncle Su, you should head back. Later, I will personally deliver the painting to your residence. At that moment, Su Xinghe found Wang Chao increasingly inscrutable. He had encountered many prominent young figures, yet this young man before him left no impression whatsoever. Were it not for the cigarette in his hand and his extraordinary demeanor, he might have mistaken him for an ordinary rich kid, even a simpleton. After all, Jin Yuanbao had been mingling in these circles for years. He ought to weigh his options when choosing to stir trouble here. Given the gravity of Wang Chao's words, it seemed he had some backing. If it meant spending a bit more money, so be it. Turning to Jin Yuanbao, he blandly stated, Boss Jin, once something is sold, there is no basis for reclaiming it. Upon hearing this, a complex expression crossed Jin Yuanbao's face. He was not afraid of the impending arrival of reinforcements. But now even Su Xinghe seemed to side with Wang Chao. While he could disregard others, he could not afford to offend Su Xinghe. After some contemplation, he decided to concede, believing this matter could be smoothed over. He picked up the tiger carving and handed it to Wang Chao, wearing a broad smile, as if nothing had transpired. Little brother, I truly apologize for earlier. Please accept this tiger carving as a gesture of my contrition. Wang Chao glanced at the tiger carving. In the original narrative, it had ultimately ended up in Yi Fan's hands. While the carving itself was worth little, merely 200,000 to 300,000, unbeknownst to others, it was the key to unlocking a treasure trove. However, he did not accept it, merely exhaling a puff of smoke in silence. Little brother, I believe Boss Jin's apology is sincere. Shall we simply let this matter rest? Su Xinghe, having known Jin Yuanbao for many years, noted that he was now showing Wang Chao sufficient respect and quickly added his support. Wang Chao's tone remained polite, yet his eyes brimmed with latent hostility. Uncle Su, this is a matter between me and Boss Jin. I hope you will refrain from interference. Su Xinghe was taken aback, sensing the formidable aura emanating from Wang Chao that made even him feel a twinge of fear. Instinctively, he took a step back and ceased speaking. However, he did not intend to leave, instead opting to stand silently aside and observe. The shop fell into an immediate hush. Yet within the stillness, an air of tension began to permeate. Jin Yuanbao sensed the ominous shift. This individual was disregarding even Su Xinghe's standing. With a steely resolve, he gritted his teeth and said, My young brother, I shall generously gift you this painting. Let us consider it a gesture of friendship. Friendship? Huh. Do you truly believe you are worthy of such a notion? Wang Chao tossed the cigarette but to the ground and extinguished it with his foot, then took out his phone, engrossed in his game. Jin Yuanbao, observing the young man's indifference, felt a surge of irritation. Young brother, one must know when to show mercy. Do not act too ruthlessly. Wang Chao responded with a faint smile, and what of it? Do not mistake my composure for fear. Even a cornered rabbit can bite. Jin Yuanbao, steeling himself, decided to summon some reinforcements, knowing that should trouble arise, having backup would be prudent. He hastily dialed a number. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside. Jin Yuanbao was taken aback, quickly turning to see Li Jianhao storming in with over 40 followers. Chapter 17. I am Wang Chao. Li Jianhao, the underground emperor of Jiangbei City, possessed countless enterprises, his wealth rivaling that of many second-tier families in Jiangbei. Known for his ruthless demeanor and decisive actions, he was not one to forgive slights easily. Su Xinghe narrowed his eyes. He recognized Li Jianhao, and, while he looked down upon such lowly figures, he had no desire to provoke him. Noticing the formidable entourage Li Jianhao had brought, his heart sank. Could it be that Jin Yuanbao had summoned them? After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to aid Wang Chao, for his standing in Jiangbei still commanded respect. Moreover, he found Wang Chao to be an intriguing individual. Just as he was about to approach, Li Jianhao called out from a distance, "Boss, I've arrived. Who is the fool that dared to offend you?" As he spoke, he approached, casting a glance and locking eyes with Su Xinghe, who was staring at him. Alarmed, he halted in his tracks, thinking to himself, surely, my boss has not offended Su Xinghe? That would pose quite the dilemma. Wang Chao, having put away his phone, stretched lazily, waiting on the side, while the shopkeeper had also gone to fetch help. Upon hearing this, Li Jianhao felt a slight relief. It seemed they were only dealing with the shopkeeper. However, he quickly reminded himself that there was no need to fear Su Xinghe. After all, his boss was a benefactor of the Wei family, and with their backing, the Su family was inconsequential. Having met previously, he stepped forward to clasp his fists in salute, addressing Su Xinghe. At that moment, even Su Xinghe couldn't conceal his astonishment. He had just heard Li Jianhao refer to Wang Chao as boss. What sort of formidable figure must Wang Chao be to command the loyalty of someone of Li Jianhao's stature? Despite his shock, he managed to force a smile and nodded slowly. Meanwhile, Jin Yuanbao was paralyzed with fear, trembling uncontrollably on the ground. He could never have anticipated that Wang Chao would summon the underground emperor. Just then, a group of 5 or 6 individuals entered with an intimidating presence, led by a man named Huang Yongzheng. Upon entering and spotting Li Jianhao, their confidence visibly waned. Approaching hesitantly, he stammered, "Big brother, WH, what are you doing here?" Li Jianhao, puzzled since he had not called Huang Yongzheng, retorted, "What brings you here?" Suddenly glancing at the cowering Jin Yuanbao, he frowned. "You're not here at Jin Yuanbao's behest, are you?" Huang Yongzheng, feeling a wave of dread, quickly assessed Jin Yuanbao's expression and thought, "Oh no, Jin Yuanbao, you've thrown me under the bus." Li Jianhao's expression darkened, and with a swift motion, he slapped Huang Yongzheng on the head, scolding, "Who the hell gave you the audacity? Do you know who this person is that you've offended?" Huang Yongzheng clutched his head, feeling wronged but too intimidated to speak. Wang Chao, seeing that everyone had arrived, walked slowly to the trembling Huang Yongzheng, tilting his head to regard him. "Are you the one Jin Yuanbao called?" Huang Yongzheng's teeth chattered as he wiped the sweat from his brow, stuttering, "And no, that's not me." Wang Chao let out a cold laugh, his tone exceedingly relaxed. "All right, brothers, it's time to get down to business. What should we do, boss?" Li Jianhao hurried to Wang Chao's side, casting a glare at Huang Yongzheng. Wang Chao gathered the painting and the tiger sculpture that Jin Yuanbao had placed on the table, speaking languidly, "Smash everything." "Understood," Li Jianhao responded, waving his hand. And over 40 people sprang into action. Instantly, the shop filled with the sounds of clattering and shattering. Huang Yongzheng joined in, though not in destruction. He took the opportunity to beat Jin Yuanbao soundly. Before long, the first floor was a chaotic mess, with items reduced to rubble. At that moment, Su Xinghe found himself pushed out of the doorway. Frowning, he glanced back at Wang Chao, noting his cold demeanor and the glint of danger in his eyes. Even he felt compelled to retreat from his presence, his curiosity about Wang Chao's identity only deepening. After the ruckus of destruction, the crowd exited the shop, leaving only Wang Chao, Li Jianhao, and a battered Jin Yuanbao behind. "I am Wang Chao, residing at Villa Number 1 on Wangshan. Should you wish to seek me out, feel free to come," Wang Chao declared before striding purposefully out. Jin Yuanbao, filled with dread, cast a fearful glance at Wang Chao, shaking his head frantically. Unable to utter a word, let alone consider calling the police. He had offended not just Wang Chao, but also Li Jianhao. Reporting it would only mean accepting a compensation fee and being forced to leave Jiangbei. Escaping at all would be a stroke of luck. Outside, Su Xinghe, having overheard Villa Number 1 on Wangshan, felt his jaw nearly drop in shock. Wangshan villas were high-end properties developed by the Wei family, and Villa No. 1 was the most luxurious of them all, valued at 10 billion, and crucially, the Wei family had never sold it. To learn that it belonged to this young man was truly astonishing. "Uncle Su, you haven't left yet?" Wang Chao remarked upon seeing Su Xinghe dawdling at the entrance, handing him the painting. "Since you're still here, consider this painting a gift." Ah, splendid. I'll transfer the money to you right away. Su Xinghe responded, his tone unexpectedly respectful. No rush, just whenever you have the time to do so. Wang Chao maintained a calm demeanor, producing a black card. Su Xinghe, gazing at the Citibank Prestige black card, was rendered speechless once more. Such a card was a super premium offering from Citibank, with no more than 5 in existence nationwide. And yet one was in Wang Chao's possession. Could he be a scion of a prominent family from Yanjing? Swiftly jotting down the number, he said, "All right. I'll have my secretary transfer the funds immediately. Uncle Su, please don't forget the favor I asked of you earlier." With that, Wang Chao waved and strode out of the antique street. Ding. The host has flaunted twice on behalf of the protagonist. The protagonist's fortune value is 200, now 16,700. The host's villain value is 200, with a potential use of 300 villain points. A slow smile curled at the corners of Wang Chao's lips. It seemed that a low profile was no longer an option. As he exited the antique street, he spotted Li Jianhao waiting for him at the street corner. Wang Chao approached and patted Li Jianhao on the shoulder. "You did well today. I can grant you one reasonable request." "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss." Li Jianhao was overjoyed and quickly expressed his gratitude. This promise represented a magnificent opportunity for him, far more valuable than any monetary reward. "By the way, could you assist me with another matter?" Wang Chao suddenly recalled Liang Wu's words and felt the need to investigate the profiles of the top 10 beauties from various colleges at Jiangbei University. In the original story, Yi Fan was notoriously selective, only favoring those of striking beauty. "You are too courteous, boss. It is my honor as your subordinate to serve you." Li Jianhao flattered him hastily. Wang Chao nodded and entrusted the task to him. Li Jianhao eagerly responded, "Rest assured, boss, I will complete the task within a day." Chapter 18. Prepare 10 billion first. It was not until Wang Chao's figure vanished around the corner that Su Xinghe withdrew his gaze, his expression complex. He sighed inwardly. It seemed that Jiangbei was on the verge of upheaval. Turning back into Lao Jin's antique shop, he observed the battered Jin Yuanbao, whose face bore the marks of a beating. With no trace of sympathy, he coldly remarked, "Lao Jin, consider today a lesson bought with your own money. After knowing you for so many years, allow me to kindly remind you, do not entertain thoughts of revenge." Jin Yuanbao, with his swollen eyes, cursed in his heart, "Are you here to comfort me or to threaten me?" Struggling to rise, he resentfully exclaimed, "Master Su, as you can see, that person has truly overstepped his bounds, smashing everything in my shop. Are we to let this slide?" Su Xinghe shook his head with a sigh. "You heard it yourself. That person named Wang Chao resides in Villa number 1 of Wangshan. His emphasis on Villa number 1 serves as a clear warning. If Jin Yuanbao insists on provoking Wang Chao, he would be courting disaster." "Villa number 1 of Wangshan?" Jin Yuanbao murmured, feeling the name ring a bell, suddenly recalling something. His eyes widened in shock, leaving him momentarily stupefied. The Wei family. That was the villa valued at 10 billion, which was not for sale to the public. Associating with the Wei family, along with Li Jianhao's presence, meant seeking trouble with Wang Chao would be tantamount to inviting death. Taking a deep breath to regain composure, he could not help but grumble. Even if there is a connection with the Wei family, one must still reason. If Wang Chao were to hear this, he would surely retort, "As a notorious villain, what reason do I owe you?" A villain who speaks of reason is no true villain. If you persist in this line of thinking, you are opposing my Su family. Su Xinghe, noticing Jin Yuanbao's continued prattle, grew cold. Ever since he learned of Wang Chao's significant status, he had intended to befriend him. Should Jin Yuanbao remain ungrateful, he would bury this matter and use it to draw closer to Wang Chao. Jin Yuanbao felt a chill run down his spine, cursing Su Xinghe for being a hypocrite. Yet he dared not lash out, forcing a smile. "I wouldn't dare. I was merely venting my frustrations. I would never dream of troubling young Master Wang. This is all my own doing, as long as you understand." Su Xinghe said all that needed to be said and did not linger. After leaving the shop, he headed straight back to the Su family. He needed to warn everyone in the Su family to show utmost respect to anyone named Wang Chao. At Wangshan Villa, Wang Chao reclined on the soft, comfortable sofa, lost in thought. The events of the story replayed in his mind repeatedly. He had to meticulously plan each step to sever the protagonist's fortune. Ding. Protagonist's fortune value, 100. Current fortune value, 16600. Host's villain value, 100. Villain value available, 400. Wang Chao, taken aback by the system's abrupt notification, slowly opened his eyes. It seemed he had not done anything to warrant an increase in his villain value. Raising an eyebrow, he murmured, "Could it be Su Xinghe?" In the original narrative, while Yi Fan did not destroy the antique shop, the shopkeeper Jin Yuanbao was indeed subdued by Su Xinghe's words. During the silence earlier, it was likely that Su Xinghe had gone to warn Jin Yuanbao. A smile crept onto his lips. It appeared that Su Xinghe was quite perceptive, delighted by the increase in villain value. Wang Chao addressed the system. Allocate 200 to physique and the rest to strength. Ding. The system responded, stating that all values, except for charm, must reach 200 before proceeding. Otherwise, there was a probability of impotence. Does the host wish to take this risk? Wang Chao's face darkened. Couldn't the system simply say it was not feasible? Ding. Please confirm again. Does the host wish to take this risk? Wang Chao snorted and glanced down at his lap, casually stating, as a longtime good brother, I cannot let you suffer embarrassment. It's not that I fear impotence. Spirit is also quite important. Allocate everything to spirit. Ding. Redemption successful. Name, Wang Chao. Strength, 200, normal person, 100. Spirit, 140, normal person, 100. Charm, 200, normal person, 100. Physique, 180, normal person, 100. Skills, none. Other, basic alchemy. Wealth, 25. For billion. Villain value, 0. Protagonist fortune value, 16600. Just as the redemption completed, Wang Chao felt his perception of the surrounding atmosphere heightened several notches. With a mere thought, he could even hear the chirping of insects below. Remarkable. Wang Chao could not help but exclaim. Suddenly, he recalled certain novels where individuals with powerful mental faculties could kill with mere intent. A smirk tugged at his lips, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. I need to deal with the protagonist quickly. I am eager to test whether such formidable mental strength could indeed kill. At that moment, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon checking, he saw an unfamiliar number. Considering he had made several new acquaintances recently, he pressed the answer button. Master Wang, this is Wei Hoshin. Ah, it's Grandfather Wei. No need for such formality. Just call me Xiao Chao. Wang Chao replied, maintaining a casual tone. However, he pondered the reason behind Wei Hoshin's call. Very well, Xiao Chao. The reason for my call is this. Tomorrow, our Wei family is hosting an auction, and I was wondering if you might have time to attend. Initially, Wei Hoshin had intended for Wei Ying to extend the invitation. However, with the auction's sudden rescheduling, the family was busy preparing the venue, leaving him no choice but to call personally. Wang Chao paused at the mention of the auction. In the original narrative, the auction was not supposed to occur until after the Lantern Festival. This was an advancement. Yet, he suspected that Wei Hoshin's intention extended beyond merely inviting him to the auction. Since it is Grandfather Wei's invitation, I shall certainly attend. What time and where is it? At Yunliashan Villa, tomorrow night at 8. Wei Hoshin was elated to hear Wang Chao's agreement and continued, Xiao Chao, I have one more small request. Wang Chao inwardly scoffed. Finding it eerily reminiscent of the original story, he wondered if Yi Fan would attend this time. In the original narrative, Yi Fan went to the auction only to be stopped by security and ridiculed by the guests until Wei Laosan appeared, respectfully inviting him inside. Leading to Yi Fan's triumphant moment, Wang Chao withdrew his thoughts and spoke into the phone. Grandfather Wei, there is no need for pleasantries between us. Just say what you wish. An old comrade of mine, upon hearing about my situation, is also interested in acquiring a jade essence pill. Wei Hoshin felt somewhat hesitant. Having just received a jade essence pill from Wang Chao, he felt it inappropriate to request another. However, with his old comrade's request, he found himself in a quandary. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Chao responded slowly. I can provide a jade essence pill, but it must be placed at auction. The highest bidder will take it. According to the original narrative, Yi Fan had done the same, and the pill had fetched a staggering price of over 10 billion. After all, this elixir could not only cure ailments, but also prolong life. The wealthy truly do not concern themselves with money. Their focus lies on preserving life. Very well. I assure you that every penny of the auction fees will be covered. I will send someone to fetch you tomorrow afternoon. Wei Hoshin replied with delight. Wang Chao's agreement was a pleasant surprise. Problems that can be resolved with money are not problems at all. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, he hung up and quickly called his old comrade to relay the news. On the other end of the line, an elderly voice inquired, how much do you think it will take to secure it? That is hard to say, especially with Master Wang present. He can't possibly fail to introduce the pill's effects. Once he does, all the wealthy will surely go wild. Wei Hoshin pondered deeply. If he had not already consumed the pill himself, he would have been willing to go to great lengths to secure it, even risking his fortune. After a moment, he stated, prepare 10 billion for now. If that is insufficient, I will supplement it. Chapter 19. Cheng Shuangdi the next evening arrived swiftly. Wang Chao emerged from his villa, ready for the auction. As soon as he stepped outside, he noticed Wei Ying waiting at his door. Adorned in a stunning crimson low-cut gown, her makeup meticulously done. She wore a pair of sky-high crystal heels and a set of icy green jade bangles. Her black hair cascaded in glamorous waves, and her striking red lips added to her captivating presence. She exuded an undeniable aura, truly breathtaking. Upon seeing Wang Chao, Wei Ying's heart skipped a beat. Her cheeks flushed, and all she could think was, he is extraordinarily handsome. Taking a deep breath, she quickly adjusted her attire and approached him with brisk steps. With a gentle smile and a respectful tone, she said, Master Wang, I'm here to take you to the auction. Wang Chao merely glanced at her, his interest waning, and nodded indifferently. Thank you. He then stepped into the car. A flash of disappointment crossed Wei Ying's face. It seemed that Wang Chao was not impressed by her attire at all. She felt helpless. As her grandfather had insisted she dress elegantly and given her the task of striving to win Wang Chao's affection. Yet, she preferred martial arts and had little interest in cosmetics. This outfit was chosen for her by her third uncle. He had assured her that anyone with functioning eyes would be captivated by her. Yet Wang Chao had only given her a fleeting glance. Unaware of Wei Ying's changing expression, Wang Chao settled into the back seat when suddenly he received a WeChat message. Upon opening it, he found it was from Lu Zixia. I'm already on the train. I hope you can keep your promise. Keep my promise? Wang Chao raised an eyebrow, putting his phone away with a chuckle. I am the antagonist. How could I possibly keep a promise to you, Lu Zixia? That is utterly impossible. I could never honor a promise to you in this lifetime. Just as he set his phone down, it rang again. He glanced at the caller ID, momentarily taken aback. The caller was a woman named Cheng Shuangdi. The original text provided scant information about her, merely mentioning that she harbored feelings for him. After traversing into this world, he had little recollection of Cheng Shuangdi. She seemed almost like a ghost in his mind. The only notable impression he had was that her beauty rivaled Lu Zixiao's, and she was particularly close friends with her. Wang Chao suddenly recalled the melodramatic trope of a woman stealing her friend's boyfriend, but dismissed the thought. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to answer the call. Hello, Chao Ge, where are you? Cheng Shuangdi's alluring voice resonated through the phone, as melodious as a celestial choir. Is there something you need? Wang Chao was currently preoccupied with thoughts of eliminating the male lead, showing little interest in women. Oh, can I call you if there is nothing urgent? I just missed you, she purred playfully. Tomorrow is the Lantern Festival. If you have time, you must accompany me for a meal. Cheng Shuangdi's tone softened as she sweetly coaxed him over the phone. If it were any other man hearing such a voice, he would likely be putty in her hands, agreeing to anything. I don't have time. Let us talk another day, Wang Chao replied impatiently. All right then, we'll reschedule. Cheng Shuangdi sounded somewhat disappointed, but quickly shifted the subject. By the way, Chao Ge, I heard Zixia is coming back. Aren't you going to see her? Wang Chao frowned. Was this woman out of her mind? She had just invited him to dinner and was now asking if he wanted to see Lu Zixia. Wait a moment. Cheng Shuangdi likes him and knows that Lu Zixia is his fiancée. She is also Lu Zixia's close friend and ultimately fled on the day of Lu Zixia's wedding. Why did it feel like everything was orchestrated by Cheng Shuangdi behind the scenes? System, I need to review the original text. Wang Chao narrowed his eyes and addressed the system covertly. Ding. Apologies, the hostess request is deemed unreasonable, and access is denied. Wang Chao's expression darkened. Unreasonable? How absurd. I am the one who dictates reality. Hello, Chao Ge? Cheng Shuangdi called softly after receiving no response. I have something to attend to. We'll talk later. Wang Chao declared before hanging up. He closed his eyes, striving to recall the plot from the original text. The only certainty he had was that Cheng Shuangdi was not part of Yi Fan's harem. It defied logic. How could such a beautiful woman not be part of the protagonist's entourage? There was undoubtedly something amiss. Master Wang, we have arrived. Please alight. Wei Ying's voice pierced through his reverie, pulling Wang Chao back to reality. He ceased considering past events. He was now a villain, an invincible one at that. Stepping out of the car with long strides, he retrieved an exquisite small box from his bag and handed it to Wei Ying, saying, This is the Jade Essence Pill. Please take it to your grandfather. I will wait here for a few friends. All right, I'll head in now. Wei Ying accepted the Jade Essence Pill with both hands, and upon seeing the box, she was momentarily taken aback. She could tell at a glance that the box containing the pill was of immense value, a true treasure. Suppressing her excitement, she turned and walked toward the villa. Wang Chao intended to observe whether Yi Fan would appear according to the previous narrative. Thus, he stood in a corner, lit a cigarette, and waited alone. After just a few minutes, he spotted Yi Fan approaching, flanked by Yan Ruxue and Jiang Hui. His lips quivered slightly. This fellow truly did show up. Attending the auction required an invitation. In the original story, Yi Fan had no invitation and was directly ushered in by Wei Hoshen's third son. Choosing not to reveal himself, Wang Chao decided to watch the situation unfold. True to the original text, Yi Fan was halted at the entrance by security and subjected to ridicule. The difference this time was that Yi Fan pulled out 3 invitation cards from his bag. Only then was he able to enter smoothly. Wang Chao curled his lips in disdain. Indeed, he was the protagonist who, despite being suppressed to such a degree, still managed to procure an invitation. Truly, His audacity was unparalleled. After some contemplation, it was evident that Yi Fan must have requested it from his mother or sister. Nevertheless, it mattered little, in terms of wealth. The current protagonist could not even compare to the tip of his finger. Snuffing out his cigarette, he followed suit and entered the venue. Young Master Wang. You are here too. Wang Chao halted in his tracks and turned to see Kung Fu, who was also dressed splendidly for the occasion. With a gentlemanly smile, he remarked, "What a coincidence. Are you attending the auction as well?" "Yes, my father was invited, and coincidentally, there is a millennium ginseng up for auction," Kung Fu said, somewhat shyly pursing her lips. After a few days apart, she felt that Wang Chao appeared even more handsome. Wang Chao silently cursed the author. As long as he did not claim everything for himself, there would still be a chance for the protagonist. Nodding with a smile, he replied, "How fortuitous. I heard there would be a rare herb at the auction. I wonder if it is the one your family is selling? Are you interested in purchasing ginseng?" Young Master Wang, Kung Fu asked instinctively. Over the past few days, she had been looking for an opportunity to express her gratitude to Wang Chao, but felt that ordinary gifts would be inadequate. If Wang Chao desired the ginseng, she could simply gift it to him. "The ginseng is splendid. Anything else will suffice as well. Since you mentioned there is certainly some, I am quite reassured." Wang Chao conjectured that in the original narrative, this ginseng had already been gifted to Yi Fan and should not appear at the auction. According to the original plot, there would still be another herb at the auction. "You should browse for a while. I have some matters to attend to. We shall talk later." Kung Fu, certain that Wang Chao desired ginseng, hurried off to inform her father to bring it out. Wang Chao feigned ignorance, smiling gently. "Very well, you go ahead. I will look around." Chapter 20. The plot will unfold as it should. Yinlu Mountain Villa was set to host a grand auction tonight. The first floor lobby served as the venue for the auction, while the second floor housed luxurious private rooms, each attended by dedicated servants, reserved for esteemed guests to rest. At this moment, Kong Junlong was engaged in conversation with Wei Hoshin in a second-floor suite. A knock resounded, and a servant from the Wei family opened the door, ushering in a beautiful girl before respectfully retreating. Upon seeing his daughter enter, Kong Junlong waved his hand, affectionately saying, "Xiao Fu, come over and greet Grandpa Wei." "Hello, Grandpa Wei," Kung Fu greeted, dashing to her father's side and whispering, "Dad, young Master Wang has arrived. It seems he is here for the ginseng. Is that so?" Kong Junlong's eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing this. Although he had come to Jiangbei at the invitation of old Master Wei, he had little interest in the auction itself. His willingness to attend was undoubtedly due to the intriguing character he felt compelled to thank. He had heard from his daughter that Wang Chao had spent $2 million to acquire them, only to release them without a second thought. While he was both stunned and curious, he could not help but marvel at Wang Chao's financial prowess. Consequently, selecting an appropriate gift to express his gratitude had become a quandary. If it was not a treasure of immeasurable worth, he felt it would be inadequate. Seeing his daughter nod, he recognized the rarity of the opportunity and turned to Wei Hoshin, saying, "Uncle Wei, I apologize, but I have just received word that a benefactor of mine is in search of a millennium ginseng, so I intend to gift this ginseng to my benefactor." "No problem. Auction items are indeed a matter of personal freedom." Wei Hoshin maintained a smile, showing no concern. Originally, there was already a herb slated for auction, and the sudden inclusion of Kong Junlong's millennium ginseng was not an inconvenience. "Excuse me for a moment. I shall return shortly." Kong Junlong nodded slightly and, with his daughter in tow, exited the suite to retrieve the millennium ginseng from backstage. Wang Chao wandered around the auction venue, feeling increasingly disinterested, ultimately fixing his gaze upon Yi Fan. Just as in the original narrative, Yi Fan sat alone in a corner, his head bowed in contemplation. "Hey, handsome. Can I add you on WeChat?" Wang Chao was about to find a place to sit when he felt a gentle tug on the hem of his garment. Turning in displeasure, he was met by a cute girl in a light yellow sweater, her cheeks flushed, gazing at him with sparkling eyes. He promptly shook his head in refusal. He turned around and found an unoccupied spot to sit, his peripheral vision still fixed on Yi Fan, pondering, in the original story, someone should be causing trouble for Yi Fan right about now, getting slapped in the face by him. Has that plot point been omitted in this iteration? Young Master Wang, you are here as well. While lost in thought, he suddenly caught a whiff of a fragrant perfume, and two radiant girls appeared before him, smiling brightly. "What brings you here?" Wang Chao feigned surprise at the sight of the beautiful duo, Yen Rushue and Jiang Hui. "Hey, we managed to sneak in." Yen Rushue winked and whispered. Wang Chao was momentarily taken aback, casting a deep glance at Yen Rushue. He had clearly seen that Yi Fan had pulled out 3 invitation cards, and yet they had strolled in with such nonchalance. Yen Rushue glanced around and made a gesture for silence. With excitement, she nestled beside Wang Chao and carefully retrieved a card from her bag, whispering, "This is fake. It's a photo that Yi Fan had printed at a photo studio. Wang Chao took the card and examined it closely. Remarkably, it bore a striking resemblance to a genuine one, achieving a level of authenticity that could easily deceive the untrained eye. You wouldn't report us, would you? Yan Rushue regretted her words immediately, unsure why she felt compelled to share this with Wang Chao. Meanwhile, Jiang Hui, who had remained silent, was equally anxious, blaming her friend for divulging such sensitive information. Rest assured, I am not that petty. Wang Chao shook his head, his eyes glinting with a peculiar light. Yi Fan, you certainly possess some tricks up your sleeve. Let us see how I can expose you. His immediate objective was to find someone to reveal that Yi Fan's ticket was fraudulent without implicating Yan Rushue and Jiang Hui, as he still sought to enhance his favorability. Moreover, he needed to ensure that no one discovered his involvement. However, in such a vast venue, no one seemed to harbor a grudge against Yi Fan. Casting a casual glance around, his gaze landed on the girl in the yellow sweater. She was glancing at him frequently, her expression one of unwillingness. Wang Chao smirked. To not take advantage of such an opportunity would be a gross miscalculation. Shifting his focus back, he stood up and cheerfully inquired, "Ladies, would you care for a drink? I can fetch some. We can get it ourselves. What would you like, young Master Wang?" Jiang Hui was quick to respond. "Then I would appreciate a cup of coffee. No sugar, please." Wang Chao smiled slightly, and as Jiang Hui tugged Yan Rushue away, he waved at the cute girl from earlier. Seeing Wang Chao beckoning her, the girl nearly leapt with excitement and hurried over. "Did you call for me, handsome?" "Indeed. I can share my WeChat with you, but first, I need you to assist me with a small favor." Wang Chao glanced at Jiang Hui and Yan Rushue, who were currently oblivious to their surroundings, and leaned closer to the girl, whispering a few words. As his breath brushed against her, the girl felt a delightful shiver coursing through her, as if an electric current surged through her entire being, leaving her blissfully elated. With a fleeting glance at Yi Fan, who was dressed modestly in the corner, he nodded without a second thought. He retrieved his phone and added Wang Chao on WeChat, quietly making his exit. Soon after, Yan Rushue approached with a cup of milk tea and a cup of coffee, handing one to Wang Chao. "Thank you." Wang Chao expressed his gratitude as he accepted the coffee, taking a gentle sip. Yan Rushue took a seat, and the two engaged in casual conversation. Just as they were immersed in their chat, a sudden commotion erupted from the crowd. Then, a stern voice from the security guard pierced through the air. "Hey kid, show me your invitation ticket." Yi Fan, seated in the corner, feigned interest in his phone, but his heart sank upon hearing the guard's words. Had he been discovered? Impossible. The owner of the photo studio had assured him that the invitation tickets were indistinguishable from the real ones, unless they checked the numbers. There was no way he could be found out. Calmly raising his head, he fixed his icy gaze on the security guard. "Did you not check it just now? Why the need for another inspection?" "Because we found that the number on your invitation ticket matches exactly with the one I just checked," the guard replied assertively. Yi Fan maintained his composure, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Then why not check his? How can you be so certain that his is genuine?" The aura of a celestial being, even without his powers, remained intact. "Look at your outfit. Does it even total 200 yuan? The person I checked was wearing a watch worth hundreds of thousands. If you're going to check, why not check him?" The guard remained undeterred. He had long taken a disliking to Yi Fan, and now that he had solid evidence, he was determined not to let Yi Fan slip away. Yi Fan's expression darkened, and he scoffed internally, a bunch of ants daring to accuse him. Instinctively, he reached for his phone to call for help, but hesitated as he stared at the screen. He could contact the organizers of the auction, yet they wouldn't know him, and he lacked their number. Frustrated, he muttered to himself, "What use is my phone then?" Chapter 21, Rushing to Gain Favor. Inside the auction hall, onlookers began to whisper about Yi Fan's peculiar behavior. A man in a tailored suit craned his neck to observe Yi Fan's actions, curiously inquiring, "What on earth is that kid up to?" Beside him, a beautiful woman raised an eyebrow, fiddling with her freshly done nails, and scoffed, "Ha! He pulls out his phone but can't make a call. He must have snuck in." Others nodded in agreement, one adding, "Look at how shabby he appears. Does he even belong in this venue? Ugh, I feel like the air has become tainted." Another voice chimed in with scorn, "I've never seen such brazen audacity. To think he would attempt to sneak in with a counterfeit ticket. How shameless. Such a waste of a pretty face. Being poor is one thing, but one must have dignity," someone remarked. As Yi Fan listened to the caustic remarks surrounding him, his previously dark complexion began to pale. The security guard, noticing Yi Fan's expression, became even more convinced of his guilt and impatiently stepped forward, commanding, "Hurry up and show me your ticket." Yi Fan quickly composed himself, feigning calmness as he pocketed his phone and said nonchalantly, "I tossed it while I was in the restroom." The guard's expression shifted to one of anger. "You threw it away? Do you take me for a fool?" He turned, gesturing for a couple of others to come over. "Throw this kid out. Is this the way family's territory that he can just waltz in?" Before he could finish, Two burly security guards rushed over, seizing Yi Fan and dragging him toward the exit. Yi Fan struggled but could not break free, his temper flaring as he threatened. A mere mortal dares to lay hands on me. However, the guards dismissed his threats, laughing as they tossed him out like refuse. Yi Fan fell unceremoniously to the ground. After a moment, he slowly rose, his body trembling with anger. He had already learned that once inside such an auction, there would be no second checks. A chilling glint ignited in his eyes. Someone was orchestrating this behind his back. As the guards expelled Yi Fan, one suddenly recalled that there had been 3 of them entering together and scanned the crowd, loudly declaring, "The 2 girls who came in with that kid. You better leave now before I find out." The crowd erupted again in chatter. No way. That kid was a fraud, and he dared to bring others in? What a failed attempt at showing off. Clearly trying to impress the ladies, but now he's bitten off more than he can chew. One must remain grounded. The mocking voices rose once more, forcing Yan Ruxue and Zhang Hui to lower their heads in embarrassment, seeking refuge behind Wang Chao. All eyes were on the entrance, and the thought of leaving now felt humiliating. Yet, if they were discovered, it would be equally shameful. Inwardly, both cursed Yi Fan for his promise that there would be no issues. Wang Chao gazed thoughtfully at the ejected Yi Fan, a slight smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. Ding. The protagonist has lost his opportunity to show off. Luck value, 100, total luck value, 16, 500. Host's villain value, 100, villain value available, 100. Upon hearing the system's notification, Wang Chao felt a surge of joy. Observing the 2 girls behind him, who appeared like startled birds, he sighed dramatically. That kid really is unfortunate. He had nothing to worry about, but ended up matching numbers. Noticing the girls' distressed expressions, he feigned surprise. "You 2 aren't with him, are you?" Yan Ruxue, wearing a sorrowful expression, nodded and turned to Zhang Hui. "Let us just leave on our own. It's all Yi Fan's fault." Zhang Hui stamped her foot in frustration. Both felt embarrassed, hesitant to face Wang Chao as they prepared to depart, when Wang Chao offered them a reassuring smile and said, "Don't worry, I have a plan." He then led the way, casually explaining, "Actually, this auction is organized by a friend of mine. I just thought the person who got thrown out looked familiar. If you had mentioned it earlier, I could have intervened." Wang Chao transformed into a master of deception, adopting a regretful demeanor. Internally mocking himself, he mused that if he pursued acting, he would surely win an Oscar. In a few steps, the trio reached the security guards. Wang Chao regarded them with an imposing gaze and calmly declared, "No need for further checks. These 2 ladies are with me." The guard glanced at Wang Chao, sensing his extraordinary presence, yet feeling compelled to maintain his stance replied, "Sir, even if you brought them in, we still need to check their invitation tickets." Upon hearing that their tickets would still be checked, Yan Ruxue's fair face flushed crimson, and she bit her lip, unable to speak. Zhang Hui's complexion was not much better, her heart racing. Wang Chao raised an eyebrow, his dark eyes fixating on the guard. "Is that so?" The guard, sensing the weight of Wang Chao's overwhelming aura, lost his confidence. He was unafraid of offending a mere poor fool, but crossing a powerful figure could jeopardize his standing in Jiangbei. After a moment of contemplation, he forced a smile and said, "Well, there's no need to search any further. I shall not disturb you again." The security guard, feeling utterly disheartened, hastily departed. For a fleeting moment, he had the chilling impression that uttering a word of dissent could result in his demise at the hands of that young master. Overwhelmed by fear, he quickly reached out to the head of security. Wang Chao, noticing the guard's sensible retreat, turned to Yan Ruxue and Zhang Hui, smiling as he said, "It's all right now. You may stay." "Thank you, young Master Wang." Yan Ruxue's cheeks remained flushed, not from embarrassment, but from exhilaration. In her eyes, Wang Chao appeared almost divine, lofty and untouchable. Standing beside him enveloped her in an overwhelming sense of security, and her admiration for him soared to unprecedented heights. Zhang Hui's eyes sparkled with admiration. Calm, composed, elegant, and noble, none of these descriptors could truly encapsulate Wang Chao's significance in her heart. In that moment, she gazed at him with the fervor of a devoted fan adoring their idol. Ding. Yan Ruxue's affection for you has reached 100%. Protagonist's luck value, 100. Luck value, 16, for 100. Zhang Hui's affection for you, 10. Affection value, 80. Protagonist's luck value, 100. Luck value, 16, 300. Host's villain value, 200. Available villain value, 300. Wang Chao felt an immense sense of satisfaction that night and waved his hand, saying, "We're all classmates here. No need for formality. Why not call Yi Fan back? I can speak to the security and let him in. Let's not. It's better if he doesn't come." Upon hearing Yi Fan's name, a look of disdain crossed Yan Ruxue's face, which she could not conceal. Wang Chao merely sought to gauge her sentiments, so he smiled and remained silent. As if jokingly, he thought, "Even if you agreed, I would never plead for the protagonist. unless I were utterly foolish. Chapter 22. A successful interception. The farce concluded, and Wang Chao had achieved his objective, leaving him in high spirits. While conversing with the two lovely ladies beside him, he willingly offered them compliments, making their hearts bloom with joy. The two girls, when compared, made Yi Fan seem utterly inconsequential, scarcely worthy of mention. As they chatted merrily, Wang Chao's attention was suddenly drawn to a figure hastily descending from the second floor, scanning the area as if searching for someone. A subtle smile graced his lips. The person he awaited had finally arrived. However, he chose to remain seated, patiently waiting for the individual to notice him. Moments later, the person finally spotted Wang Chao and strode confidently toward him. As he approached, Wang Chao leisurely rose to his feet, greeting him with a smile. "Uncle Kong." Kong Junlong nodded with a grin. "I heard from Xiao Fu that you were here, so I came over. I hope I'm not interrupting anything important, young Master Wang." He glanced at the two girls beside Wang Chao, noticing their slight awkwardness but chose to disregard it. "I'm not busy, just having a casual chat," Wang Chao replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Kong Junlong promptly invited, "Young Master Wang, the second floor is quiet. Why don't you come upstairs with me? I still need to properly thank you for helping Xiao Fu." Seeing Wang Chao hesitating, he quickly added, "Your two friends are welcome to join us." Just then, Kong Fu arrived, greeted Wang Chao, and upon noticing the two girls behind him, exclaimed with delight, "Xiao Shui, Jiang Hui, you're here too." Though they were not in the same class, as classmates from the same department, they had attended classes together and had a decent rapport. "Oh, it's you," Yin Ruxue responded, equally surprised. "So you are classmates? Perfect. Xiao Fu, it's rare for you all to meet. Why not chat together while I accompany young Master Wang to the private room?" Kong Junlong hastily fabricated an excuse to leave his daughter behind and gestured to Wang Chao to follow. Wang Chao understood Kong Junlong's intentions and simply nodded before following him upstairs. Upon reaching the second floor, they encountered a Wei family's servant rushing toward them. Wang Chao raised an eyebrow, while Kong Junlong appeared somewhat taken aback. The servant bowed respectfully to Kong Junlong and then addressed Wang Chao with utmost deference. "Young Master Wang, your room is ahead. Allow me to escort you there." Wang Chao surmised that this was likely arranged by Wei Hoshan and nodded slightly. Grandfather Wei is very considerate. Turning to Kong Junlong, he added with a smile, "Let us go together." Under the servant's guidance, they arrived at an opulent private room, the only one in this manner designated as a heavenly grade room, previously reserved solely for the Wei family's patriarch. No outsiders had ever been admitted. Kong Junlong sat down, visibly astonished, while Wang Chao remained unfazed, as if such grandeur was commonplace for him. As they settled in, Wang Chao noticed Kong Junlong presenting a beautifully crafted red box. "Young Master Wang, I have a 1,000-year-old ginseng here. While it appears to be a millennium old, I had it assessed by an expert, and it should be around 500 years old. I heard from Xiao Fu that you might need it, so I wish to present it to you, hoping you'll accept our heartfelt gesture." Kong Junlong's astonishment had somewhat subsided, and his tone grew more courteous. "Uncle Kong, I cannot possibly accept this," Wang Chao replied, not taking the box, glancing at Kong Junlong with a nonchalant demeanor. "However, I do indeed require medicinal herbs. Let us do this. Please sell it to me at market price." "Oh, young Master Wang, that would be too formal. You saved my daughter. You are a benefactor to the Kong family. If I were to accept money, would that not be ingratitude?" Kong Junlong responded with a serious expression. Wang Chao deliberately paused before slowly accepting the box. "Then I shall graciously comply. Thank you, Uncle Kong. There is no need for formality, young master." Kong Junlong felt a sense of relief as Wang Chao accepted the gift. Given Wei Hoshan's regard for Wang Chao, he felt that even if he were to offer a few more ginseng roots, it would be worth it. Wang Chao casually placed the box on the table in front of him, and just as he did, he heard the system notification sound. Ding. Host has intercepted the protagonist's item. Protagonist's luck value, 100, luck value, 16, 200. Host's villain value, 100, available villain value, 400. Listening to the system's prompt, Wang Chao realized that the ginseng was indeed not intended for the protagonist, but for him. He rated the system's maneuver a perfect score. "Young Master Wang, are you attending the auction with a specific item in mind?" Kong Junlong seized the opportunity to inquire, pondering how he might procure what Wang Chao desired, and then present it to him as a gift. Wang Chao, perceiving Kong Junlong's intention, replied slowly, "I heard there is a 1,000-year-old He Shou Wu at the auction, and I plan to bid on it." Internally, he mused, "Were it not for the intention of intercepting Yi Fan, why would I desire such items?" However, he acknowledged that they could indeed be used to concoct some elixirs. After all, even a single pill could be worth over 100 million. Though he was not in dire need of money, who would ever complain about having more? "If young master does not mind, I can assist you in placing a bid." Kong Junlong perceived this as a splendid opportunity to curry favor and quickly offered his assistance. Wang Chao raised an eyebrow, his tone taking on a more serious note. Uncle Kong, there's no need to trouble you. I have sufficient funds for this. What a jest. In the original narrative, that He Shou Wu was valued at merely 10 million, primarily due to others driving up the price against the protagonist. He was hardly concerned about the money. Rather, he was pleased with Kong Junlong's demeanor. Observing Wang Chao's expression, Kong Junlong recognized his misstep and awkwardly forced a smile. It was my mistake to speak out of turn. Please do not take offense, young Master Wang. Wang Chao waved his hand dismissively, and the two refrained from mentioning the matter further. After engaging in light conversation for a while, Wei Ying entered, personally inviting Wang Chao and the others to their seats in the VIP area on the first floor. Subsequently, she gracefully took a seat beside Wang Chao. Kong Junlong, noticing this, rolled his eyes and called over Kong Fu, arranging for her to sit next to Wang Chao as well. Yin Ruxue and Jiang Hui naturally followed suit, settling in behind Wang Chao. As soon as Wang Chao sat down, he felt a multitude of envious gazes directed at him. It was evident that the onlookers were green with envy over his central position in the VIP section, accompanied by 4 stunning beauties. He remained composed, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. With a singular thought in his mind, I deserve this. The auction proceeded smoothly. In the absence of Yi Fan, Wang Chao successfully acquired the Millennium Old He Shou Wu for the price of 10 million. Ding. The protagonist's item was snatched. Protagonist's fortune value, 100, current fortune value, 16, 100. The host's villain value, 100, usable villain value, 500. Wang Chao found no interest in the subsequent auction items, unable to leave his seat, and left to languish in boredom. Finally, just as he was on the verge of dozing off, the final highlight of the auction was announced, the Jade Spirit Pill. Originally, the auction was to be conducted by a female auctioneer, but this time, Wei Hoshan personally took the stage. His appearance elicited gasps of astonishment from the audience. Those present were either affluent or noble, many drawn by the prestige of Wei Hoshan himself. It was the first time they had witnessed him auctioning in person. Wow. Wei Lao has truly rejuvenated. I heard Wei Lao consumed the Jade Spirit Pill and regained 20 years of youth. It seems this rumor holds true. I have also heard that this final item for auction is indeed the Jade Spirit Pill. I must have it. Uft. With your mere net worth of less than 1 billion, you dare to claim that? Chapter 23, Master Wang. Wei Hoshan, observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, felt a surge of pride. He raised his hand to signal for silence, cleared his throat, and proclaimed in a booming voice, "Good evening, everyone. I am Wei Hoshan, and I believe many of you are familiar with me." With a slight smile, he swiftly transitioned to the main event. The last item for auction is the Jade Spirit Pill. The atmosphere in the venue erupted with fervent anticipation. Those of considerable wealth were eager to participate, seemingly unwilling to wait a moment longer. Noticing the excitement, Wei Hoshan raised his hand and, with a spirited demeanor, declared, "Most of you are aware of my condition. In my twilight years, I was on the brink of death. After consuming the Jade Spirit Pill, not only has my ailment been cured, but I also feel as if I have regained 20 years of youth." Wang Chao, sitting below, felt an urge to roll his eyes at this opening statement, perceiving it as nothing more than self-promotion. The only difference was the high status of the speaker, evident from the continuous cheers and calls from the audience. The starting bid for the Jade Spirit Pill was set at 1 billion, with minimum increments of 10 million. The bidding commenced. As Wei Hoshan's voice faded, the impatient wealthy patrons began to place their bids. 1 billion 5, 2 billion, 3 billion, 5 billion, 10 billion. Within mere minutes, the price skyrocketed to 10 billion. Wang Chao regarded the figure with an unperturbed expression. The scene mirrored the descriptions in the original text. Ultimately, the Jade Spirit Pill was won by an individual named Li Do for the staggering sum of 15 billion. Dad, this is absolutely terrifying. How could it escalate to 10 billion in such a short time? Kong Fu exclaimed, her large, watery eyes wide with disbelief as she turned to Kong Junlong. Yin Ruxue and Jiang Hui were equally astonished, their mouths forming perfect O's. 10 billion was a sum that seemed astronomical to them. However, Kong Junlong perceived the 10 billion price tag as insignificant. He had encountered Wei Lao 2 years prior, at which time, the man was already in dire health. His hair completely white, and his illness apparent. Seeing Wei Hoshan today stirred a storm of emotions within him. Had it not been for the consistency of Wei Hoshan's voice, he might have believed he was witnessing the return of Wei Hoshan's deceased eldest son, Wei Youqi. Kong Fu, noticing her father's intense gaze on the stage, leaned closer and whispered, "Shall we bid on it?" Kong Junlong unexpectedly shook his head, pointing to an elderly gentleman in a wheelchair not far away. "That man is destined to win it today. There's no need to compete with him." Kung Fu straightened in her seat, falling silent, her eyes fixed on the auction stage while her peripheral vision remained on Wang Chao. Suddenly, she observed Wei Ying lean over to whisper in Wang Chao's ear, and a wave of jealousy surged within her. Not only her, but Yin Ruxue, seated in the back, was also gnashing her teeth in frustration, wishing she could separate the two heads leaning too close together. Jiang Hui, while outwardly composed, silently sighed within. After their conversation concluded, Wang Chao turned to glance at Li Dou in his wheelchair not far away. The original text had provided little detail about him, mentioning only his appearance at the auction. Just moments ago, Wei Ying had informed him that Li Dou requested an audience with him. However, he had no interest in such matters and promptly declined. Wang Chao's expression remained indifferent as he shifted his gaze back to the auction stage. 15 billion. For the first time, was there any bid higher than 15 billion? Wei Hoshan stood at the podium, holding a small wooden hammer, his eyes shimmering with excitement as he occasionally glanced at Wang Chao. 15 billion. My entire worth is barely 10 billion. I too wish to be young again, sighed a wealthy gentleman in his 60s from behind Wang Chao. Damn it. I shouldn't have come to see such a marvelous item, yet find myself unable to bid. It could keep me awake for days. What if we pooled our funds together to increase the bid and split the prize in the end? Count me in. I want to invest. The crowd burst into a lively exchange, the atmosphere in the venue soaring. 15 billion for the third time. Congratulations to this friend for acquiring the Jade Spirit Pill, Wei Hoshan announced decisively. Suddenly, he inquired, will you consume it before the audience? This scenario was meticulously orchestrated beforehand. After all, an elderly man in a wheelchair, with visible ailments, was something everyone could see. The miraculous properties of the pill, restoring hair color, rejuvenating appearance, and enabling mobility, were astonishing to the common person. This was the perfect opportunity to enhance Master Wang's reputation. After all, Wang Chao had mentioned wanting to remain low-key. Promoting Master Wang's name without revealing that Wang Chao was indeed Master Wang would surely not incur his ire. Moreover, there was a deeper significance. This was a means to forge a connection with Wang Chao, allowing everyone to recognize their close association with Master Wang. I wish to consume it immediately. I need to test the efficacy. Li Dou could hardly contain his impatience, as his condition was more severe than Wei Hoshan's. Doctors had predicted he would not survive until the end of the month. No problem, but you must pay in advance. Should you swallow it and fail to settle the payment, we cannot reimburse Master Wang. Wei Hoshan jested with an old friend. Rest assured, the funds are already prepared. Li Dou's secretary wheeled him to the podium, presenting a card to Wei Hoshan. Then, with trembling hands, he accepted the Jade Marrow Pill. The mere aroma of the elixir invigorated his entire being. Taking a deep breath and striving to suppress the excitement within, he swallowed the Jade Marrow Pill in one swift motion. The venue fell into an immediate hush. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. The audience below widened their eyes, holding their breath in anticipation of a miracle. Many pulled out their phones, eager to capture this extraordinary moment. Simultaneously, they etched a name into their minds, Master Wang. At that moment, Kong Junlong was also fixated on Li Dou, not daring to blink. Kung Fu, however, was entirely focused on Wang Chao, paying no heed to Li Dou. Observing Wang Chao's remarkable calmness, a curious thought suddenly crossed her mind. Could Wang Chao be Master Wang? Time passed slowly, and on the auction stage, Li Dou trembled with excitement. He felt as the elixir melded into his body, his strength gradually surging. The wrinkled skin began to smoothen and regain elasticity. Most astonishingly, his previously numb legs now responded. Wow, how miraculous! Gasps of astonishment erupted. The crowd watched as Li Dou's hair transformed from white to black, the wrinkles on his face slowly fading away. In an instant, his appearance rejuvenated. How does it feel? Do you sense your youth returning? Would you like to stand up and take a few steps? Wei Hoshan, having witnessed this transformation firsthand, was still awestruck. Master Wang truly possesses divine abilities. Oh my, I feel more vigorous than I did at 40. Li Dou, feeling the vitality coursing through him, had tears of joy in his eyes. He had initially believed that standing up from the wheelchair after years of paralysis would require an adjustment period. Yet, to his astonishment, he simply lifted himself and stood effortlessly, without a hint of discomfort. The venue erupted in a frenzy. My goodness, I think I have witnessed a deity. This is undoubtedly a celestial being descending to earth. Unbelievable. This is a medical miracle. No, this is the ninth wonder of the world. Master Wang crafted this elixir. Elder Wei, may I inquire who Master Wang is? Did he attend today? Yes, indeed. We would be immensely grateful if you could share. Master Wang. Someone in the audience shouted, and soon, nearly everyone joined in the chant. Wei Hoshan raised his hand, and the crowd fell silent. Assuming a mysterious demeanor, he intoned, Master Wang is an exceedingly modest individual who wishes to remain undisturbed by the world. Hence, I am afraid I cannot disclose any information about him. Noting the disappointment in the crowd, he added with a smile, of course, if you wish to order the Jade Marrow pill or have other requests, feel free to inform me, and I shall seek Master Wang's opinion. As for whether he chooses to acknowledge you, that is beyond my purview. Old fox. Wang Chao scoffed quietly. In the original text, such shameless lines belonged to Wei Yubao. What a surprise that now his father has appropriated his son's lines. Just then, the system's notification chimed again. Chapter 24. Perfect Physique. Ding. Congratulations, host, for surpassing the protagonist and gaining global acclaim. Protagonist fortune value, 200, fortune value, 15, 900. Host's villain value, 200, available villain value, 700. Wang Chao noticed the increase in villain value, raising an eyebrow. Without Wei Hoshin's intervention, even if the Jade Marrow pill gained recognition, no one would know he was the one who crafted it. It seems this old fox has inadvertently done me a favor. Turning his head, he saw Kung Fu gazing at him, her eyes reflecting a depth of thought. He smiled and asked, "What are you staring at?" "You." Kung Fu opened her mouth, and with a woman's intuition, she nearly confirmed that Wang Chao was Master Wang. However, recalling Wang Chao's desire for discretion, she hastily amended. "You are very handsome. Indeed, I share the same sentiment." Wang Chao nodded earnestly before turning away. In truth, he noticed a flicker of avoidance in Kung Fu's eyes. Suspecting she had unraveled his identity, but it mattered little. If she were unaware, he would need to drop her some hints. Otherwise, how could he win over Kong Junlong? The auction concluded, and Wang Chao followed weighing backstage. "Young Master Wang, I have already packed your items. Allow me to personally deliver them to you." Wei Laosan, upon spotting Wang Chao, approached with a beaming smile, determined to secure this extraordinary benefactor. Wang Chao replied, "No need. Let Wei Ying drive me home instead." Wei Ying's face lit up, her heart racing and cheeks flushing as she nodded. Wei Laosan, seeing this as an excellent opportunity for rapport, refrained from meddling and chuckled. "My niece is quite fond of young Master Wang." Wang Chao seemed not to hear this comment. He composed himself and said seriously, "Uncle Wei, I have heard you deal in medicinal herbs. I am currently looking to procure some aged herbs, over 100 years old, regardless of type. Could you keep an eye out for me?" Although he framed it as a request, his tone distinctly resembled a command, emanating an air of undeniable authority. Wei Laosan focused intently and inquired, "No problem. How much do you need?" "As much as possible, an unlimited demand." Wang Chao replied with a slight smile, his demeanor calm. Wei Laosan couldn't help but gasp. The Wei family is wealthy, yet they would never dare to state they would buy as much as they could, especially for those high-value aged herbs. While he marveled at Wang Chao's financial prowess, he heard him add, "That 15 billion shall remain with you, if the funds are insufficient. Feel free to ask me." Wei Laosan suppressed his excitement and hastily waved his hands. "Young master, such a trivial matter should not require your expenditure." Then, with utmost sincerity, he declared, "As for the rest, I assure you, throughout Jiangbei, the aged herbs will not be sold to anyone else. By the 16th day of the Lunar New Year at the latest, I will acquire all the aged herbs in Jiangbei for you." He was well aware of how many aged herbs existed in Jiangbei, and with their limited quantity, they could fetch several tens of millions. Should these herbs be given to young Master Wang, even a few elixirs would yield immense profits. Even without selling them, consuming them would grant longevity. Wang Chao replied with a gentle smile, "Then I thank you in advance for your efforts." "Very well, I shall await your news." Wei Yubao was filled with excitement, finally establishing a connection with Wang Chao. However, he maintained a facade of composure, personally assisting Wang Chao in loading the Heeshou Wu into Wei Ying's vehicle. He escorted Wang Chao to the entrance of Yunlu Mountain Villa before hastily returning. As soon as he arrived back, he pulled out his phone and began calling the owners of various traditional Chinese medicine shops. This was the first task entrusted to him by young Master Wang, and he was determined to execute it flawlessly to gain trust. Upon returning home, Wang Chao carefully stored the Heeshou Wu and the Millennium Ginseng, then reclined on the sofa, reflecting on the 700 villain points he had amassed throughout the night, thinking that his efforts had indeed borne fruit. He opened the system interface and declared, "Fill my physique, and allocate the remainder to spirit." Ding. Exchange successful. Name, Wang Chao. Strength, 200, normal human value, 100. Spirit, 190, normal is 100. Charisma, 200, normal is 100. Physique, 200, normal is 100. Martial arts, none. Others, basic alchemy. Wealth, 40, 3 billion. Villain points, 0. Protagonist fortuity value, 15, 900. Upon completing the allocation of points, Wang Chao felt a wondrous force emanating from within his body. This power surged through every part of him, strengthening his physique with each wave. After enduring this revitalization more than 10 times, his entire being felt as though it had been remade, attaining a formidable state. He even sensed that he could withstand bullets. The enhancement of his body inevitably led to a slight transformation in his physique. Every inch of him was devoid of excess flesh, and no matter where one looked, he exuded an aura of absolute perfection. Furthermore, Wang Chao's perception of his surroundings had also significantly heightened. Previously, he could only sense objects within a 20-meter radius. Now, centered on himself, he could clearly perceive everything within 100 meters. Yet, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort as he noticed that while the other three attributes stood at 200, his spirit remained at 190. His narrow eyes narrowed, a glimmer of determination shining through. Tomorrow, it shall surely come. Stretching lazily, he rose to take a shower before retiring for the night. At that moment, he received a WeChat message from Lu Zixia. I have just disembarked from the train. Wang Chao, feeling apathetic, was about to silence his phone when another message arrived. This one was from Cheng Shuangdi. Are you asleep? I can't seem to fall asleep. Could you keep me company? A green tea? Wang Chao sneered, reflexively retorting. He chose to disregard it, turning to the shower. While bathing, his phone on the table buzzed incessantly. After donning a bathrobe and stepping out of the bathroom, he picked up his phone, only to find a multitude of messages from Cheng Shuangdi. Aside from her, there was also a message from a stranger, presumably the girl from the auction house. He promptly ignored it. Just as he was about to retire for the night, he noticed a message from Yen Rushua. The gist was that she had arrived home and expressed her gratitude for the day. For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition surged within Wang Chao. This sensation intensified as his mind whirled. Could it be that the plot had taken an unexpected turn? Furrowing his brows, Wang Chao contemplated. After all, Yi Fan was the protagonist, having severed so many of his connections. Who knew what hidden storyline might be triggered? He replied to Yen Rushua, glad to hear you are home. Is Yi Fan with you? Yen Rushua almost immediately responded. He was temporarily staying at our place. Perhaps he was affected by something. Hasn't he returned yet? Still hasn't he returned? Wang Chao murmured, pacing the floor with his phone, his eyes suddenly lighting up. Could it be that Yi Fan is using the money meant for the auction to buy herbs? With this thought, he hastily dressed and drove towards Eason Lake. He needed to see for himself to ease his mind. Chapter 25. Interrupting the protagonist's cultivation. The night was hazy, the chill wind brushing against his cheeks. Wang Chao alighted from his car, adjusting his collar before hastily making his way to Eason Lake. Moments later, he abruptly halted, his expression turning serious. He spotted a young man seated cross-legged by the lakeside, holding a sprig of herbs. Wang Chao's eyes glinted with coldness as he beheld Yi Fan, who was cultivating by the lake. Truly deserving of the title of protagonist, even under such oppressive circumstances, he managed to locate medicinal herbs. A ruthless smirk crossed Wang Chao's lips as he scoffed. You think you can refine that in peace? Not a chance. He swiftly texted Li Jianhao, instructing him to bring a group to the lakeside and clear out everyone in the vicinity, ensuring they seized the herbs from Yi Fan's hands. After sending the message, he lit a cigarette and pretended to stroll along the lakeshore. As he meandered, he found himself standing before Yi Fan, feigning curiosity as he inquired, Brother, are you reciting a sutra? Yi Fan had already sensed someone approaching, but chose to disregard them. In his eyes, these insignificant mortals were hardly worth his attention. However, he was taken aback when the stranger spoke first, and the tone was undeniably irksome, prompting him to open his eyes in annoyance. The man before him wore a smile and even winked at him, which made Yi Fan feel inexplicably uncomfortable. Squinting, he recalled that this was the individual who had beaten Li Jianhao at the KTV, Wang Chao. But why on earth was he here at this hour? Noticing Yi Fan's cold demeanor and silence, Wang Chao suddenly feigned realization, grinning as he said, Oh, I remember now. You're with Yen Rushua, right? What was your name again? He furrowed his brow, seemingly engaged in earnest reflection. Yi Fan's expression grew ever colder, his jaw clenched tightly, yet he remained silent. After being unceremoniously thrown out by the security guards from Yunlu Villa, he had been brooding as he walked towards the city. Passing by a pharmacy, he glanced inside and spotted a remarkable piece of ginger. Instantly recognizing its rarity, he realized it had been alive for over a century, brimming with spiritual energy. Without hesitation, he purchased it for 100,000. He rushed to prepare for his cultivation, only to be interrupted. Had it not been for his pressing business and his inability to gauge the other's cultivation level, he would have already taken action. Wang Chao chuckled coldly to himself, thinking, You can play your aloof game all you want. I will find a way to deal with you. As long as I can disrupt your cultivation, that will suffice. Suddenly raising his voice, he asked, Your name is Yi Huan, right? Yi Fan, stirred to anger by the incessant chatter, cast a disdainful glance his way. His tone frigid. Is there something you want? Wang Chao shrugged, smiling. Nothing at all. This place isn't yours. So is it wrong for me to talk to myself out of boredom? Yi Fan felt his ire swell, ready to unleash his frustration, when he suddenly noticed a throng of individuals rapidly approaching. What are you all doing? No one is allowed to linger by the lake. Scram. Accompanying this voice was Li Jianhao, flanked by a group of lackeys, advancing menacingly. Spotting Wang Chao, Li Jianhao cast a surprised glance at him, but noticing Wang Chao's indifference, he quickly redirected his attention to Yi Fan. Wang Chao thought to himself that they had arrived quite swiftly. He had no intention of prolonging this encounter. Engaging in further banter felt exhausting. Turning to Yi Fan, he advised, "Brother, you should leave quickly. We can't afford to mess with those guys." With that, he turned and departed without a backward glance. At this moment, Yi Fan had gathered a measure of spiritual energy within him, and this location was the ideal setting for cultivation. As a reincarnated celestial being, he would not easily withdraw. Fixing his gaze sternly upon the newcomers, he spoke in a chilling tone, "What if I refuse to leave?" "Refuse to leave? Well, that makes things easy. Brothers, give him a warm welcome," Li Jianhao commanded, and his lackeys surged forward in an instant. Wang Chao, lurking in the shadows, observed as Yi Fan faced the crowd alone, only slightly falling behind. His forehead lined with sweat. How had Yi Fan become so formidable in such a short span of time? Truly the protagonist. It appeared that the pressure applied had not been sufficient. Wang Chao stroked his chin, gazing for a while longer until a smile finally graced his lips. Yi Fan had been kicked to the ground by a group of ruffians. Even the ginger he held in his hand had been snatched away, trampled underfoot, and tossed into the lake. At this moment, Yi Fan was seething with rage, his very lungs feeling as though they might burst. How could he, a dignified immortal sovereign, endure such indignity at the hands of common thugs? Unfortunately, his cultivation time had been far too brief, and his current realm barely placed him at the initial stage of body refinement, only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Just moments ago, he had relied solely on his techniques to evade them, but no matter how exquisite his skills, they could not compete with sheer numbers. With a grim countenance, he rose from the ground, casting a cold glare at the thugs before him. Though his heart burned with indignation, he understood the wisdom of the adage, "A wise man does not suffer losses in front of him." He silently vowed, "When my cultivation reaches new heights, it shall be the day these ants meet their demise." Pointing at the leader, Li Jianhao, he turned and fled. Witnessing Yi Fan's disheveled retreat, Wang Chao struggled to suppress a laugh. Although he was not yet in a position to eliminate the male protagonist directly, the sight of him being soundly beaten was undeniably gratifying. He messaged Li Jianhao, "Well done." Li Jianhao replied, "It is my fortune to serve the boss." Wang Chao put away his phone and hastily departed. Upon returning to the Wangshan villa, he found himself wide awake, settling onto the sofa to ponder. The ginger in Yi Fan's hands had not appeared in the original narrative. With the main storyline severed, some auxiliary subplots would emerge to provide warmth to the protagonist. After all, the primary allure of this tale is Yi Fan's journey of cultivation. It seemed imperative to hasten the progress. Wang Chao retrieved his phone and dialed Wu Bo's number. The call connected swiftly, and Wu Bo's voice resonated on the line. "Young master. Bo Shu, are you back in the country yet? I've entered domestic waters. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, I should land in 5 hours." Upon hearing this, Wang Chao's eyes gleamed with a sharp intensity. "Excellent. Upon your return, I have a task for you. Ensure that Oasis Real Estate goes bankrupt at the fastest possible pace." In the original text, Yi Fan's mother and his adopted sister had established a company called Oasis Real Estate. At this juncture, the real estate market in Xia country was just beginning to gain momentum. With Yi Fan lacking any significant support, his greatest reliance was indeed Oasis Real Estate. "Young master, are you referring to the Oasis Real Estate Group in the northern province?" Wu Bo inquired. "Yes, and I shall provide you with 2 billion to acquire land. The specifics of where to purchase will be revealed once you have dealt with Oasis Real Estate." After issuing his orders, Wang Chao hung up the phone. Noticing his phone buzzing incessantly, he glanced at the screen to find it was Cheng Shuangdi. He mused to himself, "I never expected Cheng Shuangdi to be a lovesick girl." However, in the end, the lovesick often gain nothing. Suddenly, a terrifying image flashed through Wang Chao's mind. Chapter 26, Tales Within the Circle of Friends. Wang Chao lay in a pool of blood, his breath weak. He weakly extended his hand, parting his lips in a futile attempt to seek salvation from the shadowy figure before him. The figure, a woman cradling a small boy, stepped forward gracefully. Upon seeing the desperate Wang Chao, a smile, both subtle and sinister, graced her lips, a smile of triumph. This woman was Cheng Shuangdi, and this scene was a recollection of the moment Yi Fan had slain Wang Chao in his previous life. Wang Chao's gaze sharpened. The book clearly stated that Cheng Shuangdi was not present when Wang Chao was killed. Unable to contain himself, he questioned the system. "Is the book I am reading a counterfeit? Ding. This content is from the side story. What the hell? Wang Chao leaped to his feet. When he had entered this narrative, he had only glimpsed the conclusion and had not yet perused the side stories. System, come down here. And I swear I won't harm you. No wonder he had always felt something was off about Cheng Shuangdi, but could never quite place it. It turned out her detailed introduction was indeed in the side stories. What a treacherous trick. Ding. The system prompted, as your mental strength increases. The side story will gradually unfold. Wang Chao paused, coldly stating, as long as there is a way, I have never feared anyone. Nevertheless, his disdain for Cheng Shuangdi grew, and he promptly turned off his phone and retired for the night. The following morning, as Wang Chao finished breakfast, he powered on his phone. Good heavens. Upon turning it on, he discovered over 10 missed calls, 50 to 60 text messages, and a staggering 99 notifications on WeChat, all from Cheng Shuangdi. The content was largely inquiries about his well-being. What's wrong? Why are you ignoring me? Do you dislike me now? Why did you go to Jiangbei University? I want to go too. Wang Chao furrowed his brow, exclaiming in exasperation, is this 100,000 wise? Too lazy to engage with Cheng Shuangdi. He marked all the messages as read. Suddenly, he noticed 2 messages from Kung Fu, asking if he would attend the Lantern Festival. The Lantern Festival? Wang Chao pondered for a moment. It dawned on him that in the original narrative, on the 15th day of the first lunar month, Yi Fan had orchestrated a meeting with the female protagonist, Lu Zixia, recounting their past lives together and gifting her a jade pendant. Lu Zixia, utterly convinced, fell in love with Yi Fan from that moment forth. Wang Chao couldn't help but scoff. What a cliché plot. That absurd story, and the female lead actually believed it. How naive. Lu Zixia was currently in Yanjing, and Yi Fan would undoubtedly not encounter her this evening. However, as the male and female leads of the story, they would inevitably cross paths. Once they met, based on the narrative's pattern, the female lead would inevitably fall for Yi Fan. After contemplating for a while, Wang Chao's expression brightened as a brilliant idea struck him. Didn't Yi Fan tell Lu Zixia a story? I shall recount the tale to Lu Zixia in advance. I shall narrate it to everyone but Yi Fan. With resolve, he crafted a lengthy story and posted it on his social media. The content depicted the scene of Lu Zixia's previous encounter with Yi Fan in the celestial realm. Indeed, Wang Chao directly transcribed the narrative from the original text. After all, who could resist what the female lead found appealing? Once posted, a mischievous grin appeared on his lips. According to the original narrative, Yi Fan's phone was merely for making calls. He would never venture online, let alone engage with social media. After all, he was an immortal sovereign. The story quickly garnered attention from Kung Fu, Yin Ruxue, Jiang Hui, and others, who eagerly shared it on their own social media. Within mere hours, the tale had spread throughout Jiangbei University. Lu Zixia, having returned to her family in Yanjing, also came across Wang Chao's story, finding the imagery profoundly beautiful. A celestial couple, destined to love one another for eternity. She even felt a strange sense of déjà vu, as if the tale had occurred in reality. Staring at her phone in a daze for quite some time, she suddenly realized that the story had been penned by Wang Chao. Fury surged within her as she thought, was this deliberately sent to me, or is he trying to provoke me? The more Lu Zixia pondered, the angrier she became. She had yet to call off her engagement, and Wang Chao writing this was surely aimed at some other seductive vixen. She needed to confront Wang Chao for clarity, gritting her teeth as she dialed his number. At that moment, Wang Chao was absorbed in reading the comments and shares on his social media, indifferent to the opinions of others, solely curious about whether Lu Zixia had seen it. Just as he was contemplating this, he received a call from Lu Zixia. With a huff, she answered the call at a leisurely pace. Hello, where are you? Lu Zixia asked, her tone brimming with indignation, devoid of any formal address. What's the matter? Have my stories moved you as well? Wang Chao feigned ignorance to the ire in her voice, responding with an upbeat tone. Huffed, melodramatic tales, who cares to hear them? Wang Chao nearly rolled his eyes. How could she deem it melodrama without even having listened? Nevertheless, since she had, his task was seemingly accomplished. His voice laced with an unmistakable chill and detachment. Do you need something from me? What do you think I want from you? Aren't you the one who intends to break off the engagement? When and where, so I can inform my family. Lu Zixia had initially intended to question the meaning behind his story, yet the words failed to escape her lips. Her naturally strong-willed disposition prevented her from confronting him over a mere story, as it felt unbefitting of her stature. She realized that when faced with Wang Chao, she often lost her composure, leading her to act irrationally. Tonight at your place. Wang Chao smirked slightly. Women truly enjoyed the art of subtlety. Lu Zixia's face turned pale with rage, nearly driving her to madness. While she wished for Wang Chao to end the engagement, she loathed the prospect of it occurring in such a manner, especially the undeniable fact that he was not a sycophant. Upon returning home, She grappled with how to convey to her parents that Wang Chao wanted to annul their engagement. Now, Wang Chao planned to come to her home, which felt like an affront to both her and the Liu family. Why come to my house? Isn't an engagement annulment usually conducted in a hotel? Liu Zixiao endeavored to maintain her calm, for the Wang family was not one to be trifled with. Is there anything else? Wang Chao's voice remained cold, disinclined to elaborate. Elaborate? I have no intention of going, all right? Liu Zixiao glared in frustration, her emotions swirling chaotically. At this moment, she was uncertain whether she even desired to end the engagement. Gritting her teeth, she coldly declared, I will await you at home. After hanging up, Wang Chao felt elated. He had resolved not to accept any invitations today and would act later that evening. Until the very last moment, he needed to remain vigilant. As night fell, Wang Chao donned dark attire and ventured out alone, arriving at the location where Yi Fan and Liu Zixiao were destined to meet in the original narrative. From a distance, he observed Yi Fan glancing about, making his way toward this direction. Wang Chao promptly stepped aside, concealing himself in an inconspicuous spot. Yi Fan, having endured a day of vexation, reached the rendezvous point with his past wife, Liu Zixiao. He donned a mask he had prepared in advance, standing proudly as he began to wait patiently. He had even crafted a most enchanting tale, accompanied by a treasured jade pendant passed down through the Yi family. Yet, after a considerable wait, no one appeared, and he began to feel increasingly agitated. In his previous life, Liu Zixiao had arrived before 9 o'clock. Now, with the hour approaching midnight, where was she? Had something unfortunate transpired? Concealed in the shadows, Wang Chao smirked. Young man, you shall not meet Liu Zixiao today. After lingering in place for a while longer, Yi Fan sighed deeply and, disheartened, departed. Ding. The protagonist returns empty-handed. Luck value, 200. Current luck value, 15,700. The host's villain value, 200. Usable villain value, 200. As expected of the female lead, reducing the protagonist's luck value by 200, merely by returning empty-handed. Wang Chao sneered, glancing at the time. It was already past 8 o'clock. At last, I've managed to delay things. Chapter 27. The Art of Tai Chi in Yanjing. The Liu family. After receiving Wang Chao's reply, Liu Zixiao felt a tumult of anxiety until the afternoon, when she finally relayed the news of the annulment to her father, Liu Anliang. Upon hearing this, Liu Anliang was so enraged that he nearly fainted, raising his hand to slap his daughter Liu Zixiao across the face. The Liu family had maintained their standing in Yanjing for many years, still regarded as a top-tier second-class family, largely due to their connection with the Wang family. He was aware that Wang Chao harbored feelings for his daughter, always making an effort to win her affection. Yet, his daughter's response was to either mock him or treat him with indifference whenever he visited. He had thought this was a matter for the younger generation and had no intention of interfering. Now, however, Wang Chao was growing impatient and preparing to end the engagement. All of this turmoil stemmed from his unfilial daughter. The annulment of the engagement with the Wang family could spell disaster for the Liu family. Even if the Wang family did not actively suppress them, without their support, the Liu family would inevitably fall from the ranks of second-tier families. Liu Zixiao covered her face, incredulously gazing at her father, her eyes brimming with tears of grievance. You actually hit me. From childhood, her father had cherished her dearly, never once raising his voice. Yet now, over the matter of an engagement annulment, he had struck her. Hit you? If you do not provide me with a reasonable explanation today, not only will I hit you, but I'll also break your legs. Liu Anliang's eyes reddened as he took down a baseball bat hanging on the wall, his expression menacing. You clarify this for me. Why does Wang Chao want to annul the engagement? How would I know? Liu Zixiao recoiled, feeling both anger and injustice. Yet, upon seeing her father's furious demeanor, she instantly deflated and turned to her mother for support. She found her mother sitting quietly, sipping coffee and avoiding eye contact, which plunged her into despair. You don't know? Tell me, what is wrong with Wang Chao? He is handsome, wealthy, intelligent, the designated successor of the Wang family. And most importantly, he is devoted solely to you. What more could you possibly wish for? Liu Anliang's heart ached for his daughter, yet he was filled with rage. To them, marriages among prominent families were merely strategic unions, devoid of any need for affection. Moreover, Wang Chao's deep affection for their daughter was something many envied. Yet, his daughter chose not to cherish it, thereby jeopardizing the entire Liu family. Liu Zixiao opened her mouth, struggling to pinpoint any faults in Wang Chao. Surely, she could not voice that she disliked the fact he was a sycophant? At this moment, reflecting on Wang Chao's recent changes, she felt increasingly conflicted. In truth, she was beginning to reconsider her desire to annul the engagement. But it was too late. Liu Anliang sighed, his tone softening considerably but remaining resolute. My daughter, I must tell you, when the Wang family arrives, even if it means throwing a tantrum. You must plead with Wang Chao not to annul the engagement. If this marriage falls through, the Liu family will truly be finished. Though Liu Zixiao was headstrong, she understood the potential ramifications of an annulment on her family. With tears in her eyes, she nodded in agreement. She knew what Wang Chao desired. She thought to have a heart-to-heart with him before he arrived. However, no matter whether through WeChat or text, there was no response. Time ticked by until 9 o'clock. Why hasn't he come yet? Liu Onliang stepped to the door to check, having prepared numerous arguments to assure the Wang family could forgive their daughter. I'll make a phone call. From the afternoon until now, Liu Zixia had come to a realization. Wang Chao was indeed quite a good person, genuinely caring for her. His current aloofness was merely a reaction to her behavior. Taking out her phone, she dialed Wang Chao's number, but upon hearing the recorded message, she was momentarily taken aback. Is it off? By 10 o'clock, still no response. At 11, it remained off. Liu Zixia felt bewildered, alongside a surge of irritation. Meanwhile, Liu Onliang felt somewhat relieved and comforted his daughter. It must be the Wang family preventing Wang Chao from coming, which is perhaps for the best. All right, when you return, be sure to sincerely apologize to him. After all, he is to be your future husband. Understood, Dad. If there is nothing else, I'm off to bed. I have an early flight in the morning. LV Zixia, with a hint of melancholy, clutched her phone and retreated to her chamber. Meanwhile, Wang Chao had returned to his vehicle and powered on his phone. The incessant notifications from messages and WeChat began to irritate him. If it weren't for the need to accumulate villain points, he would have promptly blocked all those bothersome women. The endless chatter was particularly grating, especially from Cheng Shuangdi. Glancing over, he marked the irrelevant messages as read. At that moment, he noticed a message from LV Zixia. A wicked smile crept onto his face. She must be quite anxious. He then opened WeChat and upon reading her message, his mouth slightly agape. TSK, how indiscreet. To salvage our engagement, she is willing to bed me. A frown crossed his face as he thought, wait a minute, shouldn't she be questioning me about my absence? This deviates from the original plot. Ding. A notification from LV Zixia indicating a resentment value of 9,999. Wang Chao raised an eyebrow in confusion. What is this resentment value? Ding. It signifies that LV Zixia is scolding you. Damn. Wang Chao's face darkened. Surely, that didn't require a notification? Nevertheless, knowing that LV Zixia was displeased brought him some measure of joy. System, fill my spirit to the brim. Wang Chao reclined comfortably, eager to replenish his mental energy. Ding. Redemption successful. Name, Wang Chao. Strength, 200, normal human, 100. Spirit, 200, normal human, 100. Charisma, 200, normal human, 100. Physique, 200, normal human, 100. Skills, none. Other, basic alchemy. Wealth, 40. 3 billion. Villain points, 100. Protagonist luck value, 15, 700. Ding. Congratulations, the host has achieved a minor accomplishment. Reward, 1 lottery draw. Would you like to draw now? Wang Chao was quite eager about this lottery. He had previously won alchemy skills. Ding. Congratulations. The host has acquired the skill, Tai Chi. Tai Chi. Upon hearing this name, Wang Chao felt inclined to curse the system. To learn Tai Chi, there are countless tutorials available online. Why waste a lottery draw? However, as the concept of Tai Chi melded into his mind, he could only exclaim in admiration, 666. This Tai Chi is not the common Tai Chi practiced by many, but rather a profound skill. Utilizing the universe as a platform and the sun and moon as its core, it allows one to manipulate the energies of the cosmos and shape all things at will. Truly remarkable. With this skill, I am invincible. Combined with Tai Chi, I am destined for unparalleled supremacy. Wang Chao marveled once more. Possessing such a technique would enable him to effortlessly deal with any adversary, and the best part is, it doesn't require daily practice. Driving with a whistle, he headed towards the Wangshan No. 1 villa. Suddenly, a segment of side plot resurfaced in his mind. Wang Chao smirked and quickly checked it. Upon doing so, he nearly cursed. Chapter 28. A daunting task. Wang Chao briefly scanned this side plot, feeling as though the greenery above his head had transformed into a vast pasture. In this side story, Cheng Shuangdi was portrayed as a sycophant, a schemer dreaming of marrying into wealth. To achieve this, she deliberately befriended high school classmate LV Zixia, seeking to learn that LV Zixia was Wang Chao's fiancée. Upon discovering Wang Chao's respectable background, she began to sow discord between LV Zixia and Wang Chao, resulting in LV Zixia growing increasingly resentful of him. After LV Zixia fled her wedding, Wang Chao underwent a significant change in temperament. Cheng Shuangdi, seizing the opportunity, submitted herself to him and ultimately married into the Wang family. From that point onward, her true nature was revealed, engaging in dubious affairs with numerous men. Even her child was not Wang Chao's. Subsequently, taking advantage of Wang Chao's despondency, she sought to control the Wang family and devised schemes to ensnare Wang Chao, leading him to offend Yi Fan's sister, culminating in his demise at Yi Fan's hands. Yet another infuriating betrayal. Wang Chao gritted his teeth, eyes glinting with a trace of murderous intent. The villain already faced enough hardship, yet they had to burden him with 2 betrayals. Huh? Wang Chao scoffed coldly. Since Cheng Shuangdi was not part of the protagonist's harem, she was utterly worthless. This woman must be eliminated. The following morning, as Wang Chao awoke, he received a call from Li Jianhao. Hello, Master Wang. I have gathered the information you requested. Shall I bring it over shortly? Very well. Wang Chao did not decline. According to the original story, shortly after the Lantern Festival, Li Jianhao would encounter troubles. Now that the plot was accelerating, it was likely that trouble was indeed approaching. About an hour later, Li Jianhao entered the first-floor reception room, guided by a servant. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback. Setting aside the villa's opulent decor, the walls adorned with masterpieces and the surrounding antiques were astonishing. Each item was worth a fortune, treasures that would be cherished as heirlooms if placed elsewhere. Young master, the guest has arrived. The servant's voice broke his reverie, prompting Li Jianhao to hastily retract his gaze. He saw Wang Chao seated on the sofa, leisurely sipping coffee. He quickly approached, standing before Wang Chao with a hint of trepidation. Wang Chao glanced up and gestured casually. Please sit. Li Jianhao obediently took a seat. With a wave of Wang Chao's hand, the servant brought Li Jianhao a cup of coffee. Upon seeing the coffee cup before him, Li Jianhao was once again astonished. He recognized it as a cup exclusively reserved for the royal family of F country, an entire set worth tens of millions, yet scarce in the market. After calming his emotions, he felt increasingly fortunate to have originally submitted to Wang Chao. Wang Chao leaned back, speaking with a casual tone. Where's the information? Under the weight of Wang Chao's piercing gaze, Li Jianhao felt an immense pressure and quickly handed over the documents. Master Wang. This contains all the information on the top 10 campus beauties as recognized by every institution, including their heights, measurements, home addresses, interests, and frequently visited places. Wang Chao accepted the documents, casually perusing one of them. Well, this is quite detailed. In addition to what Li Jianhao had mentioned, it meticulously detailed which hotels they had stayed at, how many times, and with whom. Master Wang, if you are not satisfied, I can directly bring all those individuals here for you to choose from. Seeing no sign of a smile on Wang Chao's face, Li Jianhao felt uncertain. Wang Chao's expression darkened. Indeed, he was the underground emperor of Jiangbei, audacious enough to say anything. I am a villain, not a criminal. Waving his hand dismissively, without even lifting his head, he replied, I am quite satisfied. If you have nothing else, you may leave. After a prolonged silence, Li Jianhao remained. And guessing what he wanted to say, Wang Chao frowned and said, Speak if you have something to say. Ah. Li Jianhao sat nearby, wrestling with his thoughts for a considerable time before finally speaking. Master Wang, here is the situation. Many years ago, I had a territorial dispute with a man named Chui Gu, whom I severely injured, causing him to flee. Recently, I heard that Chui Gu has trained under a master of Qigong and has become exceedingly formidable. He has even threatened to come and kill me in 3 days. Therefore, I wish to. You wish for me to assist you in eliminating him? Wang Chao inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. In the original narrative, Li Jianhao initially sought to curry favor with Yi Fan due to the Wei family connection. However, it was only after Yi Fan defeated Chui Gu that he fully submitted to him. Thus, he must shoulder this burden. With his mastery of Tai Chi, he felt invulnerable. Even without it, his sheer physical strength would be sufficient to overpower Chui Gu, who, in the original story, was merely a minor antagonist. If he could not handle such a foe, how could he hope to subdue influential figures in the future? Yes, I am aware my request is rather presumptuous, but I am truly at my wit's end. I implore you, Master Wang, to assist me this one time, and I am willing to offer you 10 million as a token of my gratitude. Li Jianhao felt a gnawing uncertainty in his heart. Although Master Wang was not in need of money, he believed that no one would refuse a monetary offer. Very well, Wang Chao replied without a moment's hesitation. Thank you, Master Wang. Thank you, Li Jianhao exclaimed, overjoyed by Wang Chao's swift acquiescence. After expressing his gratitude profusely, he hurriedly departed, anxious not to disturb Wang Chao further. Once alone, Wang Chao resumed his examination of the materials Li Jianhao had provided. He eliminated candidates who had previously engaged in relationships or had boyfriends. For the protagonist, Yi Fan possessed an acute aversion to such matters. Ultimately, he was left with more than 20 individuals and proceeded to discard those of lesser familial standing. This left him with 11 names, including Lu Zixia, Kung Fu, Yin Ruxue, Jiang Hui, Wei Ying, and Su Shuyun, all members of Yi Fan's harem. Excluding them, 3 others from the Civil Engineering Institute remained. Wang Chao glanced at them and promptly dismissed them, as their appearances and physiques were decidedly not to Yi Fan's taste, unless he were in dire need. This left him with 2 candidates, one named Lu Sueki, the second daughter of the prominent Lu family, and the other named Cheng Linlin, the daughter of the third most influential family in Jiangbei, the Cheng family. The task was indeed formidable. Wang Chao gazed at the 8 names remaining on the list, internally sighing. Lu Zixia had just disembarked from her flight and was taking a taxi back to school. As she approached the school entrance, she noticed a strikingly handsome man walking towards her. Her heart raced, pounding fiercely, and she found her breath becoming shallow. A sense of alarm flickered within her. This was the sensation of infatuation. She steadied herself. No, she had a fiancé and could not afford to be swept away by emotion. Taking a deep breath, she feigned indifference and continued towards the school. Yet, unable to resist, she turned back for another glance, finding herself increasingly captivated. The young man had now reached her, offering a gentle smile as he inquired, "Classmate, were you looking at me?" Chapter 29, The Bewildered Protagonist. Yi Fan was equally surprised to encounter his past life's wife at the school entrance. He thought to himself that since fate had brought them together, he would not allow this opportunity to slip away. Striding forward with a regal demeanor, he exuded an air of confidence and charm. With a perfect smile and his rich, melodious voice, he was certain he could enchant Lu Zixia. Noticing her cheeks flush with embarrassment, he realized he had already made significant progress. Lu Zixia felt an inexplicable familiarity with the young man before her, her heart racing with an uncontainable impulse. However, as a woman, she resolved to maintain her composure and replied with a smile, "Your flirting techniques are rather outdated, aren't they? Is that so?" "I beg to differ." Yi Fan, being a reincarnated celestial being, sensed the excitement within Lu Zixia and believed she, like in their previous life, had fallen for him at first sight. "Since we share a connection as classmates, how about we grab a cup of coffee together?" Though she found the young man appealing, Lu Zixia was aware of her engagement and felt it inappropriate to entertain such thoughts. She shook her head gently, saying, "I need to return to my dormitory. Goodbye." "Please don't go." Yi Fan frowned slightly, realizing that the situation was diverging from his expectations. He hurriedly stepped in front of Lu Zixia, earnestly stating, "What if I told you we knew each other from before? Would you believe me?" Lu Zixia furrowed her brows, sensing a hint of the obsequiousness that Wang Chao often exhibited, and remained silent. "Perhaps I should share a story with you." Yi Fan decided to employ his trump card, convinced that recounting their past life would surely touch her heart. After all, they had shared numerous experiences in their previous existence, and she was bound to recall something. As he narrated, becoming increasingly engrossed in his tale, he found himself moved by the emotions it evoked. How could he not be? It was a recounting of his own life. However, as he observed Lu Zixia's expression, he noted her frown deepening, even tinged with a trace of aversion. Confused, he wondered what was amiss. Was the story poorly told? He maintained his composure and forced a smile. "So, what do you think? Did it resonate with you at all?" Lu Zixia nodded. Indeed. She felt a connection to the story, having previously chastised Wang Chao for similar reasons. Initially intrigued by the young man before her, her interest plummeted after hearing his tale, and she felt an urge to lash out. "Why does everyone feel the need to use this story against me?" Relieved, Yi Fan reached into his bag, producing a family heirloom jade pendant, and presented it to Lu Zixia. "Now do you believe we knew each other in our past life? This is for you. One day, you will understand that everything I have said is true." Lu Zixia did not even glance at it, merely scoffing with a sardonic smile. "Classmate, your story is truly captivating." With that, she pushed past Yi Fan and walked away. Puzzled, Yi Fan hurried after her, observing the stormy expression on Lu Zixia's face as he called out, "Classmate, you don't believe my story? I believe you are a fool. Are you out of your mind? Leave me alone. You cannot afford to cross my fiancé." Lu Zixia internally compared Wang Chao to the young man before her, and found Wang Chao to be the clear victor in every regard: height, looks, family background, and eloquence. Yi Fan wished to pursue her further, but was halted by the fierce glare Lu Zixia shot him, leaving him momentarily stunned and immobile. What was happening? She had a fiancé? Damn it! How dare anyone lay claim to the wife of a celestial? He cursed inwardly, thinking, "This is my story with Lu Zixia. How could anyone else possibly know?" At that moment, a boy who had been observing the scene approached Yi Fan, giving him a light pat on the shoulder. "Dude, is your home still without internet? That story you just shared? It went viral at school yesterday." Yi Fan was taken aback as the boy displayed a social media post before pocketing his phone and sauntering away, leaving Yi Fan standing alone, bewildered by the whirlwind of events. Ding! Lu Zixiao's affection for the host increased to 50, now totaling 70. The protagonist possesses a fortune value of 200, while the villainess value stands at 15,500. The hostess villain value is 200, with a potential of 300. Wang Chao sat at home, pondering strategies to deal with these girls when he suddenly heard a notification from the system. Wang Chao looked up in bewilderment. What is happening? Lu Zixiao's affection for him has skyrocketed. It has risen to an impressive 70. This figure indicates a substantial level of fondness. After contemplating for a while without uncovering the reason, he thought, well, how delightful. He pulled out a cigarette, joyfully lighting it. At this moment, he had already devised a plan to prevent Yi Fan from pursuing other girls. As the saying goes, think it and do it. After finishing a cigarette, Wang Chao got into his car, heading straight to Jiangbei University. In the male dormitory, room 430, upon entering, Wang Chao noticed that aside from Liang Wu and Zhao Cheng, there was another shorter guy present. Chao Ge, you're here. Since receiving a box of cigarettes last time, Liang Wu had developed a sense of admiration for Wang Chao, the wealthy young master who was generous in his gestures. Zhao Cheng wasn't particularly fond of Wang Chao, but out of courtesy for sharing the same dormitory, he merely offered a casual greeting. Who is this brother? Wang Chao pulled out cigarettes, handing one to each of them. This is also our dorm mate, Xiao Hozi, surnamed Ho, named Ho Chong. Liang Wu quickly stood up to light a cigarette for Wang Chao, and then turned to Ho Chong, saying, Xiao Hozi. This is the Wang Chao I told you about, the big shot of our dorm. Hello, Chao Ge. Ho Chong greeted hurriedly. Chao Ge, what brings you here today? Liang Wu asked curiously, noting that today was merely the registration day, with classes not starting for a few days. ISNT today registration? I came to pay my tuition and also wanted to see you all, Wang Chao casually remarked, though he had already settled his tuition long ago. By the way, Chao Ge, I shared your story, and oh my, that one story received hundreds of comments. It's my first time experiencing such a thing. Liang Wu seized the opportunity to praise him. Wang Chao smiled and nodded. I wanted to ask you something. Do you know Yi Fan? Yi Fan. Yes, I know him. He is in the class next door. What is up, Chao Ge? He hasn't caused you any trouble, has he? Liang Wu cautiously inquired, pointing to the adjacent class. Not at all. I just heard that this guy is quite the flirt, trying to pursue the campus belle Lu Zixiao, while also chasing after Lu Sueki and Cheng Linlin. So I was curious about who he is. Wang Chao said nonchalantly, half-truths mingling with reality, and even if it spread, it wouldn't matter. Damn, I didn't realize this guy was so ambitious. Although Lu Sueki and Cheng Linlin aren't exactly campus beauties, they are among the top 3 in the biological sciences and Chinese literature departments. And he dares to pursue my goddess Zixiao? What a scoundrel! Liang Wu exclaimed, feeling a pang of jealousy, as if Yi Fan had stolen his woman. He was familiar with Yi Fan, who was decent-looking but always had an indifferent demeanor towards everyone. Moreover, he had heard that Yi Fan's father was merely a civil servant in a small county. Where did he find the audacity to chase 3 women at once? That's truly outrageous. Ho Chong couldn't help but exclaim. Zhao Cheng, sitting quietly by, remained expressionless, taking a deep drag of his cigarette without uttering a word. Observing the reactions of his dorm mates, Wang Chao felt a sense of intrigue. While it might be unethical to tarnish someone's reputation, he was a villain and wouldn't mind employing any means to achieve his ends. Laughing, he added, I also heard this guy boasting that he intends to claim all the campus beauties for himself. Chapter 30, The Baffling Incident. As Wang Chao's words hung in the air, Liang Wu was the first to leap up, angrily exclaiming, What the hell? This guy is so shameless. He was well aware that he could never aspire to such lofty heights as a campus beauty, but a man's jealousy is a potent force, especially when hearing of someone so audacious attempting to monopolize the beauties from every department. He began to scheme, his mind racing. How do you know all this? Zhao Cheng, who had been silent until now, suddenly interjected. Wang Chao turned to Zhao Cheng, squinting slightly, thinking this guy was quite talkative. Generally, discussions among boys about women rarely delve into the source of information unless the subject is a close friend requiring protection. Liang Wu slammed the table, expressing his discontent. What the hell do you care? Since Chao Ge said it, there must be some truth to it. Then, a mischievous smile crept onto his face. No? I need to create a few alternate accounts to post this on the school forum. I'll join in. Haha, I'm quite skilled at this sort of thing. Ho Chong rubbed his hands together, brimming with excitement. Wang Chao watched as Ho Chong and Liang Wu simultaneously registered alternate accounts on the campus forum, eager to post. He could easily foresee that Yi Fan's days ahead would not be pleasant. Wang Chao felt quite pleased with himself. Finding an excuse, he left the dormitory, casting a meaningful glance at Zhao Cheng as he departed. This glance sent an inexplicable shiver down Zhao Cheng's spine. At the school gate, Yi Fan stood there, almost resembling a statue, unable to fathom why Lu Zixiao treated him with such coldness. He reassured himself, it's not the right time. We shouldn't team meet. Yet, in his previous life, he had never heard of Lu Zixia having a fiancée. Perhaps it was destiny that brought them together. This was merely an unforeseen circumstance. With a deep sigh, he headed to the academic affairs office to pay his tuition. Feeling dejected, he strolled around campus, pondering which scoundrel had divulged the story that originally belonged to him. His eyes turned cold. If he discovered who it was, he would ensure they regretted it. Suddenly sensing someone behind him, he feigned tying his shoelaces, catching a glimpse of two tall students in athletic attire stealthily observing him. He was certain these two were tailing him. But he hadn't offended anyone recently, had he? Rising to his feet, he moved to a secluded corner behind the teaching building. Coming to an abrupt stop, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he turned to face the two students, who were attempting to hide. Coldly, he spoke. Classmates, you followed me all this way. Is there something you need? The two students, having realized they were discovered, exchanged glances and approached Yi Fan. One of them, a pockmarked boy, asked, You're Yi Fan? Indeed. Yi Fan crossed his arms, scrutinizing the two students. Although he didn't recognize them, their eyes radiated fury, suggesting some deep-seated grudge. You claim you want to pursue Lu Sueki? The pockmarked boy, named Yang Xingqi, was a fervent admirer of Lu Sueki, known throughout the school for his convoluted pursuit of her affections. Yi Fan frowned, feeling bewildered, and scoffed. Why would I need to pursue the woman I desire? Yang Xingqi was instantly incensed. He had heard Yi Fan boast about his intentions to win Lu Sueki over and had intended to dissuade this rival. Little did he expect Yi Fan to be so brazen. Gritting his teeth, he charged forward, fists raised, and Lu Yang followed closely behind, ready to pounce. Yi Fan's expression darkened as he quickly dodged back. Though the situation remained unclear, the dignity of the celestial lord must not be tarnished, especially by mere insignificant ants. With a sudden motion, he raised his foot and forcefully kicked Yang Xingqi in the chest. Despite his seemingly robust appearance, Yang Xingqi was merely a facade of strength, and he was sent flying by Yi Fan's powerful blow. He crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Lu Yang fared little better. Though he did not bleed, he too lay on the ground, unable to rise for quite some time. Are you coming back for more? Yi Fan, radiating an aura akin to that of a divine being, felt a flicker of the respect that a true powerful individual should possess. A stark contrast to his otherwise tumultuous rebirth. How dare you strike me? I shall ensure you pay dearly. Yang Xingqi, sprawled on the ground, wore an expression of defiance. With narrowed eyes, Yi Fan strode forward, pressing his foot firmly on Yang Xingqi's chest, exerting tremendous pressure. Kneel and apologize, and I might let you off today. His foot carried an extraordinary weight, equivalent to several hundred pounds, and Yang Xingqi, under the immense pressure, coughed up more blood, his heart gripped by fear. Yet, the thought of kneeling in apology was utterly unacceptable to him. He stubbornly remained silent, neck craned defiantly. Lu Yang, still on the ground, threatened, Yi Fan, I warn you. Murder is a crime. We are gravely injured because of you, and if the school finds out, you will surely be expelled. Is that so? You dare to threaten me? A chilling glare emanated from Yi Fan, filled with a palpable sense of menace. These two insignificant insects had dared to ambush him. Their demise was inevitable. The two boys, sensing the overwhelming aura of hostility, were paralyzed with fear, just about to plead for mercy when a loud voice rang out nearby. What is going on here? Stop this at once. Upon hearing the approaching voice, Yi Fan's heart sank. What a blunder. He cursed inwardly. His cultivation was still inadequate. Should he truly take a life, he would certainly face dire consequences. The two boys, upon seeing a teacher arrive, were ecstatic, crying out, Teacher, teacher, save us. What have you done to them? Director Wu from the academic office hurried over, assessing the two students lying on the ground, and then glancing at Yi Fan, his expression shifting dramatically. Teacher, they. Yi Fan intended to report the incident first, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he realized the gravity of the situation. The two lay on the ground, one bleeding profusely. Anyone witnessing this would not conclude that he was the victim. Teacher, I think my leg is broken. Lu Yang clutched his leg, his voice tinged with tears. Director Wu, upon seeing one student still spitting blood, was taken aback. He quickly pulled out his phone to call for an ambulance. While waiting for help to arrive, he inquired of Yi Fan, which department are you from? Teacher, his name is Yi Fan. From the first class of the management accounting department. Without waiting for Yi Fan to respond, Lu Yang interjected. Yi Fan, why did you assault your classmates? What deep-seated grudge could justify such violence? Director Wu's voice was stern, laced with anger. Teacher, these two wanted to attack me. Teacher, he is lying. We merely passed by, recognized him as Yi Fan, and asked him if that was his name, and he attacked us. Lu Yang retorted vehemently. Yi Fan, as a reincarnated celestial lord, was not one to engage in verbal disputes. In the past, He preferred action over words. With no surveillance cameras around, and given the clear evidence of his opponents being on the ground, he could only suffer in silence, feeling deeply frustrated. The most vexing part was that he still could not fathom how he had offended these two individuals. Director Wu regarded Yi Fan coldly, his dissatisfaction palpable. According to school regulations, such brawls warranted expulsion. However, this was not a matter of honor, and observing Yi Fan's seemingly fragile demeanor evoked a sense of pity. After a moment's contemplation, he sighed. Yi Fan, you have violated school rules. I am recording a major demerit against you. If there is a next time, I will ensure your expulsion. For now, you will cover the medical expenses for these two students. Yi Fan clenched his hands tightly within his sleeves, maintaining an outward calm. Understood, Director, he replied, feeling an overwhelming sense of misfortune today, as if even drinking cold water would cause him discomfort. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, a video had quietly surfaced on the campus forum, rapidly gaining views. Chapter 31, Master of Qi, Meng Jiang. Ding. The protagonist's attempt at bravado has failed. Luck value decreased by 100, now standing at 15,400. The host's villain value is 100, with 400 available for use. Wang Chao had just returned to his villa when he heard the system's notification. His expression was one of astonishment. What fortune has come upon me while I sit at home? Indeed, Wang Chao's lips curled into a smirk, dismissing thoughts of what had transpired, as any reduction in the protagonist's fortune was a positive outcome. At that moment, he received two WeChat messages. One was from Liang Wu. Chao Gu, check the campus forum. Yi Fan has become famous. The other was from Cheng Shuangdi. Brother, I've arrived at Jiangbei Airport. Can you come pick me up? So, this troublesome girl has truly come. He thought coldly, since she has arrived, let her remain in Jiangbei forever. Wang Chao chuckled derisively, a glint of malice in his eyes. Ignoring Cheng Shuangdi, he replied to Liang Wu. He quickly registered an account on the campus forum and logged in to find a post pinned at the top titled, "What grievance could lead Yi Fan to brutally assault his classmates?" Upon clicking it, he saw a video featuring Yi Fan kicking two boys, one of whom was left bleeding and the other with a broken leg. The comments had already surpassed 10,000, with the majority condemning Yi Fan and calling for his expulsion to ensure the safety of fellow students. A neutral faction emerged, arguing for a lack of understanding of the full context. A small group suggested, without sound, how can we ascertain the truth? Perhaps this is a malicious edit. However, these viewpoints were met with vehement backlash. So, this is the reason. Wang Chao had been puzzled about the sudden increase in villain value. It seemed the video of Yi Fan's braggadocio and subsequent capture by the teacher was the cause. System, convert the villain value into strength. Ding. Redemption successful. Name, Wang Chao. Strength, 220, normal human, 100. Spirit, 200, normal human, 100. Charm, 200, normal human, 100. Physique, 200, normal human, 100. Technique, Tai Chi others, basic alchemy. Money, 40, 3 billion. Villain value, 0. Protagonist's luck value, 15,400. In an instant, Wang Chao felt his strength surge once more. However, this enhancement felt somewhat different from previous increases, though he could not yet discern the nature of the difference. In the following 2 days, Wang Chao confined himself to the villa, receiving no visitors except for Wei Yubao, who delivered herbal materials. Time flew by, and soon it was the appointed time to meet Li Jianhao. Early in the morning, Li Jianhao personally drove to the villa at number 1 Wangshan, taking Wang Chao to a location in the outskirts known as Qiling Mountain. Halfway up the mountain, there was a pavilion. Wang Chao exited the vehicle and, from a distance, spotted an elderly man seated in the pavilion. In the original text, Li Jianhao had summoned the renowned Qigong master, Meng Jiang, as a precautionary measure. Meng Jiang is celebrated as the most distinguished Qigong master in Jiangbei, and Li Jianhao indeed spared no expense this time. Master Meng, allow me to introduce you to my elder brother, Master Wang. Li Jianhao hastily introduced Wang Chao as they approached the pavilion. Elder brother, this is the illustrious Qigong master of Jiangbei, Meng Jiang. Master Wang. Meng Jiang glanced up, casting a dismissive look at Wang Chao, his eyes brimming with disdain. This young man appeared to be scarcely past his teenage years. You dare to call him a master? A cold sneer formed in his heart. Truly, anyone nowadays seemed to presume the title of master. Furthermore, as he came here to engage in a challenge, why was there a need to invite a mere child? Was this some form of insult? With a displeased expression, he coldly inquired, Mr. Li, what is the meaning of bringing him here? Master Meng, please do not be upset. This is merely a precaution. You know well how formidable Cui Gu is. Li Jianhao responded awkwardly, striving to placate him. In truth, he had initially invited Wang Chao, but subconsciously felt that Wang Chao's youth might hinder his performance. Hence the invitation to Meng Jiang. Now, with Meng Jiang's dissatisfaction, Li Jianhao found himself in a quandary. Humph. With me present, Cui Gu is of no concern. Meng Jiang scoffed, casting a challenging glance at Wang Chao. Since you claim to be a master, you must possess some skill. After all, it is said that two tigers cannot share the same mountain. Such a bore. Wang Chao, with an expression of impatience, detested lengthy chatter. Before Meng Jiang could finish his sentence, he swiftly moved in front of him, too disinterested to employ Tai Chi, and leisurely threw a punch. Meng Jiang was momentarily taken aback, inwardly cursing, "Are you attempting to massage me?" Realizing the implication, he resolved to demonstrate the prowess of a Qigong master. Raising his fist to meet Wang Chao's blow, the impact resonated. Crack. The two fists collided and immediately separated. Wang Chao remained composed, gazing at Meng Jiang with a subtle smile. Meng Jiang, however, stared at Wang Chao in terror, his body trembling uncontrollably. It felt as though his fist had struck steel. At that moment, the bones in his hand shattered completely. Not only that, he felt as if his right arm had been crushed and was devoid of sensation, even pain. He could not fathom the origins or techniques of this young man before him. That punch, seemingly unremarkable, had unleashed such overwhelming power. After a prolonged period of shock, he heard Wang Chao's nonchalant voice, "Do not embarrass yourself here. Be gone." In the original narrative, Meng Jiang had wished to confront Yi Fan but was dissuaded by Li Jianhao. Yi Fan, intent on making a grand entrance, had avoided engaging with Meng Jiang altogether. The ensuing events revealed Meng Jiang being dispatched in a single blow by Cui Gu, only for Cui Gu to be similarly vanquished by Yi Fan. Yi Fan's display was nothing short of theatrical. Yet, Wang Chao held a different perspective. As a significant antagonist, he was not present merely to perform theatrics, but rather to impart a lesson. At that moment, Meng Jiang's expression turned ashen. Regardless of the circumstances, he was the foremost Qigong practitioner in Jiangbei. And at over 60 years of age, being derided by a youth not yet 20 was utterly intolerable. However, he could not express this frustration openly. Turning to Li Jianhao, he vented his ire. "Mr. Li, since you have invited such a formidable figure, why summon me?" Li Jianhao, still recovering from the shock, was at a loss for words when questioned. Internally, he mused, "How was I to know Wang Chao was so formidable?" He thought, "Did I force you to come?" Wang Chao, seated on the bench in the pavilion, raised an eyebrow at Meng Jiang. "If you are so capable, why summon me?" Meng Jiang turned his ire towards Wang Chao, striving to suppress his fury as he questioned, "What is your issue with me?" Wang Chao unabashedly shrugged his shoulders. Meng Jiang opened his mouth, nearly choking on his indignation, almost collapsing on the spot. "You dare to mock me? I curse your ancestors for generations." Wang Chao furrowed his brow, his tone languid. "If there is nothing else, vacate my sight. Otherwise, I shall break your other arm." All right. I shall depart at once." Meng Jiang trembled with rage, casting a furious glare at Li Jianhao before turning to leave. Li Jianhao merely shrugged. With Wang Chao's prowess, he felt little concern. At that moment, a helicopter circled overhead, hovering above them several times before finally landing 100 meters away. The cabin door opened, and a commanding figure leaped down from the aircraft. Chapter 32. Hurry over to meet your demise. Wang Chao observed this scene with a mere raised eyebrow, feeling no surprise. After all, the original text had described how Cui Gu, in an attempt to display his grandeur, had arranged for a helicopter to fly ostentatiously above, only to leap from it in a theatrical display. Subsequently, he would traverse the treetops, utilizing Qigong to glide down. To put it bluntly, it resembled the lightness of a martial arts novel. However, compared to this ostentatious display, Wang Chao deemed it mere child's play, especially when juxtaposed with the protagonist Yi Fan from the original text, who was a reincarnated celestial being capable of walking through the air. With a single step, he could traverse hundreds of meters. Even Wang Chao found himself wanting to cheer for Yi Fan. Unlike Wang Chao's disdainful demeanor, which resembled that of an observer at a circus, Li Jianhao stood awestruck, his eyes bulging and mouth agape, muttering, "This is a feat only a deity could accomplish." Suddenly realizing how inappropriate his comment was, he instinctively glanced at Wang Chao, who remained as composed as ever, exuding an air of indifference, even adorned with an enigmatic smile. Regaining his composure, he turned to observe Cui Gu, who had now descended from the treetops, standing with arms behind his back. Cui Gu squinted slightly, lifting his chin as he looked down at Li Jianhao, disdainfully sneering. "Li Jianhao, I never anticipated you would dare to show up. Truly, you are overestimating your capabilities." As the distance closed, Li Jianhao felt the oppressive aura emanating from Cui Gu, and regret began to creep in. He acknowledged Wang Chao's strength, yet Cui Gu could fly. Silently comparing the two, he realized they were not even in the same league. Nevertheless, being the underground emperor of Jiangbei, he maintained a straight posture, masking his fear, thinking, "At worst, I shall die, but I cannot lose my dignity." Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Wang Chao applauding mockingly, remarking, "So you are Cui Gu? Quite the performance." Cui Gu paused. Icy daggers of intent bore into Wang Chao, radiating a menacing aura. Previously, he had dismissed the young man in the pavilion, assuming him to be one of Li Jianhao's lackeys, unworthy of his attention. However, the audacity of this child to insult him was intolerable. Thus, he resolved to make an example of him first, while Li Jianhao would be dealt with later. "Your elder brother has yet to speak. Who do you think you are?" With these words, Cui Ji's right hand swiftly produced a steel ball the size of a corn kernel from his pocket. With a flick of the fingers, a swift whoosh propelled the steel ball towards Wang Chao. The sphere traveled with incredible speed. If one did not pay close attention, its very nature would go unnoticed. It sliced through the air, leaving merely a fleeting shadow in its wake, glinting with a chilling radiance, undeniably dazzling. Li Jianhao, oblivious to Cui Ji's subtle maneuver, perceived only an overwhelming force surging towards Wang Chao. He had long since heard tales of masters of Qi who, upon reaching the pinnacle of their craft, could manifest their inner energy into a tangible form, capable of striking from a distance. Although he was unsure of the nature of this energy, his previous skepticism had been replaced by a stark realization. In a panic, he turned to Wang Chao, only to find him wearing a smile, standing still as if unperturbed. Yet his hand mimicked the gesture of pinching a cigarette. A sudden dread gripped Li Jianhao's heart. He thought to himself, "This is disastrous. Wang Chao intends to intercept the Qi Master's energy with his bare hands. Isn't that akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot? Or an ant shaking a tree? If Wang Chao were to perish, he would be nothing more than a hapless chick awaiting slaughter. To hell with pride. I must survive." Instinctively, Li Jianhao swallowed hard, beads of sweat cascading from his forehead, dangling precariously from his chin. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to kneel in supplication, hoping it might spare his life at the hands of Cui Gu. As he turned, he was struck by the sight of Cui Ji's incredulous expression. His voice trembling as he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Li Jianhao was even more bewildered. How could this man have taken a life and yet question the feasibility of it? Suddenly, he sensed something amiss and turned back to Wang Chao, who was now examining a small steel ball in his hand. A surge of excitement coursed through him. As long as Wang Chao remained alive, there was still hope. Considering Wang Chao's current reflexes and strength, catching a hidden weapon from several meters away would be a trivial matter for him. He tossed the steel ball lightly into the air, catching it with ease, repeating the motion several times before abruptly addressing Cui Gu with utmost seriousness. "Uncle, how old are you to still be playing marbles? My 3-year-old nephew finds them too childish and has long since abandoned them." At that moment, Cui Gu was both astonished and terrified, his countenance darkening ominously. How could he have anticipated that his infallible ambush, which had never failed him before, would be unraveled by a youth not yet 20? Regaining his composure, he suppressed his disdain and inquired, "What sect do you belong to, young brother?" "None at all." Wang Chao did not even lift his gaze, continuing to toy with the steel ball, eagerly anticipating this first encounter with such a formidable opponent. He mused, "Come on and meet your demise. I have many affairs to attend to today." Cui Ji's fists clenched, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing ominously. As a former underground emperor of Jiangbei and now a Qi master, he had never endured such humiliation nor encountered anyone so brazen. With a derisive chuckle, he scoffed, "Kid, do you truly believe that merely catching one of my strikes means you can best me? If so, then are you going to fight or not? If not, then be gone." Wang Chao replied, his patience wearing thin as he raised an eyebrow, exasperated. "Are you Tang Sung or something? What nonsense is this? Perish." Cui Gu's temples throbbed with rage, nearly bursting with fury. In all his battles, he had never faced an opponent who failed to exchange threats before a fight. Initially, he had intended to grant this young man the opportunity to leave behind some final words, but now it seemed unnecessary. Taking a deep breath, he centered himself, arms wide, and began to rotate clockwise, palms coming together as he silently invoked the Qi technique. A faint aura enveloped him, and then, with a sudden leap, he extended his right hand, diving like an eagle swooping down from the heavens to seize its prey, directly targeting Wang Chao's face. This was one of his most formidable techniques, the eagle-esque strike. He had vanquished countless experts with this move. Once unleashed, it would either result in death or severe injury for the opponent. Wang Chao merely smirked, finding no novelty in Cui Ji's attack. In the original narrative, when Cui Gu faced Yi Fan, he had employed this very technique. However, Yi Fan could soar, even higher than Cui Gu could fly, leading to the latter's swift downfall. "Uncle, here is your marble back." Wang Chao, aware of the technique's potency, chose not to engage it head-on. Instead, he exerted all his strength to hurl the marble towards Cui Gu. Whoosh! The marble shot forth like a meteor, carrying an immense aura of lethality, vanishing in an instant. Chapter 33. The unexpected Cui Gu, watching the marble spiraling towards him, sensed an ominous intent emanating from it, causing his heart to leap. He quickly adjusted his breath, preparing to evade the marble's onslaught. Yet, to his astonishment, as the marble approached, it inexplicably slowed down. A wave of joy surged within him, and he cursed silently. "You little brat, you nearly tricked me. It seems you're not all that." Instantly, he readied himself to dodge the marble, channeling all his chi into his right palm, amplifying his power dramatically. As he soared past, the palpable aura of malice surged towards Wang Chao. Li Jianhao, witnessing Cui Gu evade the marble's attack, gaped in disbelief. But upon seeing Cui Gu now charging towards Wang Chao, he was alarmed to find Wang Chao still standing motionless, seemingly paralyzed by fear. His heart raced, and he shouted urgently, "Master Wang, be careful." Yet, Wang Chao remained unmoved. Then, to his astonishment, he saw Cui Gu's hand halt just inches from Wang Chao's forehead, suspended in midair, as if frozen in time. Li Jianhao's face turned pale. His legs weakened, unable to comprehend the scene unfolding before him. Had Master Wang been slain? However, the next moment, he witnessed a cold smile creep upon Wang Chao's lips as he slowly lifted his hand, delivering a single palm strike that sent Cui Gu flying. The latter traced a perfect arc through the air before crashing heavily to the ground, devoid of any convulsions, lifeless. Wang Chao gazed indifferently at the lifeless body on the ground and declared with arrogance, "If you wish to kill me, you might as well be born 200 years earlier." In truth, when he had thrown the steel ball earlier, he had employed the technique of transformation from Tai Chi, simultaneously launching two steel balls, one real, one an illusion. The real one had been intentionally thrown off target and lacked force, while the illusory ball contained his true power. No one, save for himself, could perceive this. Therein lay the essence of a stealthy assault. Li Jianhao's emotions were akin to a roller coaster, leaving him momentarily speechless. He hurried to Cui Ji's side, bending down to inspect him. The lifeless Cui Ji's eyes were wide open, clearly unable to rest in peace. Yet, there was a faint mark of red upon his brow, revealing that he had ultimately succumbed to the marble strike. Not far behind a large tree, Meng Jiang had remained hidden. Upon witnessing this spectacle, he gasped in shock. The realms of Qi mastery are divided into external force, internal force, master, and grandmaster. If even the internal force practitioner Cui Gu could not withstand Wang Chao's blow, it was evident he had shown him mercy. With a shiver running down his spine, he abandoned all thoughts of seeking vengeance against Wang Chao, turning to flee down the mountain without another moment's hesitation. As footsteps approached, Li Jianhao finally regained his senses, immediately dropping to his knees, forehead to the ground. "Thank you, Master Wang, for your timely intervention, relieving me of my greatest distress. I, Li Jianhao, vow henceforth to be your loyal subordinate, unwavering in my devotion, and pledging my life in service to you." His words were genuinely heartfelt. At this moment, he had been thoroughly captivated by Wang Chao. It was astounding that the Qi master, Cui Lai, had been vanquished in a single move by Wang Chao. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring a loyal subordinate of the protagonist. The protagonist's fortune value stands at 200, while the host's villain value is 200. With an available villain value of 200. Wang Chao observed the paltry amount of villain value with little change in expression. It was better than nothing, perhaps. It appeared that he would need to extract more from the likes of Lu Zixia and other members of Yifan's harem. The others were yielding far too little villain value. He cast a casual glance at Li Jianhao. "Get up, the payment owed cannot be scant." Yes. Li Jianhao hastily rose, cautiously trailing behind Wang Chao as they descended the mountain. While walking down, he inquired, "Master Wang, may I invite you to dinner this evening?" "No need." Wang Chao decisively declined, for he had pressing matters at hand. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He could have Li Jianhao assign someone to monitor Yifan. By keeping a constant watch on his movements, he would be promptly informed of all his actions. He turned and said, "You, assist me in tracking someone. Master Wang, please do not stand on ceremony. Just give your orders." At that moment, Li Jianhao was eager to assist Wang Chao in any way possible. "A few days ago by Eason Lake, do you recall the individual you fought?" Wang Chao asked, and upon seeing Li Jianhao nod, he continued, "I will provide you with some information. Send a few people each day to follow him. Report to me immediately on his activities. And remember to keep your distance. Do not let him discover you." "No problem. I guarantee the task will be completed." Li Jianhao thought it was a trivial matter. After all, tracking a person was exceedingly simple for him, the underground emperor of Jiangbei. However, if he does catch wind of it, Wang Chao pondered, aware that Yifan, as the protagonist, possessed acute perception. He contemplated, well, then find any excuse to give him a good beating. Rest assured, Master Wang, I know exactly how to proceed. Li Jianhao assured once more with a pat on his chest. Wang Chao nodded in satisfaction. This little brother proved to be quite useful. At noon, Wang Chao returned to the Wangshan villa. Upon opening his phone, a series of message notifications chimed in. The one who texted the most was Cheng Shuangdi. Her messages were nothing more than expressions of longing, inquiries about his whereabouts, and whether she could visit him, among other similar sentiments. She even sent several selfies, heavily made up, with poses that were overtly alluring. However, to Wang Chao, they could only be described in 2 words, pretentious. He promptly added Cheng Shuangdi's phone number and WeChat to his blacklist. After all, she wouldn't be around for much longer. Immediately after blocking her, the world around him seemed to fall silent. He glanced at the other messages. Kung Fu was asking why he hadn't attended class today. Liang Wu, the teacher called your name today. I answered for you. There were also messages from Wei Ying and a few others, which he couldn't be bothered to read. To his surprise, he discovered that Lu Zixia had sent him a message. Come to Beiyuan Hotel tonight. I have something to discuss with you. What the hell? Wang Chao casually tossed his phone aside, beginning to recall the plot ahead. According to the original story, the next major event was the birthday celebration of the Yi family patriarch, approximately in mid-February. This event was one of the most exhilarating highlights in the early chapters of Reborn as a cultivation tycoon. In the original text, Yi Fan had befriended a multitude of influential figures from Jiangbei, including the Wei family and Li Jianhao, thus ensuring that the Yi family patriarch's grand birthday celebration would attract a significant crowd from Jiangbei. The atmosphere was lively and bustling. Wang Chao furrowed his brow. None of the current crowd knew Yi Fan, meaning Yi Fan would undoubtedly miss the chance to flaunt himself. If the protagonist couldn't show off, he wouldn't earn villain value, thus accelerating the subsequent plot. Wang Chao fell into contemplation. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and a slight smile crept upon his lips. How could I forget such a prominent figure? The figure Wang Chao had in mind was none other than Han Kan, the commander of the Jiangbei military department and the superior of Wei Hoshan from the original text. Having heard of Wei Hoshan and Li Dou's remarkable feats, as well as Yi Fan's victory over the Qi master Cui Go, Han Kan was convinced that Yi Fan was at least on the level of a war god. He intended to invite Yi Fan to become the chief instructor of the Jiangbei military department. To this end, he even personally attended Yi Fan's grandfather's birthday banquet, lowering his status to extend the invitation, thus propelling the plot to its pinnacle. Following the birthday banquet, Yi Fan indeed became the chief instructor. This prestigious title greatly facilitated Yi Fan's subsequent endeavors of flaunting and retaliating against others. Now that Wang Chao had taken Yi Fan's place, it was likely that Han Kan would seek him out next. Suddenly, Wang Chao's phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. Upon checking, he was surprised to see it was Wei Hoshan. Narrowing his eyes, he muttered, could it be that Han Kan has contacted Wei Hoshan to seek me out? If that were the case, the plot was advancing at an alarming pace. He answered the phone leisurely. Grandfather Wei. Ah, Xiao Chao, have you started school? Are you busy? Wei Hoshan greeted from the other end. Not particularly busy. Did Grandfather Wei call for a reason? Wang Chao had his suspicions, but could not ascertain whether his assumptions were correct. There is a matter. I have a friend who wishes to meet you. Wei Hoshan said somewhat apologetically. Grandfather Wei, I'm currently focused on my studies and would prefer not to meet your friend. At this moment, Wang Chao had already deduced who Wei Hoshan was referring to. If he met Han Kan, the latter would undoubtedly appeal to him emotionally and morally, subsequently drawing him into the military department. He absolutely needed that chief instructor position. Otherwise, with Yi Fan as protagonist aura, they would inevitably form a connection. Of course, securing an invitation would not be an easy task. Oh dear, Xiao Chao, I understand your dilemma, but... Before Wei Hoshan could finish his sentence, Wang Chao interrupted. Grandfather Wei, I am merely a student. I truly have no interest in meeting anyone else. Very well, then I shall inform my friend. Wei Hoshan sighed and hung up the call. Wang Chao was well aware that Han Kan would not easily give up and would surely come to visit. So he needed to devise a good excuse. Most importantly, he had to negotiate favorable terms. After lunch, he decided to take a stroll around the school to boost his favorability. With Yi Fan's numerous harem members present in the school, there were at least 4 or 5 just in the School of Management. He would not miss this opportunity. Driving his luxury car, he arrived at school just in time. The first class of the afternoon was a moral education course, attended by 2 classes together. As Wang Chao stepped into the lecture hall right on time, he was met with a chorus of excited shrieks from the girls. Wow, so handsome. Who is this handsome guy? Why haven't I seen him before? He is looking at me. He is looking at me. Oh dear, I feel dizzy. I can't take it anymore. Someone call an ambulance. Wang Chao, accustomed to the uproar around him, remained unfazed. As a super wealthy second-generation heir, such a scene is indeed quite advantageous. Glancing around, I initially intended to locate Liang Wu, only to discover that the lad was nestled among a cluster of girls, waving at him and boasting to a female classmate, "That handsome guy is my roommate." "Really? Ask him to come sit here." "You switch seats." Sun Yan, with a starry-eyed expression, nudged Liang Wu playfully. Liang Wu's face darkened, questioning her intentions. At that moment, Wang Chao happened to spot Jiang Hui and Yin Rushua, who still had vacant seats nearby, and he sauntered over, inquiring with gentlemanly politeness, "May I sit here?" "Of course. Please do." With Wang Chao's approach, Jiang Hui felt her breath hitch. She eagerly nodded, wishing for him to sit beside her. Wang Chao expressed his gratitude and took a seat, while the other women cast glances filled with envy and jealousy. The female students from the School of Management were already numerous, with males being a rare species. Now, the arrival of such a strikingly handsome man naturally captivated everyone's attention. Wang Chao chose to disregard those fervent gazes and began his search for a specific target. According to the original narrative, there was another girl in Class 3, a member of Yi Fan's harem. She was none other than Su Shuyun, the daughter of the prestigious Su family of Jiangbei. Within Jiangbei University, Su Shuyun was the only member of Yi Fan's harem whom he had yet to encounter. The others had all developed varying degrees of fondness for him. After scanning the room, he realized he had not spotted Su Shuyun. "This is strange," he mused. The original text indicated that Su Shuyun was indeed in Class 3, and she should be attending this lecture alongside him. Just then, the bell rang, signaling the beginning of class, as the teacher entered the room and commenced the lesson. Approximately 3 to 5 minutes later, a girl with twin ponytails quietly slipped in through the back door. She bent down, tiptoeing as she searched for a seat. Spotting an empty seat beside Wang Chao, she hurriedly took a few steps and swiftly sat down before the teacher could turn around. Wang Chao noticed her presence and turned his head, only to see a round-faced girl. Her features were exquisitely delicate, her skin fair, and she exuded an air of nobility, complemented by a hint of French perfume wafting from her. Wang Chao raised an eyebrow. "This must be Su Shuyun." Su Shuyun glanced at the teacher, leaned her head on the desk facing Wang Chao, and quietly asked, "Classmate, the teacher hasn't called the roll, has she?" "No," Wang Chao replied, pretending to pay attention to the lesson while contemplating how to initiate a conversation. Meanwhile, Su Shuyun pulled out a jianbing guozi from her bag, peering at the teacher before lowering her head to take a bite, as if committing an act of thievery. Wang Chao felt a wave of disbelief. Wasn't she supposed to be a refined young lady, eating jianbing guozi in class? Su Shuyun, feeling a little embarrassed, glanced at Wang Chao and said, "I didn't have lunch. I'm so sorry. I'll just have a couple of bites." "No worries, eat away. I'll keep an eye on the teacher for you," Wang Chao replied with a warm smile, internally amused by Su Shuyun's quirky nature. "Thank you." Su Shuyun gratefully immersed herself in her meal, finishing the entire jianbing guozi and wiping her mouth with a tissue, then slumping back in her seat. Completely disregarding her image as a lady, rubbing her stomach, she turned to Wang Chao and exclaimed, "This girl is utterly exhausted. You have no idea. I drove for a whole 5 hours from Yincheng City just to make it to this afternoon class, and I didn't even have time to eat." "What took you to Yincheng?" Wang Chao inquired curiously. According to the original text, during the Qingming Festival, Yincheng City would host underground fighting competitions, which would result in a reshuffling of the underground forces across the 5 cities, including Jiangbei. Yi Fan seized this opportunity to showcase his prowess and consolidate numerous factions. "Didn't you know? This Saturday, there's a competition among the underground forces of the 5 cities, and our Su family is representing Jiangbei. I went to assist, but my father insisted I return for class." Su Shuyun replied, a hint of dissatisfaction in her tone. Wang Chao smirked. The plot was unfolding rather prematurely. However, he couldn't entirely blame others. In Jiangbei, Yi Fan had already exhausted his opportunities for grandeur. Su Shuyun was quite talkative, and the two engaged in conversation throughout the entire class period. After class, Su Shuyun waved at Wang Chao, saying, "You're a really fun person. Let us chat again sometime." Wang Chao was taken aback. The girl had revealed everything about herself but seemed unaware of his identity. To his surprise, she truly had no clue. Standing up, he paid no heed to Jiang Hui and Yin Rushua's glances filled with resentment and waved at them. "I'm heading back to the dorm." Yet, just as he reached the door, a graceful figure blocked his path. Chapter 35, The School Bell is Rejected. "Wow. Isn't that the campus bell, Lu Zixia? What is she doing here? So beautiful, my goddess. Hey, wake up, you're a girl. I'm a girl. And I love beautiful women too. Oh my gosh, look at the beauty." As students filed out of class and caught sight of Lu Zixia at the entrance, they gasped in astonishment, crowding around to witness the spectacle. The primary reason was Lu Zixia's breathtaking beauty. Tall and striking, she stood there, rivaling even major celebrities. Even many girls were enamored by her. Wang Chao was also somewhat surprised to see Lu Zixia, yet unlike his classmates who were captivated by her beauty, he felt a twinge of annoyance. Stopping at the doorway, he gazed at Lu Zixia with a cool demeanor, asking, "Is there something you need? Why didn't he respond to my messages or answer my calls?" Lu Zixia inquired directly, her brows furrowed. Since returning from Beijing, she had come to realize that Wang Chao was quite a decent person. Reflecting on their past interactions, she felt she had taken her good fortune for granted. Over the past few days, she had been eager to clarify things with Wang Chao. However, he had ignored her calls and texts. She had initially intended to invite him to dinner, ideally to the point of closing the dorm doors behind them, but to her dismay, she had received no response. Desperate, she had learned Wang Chao's class and decided to confront him after class. Wang Chao's gaze was icy, a sardonic smile tugging at his lips as he replied, "Who are you? Why should I return your calls?" Despite Lu Zixia exuding an air of villainy, recalling their past together only made Wang Chao feel disgusted. There were numerous ways to accumulate villain points. He could easily exploit Yifan's other harem members. As long as he prevented her from getting close to Yifan, he would consider it a success. What is happening? The campus belle is pursuing Wang Chao, and he is completely indifferent. I need to take a picture. Today's post will definitely go viral. Ho Chang excitedly climbed onto a desk, whipping out his phone to snap pictures. Liang Wu shot him a glare, warning him that such matters shouldn't be shared without Wang Chao's consent. Meanwhile, Zhao Cheng, standing beside Liang Wu, clenched his fists, jealousy and anger evident in his eyes. The other classmates looked at Wang Chao in astonishment, unable to comprehend the situation. After all, she was the campus belle, the goddess in many hearts. How could he ignore a call from her? It was utterly unfathomable. If he didn't want it, he could pass the phone to me. I'd gladly take it. Lu Zixia had assumed that by personally seeking out Wang Chao, she could resolve their previous misunderstandings, yet she never anticipated Wang Chao's callousness. It seemed she had hurt him far too deeply. Suppressing her frustration, she reminded him, "I am your fiancé." What? Fiancé? As soon as the words were spoken, the onlookers who had been engaged in discussion were left dumbfounded. What on earth was happening? The campus belle was actually Wang Chao's fiancé? Was this for real? Wang Chao raised an eyebrow and replied nonchalantly, "Not anymore." Internally, he was somewhat taken aback. In the original narrative, Lu Zixia was an exceptionally aloof woman. To declare herself as his fiancée in front of so many people was indeed unexpected. Wait a moment, could this shameless woman also be a sycophant? The crowd, upon hearing Wang Chao's response, was once again petrified. The goddess was genuinely Wang Chao's fiancée. He had audaciously rejected her. What a melodramatic twist. Lu Zixia felt a surge of anger, and her body swayed imperceptibly. She had thought that Wang Chao's absence from the Lu family to withdraw their engagement meant that everything had passed. With red-rimmed eyes, tears began to betray her composure. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Our engagement still stands. As long as it is not annulled, I will forever be your fiancé." Wang Chao secretly admired Lu Zixia's determination, though he regretted that some labels, once donned, could not be easily removed. Very well, let this only solidify her resolve. Glancing around, he pulled over Jiang Hui, who was closest to him, and addressed Lu Zixia. "Think as you will, but this is my girlfriend, Jiang Hui. Please do not disturb us anymore." Without waiting for Jiang Hui to react, he took her by the hand and strode out. Lu Zixia opened her mouth, but no words emerged. Watching Wang Chao's retreating figure, tears cascaded down her cheeks incessantly. Yin Ruxue was also taken aback. When had Jiang Hui become Wang Chao's girlfriend? If that were the case, she had no chance whatsoever. The spectators, seeing that Wang Chao had left, lost interest and dispersed in a hurry. Soon, the entrance of the classroom was left with only Lu Zixia. Zhao Cheng pulled a pack of tissues from his bag and stepped out of the classroom, offering them to Lu Zixia. "Classmate, don't be upset. I share a dorm with Wang Chao. If you need anything, feel free to tell me, and I will help persuade him." Lu Zixia turned to look at him, intending to dismiss the rather unsightly man, but upon realizing he was Wang Chao's roommate, she silently accepted the tissues. "Thank you." Ding. Lu Zixia's grievance value, 99, 999. Affection level, 10. Affection value, 80. Protagonist's luck value, 200. Luck value, 15,000. Host's villain value, 200. Available villain value, 400. Wang Chao, leading Jiang Hui from the teaching building to the outside, suddenly heard the system's prompt. He was utterly bewildered. He had humiliated Lu Zixia. She had scolded him. Yet his affection value had increased. What kind of absurdity was this? However, he had no time to ponder, as there was another matter to address. He quickly released Jiang Hui's hand. "I apologize. It was an impulsive moment. I hope you don't take it to heart." Jiang Hui's cheeks flushed, her heart racing wildly. Being pulled along by Wang Chao felt like a dream. She certainly wished to be his girlfriend. But she was acutely aware that he had merely wanted to shake off Lu Zixia. Nevertheless, it was clear that Wang Chao did not harbor feelings for Lu Zixia, which meant she still had a chance. Looking down, she stammered, It's fine. How about this? To make it up to you, let me treat you to dinner tonight. Wang Chao, noticing Jiang Hui's rosy complexion, thought to capitalize on this moment and swiftly elevate her affection value. There might be unexpected rewards. Ah, that sounds great. Jiang Hui instinctively agreed, seizing what she perceived as a splendid opportunity. All right, let's meet at Shangri-La at 6. I'll come pick you up. I have to go now. Wang Chao waved his hand and swiftly departed. He could feel Jiang Hui's affection for him continuing to grow. However, once the affection value reached 80, any further increase would be challenging. For the sake of his villain points, he was determined to persevere. At that moment, he received a call from Wu Bo. Hello, young master. We've employed certain measures, and Oasis Group is now experiencing a severe financial crisis. In a month's time, they will likely declare bankruptcy. Wu Bo's voice brimmed with satisfaction on the other end of the line. Wang Chao narrowed his eyes. A month? That was far too long. The underground fight was set for this Saturday, and Yi Fan would be seeking refuge with his sister. Coldly, he instructed, make sure they go bankrupt within a week. No matter what it takes. Young master, that may be somewhat difficult. While Oasis Group isn't a large company, using conventional methods to bring about their bankruptcy is a challenge. Wang Chao felt exasperated, rubbing his temples. Did I say to use conventional means? Chapter 36, a shocking scene. Wang Chao hung up the phone, intending to investigate the recent happenings regarding Yi Fan, when suddenly he heard Liang Wu's voice calling out. Chao Gu, Chao Gu. Turning around, he saw Liang Wu and Ho Chang rushing towards him. Chao Gu, is it true that the campus belle Lu is your fiancée? Liang Wu could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired. She was, but not anymore. The engagement hasn't been annulled yet, Wang Chao replied without hesitation, as there was no need for concealment. Moreover, he had resolved that even if he were to sever ties with Lu Zixia, no one else would be allowed to pursue her. He could forego her, but no one else could touch her. Let her remain alone for eternity. Then she's your sister-in-law, right? What about Jiang Hui? Liang Wu asked, blinking in curiosity. She is merely an ordinary friend, Wang Chao stated. Liang Wu and Ho Chang exchanged glances, recognizing their mutual thoughts. Such ordinary friends were ones they had yet to encounter. Indeed, being handsome allowed for such liberties. Wang Chao disregarded their despondent expressions and asked casually, by the way, how has Yi Fan been lately? I heard he was given a major demerit. What is the story behind that? I know all about it. Ho Chang grinned mischievously, his excitement palpable. Looking around to ensure no one was listening, he began narrating with flair. That day, he and Liang Wu had conspired, deciding that Liang Wu would post while he found someone to share it. Suddenly, he thought of Yang Xingqi, who was infatuated with Lu Sueki. He specifically sent the post to Yang Xingqi. Given that Yang Xingqi would confront anyone who so much as glanced at Lu Sueki, he was bound to seek out Yi Fan. As expected, his prediction was spot on. Not long after he sent the post to Yang Xingqi began tailing Yi Fan. He found a good vantage point and captured footage of Yi Fan fighting. He then promptly posted it. Wang Chao, upon hearing this, gave a thumbs up. This was impressive, showcasing a potential talent for villainy, masterfully sowing discord. Casting his eyes about, he suddenly spotted Yi Fan leisurely making his way toward the back mountain of the school, the very locale for couples to rendezvous. Yi Fan was headed there? No way. Is he really trying to woo someone? The protagonist's halo was indeed formidable. You all head back. I have some matters to attend to. I'll treat you to dinner sometime. Wang Chao tossed out the remark and hurried toward the back mountain. Upon arriving at the rear mountain, I spotted Yi Fan engaged in light-hearted conversation with a girl whose beauty rivaled that of Lu Zixia. My heart raced, and I could hardly contain my shock. Wang Chao nearly had his eyes bulging out of their sockets. The woman chatting with Yi Fan was none other than Cheng Shuangdi. This scheming girl had only been at Jiangbei University for a few days and had already ensnared the protagonist. They were rendezvousing in such a secluded place. Taking a deep breath, I endeavored to maintain my composure. Regardless of the circumstances, in the original narrative, Cheng Shuangdi would eventually become Wang Chao's wife. Though I held no desire for such a green tea, I absolutely could not allow Yi Fan to benefit from her. Cheng Shuangdi's arrival at Jiangbei University was undoubtedly to draw closer to him, with the ultimate goal of marrying into the Wang family. Furthermore, according to the original text, Cheng Shuangdi was also depicted as his devoted follower. A smirk involuntarily crept onto Wang Chao's lips as a brilliant idea sparked in his mind. At that moment, footsteps approached from behind. Wang Chao cast a sharp glance over his shoulder, causing the two individuals trailing him to involuntarily shudder. One of them hastily spoke up, Brother. I was sent by Brother Li. My name is Xiao Zhang. Wang Chao raised an eyebrow and nodded slightly. The name was indeed audacious, and the individual appeared rather pompous. Since these two were dispatched by Li Jianhao to monitor Yi Fan, the situation grew even more intriguing. He exchanged glances with Xiao Zhang. Understanding the unspoken message, it was a cue for him to go and deal with Yi Fan. Xiao Zhang, adept at reading expressions, understood that he was being instructed to confront Yi Fan. Hey there, beautiful, you look quite stunning. How about we be friends? Xiao Zhang swaggered up to Chen Shuangdi, adopting a brazen demeanor while treating Yi Fan as if he were invisible. He was well aware that Yi Fan would surely intervene. If he didn't, there were always other pretexts to justify a good thrashing. Chen Shuangdi, frightened by the brazen approach, instinctively nestled closer to Yi Fan, exclaiming, I already have a boyfriend. Yi Fan furrowed his brow but did not push her away. As a celestial being, he possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to attract women. While Chen Shuangdi had no significant ties to him in her previous life, the thought of Wang Chao, whom he had encountered a few days prior, suddenly struck him. Could it be that Wang Chao was indeed the same person she had been married to in her past life? With this revelation, Yi Fan's heart seethed with anger. If they were one and the same, then Wang Chao truly deserved his fate. Therefore, he resolved to extract some form of retribution from him. This woman, he claimed for himself. He pulled Chen Shuangdi into his embrace, a glint of cold light flashing in his deep-set eyes. She is my girlfriend. If you wish to live, I suggest you leave at once. Xiao Zhang, brimming with arrogance, drew a dagger from his waist, declaring, Who do you think you are to act so brazenly? His companion also brandished a knife, stammering, Let us go, let us rob him. Chen Shuangdi, upon seeing the gleaming blade, was genuinely terrified. Crying out and pressing even closer to Yi Fan, her delicate face turned pale at the thought of being harmed. Fear not, they are but mere insects. Yi Fan gently patted her back, speaking softly, You wait over there, I will handle this. Chen Shuangdi felt a sense of security from Yi Fan's reassurance and nodded. Be careful. Yi Fan smiled slightly, his gaze turning menacing as he prepared to defend himself against the imminent threat. With the intention of self-defense, he reasoned that even if he were to kill them, he would bear no repercussions. Moreover, he could impress Chen Shuangdi in the process. As for Wang Chao, he scoffed internally, vowing that once he regained his strength, he would certainly obliterate the entire Wang family. He provocatively beckoned Xiao Zhang, his face betraying nothing but disdain. Brother, he is far too arrogant. Xiao Zhang's companion struggled to articulate his thoughts. Shut up and charge. Xiao Zhang was exasperated by his partner's stammering, but pressed on. He was the first to leap into action. Yi Fan snorted coldly. Despite lacking his previous enhancements, he was still a reincarnated celestial being. Even on this energy-deficient Earth, through rigorous training over the past few days, he had already reached the mid-stage of body refinement. Compared to these mere insects, he was in a league of his own. In a flash, he seized the arms of both attackers. No matter how hard they struggled, they could not break free. His eyes glinted with menace. Those who dared to offend him would pay the price. Just as he was about to exert force to break their arms, he suddenly sensed a dangerous power surging from behind him. Chapter 37. The chance to accumulate villain points. Yi Fan felt the overwhelming force approaching from behind. A sensation of life-threatening danger. Alarmed, he swiftly tossed aside the two men and raised his hands to defend against the impending assault. However, in the instant he turned, an imposing force slammed into him, sending stars swirling in his vision as he staggered backward and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Xiao Zhang and his companion regained their wits and rushed forward, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Yi Fan. Though Yi Fan possessed the ability to retaliate, he dared not do so. He needed to remain vigilant against the unseen assailant, for that individual posed the true threat to his life. His eyes reddened with rage as he gritted his teeth, consumed by a level of humiliation he had never before experienced. Just moments ago, you were so bold. Where is your bravado now? Xiao Zhang continued his assault until he had exhausted himself. Spitting on the ground, he muttered, I'm done with this. I have no interest in women anymore. I'm leaving. He kicked Yi Fan one last time, grumbling as he departed. Are you all right? Once Xiao Zhang and his companion left, Chen Shuangdi cautiously approached to assess Yi Fan's injuries. Recalling how he had helped her with her luggage and enrollment at the school, guilt washed over her for the trouble he had endured on her behalf, her eyes glistening with tears. I'm fine, Yi Fan replied, feeling a sense of frustration. He had endured for so long, yet the force that had attacked him had not returned. Had he known this would happen, he would have fought back and eliminated those two pests. Now, he had suffered a beating and lost face in front of Chen Shuangdi. You're bleeding. Let us go to the hospital and get that bandaged up. Chen Shuangdi frowned, helping Yi Fan to his feet. Though his expression was grim, he did not refuse her assistance, and together they departed. Brother, is everything all right? Did I go too hard on him? Xiao Zhang hastily approached Wang Chao, wearing a sycophantic smile as he observed Yi Fan and Chen Shuangdi leave. Not bad. Wang Chao tossed a leaf to the ground, reflecting on how he had utilized Tai Chi to unleash a force that had knocked Yi Fan down. However, he had not anticipated that Yi Fan would gain such strength even while being suppressed, a subtle sense of crisis creeping into his mind. Had he not intervened, Xiao Zhang and his companion might have met their demise. Nevertheless, the system had assured him that as long as he did not kill Yi Fan, there would be no unforeseen consequences, so he had merely sought to intimidate Yi Fan. Shall we continue monitoring him? Xiao Zhang beamed at the praise from Wang Chao. His spirits lifted. Not necessary. Inform Li Jianhao to maintain his distance from Yi Fan. They are no longer his match. Wang Chao, however, remains indifferent to the lives of Li Jianhao and his associates. Should Yi Fan discover that it was Li Jianhao behind this, given his temperament, he would undoubtedly seek retribution. Most importantly, Yi Fan has significantly enhanced his cultivation level, rendering Li Jianhao no match for him. Additionally, with the protagonist's halo, if Li Jianhao were to be defeated, Yi Fan would surely acquire the items he requires. Thus, Wang Chao cannot afford to take such risks. Not their match. Xiao Zhang's expression was one of bewilderment. Just moments ago, they had effortlessly subdued Yi Fan. Yet, observing Wang Chao's stern demeanor, he dared not question him and simply nodded in agreement. Understood, brother. I will convey your message immediately. Go on. Wang Chao waved his hand, retrieving his phone, a hint of a mischievous smile playing at the corners of his lips. He unblocked Cheng Shuangdi's number and set off in pursuit of the recently departed Yi Fan, trailing them at a leisurely pace. His curiosity piqued. He wondered if Yi Fan would seek a rendezvous with Cheng Shuangdi, even in a wounded state. After a while, disappointment crept in as Yi Fan ultimately made his way to the school infirmary. Wang Chao pondered for a moment before dialing Cheng Shuangdi. Inside the infirmary, Cheng Shuangdi was personally tending to Yi Fan's injuries. Suddenly, the phone rang. At first, she hesitated to answer, glancing at the caller ID, which was marked as brother. Her heart raced, and she inadvertently applied too much pressure with the cotton swab, pressing it harshly against Yi Fan's wound. Yi Fan, still very much immortal, winced at the sting. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Cheng Shuangdi quickly apologized, her mind now in turmoil. She desired to align herself with Wang Chao. Yet the man before her exuded an undeniable charm, leaving her at a loss for what to do. Don't worry, you can take the call. I can manage on my own. Yi Fan offered a gentle smile, embodying a gentlemanly demeanor. My apologies, I'll step outside to take this call. Cheng Shuangdi exclaimed as she grabbed her phone and hurried out the door. Taking a deep breath, her lips curled into a smile as she answered the call. Brother, you finally remembered to call me back. Wang Chao felt a chill run down his spine, suppressing his disgust as he replied coldly, Cheng Shuangdi, do you wish for life or death? After a minute of silence, Cheng Shuangdi's trembling voice finally responded, Brother, are you joking? This isn't funny at all. A cold smile crept upon Wang Chao's lips, his voice laced with an icy undertone. Do you believe I jest? Cheng Shuangdi involuntarily shivered, fear seeping into her voice. You're not that kind of person, you wouldn't treat me this way. Wang Chao suddenly chuckled darkly. Do not harbor illusions of marrying into the Wang family. Keep your distance, and you may live a little longer. Understand? With that, he abruptly ended the call, a murderous intent gradually solidifying in his gaze. The purpose of this call was to push Cheng Shuangdi towards Yi Fan. Once Yi Fan was involved with her, she would become his possession. At that point, he could eliminate her and reap a substantial amount of villain points. Such a splendid opportunity to accumulate villain points would be a shame to squander. After meandering through the school, checking the time, he noted it was nearly 6 o'clock and decided to call Jiang Hui. He had promised to take her out for dinner and could not afford to break that promise, especially since he still needed to raise his favorability points. After a lengthy wait, the call finally connected. Jiang Hui's voice, deliberately lowered, came through. Hello, young Master Wang. I'm at the school gate. Where are you? Wang Chao lit a cigarette, leisurely gazing into the distance. Young Master Wang, I sincerely apologize. I have some matters to attend to and cannot meet tonight. Let us reschedule for another day. I'm truly sorry. Jiang Hui's voice dropped even lower, as if she feared being overheard. No problem. We can have dinner another time. Wang Chao replied casually, yet in his heart, he mused that Jiang Hui's favorability towards him had reached 80. She wouldn't bail unless something significant occurred. The original text mentioned a significant event involving Jiang Hui. Wang Chao narrowed his eyes. Could it be that he had arrived? Chapter 38. Let us allow you to play the part for a while longer. The person Wang Chao referred to was Jiang Hui's biological father in the original story, Yang Wanqian, the wealthiest man in the northern province. After Jiang Hui's mother gave birth to her, she was unable to produce a male heir for the Yang family, leading Yang Wanqian's mother to employ various means to expel both Jiang Hui and her mother from the Yang household, providing them only a meager living allowance. Ironically, though Yang Wanxian was reluctant, he did not oppose this decision, turning a blind eye while secretly ensuring their protection. Jiang Hui was too young to comprehend the situation when she left home. And her mother's resentment towards the Yang family meant Jiang Hui was never told who her biological father was. She believed he had long since passed away. Hence she took her mother's surname. According to the original text, in March, Jiang Hui fell gravely ill due to a hereditary heart condition. Consequently, Yang Wanxian had no choice but to reveal himself to save his daughter. Ultimately, Jiang Hui was rescued, thanks to the intervention of the story's male protagonist, Yi Fan. From that point forward, Yang Wanxian regarded Yi Fan as a son-in-law and provided him with substantial assistance. If Yang Wanxian were to appear now. But Jiang Hui had been perfectly fine and lively in the afternoon. Could it be because of me? Wang Chao suddenly considered a possibility. His actions in the afternoon had agitated Jiang Hui too much, precipitating the onset of her heart condition. Coupled with Jiang Hui's deliberately lowered voice earlier, she must be at the hospital. However, Yang Wanxian would not arrive so early. If Jiang Hui were unwell, she would have first been taken to the school infirmary. Wang Chao's expression hardened. Yi Fan was in that infirmary. Yi Fan's protagonist aura was exceedingly potent. Give him even the slightest opportunity, and he would soar. With this thought, he hastened towards the infirmary. At the entrance, a middle-aged doctor in a white coat, balding, glanced up lazily as he heard footsteps. "Student, what seems to be the problem?" Wang Chao inquired. "I would like to know if a girl named Jiang Hui has come through here." The middle-aged doctor furrowed his brow in contemplation before responding slowly. "Yes, she was here. But she was quickly taken away by someone." Wang Chao could hardly suppress his expletives. How fortuitous. He had been watching for half an hour, and just as he left, Jiang Hui showed up. Without further delay, he turned and rushed out. When Jiang Hui arrived, Yi Fan should still have been there, and it was likely they had crossed paths. As he exited the infirmary, he suddenly recalled that in the original narrative, after falling ill, Jiang Hui was admitted to Jiangbei First People's Hospital in a luxury ward. Yi Fan, under the pretense of a visit, would take her pulse and subsequently concoct a golden essence pill. This pill was known to strengthen the body and reshape bones, curing Jiang Hui's hereditary heart condition. If the storyline were to unfold as written, Yi Fan should presently be at First People's Hospital. How could such a show-off situation allow Yi Fan to remain? Wang Chao's eyes sparked with a chilling intensity as he immediately drove to First People's Hospital. Upon arriving at the reception desk, he inquired, "Greetings. I am a classmate of Jiang Hui. I have heard that she is hospitalized. Could you assist me in finding out her room number? It is primarily to confirm, in case any alterations occur in the narrative, as that would waste my time." After waiting for what felt like an eternity, I noticed the nurse across the way was fixated on me, her eyes unblinking. Wang Chao frowned in displeasure and waved his hand in front of her. "I am inquiring about something here." My apologies. Please hold on a moment." The nurse finally snapped back to reality, her face flushing crimson as she hurriedly searched for the information. "Room 701. Thank you." Once he received confirmation, Wang Chao turned to leave, only to catch a glimpse of the nurse behind him clutching her chest, murmuring, "So handsome. Being too handsome is also a hindrance." Wang Chao sighed and took the elevator upstairs. Upon arriving at the door, he overheard voices within the room. "Uncle, I am Yi Fan, a classmate of Jiang Hui, and I have been guided by a master. I possess some medical knowledge." Wang Chao recognized the voice as Yi Fan's. "Is that so?" came a voice, unmistakably Yang Qianwan's. "Of course, if you do not believe me, I can take her pulse, and you will see for yourself." All right, I appreciate it, Yi Fan." Wang Chao stood at the door, feeling the urge to reprimand someone. "Are you really this reckless? You believe the protagonist's words after just 2 sentences?" He raised his hand and gently knocked on the door. "Come in." Yang Qianwan called out, and the bodyguard in the room opened the door. Upon hearing someone at the entrance, Yi Fan turned around, only to find it was Wang Chao, causing an inexplicable shiver to run down his spine. His hand, which was poised to take Jiang Hui's pulse, halted midair. He had an instinctual feeling that the previous misfortunes were somehow linked to Wang Chao. After all, in the last life, Wang Chao never appeared in Jiangbei. "Hello, uncle, I am Wang Chao, a classmate of Hui Hui. I heard she is unwell, so I came to see her." Wang Chao entered the room with a calm demeanor, his attitude courteous. Coupled with his looks, anyone would find him appealing. "Chao Gu, what brings you here?" Jiang Hui exclaimed, waving at Wang Chao with a look of surprise, dismissing Yi Fan's hand with disdain. Due to prior events, she held a very poor impression of Yi Fan. She could hardly believe he had come here claiming he could heal her. In her mind, she could only label him as a quack. However, she was curious as to how Wang Chao had arrived here so quickly after her phone call. It seemed he truly cared about her well-being. "I overheard your conversation and felt something was amiss, so I made some inquiries and learned about your fainting spell." Wang Chao gradually approached the bedside, pushing Yi Fan aside. Are you feeling all right now? I'm fine. It's just an old issue. Jiang Hui looked somewhat embarrassed, her heart racing uncontrollably. Yi Fan, as a celestial being, had never been so disregarded before, and his expression darkened. Yet, he alone could treat Jiang Hui's ailment. Fixing his gaze on Wang Chao, he spoke icily. Classmate, please step aside. I need to take Jiang Hui's pulse. Sure. Wang Chao glanced at Yi Fan, raising an eyebrow with a smile. Internally, he mused, let us see how long you can maintain this facade. He stood up leisurely, addressing Jiang Hui. Since Yi Fan claims to be able to treat you, it's only prudent to let him take a look. Fainting is no trivial matter. All right. Jiang Hui blushed and nodded obediently, reluctantly extending her hand. Yi Fan sat down again, placing one hand on Jiang Hui's right hand to begin taking her pulse. Yang Qianwan watched Yi Fan intently. He had long known about his daughter's condition. Not only did his daughter suffer from this congenital heart disease, but he himself also had the same affliction. It was inherently untreatable and could pose a life-threatening risk at any moment. Hearing Yi Fan claim to have been guided by a master, and considering he was the one who brought his daughter to this hospital, Yang Qianwan felt reassured, allowing Yi Fan to diagnose her. After a moment, Yi Fan stood up and turned to Yang Qianwan, speaking slowly. Uncle, Hui Hui has congenital heart disease. She cannot become overly excited, as it could trigger an episode. I suspect she fainted due to excessive agitation. At these words, Yang Qianwan's eyes brightened. Truly, he was a miraculous doctor. This congenital heart disease was challenging to detect, only discernible through advanced medical equipment. Rising with excitement, he asked, if you can identify Hui Hui's condition, is there any way to cure her? Rest assured, uncle, I will concoct a golden essence pill. Hui Hui's ailment is hardly formidable. Yi Fan spoke with an air of nonchalance, exuding confidence. That is splendid news. Yang Qianwan, as a father, felt a pang of guilt regarding his daughter. If her condition could be remedied, he would willingly exhaust his fortune. Yi Fan maintained his calm demeanor and added, however, I currently lack the necessary pills. To craft the golden essence pill, I require a millennium-old ginseng or 2 500-year-old ginseng roots, along with. At that moment, an abrupt laughter resonated. As Wang Chao interjected before Yi Fan could finish, his tone languid. Yi Fan, there must be limits to your deceit. Chapter 39, Absolutely Impossible. Deceit? Yi Fan regarded Wang Chao with a perplexed expression, his eyes gleaming with sharpness. It is an unparalleled honor for Jiang Hui to receive treatment from this celestial being. How could it be construed as deception? Yang Qianwan also appeared puzzled. With Yi Fan's profound understanding of Jiang Hui's condition, he was surely no ordinary individual. Moreover, requiring a millennium-old ginseng to treat congenital heart disease was hardly unusual, was it? Narrowing his eyes slightly, he began to suspect that Wang Chao might be seeking trouble. His expression darkened, and he spoke with a hint of irritation. Wang Chao, why do you claim Yi Fan is deceiving us? I warn you. Should you make baseless accusations and hinder my daughter's treatment, I, Yang Qianwan, will not let you off easily. Dad. Jiang Hui had long harbored feelings for Wang Chao and disliked anyone questioning him. She leaped off the bed, positioning herself protectively in front of Wang Chao. You are not even listening to what Wang Chao is saying, yet you take Yi Fan's side? I won't have this treatment. Oh, Hui, please listen to your father. Yang Qianwan was startled. His daughter was still unwell and must not become too agitated. He silently sighed, realizing his daughter was still too young. Easily enchanted by that handsome face, Yi Fan, a miraculous doctor capable of crafting pills, was a rare find. After all, who among us is free from illness or disaster? And for someone like him, who lacked not wealth but time, this was a pressing concern. I won't listen. Jiang Hui stubbornly covered her ears. Uncle, please do not be anxious. I too wish to hear why Wang Chao claims I am deceiving him. Yi Fan maintained an air of nonchalance on the surface. Yet within him simmered a hint of murderous intent. How dare this insignificant insect slander a celestial being? At that moment, Yang Qianwan found Yi Fan increasingly appealing. Admiring his composure, he then glanced at Wang Chao, who, aside from his good looks, resembled nothing more than a petty villain. Coldly regarding Wang Chao, he asked, then please enlighten us as to how Yi Fan has deceived me? Wang Chao silently praised the author of the original work, even in such a disheveled state. The protagonist was afforded such trust by Yang Qianwan. Truly, he was deserving of his role as one of the protagonist's loyal followers in the original story. Clearing his throat, he replied calmly, Uncle, I cannot claim to possess knowledge of all matters, but it is indeed no secret that the golden essence pill can effectively cure congenital heart disease. One could easily find this information on any forum dedicated to medicinal elixirs. Pausing momentarily, he glanced at Yi Fan, a smirk playing on his lips as he continued. I am also familiar with the method of refining the golden essence pill. It hardly requires a millennium-old ginseng. Merely a herb that is at least a century old suffices. With just a century-old ginseng paired with some common herbs, one can concoct 7 or 8 golden essence pills. Am I not correct, Yi Fan? Yi Fan regarded the grinning face before him, filled with an overwhelming desire to eliminate Wang Chao on the spot. This individual was spewing utter nonsense. The golden essence pill, akin to the bone-cleansing pill, is considered a celestial elixir. On Earth, practitioners primarily cultivate qi. No one possesses the ability to refine the golden essence pill. Indeed, while it does not necessitate an abundance of ginseng, a 500-year-old specimen could yield only 2 to 3 golden essence pills. His request for 2 was merely a ruse to secure one for his own use, aiming to enhance his cultivation. Casting a cold gaze at Wang Chao, he stated, "This is sheer folly. A 500-year-old ginseng can produce but 1 pill. I presume that since Hui suffers from congenital heart disease, either you or your spouse must also be afflicted, hence your desire to concoct 2 pills." Wang Chao smiled, unhurriedly replying, "Quite the debater, aren't you?" Then, turning to Yang Qianwan, he added, "Uncle, my family possesses several golden essence pills. When I visited Zhongnan Mountain, I requested an elderly Taoist to refine them for 100,000 yuan each. Since Hui requires them, I shall gift her 2. Challenging me, are you?" Yi Fan seethed with rage. His face darkened as if it had been scorched. 100,000 yuan for a single golden essence pill? Do you take me for a fool? Noticing Yi Fan's growing anger, Wang Chao's smile deepened. How do you know they wouldn't? He was confident that Yi Fan would not dare answer, for he could not reveal his identity as a reincarnated being. As anticipated, Yi Fan remained silent. Wang Chao raised an eyebrow and continued, "Uncle, just wait. I shall return with the pills." What an audacious fellow, attempting to deceive with tales of millennium-old ginseng. As he spoke, he turned to leave, but suddenly paused at the door, asking, "I heard that Hui and Yi Fan attended the same high school. During her previous medical examination, did she not show signs of heart disease?" "Indeed." Jiang Hui nodded, suddenly enlightened, casting a disdainful glance at Yi Fan. "Yi Fan, how shameless. I recall you reviewing my medical report. You already knew I had congenital heart disease." At this revelation, the atmosphere in the hospital room became palpably tense. Initially skeptical of Wang Chao's claims, Yang Qianwan began to doubt Yi Fan's integrity as he observed Wang Chao's determination to procure the medicine. As the wealthiest man in Beijing, if Yi Fan could indeed cure his daughter, he would certainly reward him handsomely. However, why would Yi Fan resort to deception? Yang Qianwan's gaze toward Yi Fan shifted. Filled with suspicion, Yi Fan, too, felt the weight of his scrutiny, desperately trying to recall the specifics of the situation. It seemed there was indeed some truth to Wang Chao's assertions. But he swore. The diagnosis had been made through pulse examination. Sensing Yang Qianwan's unfriendly demeanor, which felt as though it could pierce through him, Yi Fan hastily explained, "Uncle, please, let me clarify. Wang Chao is speaking nonsense. He is in dire need of aged herbs, and he aimed to seize this opportunity to acquire a 500-year-old specimen while also gaining your favor. It is a desperate ploy." In the entirety of Jiangbei City, all century-old herbs had been sold out overnight. He had consulted a pharmacy owner who informed him that there would be no more herbs available for the foreseeable future. To add insult to injury, his sister had initially supported him with 5 million, but due to unforeseen issues with her company, he had to return every last penny. Truly, he was beset by misfortune. Yang Qianwan became increasingly convinced that Yi Fan was merely offering excuses and questioned him. "Yi Fan, did you not examine my daughter's medical report?" "Yes. I did review Hui's report, but I also correctly diagnosed her ailment, and only I possess the ability to cure her," Yi Fan asserted, his status as an immortal rendering him incapable of deceit. Yet, his words seemed fraught with contradiction. A flicker of disappointment crossed Yang Qianwan's eyes. He could not fathom why he had previously believed in Yi Fan's honesty, but the undeniable truth left little room for interpretation. Wang Chao, pleased with the unfolding drama, interjected, "I shall retrieve the medicine. Whether it can cure her will soon be evident." Yi Fan's fists tightened as a surge of murderous intent towards Wang Chao coursed through him. This scoundrel was determined to publicly humiliate him. "Very well, I shall trouble you, young Master Wang." Yang Qianwan, now convinced that Yi Fan was a fraud, swiftly shifted his allegiance to Wang Chao. "You're too kind, uncle. I will return in no more than half an hour." Wang Chao shot Yi Fan a penetrating glance and waved at Jiang Hui, "Wait for my return." With that, he strode out confidently. Yi Fan harbored doubts about Wang Chao's claims of possessing the golden essence pills. In his previous life, he had taught the method of refining them to the elders of Zhongnan Mountain. At the very least, 2 decades must pass before they could produce any. There was no way the elders would have the means to create them now. Yet, Wang Chao's self-assurance left him questioning. Could he have obtained the golden essence pills from elsewhere? No, that was utterly implausible. Chapter 40. The escape. Wang Chao sped through the streets, quickly arriving at the Wangshan villa. With an abundance of herbs at his disposal, he lacked for nothing. In less than 10 minutes, he had successfully refined a batch of golden essence pills, yielding a total of 8. Holding them in his hand, a smile crept across his lips. Now, it was time to witness his grand performance. At that moment, a servant rushed in, bowing respectfully, "Young master, there are visitors at the door." Wang Chao paused, stepping outside to find a jeep parked at the entrance of Wangshan villa. 2 individuals emerged. One was Wei Hoshan, and the other was a slightly older gentleman. Wang Chao immediately recognized him as General Han. However, he had no time to entertain them. Sauntering over, he greeted, "Grandfather Wei. It has been a while." Wei Hoshan, feigning formality, replied, "Young Chao, I apologize for the sudden intrusion. I hope you don't mind. This is General Han from the Jiangbei military." "General Han." Wang Chao acknowledged with a nod. General Han cast a surprised glance at Wang Chao. Noting how composed the young man remained in the presence of 2 individuals of considerable stature, prompting him to scrutinize him further, Wei Hoshan hastily introduced, "This is the Wang master I mentioned. Greetings, Master Wang. I realize this visit is rather abrupt, but we have urgent matters to discuss." Despite Wei Hoshan's prior praise, General Han now understood its merit and addressed Wang Chao with respect, devoid of any condescension. "No need for such formality. Please, take a seat inside. I must rush to the hospital to save a life, but I shall return in half an hour." Not being dismissed, the 2 elders felt quite pleased and quickly replied, "Please, do what you must. We apologize for the disruption." Wang Chao beckoned, and the servant promptly approached, leading Wei Hoshan and his companions into the villa's reception room. Wang Chao was aware that Han Shen could not escape, yet there were numerous antagonistic forces within the hospital that he could not afford to overlook. Once they had departed, he swiftly returned to the hospital by car. Upon pushing open the door to the ward, Wang Chao found Yi Fan indeed still present, though he was alone, sequestered in a corner. The sight elicited an involuntary chuckle from him. In the original narrative, Yi Fan was an object of admiration in the hospital, revered by countless individuals. As Yi Fan noticed Wang Chao's return, a sense of unease gnawed at him. He emerged from the shadows, fixating his gaze on Wang Chao with a jealousy so palpable it seemed it could pierce through him. Yang Wanqian, upon spotting Wang Chao, also lit up with excitement and hurriedly approached, his tone unexpectedly respectful. "Young Master Wang, you have finally returned." Wang Chao merely nodded with indifference, retrieving 8 golden marrow pills from his bag and displaying them before Yi Fan with a smile, inquiring, "Yi Fan, would you care to verify whether these are genuine?" The moment Wang Chao unveiled the pills, Yi Fan was greeted by an intoxicating aroma. He could ascertain with certainty that the 8 pills in Wang Chao's possession were authentic and had reached an extraordinary quality. His expression turned astonished, leaving him momentarily speechless. If such pills were to be found in the realm of his past cultivation, they would be considered trivial. Yet on Earth, even using a millennium-old ginseng for concoction would yield nothing of such caliber. Confounded, Yi Fan pondered the origin of the pills in Wang Chao's hands. Could it truly be, as he claimed, procured from the Zhongnan Mountains? Is it true or not? "Speak," Wang Chao queried impatiently after a prolonged silence. "Yes." Yi Fan gritted his teeth, the word escaping from between clenched jaws. As an immortal, he could not utter a falsehood. Wang Chao, satisfied by this response, nonchalantly handed the pills over to Yang Wanqian, exclaiming, "Uncle, it is imperative to treat Jiang Hui. Should you require more, do not hesitate to ask." Yi Fan nearly coughed up blood, his lips twitching involuntarily. "You have already produced 8 exquisite golden marrow pills. Do you truly have more?" He began to doubt whether he was still on Earth. "2 will suffice. 2 will suffice." Yang Wanqian's expression was far less exuberant, hastily accepting 2 pills. With overwhelming excitement, he swallowed one and offered the other to his daughter. "Thank you, Brother Chao." Jiang Hui gazed at Wang Chao with adoration, feeling as though she had fallen hopelessly in love with him. "After consuming this, let the doctor conduct a checkup." Wang Chao tucked away the surplus golden marrow pills, considering their utility for rewarding others in the future. In the original tale, Yi Fan garnered loyalty through such pills. He could certainly try his hand at it. This was what they called walking the protagonist's path, leaving the protagonist with no way out. Blushing, Jiang Hui consumed the golden marrow pill. Yang Wanqian instructed his subordinates to summon a doctor to conduct examinations for both him and Jiang Hui. "This is incredible. Miss Jiang's heart condition has completely resolved." The doctor, who had been treating Jiang Hui, almost had his eyes pop out upon seeing the results. He doubted the machine's accuracy. How could her ailment improve so rapidly after only a brief time? Even a minor cut would not heal in such a short span, let alone congenital heart disease. "May I inquire how Miss Jiang was cured?" "This is nothing short of a medical miracle." The doctor, brimming with excitement, approached Yang Wanqian, who turned to Wang Chao with a serious demeanor, saying, It is possible that your equipment is malfunctioning and the diagnosis was incorrect. Yang Wanxian dismissed the doctor with a wave, striding straight towards Wang Chao. The doctor hesitated, wanting to inquire further, but, upon noticing the security personnel present, swallowed his words and silently exited the ward. He did not believe it was a malfunction and hurried to inform the hospital director of the situation. As Wang Chao observed Yang Wanxian approaching, a smirk crept onto his face, ready to deliver a blow to Yi Fan's pride, only to turn and find him missing. He slipped away? How very uncharacteristic of Yi Fan. Ding. Jiang Hui's fondness for the host increased by 20, reaching a total of 100. Protagonist's luck value, 100. Total luck value, 14, 900. Ding. Protagonist's pretentious act failed. Protagonist's luck value, 200. Total luck value, 14, 700. Ding. Host severed the main storyline. Protagonist's luck value, 200. Total luck value, 14, 500. Ding. Protagonist harbors a hatred value of 9, 999 towards the host. Protagonist's luck value, 100. Total luck value, 14, 400. Host villain value, 600. Available villain value, 1000. Wang Chao listened to the series of system notifications, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He was not surprised by Jiang Hui's increased affection, nor by the severing of the protagonist's storyline. What astonished him was the notion that instigating the protagonist's hatred could also increase villain value. This meant that once Cheng Shuangdi and Yi Fan united, eliminating him would yield an abundance of villain value. Wang Chao found himself impatiently anticipating the moment they would be together. Xiao Chao, thank you so much. You haven't eaten yet, have you? Let us dine together. Yang Wanxian exclaimed, gripping Wang Chao's hand with fervor. Not only had he reunited with his daughter, but he had also cured her hereditary heart condition. All of this was thanks to Wang Chao, and he felt compelled to express his gratitude thoroughly. The more he looked at Wang Chao, the more he appreciated him, wishing fervently that he could become his son-in-law. Uncle, you've come all this way. Please spend some time with Wei. I have guests at home and must take my leave. Wang Chao, in high spirits, anticipated the chance to reap a wave of villain value upon returning home. Very well, I shan't delay you further, young Master Wang. I shall certainly pay a visit to express my gratitude another day. Yang Wanxian did not press for Wang Chao to stay longer. Recognizing that a meal was merely a pretext, gratitude warranted a more formal approach. It would be wise to discern Wang Chao's preferences for the next visit, which would also provide an opportunity to facilitate a connection with his daughter. Would that not be even more splendid? Chapter 41, A Layer of Identity. At Villa Number 1. Wang Shan, the servant led Wei Hoshan and Han Shun to the first-floor living room. Before even entering, a faint yet delightful aroma of medicine wafted through the air, uplifting one's spirits. Upon entering, they beheld a pill furnace at the center of the living room. The fragrant scent emanated from this furnace. Brother Han, the jade marrow pill that cured me last time was concocted by Master Wang. I told you, but you didn't believe me. Seeing the furnace now, you must believe. Wei Hoshan seated himself comfortably on the sofa, his role being to introduce Han Shun to Wang Chao. Whether he could persuade Wang Chao was of no concern to him. Han Shun had previously listened to Wei Hoshan's tales of Wang Chao's miraculous alchemical skills with skepticism. Alchemy was something of legend. He sought out Wang Chao not only because he had improved the Wei family's martial arts, but also because he had heard of Wang Chao's victories over Meng Jiang and Cui Ge. Such formidable figures were akin to gods of war. He hoped to convince Wang Chao to become an instructor. Now, witnessing the pill furnace and the refreshing aroma wafting from it, he felt a growing belief in the extraordinary. Initially, there was a hint of discomfort regarding Wang Chao's departure. But now that feeling of annoyance had completely evaporated, he was certain that Wang Chao was indeed an extraordinary individual, and he pondered whether his offer to invite Wang Chao was perhaps too modest. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Wei Hoshan and inquired, "What do you think? How might I persuade such a remarkable person?" Wei Hoshan, deep in thought, shook his head. "I truly do not know. After all, Wang Chao lacks for nothing." Han furrowed his brows and murmured, "Aren't you quite familiar with him? How could you possibly be unaware?" Wei Hoshan shrugged and replied earnestly, "In truth, I am not well acquainted with him." Han Kan's eyebrows nearly converged in confusion. "Why are you not familiar with him?" Wei Hoshan retorted, "Why would I be familiar with him?" Just as their conversation unfolded, Wang Chao returned. Before entering, he had overheard their discussion and mused that Wei Hoshan was indeed a cunning old fox. "Master Wang," Han Kan exclaimed upon Wang Chao's arrival, immediately rising with a gentle smile adorning his face. Wei Hoshan also stood, beaming as he queried, "Little Chao, what elixir have you concocted this time?" Wang Chao settled himself, gesturing for both to sit, and responded to Wei Hoshan, "I have refined the golden essence pill, which promotes bone regeneration, akin to the jade essence pill I prepared for you last time." Wang Chao was candid, recalling that in the original narrative, Yi Fan had won Han Kan's favor through his alchemical prowess. Wait a moment. I am the antagonist, aren't I? Isn't such a narrative arc reserved for the protagonist? Have I inadvertently usurped the protagonist's fortune? He contemplated, coming to the unsettling conclusion that indeed, he must have. After some polite exchanges, Han Kan articulated his purpose. Master Wang, I have heard that you single-handedly defeated the Qi Master Cui Gu in Mengjiang. Is this true? Wang Chao maintained a nonchalant demeanor, showing no signs of arrogance as he replied, merely a trifling matter, hardly worth mentioning. Upon hearing this, both Han Kan and Wei Hoshan exchanged incredulous glances. A trifling matter? To defeat a Qi master is hardly trivial. Meng Jiang, in particular, was a master at the pinnacle of external strength. Even a battle god would likely struggle to secure a decisive victory in a single exchange. Yet, they had heard that Wang Chao had triumphed over Meng Jiang with but a single move. In their astonishment, Han Kan once again marveled at Wang Chao's capabilities and continued. Master Wang, my visit today is to formally invite you to become the chief instructor of the Jiangbei Dragon Scale Division. Upon hearing Dragon Scale Division, Wei Hoshan involuntarily twitched at the corners of his mouth. Every military division harbors special departments, and the Jiangbei militaries was named the Dragon Scale Division. These departments represent the highest combat prowess of each military branch and are the most likely to produce a battle god. Prior to this, Han Kan had intended to offer Wang Chao the position of Special Operations Instructor, but now it had escalated to that of Chief Instructor, akin to hiring a teacher only to appoint them as Vice Principal. Commander Han, I am but a student, focused on my studies. Even if I were to agree, I would have little time to dedicate to you. Wang Chao feigned surprise, for in the original narrative, Yi Fan had occupied the position of Chief Instructor of the Dragon Scale Division. You need not attend frequently. A visit once a week would suffice. Han Kan replied earnestly, believing that with someone of Wang Chao's caliber, even a weekly guidance could propel the Dragon Scale Division to unprecedented heights. Wang Chao put on an air of reluctance, furrowing his brows as he feigned difficulty. However, my academic workload is quite heavy. Han Kan, observing Wang Chao's expression, felt a twinge of uncertainty. Yet, faced with an individual comparable to a battle god, he was loath to relinquish such talent, and with a determined resolve, he suggested, once every 2 weeks would be acceptable. Wang Chao felt a sense of satisfaction within, though he refrained from expressing it, casting a look of feigned indecision at Wei Hoshan. Little Chao, once every 2 weeks can be treated as a casual stroll, merely offering some guidance. Most importantly, possessing the identity of Chief Instructor will afford you great convenience in your future endeavors. Wei Hoshan, wise and crafty, understood that Wang Chao hailed from a respectable background. Yet, Wang Chao desired to maintain a low profile. An additional identity would facilitate that aim and help obscure his identity as a master alchemist. His words struck a chord with Wang Chao, while simultaneously flattering Han Kan. Very well, Commander Han, I shall concede, but I am unavailable this week. Let's say next weekend. I shall report to you. Wang Chao, leveraging Wei Hoshan's support, reluctantly acquiesced. It must be noted that in the original tale, Yi Fan had wielded his position as chief instructor to considerable advantage. Excellent. I shall arrange for your identification card to be delivered tomorrow. Han Kan's face could hardly contain his delight, wishing he could dispatch someone immediately. With the arrangement settled, he rose and declared, We old men have troubled the master long enough. We shall take our leave. Little Chao, we bid you farewell. Wei Hoshan echoed the sentiment. Very well. Safe travels to you both. Wang Chao replied, uninterested in retaining them, instructing his servants to see them off properly. As soon as the two had distanced themselves, Wang Chao was greeted by the notification sound of the system. Ding. The host has intercepted the protagonist's trajectory. Protagonist's fortune value, 600. Current fortune value, 13,800. Host's antagonist value, 600. Usable antagonist value, 1,600. Such a substantial amount. A smile crept across Wang Chao's lips, as the 500 antagonist points were the largest single acquisition he had garnered thus far. Stretching lazily, he prepared to rest when suddenly, his phone rang. Chapter 42. The opportunity finally arrives. Wang Chao glanced at the name flashing on his phone and surmised that he was about to embark on another task. Resuming his seat on the sofa, he answered the call. Master Wang, I have something to report. It was Li Jianhao's voice on the other end. Wang Chao leaned back lazily and replied nonchalantly, Speak. My younger brother just informed me that he saw Yi Fan accompanied by a woman entering the country bumpkin hotel. Li Jianhao relayed promptly. Today, while out and about, a few of his associates had coincidentally spotted Yi Fan with a beautiful woman entering the hotel. Without delay, he had informed Li Jianhao, who wasted no time in contacting Wang Chao. The country bumpkin hotel? Checking in, Wang Chao's lips quivered slightly, suddenly invigorated. With whom? That. I cannot say, but I took a photo, and I will send it to you now. Moments later, Wang Chao received a picture via WeChat. Upon opening it, a cold smile flickered across his face. An opportunity had finally presented itself. Sitting upright, he inquired, "What time did they arrive?" "Just checked into the room," Li Jianhao replied. "Send me the location of the country bumpkin hotel and dispatch someone to create a disturbance. Do not allow them to proceed with their plans so swiftly." Wang Chao instructed before hanging up, a glimmer of icy determination flashing in his eyes. Indeed, it was the protagonist, hastily seeking to engage in intimacy. How amusing. He would ensure that Yi Fan was thoroughly intimidated. Stepping out of the villa, he entered his car and drove off. Soon, a location notification appeared on his phone along with a WeChat message. Country Bumpkin Hotel, Room 106. Wang Chao followed the map, and, after a brief journey of several minutes, arrived outside the rustic hotel. He opened the car door and stepped out, only to be greeted by a cacophony emanating from within the establishment. "Open the door." "Who are you?" "Room check." "Is that wretched Tian Huahua inside?" "Not here." "Damn it. Just because you say she's not here doesn't mean she isn't." "Scram. If you don't leave, don't blame me for being rude." "Why the hostility? If she's not here, she's not here." Wang Chao discerned clearly that one of the voices belonged to Yi Fan. He glanced inside from the entrance, roughly pinpointing the location of room 106. Circling to the back of the hotel, he noticed a tall wall not far away, behind which lay a row of single-story houses. The wall appeared to sever two worlds in twain. With a leap, he gracefully landed atop the wall. Straining his ears, he could clearly hear the dialogue from room 106. "A fan? Who are those people outside?" Cheng Shuangdi, peeking out from the bathroom, asked with a hint of trepidation. "Just a bunch of ruffians. No need to worry. I've already chased them off. Come out." Yi Fan, seated on the bed, beckoned to Cheng Shuangdi, his eyes dark and brooding. Having endured humiliation at the hospital at Wang Chao's hands, his heart burned with indignation. Seeking to collect a measure of retribution, he had invited Cheng Shuangdi over. To his surprise, she had readily accepted without hesitation. The thought of Wang Chao made Yi Fan's fists clench tightly in fury. How utterly despicable. A dignified celestial being like himself, subjected to such disgrace by an insignificant ant. It was utterly revolting. Wang Chao rubbed his arms, which were already covered in goosebumps. He swiftly repositioned himself to the rear of room 106. The ground floor rooms of the rustic hotel had only a minuscule back window, standing atop the wall. Wang Chao could just see the interior through the window. He listened attentively, awaiting the right moment. Internally remarking, the original text never described the details of Yi Fan with a woman, details omitted here, but it seems he possesses quite the prowess. Skilled and experienced. Truly worthy of being the son of destiny. Everything he does is extraordinary. A sly smile crept across his lips as he listened to the sounds emanating from within. Gently raising his right hand, a sphere of energy the size of a marble coalesced in his palm. The orb seemed to possess its own sentience. Resting quietly on his fingertip, awaiting his command, Wang Chao, growing impatient with the wait, thought, "Hurry up already." Finally, after 5 minutes, the atmosphere within the room turned intoxicating. Cheng Shuangdi removed Yi Fan's jacket, playing with her hair while casting a flirtatious glance in his direction. Yi Fan caressed her back, and as she leaned down, he seemed to be stirred by passion and initiated a kiss. Alas, Wang Chao thought, how he wished to witness the climax of this live performance. But the moment had come. Seizing the opportunity, he forcefully directed the energy sphere. Whoosh! The orb, as if animated by its own will, pierced through the back window, striking Cheng Shuangdi in the back. Yi Fan, possessing keen awareness, sensed an impending danger. "Damn it!" he cursed, rolling aside with Cheng Shuangdi in his arms. Attempting to evade the incoming sphere. Whoosh! The energy orb veered and plunged directly into Cheng Shuangdi's heart. Her body stiffened, eyes wide with terror, mouth agape. As fear washed over her face, Yi Fan's heart sank in shock. He hurried to check for her breath, only to find she had already succumbed. "Shall die? Shall die?" Yi Fan's complexion turned ashen as he called out fruitlessly. His eyes filled with crimson veins, he turned menacingly toward the back window. The glass remained intact, and a full moon was obscured by dark clouds, plunging the exterior into a pitch-black void where no movement could be discerned. "Damn it!" Yi Fan seethed, clenching his fists, his gaze lingering for half a minute before he reluctantly withdrew. He quickly dressed, laid Cheng Shuangdi on the bed, and examined her body, discovering not a single wound. A chill shot from his feet to the nape of his neck, causing his teeth to chatter involuntarily. Having been a celestial being for a millennium, he had long since forgotten the sensation of fear. Yet here, in this minuscule world, someone had managed to evoke a sense of dread within him, leaving him powerless. But he could not fathom who was targeting him. A deep well of murderous intent surged in his eyes as he gritted his teeth. Could it truly be Wang Chao? I must not let him fall into my grasp. Otherwise, I shall ensure he experiences a fate worse than death. Wang Chao yawned, leisurely returning to his car. Ding. The protagonist has been startled. Protagonist's fortune value, 400. Total, 13, 400. Ding. The protagonist has lost a lover. Protagonist's fortune value, 200. Total, 13, 200. Ding. The protagonist is exceedingly enraged. Protagonist's fortune value, 100. Total, 13, 100. Host's villain value, 700. Available villain value, 2, 300. Not bad. Wang Chao raised an eyebrow, his smile deepening. However, he was now more concerned with another issue. When the moment was ripe, was Yi Fan still capable of rising to the occasion? Chapter 43, Spitting Blood. Wang Chao reclined languidly on the sofa at Wangshan Villa, contemplating his next course of action. With the green tea girl, Cheng Shuangdi, deceased, he could not allow this opportunity to slip away. He must capitalize on the moment, spreading the news far and wide. Say that Yi Fan was in a hotel room with a girl, leading to her mysterious demise. Such sensational news, if it circulated, would surely render Yi Fan unable to attract any women throughout the entirety of Jiangbei. In an unprecedentedly good mood, he opened the system panel, gazing at the plethora of villain values, murmuring, "Such a pity I can't enhance my charm." Ding. As a villain, what need have you for so much charm? Wang Chao's expression darkened. I simply desire to be irresistibly charming. Do you have an issue with that? Ding. Dream on. Wang Chao rubbed his temples, too weary to argue with the dim-witted system. Nevertheless, his foremost priority was to seize fortune values. He scanned the various options. All could be redeemed except for charm. He contemplated his next move, intending to engage in underground fighting. Those opponents would undoubtedly be far superior to Cui Go, and he might even encounter masters of the realm. After a moment of reflection, he gradually declared, "System, boost my strength to 300. Allocate the rest to my physique." Regardless of the era, strength is paramount. But a frail body won't do either. Ding. Redemption successful. Name, Wang Chao. Strength, 300. Normal human, 100. Spirit, 200. Normal human, 100. Charm, 200. Maximum. Normal human, 100. Physique, 230. Normal human, 100. Skill, Tai Chi technique. Other, basic alchemy. Money, 30. For billion. Usable villain value, 100. Protagonist fortune value, 13, 200. Oh. Wu Bo has indeed spent 10 billion of my pocket money. Impressive. He truly deserves to be my person. Wang Chao noted the significant decrease in his finances, knowing without a doubt that it was due to Wu Bo's expenditures. He was never short of money, as long as it served to obstruct the protagonist's path. The amount was of little concern to him. Furthermore, with the agate elixir and the golden elixir at his disposal, he could effortlessly amass billions. Moreover, he held the identity of a young master from the Wang family, whose assets soared into the trillions. Wang Chao felt satisfied. It was time to execute his plan. He opened the chat group for Dormitory 430, established by Liang Wu, and sent a message. "I just received news that Yi Fan went to a hotel with a woman, and the woman is dead." Liang Wu replied, "Dead? What do you mean dead? In the naked sense?" Lewdly. Ho Chang chimed in. "Chao Ge, do you have video? Let the brothers have a look," lecherously. Wang Chao lit a cigarette and continued. "The woman who went to the hotel with him has died." Shrugging, Liang Wu exclaimed, "Damn. Chao Ge, don't scare me. I'm timid." Fearfully, Ho Chang questioned, "What?" Wang Chao explained, "I don't know the specifics. A friend of a friend happened to be at the hotel where Yi Fan was, and it was her who said that the woman suddenly died of a heart attack. Sigh, when she died, the two were exchanging glances. You figure it out," applauding. Liang Wu responded, "Damn." Ho Chang remarked, "What a beast. What is happening now?" Wang Chao shrugged. "I don't know. They should be at the hospital. It's unfortunate for that kid. You all continue chatting. I'm off to have a meal." After sending this message, he exited the chat. He was certain that by tomorrow, the entire school would be buzzing with the news about Yi Fan. Just thinking about it made him feel exhilarated. After a hasty meal of lobster, abalone, and seafood noodles, he dragged his weary body off to bed. At the central hospital, Yi Fan sat despondently in a corridor chair, cradling his face in his hands, utterly devoid of hope. He had intended to vent his frustrations on Cheng Shuangdi, but the shocking reality was that she had died in his bed. What a failure. He was a celestial sovereign, after all. Surely, he had been set up. "Don't let me discover your identity. Otherwise, I shall annihilate your entire family." Yi Fan clenched his fists, his face contorted with rage. "Are you a relative of Cheng Shuangdi?" A doctor in a white coat emerged from the emergency room, holding a slip of paper. "I am her boyfriend." "How is she?" Yi Fan asked, feeling utterly miserable. If only he had his powers back. A mere woman. If she were to die, so be it. But now, his strength was too feeble to escape, and fleeing would only implicate his mother and sister. Moreover, he was not the one who had caused her death. Yet, no one would believe him. Thus, he could only pretend that Cheng Shuangdi had suffered a sudden heart attack and was brought to the hospital. They brought her in too late. The heart attack was fatal. Can you contact her family? The doctor sighed, lamenting the loss of such a young life. Yi Fan shook his head. Even if he could reach them, he could not. In that case, I will have to report this. You'll need to explain the situation to the police. But do not worry, it was a sudden heart attack, and it is not your fault. I can vouch for you. The doctor looked at Yi Fan with pity, offering comfort. Thank you. Yi Fan felt a wave of frustration. He wanted to kill. How could a dignified celestial sovereign be reduced to a state where he had to explain himself to a swarm of ants? In his former days, as the celestial sovereign of the southern heavenly realm, he had never needed to justify his actions. With this thought, he let out a long sigh. Eventually, he was taken to the police station. Yi Fan spent the entire night at the police station, and it was only the next day that someone came to question him. I assure you, Cheng Shuangdi and I were merely in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Is it so outrageous to share a hotel room? Yi Fan spent the entire morning explaining. His throat raw, yet the police remained unconvinced. At that moment, he deeply regretted his impulsive decision to provoke Wang Chao's woman. It's not unreasonable for a couple to share a room. Are you unaware that your girlfriend has a heart condition? The interrogator, a man in his 40s, regarded Yi Fan with disdain. I've seen the hospital report. The doctor elaborated that Cheng Shuangdi died from a heart attack triggered by extreme excitement. Even if you are innocent, her death is still tied to you. Do you not feel even a shred of guilt? Yi Fan gritted his teeth, nearly losing his composure. The truth was far from this. Someone had plotted to assassinate Cheng Shuangdi, but voicing that would elicit disbelief. Shuige, you have a call. A police officer pushed the door open and handed a phone to the interrogating officer, Shui Jiahui. Shui Jiahui frowned, answering the call. Hello, this is Shui Jiahui. Please speak. After half a minute, he hung up, his expression cold as he looked at Yi Fan. Consider yourself fortunate. Someone has vouched for you. This incident is indeed unrelated to you, and the Cheng family will not pursue your responsibility. You may leave. Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. Someone had vouched for him? Hadn't he encountered anyone last night? Could it be the doctor? Nevertheless, it was a relief to be able to leave. Exiting the police station, he took a taxi back to campus. As soon as he entered the campus, he overheard people discussing his situation. Did you hear? Yi Fan from the School of Economics and Management went to a hotel with a woman and ended up killing her. Wow, he is quite the player. Exactly. Better steer clear of such people, right? He seems so serious, yet behind the scenes, he is a beast. With a cold expression, Yi Fan clenched his fists. The sound of cracking knuckles echoing as he walked towards the dormitory, hearing nothing but chatter about his hotel incident. Enraged, he spat out a mouthful of blood. What a profound humiliation. Absolutely a profound humiliation. Chapter 44, The Su Family Invitation. Ding. The protagonist's resentment towards you has reached 99,999. Ding. The protagonist's resentment towards you has reached 99,999. Wang Chao awoke naturally, and upon opening his eyes, he heard the system's notification. He paused for a moment, pondering. Is Yi Fan's mind fractured? Why would he resent me so early in the morning? Ding. The protagonist's fortune value, 100, fortune value, 13, 100. The host's villain value, 100, usable villain value, 200. What has transpired? Wang Chao felt perplexed, ruminating for a while, but failing to grasp the situation. However, it mattered little. He smirked and rose from his bed. If that's the case, let him resent me to his heart's content. During the subsequent hours, he began to contemplate his journey to Yunzhong City. In the original text, Yi Fan would take a bus to Yunzhong City, where he would encounter another member of his harem, Zheng Haixio. Zheng Haixio, too, had a tragic background. She was the youngest daughter of the Zheng family, the largest family in Yunzhong City, and was not well regarded by her own family. Eventually, she was supported by Yi Fan, allowing her to remain in Yunzhong City and manage the Zheng family on his behalf. Ironically, Zheng Haixio was the only girl with whom Yi Fan had not engaged in any physical intimacy. The bus, the robbers, Yi Fan called for help, while the robbers called for their fathers. As Wang Chao reflected on the plot of the original text, he mused, since Yi Fan enjoys flaunting, let him flaunt to his heart's content. While pondering this, a servant hurriedly approached, reporting, Young master, the young lady of the Su family wishes to see you. The young lady of the Su family? Wang Chao furrowed his brow, instantly recalling Su Shuyun. What could she possibly want? After a moment's contemplation, he surmised she had come for the underground boxing match, and instructed, let her in. Moments later, Su Shuyun entered gracefully, wearing an expression of respect. As she stepped through the door, the opulence of the room left her utterly astounded. She had always believed that the Su family was the wealthiest in Jiangbei, boasting an array of rare treasures beyond counting. Yet, upon entering and observing the lavish decor, she realized that each item was of considerable value. Even someone as accustomed to luxury as she was gasped in astonishment. Indeed, this was a villa worth over $1 billion. When she laid eyes on Wang Chao, her shock deepened. "You're here. Please, take a seat. Would you like something to drink?" Wang Chao greeted, smiling at Su Shuyun, who stood frozen at the threshold. "Why you? How can it be you?" Su Shuyun stammered, rooted to the spot, unable to mask her astonishment. Her father had instructed her to invite Master Meng Jiang, but she had just learned that Meng Jiang had suffered a broken arm and could no longer participate in the underground boxing match. From Meng Jiang, she had received a name, Wang Chao. It was through Li Jianhao that she had discovered Wang Chao's residence. Yet, to her embarrassment, she realized that Wang Chao was the very same boy with whom she had conversed for an entire class on the first day of school. Wang Chao was indeed Master Wang. "Why can't it be me?" Wang Chao countered. Su Shuyun forced a nervous smile and took a seat opposite him, feeling out of sorts. At school, she had found Wang Chao charming and witty, but now he exuded a pressure of authority that made her uneasy. "What brings you here?" Wang Chao asked. Noticing her silence, he gestured to a servant, instructing, 2 cups of coffee, and make sure to add extra sugar to the guests. "Yes, sir." The servant responded promptly and went to prepare the coffee. "Thank you." Su Shuyun quickly expressed her gratitude. In truth, she had come with an unusual request. She wished for him to represent Jiangbei in the underground boxing championship across the 5 cities. "The underground boxing championship?" Wang Chao feigned ignorance, inquiring nonchalantly, "Why would you seek me out?" Su Shuyun felt a flush of embarrassment. Her visit had been so hasty that she hadn't formulated a convincing rationale. Surely, she could not simply state it was for Jiangbei. Besides, anyone capable of residing in such a place surely had no financial woes. At that moment, the servant returned with 2 cups of coffee, placing one beside her. "I've heard you defeated the master of Qigong, Meng Jiang." Su Shuyun finally divulged the truth. "And so?" Wang Chao's tone remained devoid of emotion, inscrutable as ever. "I wish for you to represent Jiangbei in the boxing championship. If you can secure the championship title, you will become the champion." The more she spoke, the less confidence she felt. Observing her expression, Wang Chao felt a chuckle rising within him. In the original narrative, it was Su Xinghe who sought Yi Fan's assistance. Now, due to the rapid progression of events, Su Xinghe had no time to spare, hence Su Shuyun's appeal to him. Waving his hand dismissively, he stated, "I have little interest in the title of champion, though I would like to witness this championship you speak of. We shall see then." The original text had mentioned that the so-called underground boxing championship across the 5 cities involved not only illegal fights, but also the conflicts of power among the 5 cities. Typically, the foremost family of each city would compete, and whichever city triumphed would have the remaining 4 families submit to them for the year, a wager and an opportunity. Wang Chao certainly intended to participate, for this battle would allow him to gain fame in place of the protagonist. This was his utmost desire, and of course, it would conveniently garner the support of the Su family. However, he would not acquiesce at this moment. Seeing Wang Chao's resolute refusal, Su Shuyun opted not to press further, engaging in trivial conversation before taking her leave. Before long, it was Thursday. According to the narrative, Yi Fan would arrive early by bus in Yunzhong City. Wang Chao calculated the timing, driving to the location where, in the original story, the bus would be hijacked. He parked by the roadside, leaned against the car door, and lit a cigarette, awaiting patiently. Indeed, it wasn't long before a van came to a halt not far from him. 4 burly men brandishing machetes emerged from the vehicle. Leading them was a bald man, his face marred by scars, his rotund physique causing his flesh to quiver with each step he took. "Big brother, that guy smoking over there looks quite wealthy." A bespectacled youth behind the bald man pointed at Wang Chao. "Indeed, just look at that car. My God, is that a Rolls-Royce?" The bald man's eyes lit up upon spotting the luxury vehicle, and he quickly motioned for his 3 accomplices to encircle Wang Chao. Raising his machete, the bald man growled, "Kid, hand over everything valuable on you, or I'll chop you up and make you into human dumplings." Wang Chao merely raised an eyebrow, flicked his cigarette butt to the ground, and crushed it underfoot. Then, with lightning speed, he snatched the machete from the bald man's grasp and brought it down. A shriek akin to that of a slaughtered pig echoed through the air. Chapter 45, The Robbery. The bald man, known as Gu Guangzhu, was a notorious figure in Gujia village, backed by the underground emperor of Yunzhong City, Chu Xiaotian. He had hoped to rob some funds to gamble on the upcoming underground boxing event. However, as misfortune would have it, blood trickled down his face, pooling at his chin, while his severed ear fell to the ground. Aside from a few pitiful whimpers, he dared not move, for Wang Chao's machete rested ominously against his neck. The stench of blood was palpable, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably. The rest of Gu Guangzhu's gang stood frozen in shock. They had scarcely comprehended what had transpired when the machete had been wrested from their leader. Wang Chao cast a calm glance at the bald man. And only when he fell silent did Wang Chao speak leisurely. What was that you just said? I didn't say anything. Gu Guangzhu stammered, his sweat pouring down from the pain of his wound. Terrified, he realized he had underestimated Wang Chao, who was no ordinary man. The thought of his earlier threats made him regretful, fearing he might be reduced to mere pulp. Is that so? Wang Chao looked at Gu Guangzhu with a knowing smile, his cold demeanor causing those around to shudder involuntarily. Big brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have targeted you. Please, spare me. I promise to do whatever you say. Gu Guangzhu pleaded, nearly howling, his teeth chattering in fear. It would be wise to do so, otherwise. Wang Chao's gaze hardened as he casually tossed the machete towards a large tree by the roadside. Whoosh! The machete pierced the tree, embedding itself deep within the trunk. Gu Guangzhu and his companions swallowed hard, trembling and lowering their heads in dread. Was this even human? What sort of monstrous strength was this? Understand? Wang Chao surveyed the four with a piercing gaze. They dared not utter another word, hastily nodding in compliance. Satisfied, Wang Chao stated, "Tend to your wounds and don't die here. Then continue with your robbery plans." Upon hearing the news, Gu Guangzhu felt as if he had been granted a reprieve from death. He hastily summoned his subordinates, and together they clumsily bandaged his wounds and applied ointment, temporarily staunching the flow of blood. Wang Chao caught a glimpse of the hastily wrapped injury and thought to himself that these individuals seemed quite adept, even possessing their own medicine. Soon after, he noticed Gu Guangzhu and his companions were watching him intently, as if they had something to communicate. Speak your mind. What do you mean by continue, big brother? Gu Guangzhu stammered, trembling at the thought of saying something amiss or committing a blunder. It means just that. Wang Chao replied impassively, producing a photograph and handing it to Gu Guangzhu. When you see this person, make sure to give him a thorough beating. Gu Guangzhu hunched over, respectfully accepting the photograph, which depicted a young man who appeared rather easy to deal with. He quickly replied, "No problem, I'll handle it." Wang Chao waved his hand, moving his vehicle to a concealed spot, then settled into the car, leisurely lighting a cigarette. Gu Guangzhu and his crew were seasoned criminals, operating with remarkable efficiency. Before long, they intercepted a large bus. "Robbery. Hand over everything of value you possess," Gu Guangzhu declared menacingly as he entered the bus wielding a machete, while one of his subordinates trailed behind with a bag to collect money. The other two subordinates restrained the driver and guarded the entrance to prevent anyone from escaping. The passengers, having never encountered such a situation, were paralyzed with fear, utterly daunted into silence. "Obey and hand over your money." As they collected the valuables, Gu Guangzhu's attention was drawn to a handsome young man seated at the back. He hastily retrieved the photograph from his pocket for a closer comparison. That's the one. Yi Fan sat in the last row, his gaze directed towards the front seat, where a girl of similar age was grappling with a thug over a jade pendant. Clenching his fists, he was about to intervene when he suddenly noticed the bald man with the machete approaching him, pointing directly at him. "You, get off the bus." Gu Guangzhu glared at Yi Fan with fierce intent, brandishing his weapon. "I'm talking to you. Get the hell down here." Yi Fan met the bald man's gaze with indifference, catching a glimpse of the thug seizing the jade pendant and tossing it into his bag. Anger surged within him. He could not allow these lowly insects to act with such impunity before him. Moreover, he had made some progress in his abilities over the past few days. Without hesitation, he launched a kick that sent one of Gu Guangzhu's subordinates sprawling to the ground, followed by another kick that knocked Gu Guangzhu down as well. With a snort, he strolled towards the front seat and gently patted the girl there. "Don't worry, I'll get your pendant back." Thank you," Zhang Haixio stammered, still shaken, her face pale. In that moment, she regarded Yi Fan as if he were a celestial being, both handsome and formidable. No need for gratitude. Yi Fan offered her a reassuring smile, straightening his posture as he turned his attention back to Gu Guangzhu on the ground. "Let us settle this outside." "Good. I admire your bravado. Come down." Gu Guangzhu scrambled to his feet, wielding the machete as he led his subordinates off the bus. Yi Fan calmly leaped down, not expecting that Zhang Haixio would follow him. Frowning, he turned to her and said, "Why did you come down? It's safer up there." "That jade pendant is very important to me," Zhang Haixio replied, biting her lip, genuinely worried for Yi Fan's safety. From a distance, Wang Chao observed the girl accompanying Yi Fan and shook his head slightly. TSK, so this is Zhang Haixio. Quite unremarkable in appearance. No wonder Yi Fan isn't interested. He gathered a sphere of energy in his hand, ready to strike at any moment. Fully aware that Gu Guangzhu's group stood no chance against Yi Fan, "I advise you to leave the valuables and scram." Yi Fan sneered at the four before him, feeling as though he was on par with a master of external energy. Dealing with four ordinary individuals would be as effortless as besting a toddler. Damn. You're quite arrogant, kid. Brothers, let us go? Gu Guangzhou stepped back, rallying his comrades to attack. With an injury to his ear, he found it somewhat inconvenient to engage directly. In his estimation, the individual before him appeared weak, and 3 against 1 should pose no challenge. Be careful, Zheng Haixio urgently warned. Don't worry, these fellows are no match for me, Yi Fan replied with a cold smile, just as he prepared to strike. Suddenly, he sensed a terrifying force rushing towards him, one that felt eerily familiar. This is bad. He abandoned his attack on Gu Guangzhou's group and crossed his arms defensively. Bang! The force collided with his hands, sending a jolt of numbness through his body. Simultaneously, the 3 robbers charged at him. Chapter 46, a self-directed performance. Yi Fan, overwhelmed by the mysterious force, looked in the direction from whence it came, just as Gu Guangzhou's subordinates swarmed him, sending him crashing to the ground. What followed was a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. Frustration welled within him, reminiscent of his recent experience at school. After a brief moment of recovery, he gritted his teeth and resolved to fight back. Rising from the ground, he executed a backflip, narrowly evading their attacks. The 3 robbers were taken aback by Yi Fan's sudden resurgence. You dare to get up? Bring him down, they shouted. Yi Fan clenched his fists. His eyes filled with fury. Just as he prepared to retaliate, he felt that same force surge towards him again. Damn it, not again. He had no choice but to abandon his assault on the robbers to brace himself against the encroaching power. However, his distraction led to him being knocked down once more by the thugs. In a desperate attempt, he shielded his face with his arms, realizing that the moment he considered striking, the hidden adversary would strike first. Internally, he cursed, what kind of righteous person ambushes from the shadows? Have the courage to face me head-on. Zheng Haixio, standing nearby, opened her mouth in disbelief, recalling Yi Fan's words. Unable to suppress her own thoughts, didn't you just claim these guys weren't enough to take you down? Watching Yi Fan endure the beating, she anxiously stood by, too afraid to intervene. Gu Guangzhou, being shrewd, had already deduced that the sudden shifts in Yi Fan's movements indicated that the powerful figure from earlier was secretly aiding them. Seeing that Yi Fan was reluctant to retaliate, he shouted, "Keep hitting him. How dare you act so brazenly in front of me without considering your own worth?" Spit. Yi Fan found himself in a dire predicament, his rage reaching a boiling point as he seethed internally. Just wait. Once I regain my strength, every last one of you will perish. You will all meet your demise. Not far away, Wang Chao toyed with a ball of energy. Coldly observing Yi Fan as he was pummeled, his tone chillingly calm. It doesn't matter if I can't kill you now. Finding someone to vent my frustrations on is good enough. When he deemed it sufficient, he crushed the energy sphere with a snap and started the engine of his vehicle. The roar of the engine echoed as it sped past, executing a graceful drift that left a blue arc on the road, coming to a halt right before Gu Guangzhou and his companions. All eyes, previously fixated on Yi Fan and the robbers, were now drawn to the luxurious Rolls-Royce. The car door creaked open, and Wang Chao's long legs emerged, descending from the vehicle with a leisurely gait. Observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, his gaze ultimately settled upon the battered Yi Fan. With a slight raise of his brow, he remarked coolly, "It seems that the many bully the few." The robbers had ceased their assault upon Wang Chao's arrival, and at this moment, they trembled in fear, casting bewildered glances in his direction. Particularly, Gu Guangzhou's expression was most entertaining. "Boss, what role are you playing here? A hero rescuing a damsel in distress? But the one on the ground is a man. And he's the very one you ordered us to beat." Upon seeing Wang Chao, Yi Fan's eyes widened in shock, as if he had encountered a bitter enemy. He was acutely aware that the rumors circulating within the campus about him had originated from Wang Chao. For this reason alone, Wang Chao deserved to be punished. The passengers in the vehicle, witnessing Wang Chao's sudden appearance and the robbers' cessation of violence, stood up eagerly at the edge of their seats to watch the spectacle, fervently hoping that Wang Chao would drive the criminals away. Wang Chao, with an icy demeanor, stood beside the car and continued his performance. "Who are you? Are you not aware that assault is a crime?" The bald-headed henchman, somewhat lacking in intellect, exchanged glances between Wang Chao and Gu Guangzhou, as if silently inquiring, "Boss, what do we do?" Gu Guangzhou, being astute, recognized that Wang Chao's sudden shift from ordering a beating to acting as a savior was merely a display of bravado. He discerned that the root of this performance stemmed from Wang Chao's gaze, which seemed deliberately directed towards a woman, the one who had descended with Yi Fan. Though not particularly attractive, one could not dismiss the possibility that the boss had an unconventional taste. Straightening his posture, he brandished the machete in his hand, pointing it threateningly at Wang Chao. "This has nothing to do with you, so be gone." The other 3 robbers, witnessing their leader's audacity to confront Wang Chao with a machete, broke out into a cold sweat. "Boss, have you lost your mind? Have you forgotten so soon?" Wang Chao regarded Gu Guangzhu, thinking to himself that this fellow was rather perceptive, and continued, judging by your attire, you must be a highway robber, am I right? Gu Guangzhu had just experienced what it meant to be ruthless and concise. Wang Chao's lengthy discourse indicated that he had guessed correctly, igniting a spark of joy within him. Although his expression grew increasingly menacing. So what if I am? You seem quite affluent yourself. Let us rob together, brothers. Boss, wasn't it agreed upon? What nonsense. This entire vehicle is worth less than that one car. Are you out of your mind? Gu Guangzhu, fearing his underling might speak out of turn, abruptly cut him off. However, no sooner had he spoken than he saw Wang Chao charging towards them. In mere moments, he had dispatched all four of them to the ground, writhing in pain. Wang Chao had not even exerted his full strength. He approached Gu Guangzhu, hoisting him up and whispering something only they could hear, before declaring loudly, "You still wish to rob me? You are courting death." With that, he delivered a swift kick to Gu Guangzhu's backside. Thud! Gu Guangzhu fell face first into the dirt. Boss, there's no need for such realism in your performance. It truly hurts. Gu Guangzhu scrambled to his feet, shouting defiantly, "You little brat, how dare you strike me? I warn you, my brother is Chu Xiaodian, the underground emperor of Yinchong City. If you dare touch me, just wait. I'll call for help right now." As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and scurried to the side, fervently articulating his claims. "Is that so? I happen to know Kong Junlong. Why don't you have your boss call him and ask if he recognizes Wang Chao from Jiangbei University?" Wang Chao found Gu Guangzhu's acting to be quite impressive and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. In the original narrative, Yi Fan had felled several individuals, prompting Gu Guangzhu to call for help, while Yi Fan had contacted Kong Junlong, who, being the most formidable figure in the 5 cities, had frightened Chu Xiaodian into begging for mercy. Since Gu Guangzhu was performing so well, Wang Chao decided to let him improvise. Meanwhile, Yi Fan had already risen from the ground, feeling utterly humiliated as he stood aside, wishing he could sink into the earth. It was too embarrassing. Having just boasted in front of the woman, he had been thoroughly beaten. Wang Chao's sudden appearance felt entirely intentional. Gu Guangzhu pretended to make a call, asking questions into thin air, his face adorned with a mask of feigned terror. After hanging up, he hurriedly returned, kneeling on the ground. "Boss, I failed to recognize your greatness. Please spare me this time." The other 3 robbers exchanged glances and quickly rushed over to kneel as well. The passengers in the vehicle were astonished, their mouths agape, realizing Wang Chao was a true big shot. Zheng Haixio felt her heart racing. This was the hero she had always envisioned. Her gaze shifted to Yi Fan, laced with disdain, as she despised those who sought to play the hero. With the performance concluded, Wang Chao delivered his final line. "Leave behind what you have stolen, and get as far away as possible. Should I see you again, do not expect me to be merciful." With a seamless execution, the scene unfolded flawlessly. Following Wang Chao's command, Gu Guangzhu and his accomplices relinquished their ill-gotten gains and fled in their vehicle, dejected and defeated. Wang Chao turned to Yi Fan, a cold smile dancing on his lips. What had just transpired was merely an appetizer. The true spectacle was only beginning. Feel despair, young man. Chapter 47. A refusal to share the ride. After driving the robbers away, the passengers hastily exited the vehicle, expressing their gratitude for Wang Chao's valor. An elderly gentleman, overwhelmed with emotion, clasped Wang Chao's hand, showering him with praise. Wang Chao smiled warmly, gesturing dismissively. "There's no need for thanks. Please take your belongings back." He then handed the bag left by the robbers to Zheng Haixio, saying, "Classmate, please assist in returning this to its rightful owners." However, before he could pass it over, his gaze lingered on Yi Fan. "Yi Fan, weren't you incarcerated for murder? How did you end up here?" Wang Chao's voice bore a hint of confusion, and as he spoke, he pulled the cloth bag back towards himself. As long as the bag remained in his possession, none of the onlookers could leave. Upon hearing his words, the crowd shuddered, beginning to whisper amongst themselves. Who would have guessed that this seemingly refined individual is actually a murderer? Do you not know the term gentlemanly fiend? The more genteel one appears, the higher the likelihood of them being a psychopathic killer. We should steer clear. Yi Fan, being the reincarnation of a celestial being, had adjusted his mindset after the previous incident. Faced with the multitude of whispers, he maintained his composure. Coldly regarding Wang Chao, what benefits do you gain from fabricating rumors about me? Wang Chao was momentarily taken aback by this remark. He understood that as a celestial being, Yi Fan would not make baseless accusations. However, the origin of the rumors about Wang Chao had only been shared with 3 individuals in the dormitory, leading him to wonder if someone had leaked the information. A flicker of murderous intent sparked within him as he calmly regarded Yi Fan. "Rumors? The news of you arranging for someone to be killed in a hotel room is common knowledge throughout Jiangbei. Do you truly believe I need to fabricate anything?" Yi Fan's composure shattered at this declaration. As the exalted celestial sovereign, he had invited Cheng Xuandi out, only for her to meet her demise in his bed. This incident stood as the most indelible stain on his life, a veritable disgrace. Nonsense. Brother, the school has already issued a statement. Had it not been for the lady's reluctance to pursue accountability, you would have at least faced a sentence of 10 to 8 years. Wang Chao, disinterested in further argument with Yi Fan, felt his objective was achieved. He handed a bag to the astonished Zheng Haixio. At that moment, Zheng Haixio was dumbfounded. The man she had just perceived as dashing turned out to be a deranged murderer. After receiving the bag, she instinctively edged closer to Wang Chao, fear gripping her heart. Frame me? Damn it. Yi Fan could no longer endure the indignation. As a dignified celestial sovereign, how could he tolerate being ensnared by an insignificant insect? Having previously witnessed Wang Chao's prowess, he was confident that his own strength was not inferior, especially with his countless techniques at his disposal. Eliminating this mere insect was a trivial task. With that, he focused his energy, gathering it in his palm, and, locking onto Wang Chao's position, unleashed a swift strike. This technique was named the Annihilation Palm. Originally infused with spiritual energy, it carried an overwhelming force capable of obliterating the heavens. No one of equal rank could evade it. Buzz. As the palm struck out, a swirling black vortex formed around it. Even devoid of spiritual energy, it exuded an aura of dread akin to a cataclysmic landslide. Wang Chao maintained an air of tranquility. His power surged to 300, a single strike sufficient to vanquish those in the mid-stages of internal energy. Yi Fan, at present, was merely at the pinnacle of external energy, insignificant in Wang Chao's presence. Were it not for the system's constraints, he would have long since ended Yi Fan with a single blow. As he observed Yi Fan's palm attack, a cold smirk graced his lips. He nimbly sidestepped Yi Fan's assault, then deliberately raised his voice. Ah, I see now. You must be in cahoots with those 4 robbers from earlier. Upon hearing this, the crowd's gaze turned to Yi Fan, filled with rage. They had almost fallen for this trickster. Yi Fan's strike missed its mark, and he seethed with fury. How could such a trivial insect possibly evade the Annihilation Palm? Stunned by Wang Chao's words, he exclaimed, "Robbers? What nonsense! I was nearly killed by them." Wang Chao retorted, "You can afford to eat a haphazard meal, but you shouldn't speak so carelessly." Clenching his fists, Yi Fan issued a threat and unleashed another Annihilation Palm. Wang Chao, unfazed, dodged once more, leisurely commenting, "Are you attempting to silence me after being exposed?" Yi Fan, upon hearing this, halted, gritting his teeth. "Fine. I shall grant you an opportunity to explain. If your explanation fails to satisfy, I will hold you accountable for both new and old grievances." "Is there even a need for explanation? You wish to play the hero. I saw you driving over. When those 3 robbers attacked you, you didn't lift a finger." Wang Chao's words struck true. Yi Fan indeed sought to be the hero. "It seems so. The robbers did not take anything from you." Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, Yes, I can attest. The robbers were clearly toying with that girl for quite some time. I even saw this lad boasting in front of her." The crowd began to chatter animatedly. Initially, having learned of Yi Fan's identity, they harbored aversion towards him. Thus, with one leading the charge, they soon rallied against him. Indifferent to the truth, Zheng Haixio's fears escalated. When the robbers were plundering others, Yi Fan remained passive, yet he chose to intervene only when she was targeted. It was evident what his intentions were. Most critically, he feigned heroism in her presence. Had Wang Chao not arrived in time, the outcome could have been dire. Naturally, any subsequent display of arrogance was swiftly disregarded. How outrageous! How outrageous! Faced with the crowd's slander, Yi Fan's face turned pale with fury. He had long been acquainted with the adage that 3 people can create a tiger. Today he bore witness to its truth. Having launched 2 attacks against Wang Chao to no avail, it became clear that Wang Chao was far stronger than he had anticipated. Continuing to engage would likely result in his own detriment, leaving him at a loss against Wang Chao. "Let us return to the vehicle and distribute our belongings. As for him, I advise you to keep your distance," Wang Chao subtly suggested as he turned to his car. Subsequently, the bus erupted in commotion. "Driver, I refuse to share a ride with this man." "Me too." Everyone voiced their refusal to be seated with Yi Fan, with some even blocking the doors to prevent him from boarding. The driver, glancing at Yi Fan, hesitated. "Apologies, brother. We are nearing Yinchong City. You might as well walk." Yi Fan slowly lowered his foot, his pent-up rage seeking an outlet. As the passengers settled into their seats, the driver started the bus and departed. Wang Chao, observing this scene, chuckled coldly as he drove away. Ding. The protagonist's pretentious act has failed. Luck value, 200. Current luck value, 12,900. Ding. Severing the protagonist's main storyline. Luck value, 200. Current luck value, 12,700. Ding. The protagonist's hatred towards the host has reached an explosive level. Luck value, 200. Current luck value, 12, 500. Host's villain value, 600. Usable luck value, 800. Chapter 48. Usable individuals. Wang Chao glanced at Yi Fan's solitary and defiant figure in the rearview mirror, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. He was certain that Yi Fan would inevitably resort to underground fighting, for he was in dire need of money. The corners of his mouth slowly straightened as he drove directly towards a place known as Shuishi Town, a subordinate area of Yincheng City. Seeking out the modest inn where Yi Fan resided in the original narrative, parking in front of the inn, he spotted a girl of about 17 or 18 standing at the entrance. Just as described in the original story, the girl possessed an enchanting beauty, her features exquisitely crafted, reminiscent of a porcelain doll, unforgettable after just a glance. Her name was Xinyu, hailing from a family of extreme poverty. Having dropped out of school at the tender age of 14 or 15. Due to her striking beauty, she worked the front desk at the town's inn. In time, she caught Yi Fan's attention. However, initially, she did not become Yi Fan's romantic interest. Rather, she became his first disciple. Subsequently, after Yi Fan sustained injuries in battle, their relationship took a different turn. Wang Chao pondered the original narrative, shivering at the thought. Injured, and he immediately sought to engage with a woman. Truly, an abundance of flaws. Hello, may I inquire if you wish to check in? Xinyu, having spent 4 to 5 years in the town, had encountered numerous luxury cars. Yet she had never seen one quite like the guests before. She found the car's color stunning and presumed it to be quite valuable. Indeed, Wang Chao nodded, following Xinyu to the front desk, retrieving 100,000 from his bag and handing it to her. Prepare for me the finest room. I intend to stay until the end of the boxing championship. That is far too much. The best room is 500 a night. The championship lasts only 5 days. So 3,000 at most will suffice. Xinyu exclaimed, startled by the large sum, quickly shaking her head. Wang Chao raised an eyebrow, as the original story indicated. Xinyu was indeed an honest and kind-hearted girl. Forcefully placing the money in her hands, he smiled. As I embark on this new journey, I find myself in need of a guide. For the coming days, I implore you to assume that role. Consider the excess funds as your remuneration. Xinyu clutched a thick wad of cash, her heart racing with both shock and exhilaration. She understood that being a guide entailed escorting clients around the town. Yet this sum seemed excessive, so much that it instilled a sense of trepidation within her. However, her family was in dire need of money, prompting her to tentatively inquire. Is this guide merely to accompany you around the town? Nothing more? What else is there? Wang Chao furrowed his brow slightly. In the original narrative, when Yi Fan had offered 10,000, Xinyu had remained silent. Just sleeping. A flush crept across Xinyu's cheeks, her voice barely above a whisper. She was aware of the existence of a profession that involved simply sleeping alongside someone. Such offers had been made to her before, all of which she had declined. Yet this man was exceedingly handsome, and the generous payment he offered was timely, precisely when she needed it most. If he requested such a thing, sleeping was acceptable. Wang Chao was lost in thought regarding the unfolding plot, oblivious to Xinyu's softly spoken words, especially given her low volume. Seeing Wang Chao in silence, Xinyu assumed she had guessed correctly. After a moment of hesitation, biting her lip and lowering her gaze, she shyly confessed, I accept your offer. I will stay by your side during your time here. Wang Chao finally retrieved his thoughts, nodding in acknowledgement. Very well. His objective was simply to hire Xinyu, ensuring she would not spend time with Yi Fan, thereby severing their connection. This thread was significant. It remained to be seen how much villainous value it would yield. Xinyu felt her cheeks heat further, stammering, I shall be a good guide. With this money, her father's medical expenses would be secured. Stealing a glance at the contemplative Wang Chao, she found him even more striking. Wang Chao resumed his musings about the subsequent narrative. After encountering Xinyu, Yi Fan would soon cross paths with a few pretentious individuals. Naturally, these pretentious fools would fail in their attempts to impress, only to be decisively dealt with by the protagonist. Ah, Yi Fan, it seems you are due for another beating. Wang Chao's lips curved into a smile, eagerly anticipating the scene. All right. Xinyu, entranced by Wang Chao's smile, fought to suppress her fluttering heart as she handed him the room key. You may head to your room first. I must inform my boss that I will be accompanying you for the next few days. By the way, my name is Xinyu. Wang Chao, he replied, taking the key and ascending to the second floor of the inn. Soon, Xinyu gently knocked on the door and entered, her demeanor a mix of anxiety and eagerness. Young Master Wang, shall we sleep now? Sleep during the day? No, come. Let us explore the town. Wang Chao estimated that, as the protagonist Yi Fan, he would undoubtedly find transportation and arrive here on time. After all, he had to maintain his facade. Xinyu was somewhat taken aback, yet it was a fortuitous opportunity to build rapport with Wang Chao. Leading him out of the inn, They were greeted by the sight of a handsome man entering. A strange vision flashed through Shun Yu's mind, but it vanished almost as quickly as it appeared, leaving her feeling bewildered as she guided Wang Chao towards the western part of the town. Wang Chao, too, noticed Yi Fan and felt satisfied with the original author's work. Indeed, he had not been let down. If the protagonist did not arrive, subsequent events could become problematic. Regrettably, Yi Fan entered in such haste that he failed to notice Wang Chao. Ahead stood the renowned sculpture of a dragon emerging from water. Shen Yu gestured towards a nearby stream, explaining, "Our town was originally named Longxi Town. However, a fortune teller once claimed that the locale was too small for such a name to hold weight. Thus, it was renamed Longzai Shuishi, and eventually evolved into Shuishi Town. We boast a total of 18 dragon sculptures in our town." Wang Chao trailed behind Shen Yu, his mind elsewhere, disinterested in her explanations. In the original text, Yi Fan, upon arriving at Shuishi Town, had observed a couple engaged in flirtation nearby. Wang Chao narrowed his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips. At last, the target of Yi Fan's pretentiousness had appeared. Chapter 49, Assisting Young Master Wang. The woman Wang Chao beheld was named Chao Cece, also from Jiangbei University. She had been present during his encounter with Li Jianhao at the KTV. Young Master Wang. Young Master Wang. Chao Cece exclaimed, spotting him and rushing over with fervor. She had developed a crush on Wang Chao after their initial meeting and later learned he was immensely wealthy, further fueling her admiration. Behind her, a man's eyes flashed with anger. Chao Cece was his girlfriend, and seeing her rush towards a more handsome man was a blow to his pride. Nevertheless, he followed. His face darkened. "What brings you here?" Wang Chao asked coolly. "I came with my boyfriend to watch the boxing match," Chao Cece replied, her face alight with joy as she beckoned her companion. "This is my wealthy classmate, young Master Wang. And this is my boyfriend, Tian Baran." "Humph." Tian Baran scoffed disdainfully. What did wealth amount to? He was a disciple of Meng Jiang. Chao Cece shot him an annoyed look, feeling he lacked awareness. Wang Chao had anticipated Tian Baran's attitude. After all, he was a proud disciple of a master of energy work. Were it not for his future utility, he would have been swiftly dealt with. Raising an eyebrow, Wang Chao spoke casually. "I hear you are a disciple of Meng Jiang?" Tian Baran crossed his arms, lifting his chin in pride. "Indeed. My sincerest apologies. I inadvertently broke your master's arm, preventing him from participating in the underground boxing championship," Wang Chao offered insincerely. Those words struck Tian Baran like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Young master? Wang Chao? You are Wang Chao?" He stammered, eyes wide with disbelief. His master had warned him never to offend Wang Chao, for he was a terrifying figure, capable of dispatching someone in the mid-level of internal energy with a single strike. Upon confirming with a nod, Tian Baran's legs weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. To insult a master was one thing, but to disrespect Wang Chao, who surpassed even the master, was unforgivable. Trembling, he approached Wang Chao, his tone now reverent. "Young master, I was blind and wrong. I apologize sincerely. Please do not take offense." Wang Chao merely smiled mildly. "No matter. All I ask is that you assist me with the task." He then leaned in close to Tian Baran, whispering a few words. Upon hearing Wang Chao's request, Tian Baran's jaw nearly dropped in astonishment. "You, a master-level figure, could easily dispatch Yi Fan with a single blow. Why involve him?" Yet he dared not question further, hastily nodding. "Young master, rest assured, this matter is in my hands." "Very well, I shall wander nearby," Wang Chao replied, turning to the astonished Shen Yu. "Let us stroll along the river." Indeed, Shen Yu felt a twinge of fear upon hearing Wang Chao had broken someone's arm. Complying, she led him along the stream, her explanations becoming more attentive and her tone gentler than before. Chao Cece stood to the side, her brow furrowed in confusion as she gazed at Tian Baran, pondering the sudden shift in his demeanor. However, with someone as formidable as Wang Chao in the mix, if her boyfriend could ingratiate himself with him, she too could seize the opportunity to draw closer. Once Wang Chao had distanced himself, she quietly inquired, "What did Wang Chao ask you to do?" "It's a secret. Stay here for a moment. I need to buy something." Tian Baran replied mysteriously, disregarding Chao Cece as he dashed towards the local pharmacy. Shortly after, he returned, carrying a case of beer, some snacks, and even borrowed a small table and 3 stools from a nearby vendor. "What on earth are you doing with all this?" Chao Cece asked, taken aback. "Come over and drink with me," Tian Baran offered, without elaborating further, setting up the table and plopping down on a stool. He opened 2 bottles of beer, pouring a glass for Chao Cece and one for himself. "I've heard there's a fellow named Yi Fan at your school?" "Yes, there is such a person." Chao Cece felt perplexed, but once the topic of Yi Fan arose, it unleashed a torrent of stories about him at the school, which she recounted with amusement. Just as she was getting into the swing of things, she glanced into the distance, her voice abruptly trailing off. "Why are you silent?" Speak. Tian Boren, engrossed in her tales, noticed her sudden quietness and urged her impatiently. Yi Fan, he is actually here. Chao Cici's heart raced. Feeling a pang of guilt akin to being caught gossiping, Tian Boren turned to see a handsome young man strolling towards them, and he thought to himself, Wang Chao is indeed remarkable to have anticipated this. He discreetly retrieved a packet of white powder from his bag, pouring it into one of the beer bottles. He then looked up at Chao Cici and declared, the time has come to assist Wang Chao. Go call Yi Fan over. Let us invite him for a drink. What? Chao Cici gaped at Tian Boren, convinced her ears had deceived her. Yi Fan, that troublemaker? Why would we invite him for a drink? Go now. Tian Boren shot her an irritated glance, urging her in a hushed tone. Reluctantly, Chao Cici acquiesced, knowing it was for Wang Chao's sake. She stood up and called out, Yi Fan. Yi Fan. Hearing his name, Yi Fan looked up, momentarily perplexed by the familiar face before him, but unable to place it. Nevertheless, he approached, frowning slightly. Who are you? It's me, Chao Cici. We're in the same university, the same department. I was also there for Xiao Shui's birthday the other day. She smiled. Oh, it's you. What are you doing here? Yi Fan asked, intrigued, casting a glance at Tian Boren beside her. I came with my boyfriend to watch the boxing match, Chao Cici said, her gaze lingering on Yi Fan's striking features. Feeling an inexplicable unease. Attempting to appear composed, she gestured towards Tian Boren. This is my boyfriend, Tian Boren, the grand disciple of the renowned master Meng Jiang. And this is Yi Fan, the classmate I mentioned to you. Ah, brother Yi, it's an honor. Tian Boren greeted, adopting a seasoned demeanor. He swiftly poured a glass of liquor, saying, since you're a friend of CCS, let us share a drink. Yi Fan frowned, sensing something amiss. At this time of year, drinking beer by the riverside seems odd. Come now, how can a university student not drink? Besides, we are both from Jiangbei. It's fate that we meet. You're CCS classmate. Let us not stand on ceremony. Tian Boren insisted, forcing a drink into Yi Fan's hands. As Yi Fan took a sip, he detected an unusual taste in the beer. Something felt off, and he shook his head. I have things to attend to. Let us drink another time. What do you mean by that? Are you refusing to give me face? Tian Boren seized on this moment, his irritation boiling over. Yi Fan, feeling a surge of indignation, retorted, I'm a cultivator. Do I need to give you face? His aura shifted, exuding a chilling dominance. Do you think you deserve it? You're courting death. Tian Boren shouted as he swung the beer bottle towards Yi Fan's head. Chapter 50. This is acceptable. As Yi Fan saw the bottle hurtling toward him, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. A mere insect dared to attack him. Today, he would meet his end. He raised his hands, prepared to unleash a technique to shatter the bottle and then strike down Tian Boren. Yet, in that instant, he felt a wave of weakness wash over him. His arms felt limp. Alarmed, he wondered, what is happening? Where's my strength? A glance at the cup he had just drunk from revealed the truth. Tian Boren had poisoned the drink. Bang! The bottle shattered against Yi Fan's head, showering him in beer. How dare you disrespect me? I'll make you pay. Tian Boren spat, relieved to have administered a sufficient dose of the drug. Noticing Yi Fan had collapsed, confirming his formidable strength. He recalled Wang Chao's warning about Yi Fan's prowess, likening him to his master, Meng Jiang. Hence, he had resorted to this underhanded tactic. To his surprise, the local pharmacy had indeed stocked a substance capable of inducing unconsciousness, albeit at a steep price of 1,000 yuan for a small packet. Yi Fan struggled to remain upright, feeling lightheaded and weakly threatened. You will regret what you've done today. Tian Boren scoffed, kicking Yi Fan to the ground. I never regret my actions. He raised 2 more bottles, aiming for Yi Fan's flesh instead of his head, mindful of the potential consequences of causing serious harm. Chao Cici, taken aback by the sudden turn of events, instinctively recoiled, covering her mouth in fear, too frightened to intervene. Wang Chao, there's a fight over there. Xinyu, accompanied by Wang Chao, had been strolling along the riverside when the sound of shouting reached their ears. They hurried forward, only to spot the young man being assaulted, the same one she had seen earlier at the inn. Wang Chao halted, neither advancing nor speaking. He extracted a cigarette, leisurely lighting it as he observed the commotion. Xinyu glanced again, exclaiming, Wang Chao, the one who struck is your classmate's boyfriend. Wang Chao turned to Xinyu, responding with a nonchalant tone, the boy who was struck has been relentlessly harassing my classmate. Look, he even followed her here, with her boyfriend present. A beating was inevitable. Upon hearing this, a flicker of disdain crossed Xinyu's eyes. Wasn't this merely a case of a deranged stalker? He deserved to be punished. In the original narrative, Xinyu accompanied Yi Fan, and they encountered Tian Bo Run by the riverside. At that time, Chao Cici was infatuated with Yi Fan, and upon spotting him, she became quite animated and approached him to exchange a few words. Subsequently, Tianbo Run recklessly rushed forward to introduce himself, only to be ignored by Yi Fan, leading to a confrontation where he was thoroughly beaten. This incident directly resulted in Chao Cc breaking up with Tianbo Rin, while Yi Fan garnered Xin Yu's admiration. It remained uncertain whether such antics would accrue villain points. Wang Chao mused internally. Ding. Xin Yu's affection for the protagonist increased by 50 points, and her overall affection stood at 20. The protagonist's fortune value was 200, now reduced to 300. Ding. The protagonist seethed with rage, yet felt powerless. Fortune value now stood at 200, down to 100. The host villain points were 400, with 200 available for use. Ah, so it is indeed possible. A smirk crept onto Wang Chao's lips as he turned to Xin Yu. Enough watching. Let's go. Oh. Xin Yu took a step, but turned back to glance at Yi Fan on the ground, feeling he had been excessively brutal. With a silent sigh, she guided Wang Chao towards the underground boxing arena. The arena was set up within a massive tent outside the town, capable of accommodating thousands. Wang Chao. This is where the matches take place. However, entry requires a fee of 1,000 yuan per person. Xin Yu explained. Wang Chao nodded. This was not significantly different from the original story. 1,000 yuan for a ticket, valid only for that day. Quite a rip-off indeed. According to the original plot, Yi Fan would take Xin Yu inside to display his prowess and flaunt his abilities. In light of this, Wang Chao decided to adhere to the original storyline. Feigning ignorance as he inquired, does it begin now? It started yesterday, but those were merely minor skirmishes. The real showdown is on Saturday, when it is said that celestial beings will participate. Xin Yu was unsure what these so-called celestial beings were. Yet she had heard from her colleagues that they could soar through the skies and could fell a cow with a single punch. Let us go in and take a look. Wang Chao followed Xin Yu to the entrance, purchased 2 tickets, and ventured into the tent. Inside, the atmosphere was electric, with numerous attendees cheering and shouting, their voices piercing. On the arena stage, 2 competitors were engaged in a fierce contest. Wang Chao found a random spot to sit down. As described in the original text, the matches leading up to the main event were all orchestrated. To put it simply, they were all rigged. The outcomes depended on the stakes involved. Brother, care to place a bet? Just as Wang Chao and Xin Yu settled down, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard and black-rimmed glasses approached them. He was of modest height, clad in green camouflage attire. I'll just observe for now. Wang Chao feigned naivety, intending to play the role of the unsuspecting novice. The middle-aged man remained beside them, his face adorned with an affable smile. Is this your young girlfriend? She is truly beautiful. He introduced himself as Zhao Yang, the organizer of the boxing matches. Upon Wang Chao's entrance, he immediately discerned Wang Chao's status as a super-rich heir. Ignoring other details, the tailored suit alone must have cost at least 100,000. Not to mention the Patek Philippe on his wrist, which, though its model was indiscernible, was easily worth over 1 million. The unmistakable air of nobility suggested he was undoubtedly a person of immense wealth. Securing him as a patron could yield millions effortlessly. Wang Chao was well aware of the man's intentions and, with a hint of impatience, raised an eyebrow and replied coolly, "She is not my girlfriend." Xin Yu, sitting beside him, felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment. Zhao Liang quickly grasped the situation, chuckling without a hint of embarrassment. Who brings their girlfriend to such places, right? Allow me to introduce you to the contenders on stage. No need. I'll bet on the one in black to win. Wang Chao was there to show off, and the best way to do so was to bet on the winning side. In the original narrative, such minor contests were merely glossed over, as Yi Fan consistently bet on the weaker party, winning each time and earning Xin Yu's admiration. The black one. Zhao Liang frowned slightly. There had been numerous bets placed on the black contender, and he had already given instructions for the black side to lose. However, since Wang Chao chose black, it would be unwise not to let him taste victory, lest he lose an opportunity to swindle him out of his money. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, "Are you sure you don't want to reconsider?" "No need. What is the odds?" Wang Chao kept his gaze fixed on the arena. "Even odds. Then I'll wager 10 million. Wang Chao's expression remained impassive as he glanced at Xin Yu beside him. "Do you wish to place a bet as well?" "Don't worry. If you lose, I'll cover it." Xin Yu shook her head. She dared not, for if she lost, her father's medical funds would be jeopardized. Damn. A glint of excitement flashed in Zhao Liang's eyes. Just moments ago, he had been deliberating whether to allow Wang Chao to win a round. But upon hearing Wang Chao's bold wager of 10 million, he had made up his mind to play the long game. Confident that Wang Chao wouldn't simply walk away after winning. After placing his bet, Wang Chao reclined lazily, certain of his victory. The original narrative had introduced a certain bigwig who had also wagered 1 million upon arrival. The organizers had ensured his victory in that round, and Yi Fan had followed suit with his bet, quietly explaining to Xin Yu. As expected, the black contender won. In this boxing arena, Betting was facilitated through a special app registered on one's phone, allowing users to input their wager amounts, with the wins and losses displayed on the app. Final settlements were made upon departure. Before long, Wang Chao's app displayed a win of 10 million. Wow, Wang Chao, you're incredible. You've just won 10 million. Xin Yu exclaimed, her mouth agape in astonishment as she gazed at Wang Chao, incredulous at how easy it was to earn such money. Ding. Xin Yu's affection for the host increased by 20 points, bringing her total affection to 20. Wang Chao's expression darkened upon hearing the system's prompt. So, Xin Yu had not felt any appreciation for him at all. It was indeed the fate of a villain. Even with a charm value exceeding that of an average person, he still failed to elicit a normal response. Well, it's acceptable, Wang Chao thought, realizing the challenge ahead. In the original story, Xin Yu's affection for the protagonist was profoundly intense. Just then, he noticed someone stumbling through the entrance. Yi Fan. Wang Chao smirked. This fellow had the audacity to show up here. This could prove to be quite entertaining. Wang Chao cast a lingering glance at Yi Fan, who seemed oblivious to his presence, silently unlocking his phone and gazing up at the stage. The original story had mentioned that Yi Fan was adept at lying low during such moments and possessed keen insight, always betting on the weaker competitors. Today, he would leave without even his trousers. Wang Chao shifted his attention back to Xin Yu. You should place a bet too. Don't worry if you lose. I'll take care of it. Xin Yu shook her head. She was a kind-hearted girl who had already accepted a substantial sum of money from Wang Chao, and there was no way she could take advantage of him further. It's all right, let's proceed. Wang Chao spoke earnestly, fully aware that he was destined to win. Xin Yu gazed into Wang Chao's resolute eyes, convinced that such a wealthy young master would not deceive her. After a moment of hesitation, she nodded. However, she resolved to spend no more than 40,000, for the remaining 50,000 was earmarked to aid her father's medical treatment. On the arena, two figures emerged. One was clad in black shorts, towering over 2 meters with a physique brimming with muscle. The other, dressed in red shorts, stood just over 1.70 meters. A frail little figure that seemed as if a mere gust of wind could topple him. In stark contrast, it was evident which side one should support, unless one were utterly devoid of sense. Zhao Liang observed Wang Chao from a distance, his eyes gleaming with malice and amusement. Today, if I don't fleece you of every last penny, I shall not be called Zhao Liang. He gestured to a subordinate beside him. Go. Keep an eye on the bets for number 1118, and report back to me promptly. Yes. The subordinate acknowledged and hurried off to the office. Within the office, a large screen displayed the betting activity, and number 1118 was indeed Wang Chao's registered number. Through the intercom, he reported the situation to his boss. Boss. Number 1118 has placed a 20 million bet on the black side to win. And overall, Zhao Liang inquired. A total of 29 million has been wagered on the black side, while the red side has garnered 700,000. Excellent. Upon hearing the betting details, Zhao Liang wasted no time and began to rake in the profits. He signaled to his subordinate, who nodded and departed. Young Master Wang, this time victory is assured. I've bet 20,000. Xin Yu felt this was akin to receiving free money. The disparity in strength on the arena was painfully clear. You could increase your stake. Wang Chao smiled. He could surmise that Zhao Liang would manipulate the match. It was a blatant setup designed to exploit the unsuspecting. Nevertheless, he felt no fear. As long as the match was not entirely rigged, he had methods to turn the tide. Xin Yu bit her lip, hesitant. Believing that 20,000 was already a considerable amount, Wang Chao refrained from further persuasion, turning his attention to Yi Fan nearby, who appeared remarkably relaxed, as if he were certain of victory. Soon, the contest commenced. Right from the outset, the red side launched a frenzied assault, clearly intent on dominating the bout. Goodness. This individual resembles a small teddy bear, yet he fights with such ferocity. Someone exclaimed. This is disastrous. I placed all my bets on the hulking brute, only to discover this little fellow is so ruthless. Thank goodness I only wagered 2,000 on the big guy. Had I bet more, I would have been ruined. The crowd, watching the match unfold, erupted in a flurry of exclamations. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, listening to the surrounding outcries, glanced at the 5,000 bet he had placed on the small teddy bear to win, and a cold smirk crossed his lips. Ignorant ants. The house is clearly scamming you, yet you blindly follow the crowd. Young Master Wang, how is that little one so formidable? The big guy is on the verge of losing. Xin Yu, witnessing the one-sided situation, felt her heart race with anxiety. 2 million was at stake. Could she lose it all? Do not fret. The black side will surely retaliate. Wang Chao asserted, his expression calm and his tone unwavering. As soon as he spoke, a shift transpired in the arena. The black side had begun its counterattack, but overall, the red side still held the upper hand. Within the crowd, opinions turned against the black side. Despite its size and strength, the little fighter was simply too agile. Only Wang Chao and Yi Fan discerned the true capabilities of the two fighters. In reality, their skills were evenly matched, and if they truly fought, the black side would have a greater chance of victory. They alone understood that this was merely a performance for the audience. Gradually, the dynamics of the match began to shift. Initially, the red side was dominant, but the black side began to mount a counterattack, eventually gaining a slight advantage. The two fighters became evenly matched, but soon, the red side regained the upper hand, and the black side appeared to be on the brink of defeat. Throughout the match, there was not a single flaw. Everyone believed this to be the genuine display of their abilities. Alas, the little teddy bear is too fierce. The big guy has given his all. The spectators lamented. At that moment, a dramatic turn of events unfolded on the arena. The large fighter in black shorts was being driven back by the small fighter in red, gasping for breath, sweat pouring down his face. His chest heaved violently, and it seemed that with one more blow, he would surely collapse. Sensing he had no capacity to retaliate, the little fighter suddenly mustered all his strength, lunging forward to deliver a decisive blow to the big guy. The audience collectively stood, eyes wide with anticipation, their hearts racing with worry or exclamations of encouragement. Most were enveloped in despair, while a few dared to hope for a miracle. However, just as the little fighter leaped, he unexpectedly twisted his ankle. His body tilted, and with a thud, he fell face first onto the arena floor. The big guy in black had been meticulously playing his part, waiting for the other to approach so he could fall dramatically, thus concluding the match perfectly. But to their astonishment, the red fighter had actually stumbled. They were professionals. How could he possibly fall at such a crucial moment? Realization dawned on some, leading to shouts of, "There's an opportunity. Big guy, what are you doing? Get in there, hurry." The audience below had little patience for theatrics. This was about money. Some even rolled up their sleeves, itching to step in and deliver a few punches themselves. "Get up, you fool. Are you involved in underground fighting?" As the big guy stood there, dumbfounded, more fervent voices cried out for action. The atmosphere grew charged with suspicion of foul play. "Foul play. Refund our money," echoed through the crowd. Zhao Liang, who had been calmly seated at the front, leaped up in a fit of rage, his eyes aflame with fury. "Get up. You can't be lounging on the ground like that." Yet, after several tense seconds, the little fighter remained sprawled on the ground, seemingly drained of all energy. The big guy had intended to wait for the red fighter to rise, but upon hearing the escalating shouts from the audience, he hesitated no longer, muttering, "What are you doing, brother?" With no other option, he charged forward, raising his leg to kick. It appeared powerful, aimed directly at the opponent's face. In truth, only he knew the blow lacked force, as he intended to use his foot to assist the other in standing up. If the little fighter had any strength left, he would surely cooperate and rise. Following that, they would continue the act as instructed. As the crowd witnessed the big guy finally spring into action, they held their breath, clenching their teeth. Their financial fortunes hinged on this kick. Wang Chao, observing the big fighter's movement, raised an eyebrow, a sly smile creasing his lips. He lifted his right hand slightly, mimicking a motion as if to grasp the very air itself. At that moment, the little fighter abruptly lifted his head. At this moment, the hefty foot of the black fighter landed with tremendous force. Bang! The impact was resounding, sending the smaller fighter into a fit, frothing at the mouth, rolling his eyes back, and ultimately losing consciousness. The large black fighter stood there dumbfounded. What the hell just happened? Zhao Liang was equally taken aback, his fists clenched tightly. How could they hit him to such an extent? "It's over, 30 million gone." The audience in the arena was similarly stunned, enveloped in an eerie silence for a fleeting moment. After all, this match was fraught with drama, causing hearts to race, and no one expected this outcome. However, it wasn't long before someone reacted, shouting, we won, ha, I've won." Instantly, the arena erupted into cheers. Those who had bet on the black fighter were all rejoicing. Yi Fan, who had been oblivious to the commotion on stage, believed wholeheartedly that such a systematic match would never go awry. Upon hearing the cheers around him, he was momentarily stunned. It struck him that these people must have wagered on the red fighter to win. Slowly lifting his gaze, he saw that the red fighter had already been escorted off the stage, and the referee had declared the black fighter the victor. What the hell? Yi Fan's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the ring. Was the system rigged? He was left with only 5,000 yuan. Was he going to lose it all in this round? His expression darkened, as if he could drip water from it. His fists clenched tightly, a cold glare that seemed capable of piercing through the arena. "Ha, we won, Wang Chao. We won, 20,000 yuan. I'll treat you to a feast later." Xin Yu could hardly contain her joy. Within mere minutes, she had earned 20,000 yuan, akin to manna from heaven. All of this was thanks to Wang Chao. Without him, she would never have secured this fortune. Her fondness for Wang Chao rose significantly. All right, Wang Chao did not refuse. It was a genuine gesture on her part, and most importantly, it could cultivate goodwill. glancing at Yi Fan's ashen face from a distance. He slowly curled his lips into a cold smile. In the backstage of the boxing championship, Zhao Liang glared at the large black fighter and the recently revived thin red fighter. Now, tell me, what on earth just happened? You two worthless fools have cost me 30 million. The large black fighter replied innocently, brother, this isn't my fault. I was just waiting to concede. Who knew that Xiao Jianjian would suddenly fall to the ground? He hurriedly explained, I didn't dare linger too long. I initially intended to cheat. But Xiao Jianjian just had to get back up at that moment. Zhao Liang was aware of this scene, so he turned his attention to Xiao Jian, the small fighter. Xiao Jian bore a massive shoe print on his face, twisted in agony as he lamented, Brother Liang, I swear something was pressing down on me. Do you believe me? Believe you? You must be kidding. Zhao Liang snapped, his anger flaring as he kicked Xiao Jian. Take him away and deal with him. Brother Liang, I'm telling the truth. Please, spare me this time. Xiao Jian, pale and trembling, pleaded desperately, even dropping to his knees. Yet, before he could finish his sentence, an elderly man in a white robe struck him on the head with a palm. Instantly, Xiao Jian fell lifeless to the ground. Zhuolao, what is your take on the situation? After eliminating Xiao Jian, Zhao Liang remained uneasy, feeling that the incident was too peculiar. Gu Xiaozhua squinted, embodying the demeanor of a sage, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an air of inscrutability, and spoke slowly. Let us observe a bit longer. Zhao Liang's irritation flared. What the hell? I've paid you so much to watch the match, and this is the response I get? He exhaled in frustration, glaring at the betting screen. His eyes landed on a striking figure, 40 million. Upon noticing the betting account, 1118, he narrowed his eyes. He had a gut feeling that this matter was inextricably linked to account 1118. Chapter 53, The Tempestuous Immortal. Wang Chao glanced at the contenders for the next match. The red fighter was an elderly man in his 50s or 60s, frail and emaciated, while the black fighter was a muscular man exuding a fierce aura. What an intriguing matchup. Wang Chao smirked. The original text had introduced this pair, revealing that the elderly man ultimately triumphed. Much like the previous match, it too was a systematic setup. Yi Fan had bet on the elderly man then, for he was genuinely formidable. Wang Chao, who should we bet on this time? Shen Yu believed that with Wang Chao's winning streak, he must possess extraordinary insight. Following him would surely lead to victory. Let us bet on black again. Just look at that muscular fellow. He clearly has the strength. Wang Chao casually explained. All right, I'll wager 40,000. Shen Yu, resolute, staked her recent earnings along with her principal amount. Yi Fan, amidst the crowd, furrowed his brow. At this moment, he felt uncertain. Clearly, more people had bet on the black fighter, and the red fighter had evidently thrown the previous match. Was this a deliberate ploy by the bookmaker? If so, betting on the elderly man was undoubtedly the correct choice. The bookmaker Wu Ti set up 2 matches in succession. Brother, who do you think we should bet on? A tall, slim man beside Yi Fan, noticing his calm demeanor and extraordinary composure, inquired. The red fighter, the elderly man. Yi Fan replied with conviction. Why? The tall, slim man looked at Yi Fan with a puzzled expression. The elderly man appeared unsteady on his feet, while the muscular man seemed far more capable. Do you think the bookmaker is a fool? Would they continuously pit such mismatched contestants against each other? Yi Fan retorted. The tall, slim man's eyes brightened. Slapping his thigh, you're right. The bookmaker isn't a philanthropist. The previous match must have been misleading. Brother, thank you for the insight. My name is Sun Kai. If we win this, drinks are on me. As he spoke, Sun Kai swiftly input 100,000 on his phone. After confirming, he gazed at the arena with delight. Grateful to have encountered a sage today. Yi Fan, too, felt assured that this round could recover his losses. However, wary of betting too much and provoking a change of heart from the bookmaker, he conservatively wagered 500,000. He believed that 500,000 would pose no significant risk. After all, it was a matter of gambling first and paying later. He had faith in his judgment. Zhao Liang observed the betting activity. The black fighter had 7,500,000 wagered, while the red fighter had 600,000. He was in high spirits. Huh? Only 2 people bet on the red fighter to win. If I don't cut you all, I'd be doing you a disservice. Tell the old man to win the match as quickly as possible. The match commenced. This round progressed much faster than the last. The elderly man immediately unleashed his full strength, leaving the black fighter utterly defenseless. He swiftly knocked the black fighter to the ground. What the hell? Is this muscular man all show and no substance? The audience erupted, standing in shock, their voices filled with curses. The tall, slim man beside Yi Fan looked at him with admiration, his eyes gleaming, truly a sage, without a doubt. Yi Fan remained expressionless, exuding an air of knowing that had long since seen through the facade. Wang Chao, that old man is incredible. Xin Yu's heart fluttered anxiously once more. Her palms damp with sweat, for this time she had wagered a considerable sum. Wang Chao, equally astonished, raised an eyebrow. Had they truly bypassed the preliminaries so abruptly? Narrowing his eyes at the arena, he wore a sardonic smile. It appeared the first 2 matches had left the bookmakers exceedingly displeased. Get up, for heaven's sake, get up. The onlookers, witnessing the muscular contender from the black team sprawled on the ground, erupted in frustrated shouts. After all, they had placed their bets on his victory. Yet, no matter how vociferously the crowd jeered, the muscular fighter remained inert, showing no inclination to rise. Yi Fan silently glanced at the timer. If a contestant lay on the ground for over 30 seconds, or was thrown out of the ring, or surrendered, they would be deemed the loser. As the seconds ticked past 20, with the elder failing to strike, it became evident that the black team was essentially defeated. He exhaled softly. However, as time approached its limit, the muscular fighter astonishingly regained his feet, looking just as bewildered as everyone else. He had intended to feign unconsciousness. A signal exchanged with the elder before the match began, to buy enough time before indulging in drink and feasting. Yet, some inexplicable force had compelled him to stand. The elder was taken aback, astonished at this unexpected resurgence. With a questioning glance, he sought to ascertain what had transpired, only to see the black fighter, still in a state of confusion, clench his fist and surge forward, aiming to knock his opponent from the ring. But as he moved, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force in his legs. Crack! His left calf shattered. With a thud, he collapsed, clutching his leg and howling in agony. This spectacle left the entire audience in stunned silence. What in the world had just happened? Had he truly tripped himself and broken his leg? Unbelievable. Yi Fan sprang to his feet. As the esteemed immortal, he could instantly discern that the elder was up to no good. Moments ago, he had sensed a familiar energy. Scanning the surroundings, he sought the source of the mischief. Meanwhile, the crowd erupted into chaos, cheering and shouting, some even leaping onto their seats in excitement. Damn fool. You cost me 100,000. Sun Kai, witnessing the elder's defeat, was seething with rage as he swung a fist toward Yi Fan. You're asking for it. At this moment, the drugs within Yi Fan had long since dissipated, his strength significantly restored. He could not allow a mere insect to lay a hand upon him. Swiftly, he seized Sun Kai's hand and squeezed with ferocity. Crack! Sun Kai's wrist was crushed in Yi Fan's grip. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air. Alas, the surrounding revelry drowned out his cries. Yi Fan tossed Sun Kai aside, coldly commanding, "Scram." Sun Kai trembled in pain, taken aback by Yi Fan's formidable prowess. With no desire to linger, he clutched his arm and hastily retreated. He intended to summon help. The vendetta for his broken wrist would not be forgotten. Wang Chao had been intently observing Yi Fan, noting the immortal's rising fury as he casually broke an opponent's arm. However, what he truly wished to witness was not Yi Fan's confrontation, but rather his continued losses. As anticipated, in the subsequent 2 matches, Wang Chao emerged victorious once more. His bets had now escalated to an astonishing 200 million. Watching Yi Fan's face ablaze with rage, he surmised that Yi Fan might soon find himself stripped of his very trousers. At that moment, Sun Kai burst into the scene, flanked by 7 or 8 burly men. Shouting, "Dad, he is right in there. What audacity! To strike my son, I shall make him pay dearly." The speaker was a stout middle-aged man, clad in a suit and adorned with a thick gold chain, cursing as he searched the area. Chapter 54. The protagonist can actually perform this trick. Wang Chao immediately recognized the newcomer at the door as Sun Kai. The rotund man was Sun Kongtai, the bully of Shueshi Town, and a ruthless underling of the underground emperor of Yunzhong City, Chu Xiaotian. He was also the organizer of this underground fight. In the original narrative, Sun Kongtai's son, Sun Kai, had similarly found himself embroiled in a dispute with Yi Fan over betting. After Yi Fan broke Sun Kai's wrist, Sun Kongtai arrived only to be thoroughly beaten by Yi Fan. Eventually, upon learning that Yi Fan was the benefactor of Kong Junlong, the Sun father and son had knelt an apology, which had quelled the conflict. Now, with the tables turned, Wang Chao was keen to observe how Yi Fan would navigate this predicament. Retracting his gaze, he turned to locate Yi Fan. Huh, where's Yi Fan? Wang Chao exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief as he spotted Yi Fan hastily approaching him. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he was right before Wang Chao. Wang Chao regarded Yi Fan with confusion, wondering if the lad was actually seeking a fight. If he dared to engage, Wang Chao would gladly toss him to Sun Kai and his father. After all, Yi Fan had the protagonist as halo. He was unkillable. When Yi Fan locked eyes with Wang Chao, a sudden trepidation gripped him, and he glanced around, feeling an unsettling suspicion that the elderly man's injury, the lethargic Teddy on the ground, and the preceding matches were all orchestrated by Wang Chao. Yet, he had no proof, and with pursuers on his heels, He could linger no longer. Making a swift decision, he dashed toward the opposite side of the tent. Wang Chao, seeing that Yi Fan did not strike, refrained from action. As the system forbade him from eliminating the protagonist, watching him flee was quite entertaining. He observed as Yi Fan reached the edge of the tent, only to be astonished as Yi Fan suddenly crouched down and swiftly dug a hole. Without hesitation, he burrowed through. The movement was fluid and unencumbered. Wang Chao's lips quivered slightly. The protagonist possessed this skill? Why hadn't the original text mentioned it? This was a sight he had never witnessed. Young master, that person can actually dig. Shun Yu recognized Yi Fan as the one who had been beaten by the river, her expression one of utter astonishment. Her admiration for Yi Fan continued to plummet, and casting a glance at Wang Chao, she still found him the most handsome. In that moment, she had netted over 200,000. Such an amount was beyond her wildest dreams, and she held Wang Chao in deep admiration. Ding. Shen Yu's favorability towards the protagonist plummeted to 0. Her favorability towards the host stood at 50, with a total of 70. The protagonist's luck value was 200, now reduced to 11,900. Ding. The protagonist had lost 4 consecutive matches. Luck value diminished to 800, now standing at 11,100. Ding. The protagonist had lost composure. Luck value decreased to 200, now at 10,900. Ding. The protagonist fled in disarray. Luck value increased to 300, now at 10,600. Host villain value was 1,500, with 2,700 available for use. Wang Chao nearly gasped in astonishment at the sudden surge in villain value. Today was indeed a profitable day. It turned out that causing the protagonist to lose just 1 match could yield 200 villain points. Had he known this beforehand, he would have obstructed Yi Fan earlier, enabling him to continue betting. Dad, that brat was just here. Sun Kai seethed, pointing at Yi Fan's former seat. Where is he? Find him. If you locate him, chop off his hand and feed it to the dogs. Sun Kangtai bellowed. He led a group of individuals in a methodical search, convinced that no one could possibly evade capture in this place. However, after extensive searching, he found nothing and muttered, "Damn it, such a large living person. Can he really just vanish into thin air?" His son departed towards the entrance, as the boxing match was approaching its conclusion. I refuse to believe that bastard won't show himself. With a swift gesture, he commanded a group of men to block the exit with an air of intimidation. Wang Chao, it's the last match of the day. Should we continue to place our bets? At this moment, Shen Yu was thoroughly engrossed in the game, her earlier anxiety dissipating. Wang Chao shook his head, thinking it prudent to allow the house to retain some winnings, lest they face dire consequences. He remarked meaningfully, "One must learn to be content and know when to withdraw." Shen Yu countered, "Withdraw? You've won over 3 billion. Yet, she understood the wisdom behind his words, nodding vigorously as her fondness for Wang Chao grew. "Let us go." Wang Chao rose from his seat and guided Shen Yu towards the exit. At the door, a designated service counter awaited, where settlements were to be made before one could leave. Wang Chao approached, opening the app on his phone. Settlement. Please hold on. The attendant, a girl with a modest appearance yet a constant professional smile, entered Wang Chao's registered number. Upon discovery of a staggering amount of 3.5 billion, she was taken aback. Glancing up at the exceptionally handsome Wang Chao, she confirmed once more that indeed, it was 3.5 billion. After a brief pause, she smiled. "Sir, this amount is quite substantial. May I kindly ask you to proceed to our back office for processing? Our supervisor will assist you personally." Wang Chao's expression darkened. How could an establishment running illegal boxing matches, with daily cash flows in the billions, claim they could not handle such an amount? It was evident they intended to lure him inside, threaten him, and perhaps eliminate him if necessary. "Well, you've brought this upon yourselves." He retrieved his phone and turned to Shen Yu. "You handle your business first. I'll take care of mine shortly." "All right." Shen Yu nodded, showing her phone to the attendant. However, the attendant furrowed her brow upon seeing the amount of 240,000. While not a vast sum, it was noteworthy that this young girl had won it all. Realizing she was associated with Wang Chao, she contemplated whether to keep her there. Noticing the attendant's hesitation, Wang Chao's icy gaze swept over her, a cold smile curling his lips. "What's this? Does over 20,000 also require a visit to the back office?" The attendant, unnerved by Wang Chao's piercing stare, felt a chill run down her spine. She quickly shook her head. No need for that." She then requested Shen Yu's bank card and hastily transferred the funds. "Wait for me here. I'll be back shortly." Wang Chao instructed Shen Yu before striding towards the back office. He pulled aside the curtain and entered the makeshift office. Observing his surroundings with a cold gaze, he asked, "Who is in charge here?" Zhao Liang reclined in his chair, smoking. He had been watching Wang Chao, so his appearance was no surprise. After sizing Wang Chao up, he asked nonchalantly, "Brother, where are you from?" "I'm here to settle up," Wang Chao replied, his expression impassive. Zhao Liang, playing with his cigarette, straightened his posture and sneered. "Brother, do you really think you can walk away with that much money here?" He intended to ascertain Wang Chao's background before deciding on his course of action. Since Wang Chao remained silent, he thought it best not to pry further. Considering that this establishment was under the control of Kong Lauda, a figure of considerable power within the province, Wang Chao raised an eyebrow, his smile chilling. "The money I wish to take has never been beyond my reach." Zhao Liang narrowed his eyes and tapped the table lightly. Suddenly, several men wielding machetes burst into the room. Chapter 55. This man must die. Wang Chao regarded the approaching assailants with a calm demeanor, feeling a tinge of pity for their youth, destined for an early demise. Zhao Liang inhaled sharply, discarding his cigarette, sneering, "Kid, you have two choices now." Wang Chao, uninterested in his theatrics, interrupted by conjuring several energy spheres, directly launching them at the assailants. Each burst struck their foreheads with precision. Moments later, Zhao Liang's men collapsed lifelessly to the ground, devoid of any visible wounds, save for a slight redness at their brows. Coughing violently, Zhao Liang nearly choked. Abruptly leaping from his chair, fear and astonishment washed over him as he witnessed the blood trickling from his men's foreheads, comprehending that they were indeed dead. Looking at Wang Chao, he felt a wave of dread. Who was this man? Was he a master of energy manipulation? It was clear he had encountered someone formidable. Wang Chao leisurely lowered his hands, his dark eyes sweeping over Zhao Liang's terrified visage. "What were you saying just now?" At this juncture, he had no intention of killing Zhao Liang. Doing so would jeopardize the continuation of the boxing matches. "And nothing. I'll transfer the money right away," Zhao Liang stammered, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. His spirit was shaken, realizing he was dealing with someone capable of murder and energy manipulation, questioning whether the old man could contend with this youth. Wang Chao provided his bank account number. Once the funds were successfully transferred, he coldly stated, "You would do well to refrain from harboring any ill intentions. Furthermore, let me be clear, your men are under my control." With that, he turned and exited the office. Zhao Liang, grasping the implication behind Wang Chao's final words, felt a shiver run through him. He had been puzzled as to why his fighters had inexplicably lost despite his signals. It was Wang Chao's doing. The realization sent a jolt of fear through him. If Wang Chao could manipulate the matches, what hope did they have of winning? They would end up with nothing. "This man must die," Zhao Liang muttered, nearly sprinting towards the back exit of the tent. Wang Chao emerged from the office and approached Xinyu. "Let us go. Weren't you going to treat me to a meal?" Yes. What would you like to eat, Wang Chao?" "Our town is famous for stir-fried native chicken and grilled fish. Shall I treat you to that?" Xinyu's admiration for Wang Chao grew with each passing moment. He was so incredibly handsome. If only he were her boyfriend. Yet, she sensed he seemed indifferent to her. Feeling a twinge of dejection, she lowered her head, quietly walking alongside Wang Chao. Outside, the sky had completely darkened. Xinyu led Wang Chao to a local eatery renowned for its delectable stir-fried chicken. "Young Master Wang, this is the place. It may be a bit crowded today, but there's still a seat available." Wang Chao glanced inside, and surprisingly, found the establishment to be quite tidy despite its modest size. However, just as he settled into his seat, an unsettling sensation washed over him. He felt as though a pair of eyes were fixated upon him. It was evident that Zhao Liang had dispatched a formidable opponent. In the original narrative, the underground fighting competition was initiated by Kong Junlong, the most powerful figure among the underground forces of the 5 cities, and was organized and executed by the Zheng family, the foremost clan in Yunzhong City. Prior to the official commencement of the event, none of the major powers from the 5 cities would make an appearance, leaving the entirety of the underground fighting match in Zhao Liang's hands. To oversee the event, he had invited the initial stage inner strength master, Gu Xiaozhua. If Wang Chao's instincts were correct, Gu Xiaozhua was indeed the one who had arrived. In the original text, Yi Fan had also clashed with Gu Xiaozhua, but the latter was far too weak and was swiftly defeated. Nonetheless, that match left Xinyu astounded, igniting within her the desire to seek him as a mentor. Later, Yi Fan triumphed over various heroes, establishing his legendary status in Yunzhong City, while simultaneously taking Zheng Haixio as a concubine and acquiring Xinyu as a disciple. Ironically, Yi Fan's justification for taking Zheng Haixio as a concubine was her frail and helpless state, claiming she needed assistance. The truth, however, was that the Zheng family possessed an ancestral spirit jade that could aid him in elevating his cultivation. "Younger Master Wang, I've ordered a stir-fried chicken, a grilled fish, and 2 vegetable dishes. If that's not enough, we can always order more." Xinyu returned to her seat, her face alight with joy. She had earned over 330,000 today and felt as though she were dreaming. "That should suffice," Wang Chao replied with a faint smile. His mental acuity still focused on the individual lurking behind him, intent on attacking. "Younger Master Wang, would you like something to drink?" Yu suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to order beverages. No need. Wang Chao sensed that the person observing him had now entered the small establishment. Sure enough. The next moment, a chilling voice echoed from the entrance. All you riffraff, get out. Hey, who do you think you are, yelling like that? I haven't even finished my meal, grumbled a disgruntled man in his 40s sitting near the entrance. However, before he could finish his sentence, Gu Xiaozhua unleashed a punch that obliterated the man's table, sending the food scattering all over him. The man leapt up, a mix of anger and fear in his eyes. But upon witnessing Gu Xiaozhua's intimidating presence, he dared not challenge him. I'll say it once more, all of you get out. Otherwise, my fist will come crashing down on your heads. Gu Xiaozhua emanated an aura of coldness that sent shivers down spines. The patrons of the establishment had come to witness the underground fight and were well aware of the existence of a master of qi. Reluctantly, they fled the premises in a panic, terrified by the scene. Younger Master Wang, we should leave too. Xin Yu's face turned pale with fear as she observed Gu Xiaozhua intently. He was truly formidable. His fist hadn't even touched the table. Yet it had shattered. Was this the legendary immortal? He's coming for me. Wang Chao remained seated, unperturbed, and turned to the shop owner, who was cowering beneath the table. Madam, please prepare my meal promptly. You have quite the audacity. Gu Xiaozhua glared at Wang Chao, his irritation palpable. He could not fathom why this young man dared to disregard him. You must be Gu Xiaozhua, Wang Chao replied, still not turning around, as if conversing with the air. I have no intention of killing you. Return and inform Zhao Liang that I am granting Kong Junlong a favor and will not hold this against him this time. Gu Xiaozhua furrowed his brow. This young man knew of Kong Junlong. However, what did that matter? He was summoned by Kong Junlong, who treated him with utmost respect. This insolent brat's disrespect towards the master was deserving of death. With a cold snort, a glint of malice shone in his eyes. Such arrogance. Prepare to die? He channeled all his strength into his right fist, launching it straight at Wang Chao. As a master of inner strength, Gu Xiaozhua possessed his pride. To be so blatantly disregarded by a junior was intolerable. Thus, he unleashed his full power with the intent to eliminate Wang Chao in one decisive blow. Xin Yu, seated across from Wang Chao, could distinctly sense the murderous intent radiating from Gu Xiaozhua as he approached with overwhelming force. Terrified, she exclaimed, "Young Master Wang." Yet, to her astonishment, Wang Chao remained composed, not even turning his head, as if entirely oblivious to the imminent danger. Her face drained of color, and she quickly shut her eyes, trembling uncontrollably. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed through the air. How is this possible? Gu Xiaozhua's incredulous and terrified voice resonated. He had poured all his strength into that punch, yet his wrist had fractured upon striking Wang Chao, who appeared entirely unscathed. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. At that moment, Wang Chao leisurely turned around, casting a nonchalant glance at Gu Xiaozhua. Before he could speak, Gu Xiaozhua had collapsed to his knees, desperately bowing his head. Master, please spare my life. It was my ignorance that led me to offend you. I hope for your mercy and am willing to serve you. Gu Xiaozhua's face had turned ashen, beads of sweat rolling down his brow, his body drenched in cold perspiration. He no longer cared about maintaining any semblance of a master's dignity. His life was at stake. In that instant, he realized that Wang Chao was at least at the master level. His previous punch had been akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree, striking a stone with an egg. Xin Yu had initially believed Wang Chao was doomed, but upon hearing the elder kneel and plead for mercy, she was taken aback. Hesitating, she slowly opened her eyes, only to be stunned to find Wang Chao unharmed, calmly smoking a cigarette. A tempest of emotions surged within her: admiration, affection, joy, each intertwining in a whirlwind of feelings. She had always envied the powerful figures she saw on television, yearning for the day she would encounter one. Today, she felt she had finally met one. You wish to be given a chance? Pray tell, how do you propose I grant you such an opportunity? Wang Chao gazed at Gu Xiaozhua with disdain, questioning his cowardice. What happened to that bravado? Aye. Gu Xiaozhua resolved to take drastic measures to dissuade Wang Chao from killing him. He raised his left hand, channeling his energy into it, and struck his left leg with a powerful punch. Crack! His left leg broke. Even so, Gu Xiaozhua did not utter a sound, propping himself up on the ground. Master, what do you think? Is it acceptable now? Wang Chao remained silent, contemplating Gu Xiaozhua's ruthlessness, albeit recognizing his lack of intelligence. Were it not for the fact that this fellow might still prove useful, he would already be a corpse. However, while death could be avoided, the consequences of his actions must be faced. If you are so ruthless, then let us ensure the other leg is broken as well. Gu Xiaozhua's lips trembled violently, inwardly cursing Wang Chao and his ancestors. Yet, outwardly, he responded, yes, of course. It is only right. With a swift motion, He flipped over and sat on the ground, gathering his strength in his left hand before forcefully striking his right leg. Crack! The bone in his right leg shattered. Despite being a master of internal energy, Gu Xiaozhua felt a wave of dizziness wash over him after breaking both his legs. Yet he dared not succumb to unconsciousness, instead using his waist strength to roll over. He could no longer kneel and could only crawl on the ground. Master, can you spare my life now? Did I ever promise to spare you? Wang Chao raised an eyebrow, coldly gazing at Gu Xiaozhua. Gu Xiaozhua froze in place, veins bulging on his forehead. If you want to kill me, just say it outright. You've forced me to break my legs, and now you still want my life? He gritted his teeth. What must I do to earn a reprieve? Wang Chao brushed off his sleeves. This clothing is custom-made, and you've now sullied it. I'll pay. Gu Xiaozhua, desperate to survive, found money utterly useless at this moment. He hurriedly retrieved a bank card from his bag. Master, this card contains 20 million. Is that sufficient? If not, I can return to find Zhao Liang and ask for more. Xin Yu looked at Gu Xiaozhua in astonishment, her jaw nearly dropping. 20 million? Just to compensate for a suit? Yet this old man deserved to have his legs broken. Very well, tell Zhao Liang to pay whatever he can. Wang Chao smiled ominously, sending chills down one's spine. He then grasped Gu Xiaozhua's remaining hand and said softly, this hand of yours is of no use now. With a gentle but decisive motion. Crack! It was broken. Gu Xiaozhua's face twisted in agony, his eyes burning with unquenchable hatred, yet he dared not utter a word, nor even look at Wang Chao. The force he had just experienced was overwhelmingly powerful. Today, I am in a good mood, so I will spare your life. Now get lost. Wang Chao seized Gu Xiaozhua and unceremoniously hurled him out the door. Then, as if nothing had transpired, he turned to the now dumbfounded proprietress and smiled gently. Madam, is the meal ready? Hearing Wang Chao call her, the proprietress felt her legs give way, collapsing to the ground and trembling as she replied, why yes. It will be ready shortly. After several attempts, she managed to rise and, trembling, made her way to the kitchen. Wang Chao sat down leisurely. Noticing Shun Yu's unwavering gaze upon him, her eyes shimmering with intrigue, he knew his objective was nearing fruition. Meanwhile, Yi Fan returned to the inn, his face smeared with mud, feeling increasingly frustrated. As a dignified immortal sovereign, he had escaped in a manner akin to a rat fleeing through a hole. How humiliating. Yet he had no alternative. Among the individuals called by Sun Kai, several were masters of Qigong. Though their strength was significantly inferior to his, he had just been schemed against and was still quite weak. Thus, he was forced to resort to a method he had never employed before, even one he had once scorned. Reflecting on his unsuccessful endeavors that day, having lost every wager in the underground fighting ring, he realized that had he not fled swiftly, he would have incurred a mountain of debt. With a sudden retch, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Wang Chao. It must be Wang Chao. Yi Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, recalling the events of the day. Upon arriving in Yunzhong City, he had been robbed. He had initially intended to fight back, but was subdued by a familiar force. As he fell, he faintly saw a vehicle emerge from the roadside. Then, Wang Chao appeared. In the underground fighting arena, he felt that same force again, and once more, he saw Wang Chao. He had previously dismissed it. Now, it seemed far too coincidental. It must be Wang Chao. But why would Wang Chao target him? Could it be that the Wang Chao from his previous life, the head of the Wang family in Yanjing whom he had slain, has also been reborn? The thought sent a chill down his spine. Indeed, it must be so. Although Wang Chao's appearance differed from his past life, his intuition could not be wrong. Ants dare to oppose this immortal sovereign. Once I regain my strength, you will not escape the fate of your previous life. I will ensure your demise. You shall not live. Chapter 57. It truly is him. Ding. The protagonist, in frustration. Spat blood. Luck value. 200. Total luck value. 10, 400. The host's villain value. 200. Available villain value. 2, 900. Wang Chao, engrossed in his meal, suddenly paused at the system's notification. Spitting blood in frustration? TSK, quite the fiery temper. Yet, it was to be expected. A grand immortal sovereign reduced to scurrying like a mouse through a hole. Anyone would be infuriated. Excellent. Please continue to bleed. 3 liters at the very least. Xin Yu, seated opposite Wang Chao, was captivated, her mind lost in the striking scene of Wang Chao tossing that man outside, to the extent that she forgot to eat. That individual had been a celestial being. Wang Chao had effortlessly triumphed without lifting a finger, a sight that stirred one's heart. What are you staring at? Eat. Wang Chao raised his eyes to find Xin Yu staring blankly at him, inwardly wondering if she was contemplating becoming his apprentice. In the original narrative, Xin Yu had developed the desire to apprentice under Yi Fan after he defeated Gu Xiaozhua. Wang Chao had been extraordinarily impressive earlier, having taken down an immortal with ease. Are you also an immortal? Xin Yu, hearing Wang Chao's sonorous voice, snapped back to reality. her face flushing crimson. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Wang Chao, devoid of any intention to retreat. No, Wang Chao replied coolly. What a mortal. Merely a novice at the realm of internal energy. Can you teach me martial arts? I wish to be as strong as you. Shen Yu pressed her lips together, her face brimming with anticipation as she asked. What was meant to come would eventually arrive. In the original text, Shen Yu possessed exceptional talent. After becoming Yi Fan's disciple, she quickly became his most capable assistant. Moreover, Shen Yu held a high status in the original narrative, second only to the female lead, Lu Zixia. Thus, taking her as a disciple seemed to be the sole path to severing the connection between Yi Fan and Shen Yu. Even if Shen Yu's favorability towards Yi Fan had dropped to zero, it could not guarantee absolute safety. After all, Yi Fan was indeed the reincarnation of an immortal sovereign, possessing numerous tricks up his sleeve. However, he felt no urgency. Calmly he told Shen Yu, "First, let us eat." "All right," Shen Yu replied, her heart racing with hope as Wang Chao did not outright refuse her, indicating a glimmer of possibility. After finishing their meal, Wang Chao had no pressing matters and returned to the inn. He pondered how Yi Fan had learned of his leaked information. In truth, he had already suspected who had informed Yi Fan. It was evident that the video and posts had been released by Liang Wu and Ho Chang together. They would not be foolish enough to expose themselves. The crux of the matter was that Yi Fan's affairs had only been discussed within their small dormitory group. The only people privy to it were those in the dormitory. The only possibility remained that it was Zhao Cheng's doing. Just as he was lost in thought, he suddenly received a WeChat message from Liang Wu. "Chao Gu, Zhao Cheng has been acting strangely lately." Wang Chao was about to inquire further when he quickly replied. "What is strange?" "Liang Wu, I've seen Zhao Cheng sneaking out without telling us, and guess what I saw?" "Liang Wu, I saw him dining with your sister-in-law." Photo. Wang Chao stared at the 3 messages Liang Wu sent in rapid succession. The last photo depicted Zhao Cheng dining with Lu Zixia. The picture had clearly been taken surreptitiously through a glass window. "Liang Wu, should we teach him a lesson?" Wang Chao pondered. In the original narrative, Lu Zixia was not a fickle person. She harbored an unwavering affection for the male protagonist. It seemed likely that her character would remain unchanged. He did not yet wish to eliminate the female lead. Rather, he intended to plunge Lu Zixia into despair first. Zhao Cheng dared to approach Lu Zixia, but he was merely courting death. He resolved to inform the entire world that anyone who dared to touch Lu Zixia would meet their demise. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Chao replied, "No need. I shall handle it personally." He promptly contacted Li Jianhao. "I have information on a certain individual. Deal with him discreetly." Li Jianhao immediately responded. "Understood." After hanging up, a glint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Indeed, it was Zhao Cheng. Since he dared to act, he should not blame others for his demise. Lying in bed, he contemplated the ensuing plot of the original story. On the first day, Yi Fan was full of bravado, and on the second day, he continued his tiresome showboating. It was only from Saturday that the underground boxing tournament would reach its climax. It would also be the pinnacle of Yi Fan's ostentation. After stretching his neck, he felt an undeniable weariness. Alas, it was best to sleep now. Tomorrow held more pressing matters. In the office, Zhao Yang, in a state of despondency, chain-smoked, nearly drowning himself in a haze of smoke. Previously, Kong Junlong had called to inquire about the day's financial standings. He had feigned that the calculations were not yet complete and promised to report back once they were finalized. In truth, the figures had long been settled, an aggregate loss of 400 million. Now he could only hope that Elder Zhuo would retrieve Wang Chao's 350 million. This way, he could still offer an explanation to his superiors. Should he fail to recover the funds, Kong Junlong would be the first to hold him accountable. And at that point, lives could truly be at stake. As he languished in despair, he suddenly caught sight of a blood-soaked figure crawling through the door crack. Startled, he leapt from his chair, initially fearing he had encountered a ghost, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. Upon recognizing the figure as Elder Zhuo, his fear intensified beyond that of encountering a specter. His feet instinctively retreated as he stammered, "Why, you Elder Zhuo? How did you end up like this?" The brief utterance took him an eternity to complete. Coughing, Gu Xiaozhua expelled blood from his mouth. Both his legs were broken, and his hands were rendered useless, leaving only his arms functional. He had crawled back, his clothing tattered. One could only imagine the arduous journey he had endured. "Elder Zhuo, what on earth transpired?" Zhao Liang inhaled deeply, his voice finally steadying. He had dispatched Elder Zhuo to eliminate Wang Chao. How could it be that Elder Zhuo returned in such a battered state? Zhao Liang, Wang Chao is a formidable individual. He is not to be trifled with. Gu Xiaozhua managed a few words before collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Then, he spat more blood and mumbled, "He instructed me to convey a message. Send money, or he will kill your entire family." "Elder Zhuo, surely you jest?" Upon hearing the mention of money, Zhao Liang felt a wave of despair wash over him. Today's loss of over 400 million left him at a loss for words with Kong Junlong. If he were to hand over more money to Wang Chao, he might as well have killed him outright. No joke. Look at my limbs. Had he not instructed me to return with a message, I would already be dead. Gu Xiaozhua lay weakly on the ground, devoid of any semblance of a master's poise, leaving only regret in his wake. Chapter 58. I need to discuss something with you. As night deepened, a hurried figure arrived at the door of Wang Chao's residence. He hesitated at the entrance for quite some time before summoning the courage to gently knock. In the ensuing silence, he held his breath, afraid to make a sound. Moments later, a cold voice resonated from within. Who is it? Great master, it is I, Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang bowed slightly and responded with utmost respect. Hearing Wang Chao's icy tone tinged with displeasure sent his heart racing, igniting a strong impulse to flee. He had initially intended to call Kong Junlong, but upon reflection, he realized that Kong Junlong held great respect for Elder Zhua. Should he discover that Zhao Liang had offended one far more powerful than Elder Zhua, his life would surely be forfeit. Thus, he had driven straight to the inn, seeking Wang Chao's forgiveness. As for Kong Junlong, he had already devised a suitable excuse. Upon learning it was Zhao Liang, Wang Chao instinctively assumed this fellow had come to instigate trouble. He leaped from his bed, flexed his wrists, and opened the door. Just as he was about to take action, he saw Zhao Liang kneel with a thud, presenting a card above his head. Master, this card contains 100 million, meant to compensate you for your clothing. Clothing? Wang Chao frowned, puzzled as to what garments were being discussed. Suddenly recalling his earlier words to Gu Xiaozhua, he realized Zhao Liang had come bearing gifts. If it's free, I shan't refuse, he said, reaching out to accept the bank card. Very well, you may leave now. With that, he shut the door. Thank you, great master, for your mercy. Zhao Liang hastily expressed his gratitude, inwardly lamenting. What if this formidable figure returns to the arena tomorrow? He sighed deeply. Let us just get through today. Just as he was about to depart, he suddenly heard the voice from within calling, Zhao Liang. Master, I am here, I am here. A surge of inexplicable panic coursed through him. Surely the master wouldn't change his mind about killing him? Wang Chao stepped into the room, recalling something as he opened the door again. Come in. Thank you. Great master, thank you. Zhao Liang could not discern Wang Chao's demeanor, leaving him feeling somewhat anxious. Once inside, he stood rigidly in the center of the room, embodying the very essence of a student summoned to the principal's office for reprimand. Do you have enough fighters? Wang Chao suddenly recalled that Yi Fan had fled the boxing arena and would likely be too afraid to place any bets. If he dared to return, he would surely be beaten to death by Sun Kangtai. But if Yi Fan abstained from betting, how could he accrue villain points? Thus, he needed to lend a helping hand. For the protagonist, I have truly worried myself to pieces. Yes, we have more than enough fighters. There are over 100 of them, Zhao Liang replied, though he was baffled by Wang Chao's inquiry. Wang Chao's eyelids flickered as he cast a cold gaze at Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang, caught off guard, thought to himself, surely this big shot doesn't he intend to engage in a fixed match? Heavens, he wouldn't he be considering entering the boxing tournament, would he? If that were the case, 100 fighters wouldn't he suffice for even a single day of his bouts. With no other option, and prioritizing his own survival, he hastily shook his head. Not enough. Not enough. Wang Chao appeared satisfied and beckoned Zhao Liang to come closer, speaking in a hushed tone. In the room downstairs, there is someone named Yi Fan. He came to your place to bet today and lost several rounds, conservatively estimating his losses at several million. Zhao Liang was perplexed by Wang Chao's meaning and dared not inquire further, standing rigidly with bated breath, awaiting Wang Chao's next words. He left without settling his debts. Wang Chao straightened up, extracting a cigarette and leisurely lighting it. Is the master suggesting I take care of him? Zhao Liang hastily speculated, but upon further reflection, he sensed something amiss. The words had escaped his lips, and there was no taking them back. How awkward. Why do you always have a penchant for violence? We are civilized individuals, and we ought to engage in civil pursuits. Wang Chao leisurely reprimanded, taking a drag from his cigarette. You still have a few practitioners of Qigong, don't you? Bring them all along, have a serious discussion with him. Convince him to assist you in settling your debts through underground fighting tomorrow. If negotiations fail, the 100 million you provided will serve as my starting wager for tomorrow. Yes, I will take care of it immediately. Zhao Liang wiped the cold sweat from his brow, complying with Wang Chao's every word. That initial capital of 100 million, and you still want to double it. After countless matches throughout the day, even the richest man in the country wouldn't be able to cover the losses. However, Wang Chao's words sparked a memory. A few discrepancies in accounts were due to that brat Yi Fan. The idea of fighting to repay debts is quite clever, regardless of the means. We must bring Yi Fan here. Have a proper discussion with him, understood? Wang Chao smiled knowingly, gently patting Zhao Liang on the shoulder. Off you go. Ah, rest assured. Master, I will handle it properly. Good night, Master, farewell. Zhao Liang nearly fled Wang Chao's room. As soon as he stepped outside, his demeanor changed drastically. He pulled out his phone and began to make calls. He summoned all those who had practiced Qi Gong to the inn. After confirming Yi Fan's room, he led more than 20 individuals straight to Yi Fan's quarters. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door, open the door. One of Zhao Liang's subordinates, donning a little black hat, opened his mouth with a voice reminiscent of a standard duck's croak. Yi Fan was meditating in his room, his composure quite unstable, trembling with rage at the mere thought of Wang Chao. Suddenly, the knocking at the door further unsettled him. Rising with a scowl, he inquired, "Who is it? Open the door quickly, or don't blame me for being impolite." The duck-voiced man bellowed. Yi Fan, already irate, assumed it was Sun Kai arriving with his men. He thought to himself that he had fled earlier due to a lack of strength. Now that he had nearly fully recovered, he could take on Tin without issue. If they were so eager to come to him, they should not blame him for being unkind. Rising to his feet, he flexed his fists, preparing for a showdown to vent his frustrations. Approaching the door, he swung it open, only to be taken aback. Why are there so many people? And all of them have practiced Qigong? A quick glance around revealed no sign of Sun Kai, leaving him puzzled about their intentions. Are you Yi Fan, the one who owes us 205,000 for underground fights? Zhao Liang assessed Yi Fan, who stood at a mere 5'8". His appearance rather decent, but slightly frail, not at all fitting for a fighter. Yet this was a directive from Master Wang. And even if he were beaten to death in the ring, it wouldn't concern them. Yi Fan's heart raced at the words. The audacity of these individuals to know he hadn't settled his debts was already outrageous. No one had witnessed him escape. Most importantly, they knew his name. Wait a moment. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. It seemed Wang Chao had seen through his disguise. Again, it was Wang Chao. As this thought crossed his mind, Yi Fan's fists clenched ominously. How preposterous. I, the esteemed South Heaven immortal, have been repeatedly humiliated by mere insects. This is intolerable. 200,000 is a debt I cannot repay. Surveying the room, he noted around 20 individuals. He could potentially take down 4 or 5 in an instant to establish dominance. Utilizing his renowned technique, the swift cloud steps, he believed he could escape to the doorway. But alas, this place is unfamiliar. Chapter 59, Please continue to despise me. Ultimately, Yi Fan relinquished the thought of fleeing. True, he could defeat 10, but there were 20 before him. If he killed 10, he would merely await his own demise. Curse you, Wang Chao. Weighing his options, he made the fateful decision to concede for the sake of survival. Before he could speak, Zhao Liang continued, Kid, I checked. And you owe us a total of 205,000. Are we settling this now or what? Brother, could we possibly delay for 2 days? Yi Fan felt his dignity was being insulted. Yet, in this world of strife, one must bide their time. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no fear of firewood running out. A gentleman's revenge is a dish best served cold. Delay 2 days? Do you think we are a charity organization? Zhao Liang raised an eyebrow, displeased, but recalling Wang Chao's instructions to negotiate, softened his tone slightly. Now you have 2 options. Either pay up immediately, or we chop off an arm. Alternatively, fight for us to repay your debt. Upon hearing the first option, Yi Fan felt a surge of anger. The second option, however, evoked a different reaction, yet he maintained a facade of calm, exuding an air of arrogance. Yet something felt amiss. His mind raced to identify the inconsistency. Choose quickly. Don't force me to act, Zhao Liang urged impatiently, while his companions rolled up their sleeves, seemingly ready for action. I'll fight for you. Yi Fan took a deep breath, finally resigning to this humiliating choice. In his past life, he had been a revered immortal, never needing to consider others' opinions. He was always the one imposing threats. Now, having fallen from grace, he was being threatened by mere mortals. But in order to preserve his life, he had no other recourse. Rest assured, as long as you fight well, I will ensure you are well compensated. Pack your things, you won't be staying here any longer. We have employee accommodations. Zhao Liang's face broke into a smile, relieved to have executed the task assigned by the big boss. Yet, to be cautious, he kept Yi Fan close, fearing the potential for escape. Wang Chao stood by the window, listening intently to the commotion below. The sound of Yi Fan's predicament brought him a sense of delight. Stretching lazily, he prepared to retire for the night when he suddenly heard the system's notification. Ding. The protagonist harbors a hatred value of 999 towards the host. The protagonist's fortune value is 200, now at 10, 200. Ding. The protagonist's escape has been discovered. Fortune value increased by 300, now at 9, 900. Ding. The protagonist's dignity has been trampled. Fortune value increased by 500, now at 9, 400. The host's villain value is 1, 000, with 3,900 available for use. Wang Chao raised an eyebrow in confusion. Why had Yi Fan begun to detest him again? He had heard everything clearly. Zhao Liang had not mentioned him at all. Ah, indeed, the protagonist exhibits remarkable reflexes. Wang Chao quickly deduced. Zhao Liang had directly called out Yi Fan's name. In the entire town, only a few knew of Yi Fan, and Yi Fan had seen him just before fleeing. A wicked smile crept across his face. How ironic that cleverness could lead to one's downfall. I appreciate your hatred, as it has only increased my villain points. However, Wang Chao pondered another question. Previously, he had sent people to bully Yi Fan, yet he had not received any villain points then. Yet, during the bus robbery, and just now, he had accrued points. Did the opponent have to be aware that he was the one behind it for the corresponding villain points to apply? A light bulb went off in Wang Chao's mind. If that were the case, confronting him directly would be the way to go. Ding. The system prompted that actions must be reasonable, otherwise, the protagonist's luck will increase. Wang Chao rolled his eyes in exasperation, having initially contemplated finding someone to pummel Yi Fan daily. Clearly, that approach was not viable. However, as long as it was within reason, he could still seek out someone to give Yi Fan a good thrashing. With that thought, he happily drifted off to sleep. The following day, Wang Chao awoke naturally, feeling exceptionally buoyant. Today promised to be another day of delightful spectacle. Young Master Wang, do you wish to watch the boxing matches or stroll around the town today? Shen Yu inquired reverently, delivering breakfast that she had personally prepared to Wang Chao's room. She had hardly slept the entire night, her mind racing with thoughts of Wang Chao's handsome visage and formidable strength, which exhilarated her. Let us go watch the matches. But I won't be placing any bets today, Wang Chao declared. Why not? Shen Yu asked, puzzled. Yesterday, young Master Wang enjoyed a resounding victory. Why not continue? Gambling on boxing is inadvisable. It is said that 9 out of 10 bets lead to losses. You must understand this principle. Wang Chao replied cryptically. Shen Yu was left with numerous questions swirling in her mind. However, seeing that Wang Chao seemed unwilling to elaborate further, she refrained from pressing him and handed over the breakfast. Outside the arena, the crowd was abuzz with excitement, eagerly anticipating the commencement of the underground boxing matches. Most of the attendees from yesterday had walked away with substantial winnings, and as word spread of generous profits, the number of spectators had swelled, multiplying 7 or 8 times compared to the previous day. Zhao Liang, noticing the throngs of spectators, felt elated. Following Wang Chao's instructions, he had arranged for Yi Fan to appear in the ring 35 times that day. In the first bout, he paired Yi Fan against the strongest and most notable contender. The two fought fiercely, and in the end, Yi Fan narrowly lost. In the second match, a moderately strong opponent faced Yi Fan, and once again, Yi Fan was defeated. In the third bout, an exceedingly weak opponent squared off against Yi Fan, yet Yi Fan still fell short. After these 3 matches, observing the audience's reactions, Zhao Liang arranged 2 more fights, ensuring Yi Fan would again face defeat. If anyone dared to question the outcomes, he had already crafted an excuse. Yi Fan had been exhausted from prior matches and insisted on continuing, leading to his losses. As for the money lost, it was inconsequential. He could easily arrange a few system-controlled matches to recoup the losses. Once the plan was finalized, Zhao Liang called over Yi Fan and a towering man standing 2 meters tall. You two will be the first to enter the ring. Remember to prolong the match. Inflict mutual injuries, and ultimately, have Yi Fan lose. Understood? Lose. Yi Fan, hearing that term, felt a wave of unfamiliarity wash over him, sensing the humiliation in the air. As a dignified immortal sovereign, he had never tasted defeat. Seeing Yi Fan's reluctance, Zhao Liang's expression hardened. What? Not willing? If you're not, then pay me back now, 200 million. Chapter 60, Astonishing the Crowd. Upon hearing the demand for 200 million, Yi Fan's expression darkened immediately. As an immortal sovereign, he would never shirk his debts. However, he would not allow others to swindle him. With a chilling tone, he retorted, it was clearly 2 million. Why is it now 200 million? You little. Zhao Liang felt his temper flare at Yi Fan's challenge, but recalled Wang Chao's advice to engage in calm negotiations. Suppressing his anger, he softened his tone. You owe me 2 million, and we signed a contract last night. You must participate in this underground boxing match and comply with my arrangements unconditionally. Should you breach this contract, the penalty is 200 million. Hearing this, Yi Fan's heart surged with murderous intent. He had let his guard down and failed to notice the tampering within their contract. A mere group of ants dared to deceive him, the illustrious immortal sovereign. Such insolence was intolerable. He inhaled deeply, clenching his fists. Just then, he noticed 2 of Zhao Liang's lackeys drawing dark, ominous handguns. A jolt of fear coursed through him. He was not yet capable of withstanding bullets. And at such close range, Evasion would be nearly impossible. Gritting his teeth, he begrudgingly acquiesced. Fine. You keen-eyed lad, stick with me, and there will be riches to earn. Zhao Liang grinned with satisfaction, turning to one of his subordinates. Is everything set for the host? Yes, Brother Liang. Everything's arranged, and the script has been memorized. The subordinate confirmed. Zhao Liang, filled with pride, proclaimed loudly, make sure none of you mess up, otherwise, don't blame me for being unkind. Open the doors. The entrance to the underground boxing event slowly swung open. The waiting crowd surged forward like a tidal wave. Wang Chao, bringing up the rear, ambled leisurely from a distance. Accompanied by Shen Yu, they entered the boxing arena and settled into an unoccupied corner. Before long, a suit-clad host took to the stage with a microphone. The audience expressed surprise. It seemed there had been no host yesterday, just a bearded fellow who briefly outlined the rules before diving straight into the matches. Today, however, the atmosphere felt markedly more formal, heightening anticipation. The host began with flattering remarks, then introduced the rules. Finally, with great solemnity, he announced, just yesterday, a friend here lost 2 million. He might very well be the only one in attendance to suffer a loss. In a rather dramatic turn, he escaped through a tunnel he dug. The host gestured toward the spot from which Yi Fan had fled. The crowd's expressions shifted to disbelief. Digging a tunnel? Is this fellow a rodent? Wow, I've learned something new today. Respect. In the backstage area, Yi Fan was utterly unprepared for the host's sudden revelation. His previously stoic visage contorted in disbelief, nearly causing him to spit blood in frustration. He cursed Wang Chao 100 times in his mind. However, this brother, his name is Yi Fan, had come to realize his missteps in time. The host intentionally paused, glanced at his notes, and continued with fervor, adding, and Yi Fan has personally come forth, requesting to fight to repay his debt. As the organizers, we have agreed to his request, so for the first match, he will challenge our formidable champion, Fei Liang. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Those who attended yesterday's matches were well aware of Yang Fei Li, a giant over 2 meters tall, weighing in at over 300 pounds. The key was his incredible agility. Facing him was practically a guaranteed defeat. The organizers were clearly benevolent philanthropists. Wasn't he this essentially gifting money to the audience? Shoo, don't let the organizers hear you. Right. In the backstage, Yi Fan's face was as dark as a pot bottom. Why was this being brought up again? Wasn't it agreed that they would only box? He was about to suffer the most profound embarrassment. With a stony expression, he could only think of one thing: to conceal his face. Ding. The protagonist's resentment value towards the host reached 999. The host's value stood at 200, with a luck value of 200. The host's villain value was 200, with 100 available for use. Upon hearing the system's notification, Wang Chao's brows lifted with elation. Few feelings could rival this delight. He estimated that by the end of the day, he would accumulate a significant amount of villain value without lifting a finger. As I opened the system interface, I was astonished to discover that I had amassed a villain value of 4,100. It was high time to enhance my strength. After a moment of mental calculation, I realized I could exchange for 200 points. System, is there truly no way to increase my charm? Everything else is set at 300. Yet charm remains at 200, a rather disheartening prospect. Ding. The system notified me, stating that it was not possible. How stingy. Let us augment all other attributes to 300 and allocate the surplus to strength. Ding. Exchange successful. Name, Wang Chao. Strength, 330, normal human, 100. Spirit, 300, normal human, 100. Charm, 200, maxed out. Physique, 300, normal human, 100. Technique, Tai Chi other, basic alchemy. Wealth, 5 billion. Available villain value, 100. Protagonist luck value, 9,200. Hiss. Upon completing the system enhancements, Wang Chao suddenly felt an acute awareness of every individual within the arena, even those in the background, such as Zhao Liang, who were smoking. His hearing sharpened perceptibly. If he wished, he could eavesdrop on the whispered conversations of everyone present. His physique had not undergone significant changes, yet he sensed a considerable increase in his overall strength. As for the current extent of his punch, he remained uncertain. Wang Chao, is that not the boy who was beaten up yesterday? Shen Yu pondered whether to place a few more bets, given her substantial wealth, yet feared inciting Wang Chao's ire. Just as she was caught in this dilemma, she suddenly noticed Yi Fan had taken the stage. Memories of Yi Fan's thrashing and his pit-digging antics from the previous day flooded her mind. Wang Chao nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that is him. Shen Yu exclaimed in astonishment. How did he end up here? Wang Chao shrugged, disinterested in providing an explanation. I do not know. Shen Yu, having not paid much attention earlier, found it peculiar but chose to focus intently on the stage. Once Yi Fan ascended the platform, he inevitably sparked a lively debate among the crowd. Observers noted that Yi Fan's petite frame standing before Yang Fei evoked a vivid image of a father towering over a 7- or 8-year-old child. Everyone had already favored Yang Fei, and this visual only solidified their convictions. Zhao Liang, observing the betting activity backstage, grimaced. All participants were wagering on Yang Fei's victory. Excluding Wang Chao's participation yesterday, the highest single bet had exceeded 12 million. Today, astonishingly, the first match had already reached 80 million. With a long sigh, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the screen, he saw it was a call from Kong Junlong, causing him to shudder involuntarily. After taking a few deep breaths, he braced himself to answer. Hello, Longo? Xiaoliang, why does yesterday's profit show as negative? Kong Junlong's voice was icy, seemingly capable of freezing Zhao Liang through the phone line. He routinely checked the company's earnings. Although the underground boxing matches were still being settled, he had access to the app's backend. Upon checking, he was nearly struck dumb with surprise. After 2 days of fights, not only had they not made money, but they had also lost more than 400 million. Liang Gu, please let me explain. It's like this. Zhao Liang had initially intended to take a day to recover, hoping to recoup losses after today's matches before informing Kong Junlong. However, since Kong Junlong had called first, he could no longer conceal the truth and recounted the situation in full detail. Wang Chao? Which Wang Chao? Kong Junlong furrowed his brow upon hearing the name. Chapter 61, A Life at Stake. On the stage, Yi Fan and Yang Fei engaged in back-and-forth exchanges, trading blows for over 10 minutes. Ultimately, Yi Fan intentionally exposed a flaw, allowing Yang Fei to land a punch squarely on his face. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. Damn, this little guy is impressive. He managed to hold his own against Yang Fei for so long, exclaimed an onlooker, astonished by Yi Fan's prowess. Indeed, it caught me off guard. I almost thought he would win. What a false alarm, what a false alarm. With Yi Fan down, the crowd's spirit soared. As long as there was a victory, all was well. The true measure of Yi Fan's strength was left to individual interpretation. Lying on the stage, feigning death, Yi Fan listened to the discussions below, yearning to leap up and argue with them. Yet he could not, gritting his teeth in frustration. Internally, he cursed Wang Chao. Ding. The protagonist harbors a hatred value of 99,999 towards you. Protagonist luck value, 200, luck value, 9,000. Ding. The protagonist's dignity has been trampled. Luck value, 400, luck value, 8,600. Host villain value, 600. Available villain value, 700. Upon hearing the system's notification, Wang Chao felt a surge of delight. This method of accumulating villain value was utterly exhilarating. Even more gratifying was witnessing Yi Fan, who could have overpowered his opponent, reduced to a state of helplessness, lying in defeat. TSK. Wait a moment. The last time Yi Fan's dignity was trampled, it yielded 500 villain points. Why only 400 this time? Has the dignity of the immortal diminished? Nevertheless, it mattered little. Am I the sort to quibble over a mere 100 villain points? Xin Yu observed Yi Fan's fall, her favorability plummeting once again. Lacking capability, he still ventured onto the stage, and to make matters worse, he lost the bet. Wang Chao, in contrast, appeared quite gallant, capable of flattening even the immortals. The ensuing moments were somewhat dull, as Zhao Liang arranged 2 consecutive system matches. Excluding the 80 million lost in the first match, they had still managed to earn 150 million. His mood was exceedingly buoyant. Wang Chao was indifferent to the others, merely wishing to witness Yi Fan's subsequent humiliation. Just as he contemplated this, he received a phone call. Checking his phone, he saw it was Kong Junlong calling. He answered leisurely, Uncle Kong. Hello, Xiao Chao, where are you? Kong Junlong, having heard of a super expert named Wang Chao at the boxing championship, was taken aback. He hurriedly drove to Shuaishi town to inquire further from Zhao Liang. Yet he could not glean any substantial information. Thus, he personally called to confirm whether this Wang Chao was indeed the one from Jiangbei University. If so, Wang Chao's identity would be nothing short of terrifying. I am in Shuaishi town, just here to enjoy the boxing championship. Is there something you need? Wang Chao's tone remained as frigid as ever, devoid of any discernible emotion. Yet, internally, he mused, the big fish has finally arrived. I wonder how many villain points I will gain by subduing Kong Junlong. Hiss. Upon hearing that Wang Chao was in Shuaishi town, Kong Junlong's pupils widened to 3 times their normal size. Who exactly was Wang Chao, capable of affording yachts, indulging in luxury cigars, and residing in the Wanshan Villa, while also being a master of Qigong? He quickly replied, You're also in Shuaishi town? I organized this boxing championship. Where are you now? I'll come find you. I am in the arena watching the matches. Wang Chao replied nonchalantly. I'm on my way. Shortly thereafter, Kong Junlong, accompanied by Zhao Liang and a cadre of subordinates, hurriedly exited the temporary office. Longu, Master Wang is over there. Zhao Liang, with his keen eyesight, spotted Wang Chao immediately. Indeed, it was him. Kong Junlong reached Wang Chao with remarkable speed, wearing a warm smile. Ah, Xiao Chao? Why didn't you let me know you were coming here? Uncle Kong, you are too polite. I merely came to have a casual visit. I never anticipated this was your establishment. Wang Chao maintained an expression as calm as still water, neither warm nor cold. Is this your girlfriend? Upon seeing Xinyu, Kong Junlong's heart sank. Wang Chao has a girlfriend now? Does that mean my daughter has lost her chance? No, she is my tour guide. Wang Chao observed Kong Junlong's suddenly shifting expression and couldn't help but chuckle. In the original narrative, Kong Junlong had a similarly stunned reaction upon noticing Xinyu beside Yi Fan. He was acutely aware of the thoughts swirling in Kong Junlong's mind. Oh, I see. Xiao Chao, this place is crowded and full of eyes. Let us retreat to the office. It's just in time for lunch. I have yet to treat you to a meal since you saved my daughter last time. Very well. Wang Chao did not decline, turning to Xinyu. You can stay here. I will call you in the afternoon. All right, Wang Chao. Xinyu nodded obediently. As Kong Junlong led Wang Chao into the office, they were suddenly interrupted by a frantic shout. Liang, something terrible has happened. Zhao Liang furrowed his brow. While he was not overly concerned about a life lost, after all, Wang Chao had killed 3 people just yesterday. He worried about the crowd. If the bystanders caught wind of this, it could spell trouble. He quickly reprimanded. Speak slowly. What has occurred? It's Yi Fan. He has killed Yang Feili. A terrified subordinate whispered urgently. He had been by Zhao Liang's side for quite some time and had witnessed many masters of martial arts take lives. Yet Yi Fan's ruthlessness shocked him. He had pierced Yang Feili's heart with a single punch, extracting it entirely. To his horror, he then stuffed the heart into Yang Feili's mouth. The sight nearly made him vomit. Kong Junlong listened to his subordinate's account, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes as his expression turned icy. To dare commit murder in his fighting arena was nothing short of courting death. However, with Wang Chao present, no matter how infuriated he felt, he had to consider the esteemed guest beside him. After a moment of contemplation, he intended to exchange pleasantries with Wang Chao, only to hear Wang Chao's somber voice. Let us go take a look. Very well, Wang Chao, follow me. Kong Junlong led Wang Chao towards the backstage of the arena. Upon their arrival, they were met with the sight of Yang Feili, lifeless on the ground. His mouth was smeared with blood, and his heart seemed to throb as if still alive, his eyes bulging wide open in death, refusing to close. Yi Fan squatted leisurely by a basin, washing his hands as though nothing had transpired. He had just heard that the boss of this establishment had arrived, and Yang Feili was their strongest fighter. After enduring such humiliation on stage, how could he let it slide? It was the perfect opportunity to strike. If he could lure the boss in and hold him hostage, he might just find a way to escape. Wang Chao regarded the seemingly unperturbed Yi Fan, and an unusual thought flickered through his mind. What would transpire if he were to attempt to eliminate Yi Fan? Chapter 62. An unexpected turn of events. Wang Chao pondered for a few moments, intuiting Yi Fan's motive for murder. It was undoubtedly not solely due to Yang Feili's humiliation. If that were the case, he would have acted sooner rather than waiting until now. Wang Chao narrowed his eyes slightly. Kong Junlong. Yi Fan had clearly noticed Kong Junlong's presence as well. His actions were likely intended to draw Kong Junlong in, and Wang Chao's lips curled into a slight smile. It appeared Yi Fan was indeed pushed to his limits. However, in the original narrative, Kong Junlong, as a ruthless underground overlord of the 5 cities, was even more merciless than the protagonist. Yi Fan's actions would surely not be forgiven by Kong Junlong. Yet, why would he allow someone else to deal with the protagonist? It was far more satisfying to handle it himself. Although the system had previously warned that he could not kill the protagonist until their luck value dropped to 0. This time, he was eager to test the waters. He also wished to observe how Yi Fan would fight for survival in such dire circumstances. Zhao Liang stood frozen for several minutes at the sight of Yang Feili's corpse, astonished that Yi Fan could strike with such ferocity, a stark contrast to his appearance. Kong Junlong's expression darkened. Yang Feili was his most trusted fighter and now lay dead, his heart ripped out by Yi Fan. This audacious young man must not be allowed to live. At that moment, Yi Fan sensed someone entering from behind and thought to himself, my intuition was correct. Unperturbed, he stood and turned to face them. His gaze fell upon Wang Chao among the trio, sending an involuntary shiver down his spine. Why is he here? With a steely gaze, Yi Fan resolved to act swiftly. The man in the middle must be the boss, Kong Junlong. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward with blinding speed, darting towards Kong Junlong. Just as Kong Junlong shifted his gaze from the ground, he saw a figure rushing towards him, radiating an intense murderous aura. Even with years of experience, he broke out in a cold sweat. He attempted to evade, But there was no time. Just as Yi Fan reached out to grab him, a large hand suddenly appeared from the side. Snap! Yi Fan's outstretched hand was instantly seized. And no matter how he struggled, he could not break free. Turning his head in panic, he found it was Wang Chao, who wore a strangely sinister smile. A surge of dread filled him. How could Wang Chao possess such formidable strength? Yet, at that moment, Yi Fan had no intention of resigning himself to fate. If he were captured, it would mean certain death. Raising his other hand, he gathered his energy and unleashed a devastating strike towards Wang Chao. Knowing he could no longer capture Kong Junlong, his only thought was to break through the tent and flee swiftly. Whether he could escape was no longer a consideration. If he did not run, he would perish today. Seeing Yi Fan employ his deadly move again, Wang Chao chuckled coldly. This technique posed no threat to him. However, he had no desire to waste Yi Fan's attack. Just as the strike was about to land, he yanked the dazed Kong Junlong back with one hand, and with the other, gripped Yi Fan's right hand with unyielding strength. Damn it! Yi Fan cursed inwardly. Based on his extensive combat experience, he knew the first instinct of an opponent would be to evade. Why was this young man not following the pattern? Youngsters today lack martial ethics. In this critical moment, Yi Fan swiftly retracted his attack. If that strike connected, his right hand would surely be crippled. Nevertheless, even with the retraction, the clash of their palms nearly resulted in a fracture. His hand tingled, and pain shot through his bones. Wang Chao marveled at Yi Fan's quick reflexes. He had managed to withdraw his attack in such a short distance, a testament to his status as the protagonist. But so what? Ultimately, he would still fall into my grasp. With eyes ablaze with malice, he summoned all his strength into his right hand, prepared to deliver a crushing blow to Yi Fan, regardless of the consequences. Yi Fan felt the looming threat of death and turned to flee. You wish to escape? Wang Chao scoffed. At such a close distance, evading his punch would be akin to scaling a mountain. Boom. He unleashed a full-force punch. In Wang Chao's mind, a myriad of unforeseen scenarios danced vividly, such as the sudden appearance of a master who, through bizarre means, whisked Yi Fan away. Or perhaps, Yi Fan might unexpectedly stumble upon a life-saving artifact, rendering Wang Chao's formidable punch utterly futile. Most fervently, he wished for Yi Fan to be vanquished by his strike. Whoosh! With a punch that seemed capable of swallowing mountains, Wang Chao unleashed his tremendous might upon Yi Fan. Yet, it all culminated in silence. At the moment Yi Fan turned to flee, he unwittingly stepped on something, leading to an unexpected fall. He had fallen. System, must you be so melodramatic? Wang Chao's expression darkened. Could you not employ some impressive tactics to enlighten me? Yi Fan, equally dismayed, lamented his misfortune, having slipped on soap while attempting to escape. This tumble left him quite literally tasting the dirt. After all, he was a reincarnated celestial sovereign. He deserved to perish with dignity. However, before he could rise, a colossal foot came crashing down. He thought, it's over. Reborn in vain. Bam! Wang Chao's kick struck Yi Fan's waist, propelling him into the air. Splatter! Yi Fan's body tore through the tent, soaring outward. The look on Wang Chao's face was one of sheer incredulity. Damn. I didn't intend to send him flying. Is this the unexpected twist? Damn it. The power was too overwhelming. Master Wang is magnificent. Zhao Liang, standing behind, was the first to flatter. Acknowledging that to kick someone so far was no ordinary feat, Yi Fan, once kicked away, surely stood no chance of survival. At that moment, Kong Junlong finally regained his senses. In mere seconds, the tables had turned, with Wang Chao rescuing him from Yi Fan's grasp and launching Yi Fan away. Once composed, he knelt on the ground with a thud. Thank you, Master Wang, for saving my life. I, Junlong, am at your service for any future endeavors, big or small. Please do not refuse my loyalty. Wang Chao averted his gaze, turning to the kneeling Kong Junlong, and replied nonchalantly, we shall discuss this later. I must ascertain whether Yi Fan has met his end. With that, he dashed away at lightning speed, following the direction in which Yi Fan had been sent flying. He searched tirelessly for over 100 meters, but found no trace of him. At that moment, he spotted a Mercedes speeding past from a nearby bridge. Chapter 63, The Vanished. Wang Chao observed the speeding Mercedes with a cold stare, realizing this was the so-called unexpected turn of events from the system. Chasing a car was futile, yet he committed the license plate number to memory. He pulled out his phone and called Wu Bo. Please look up this license plate number for me. After reciting the number, Wu Bo responded, please hold, sir. I shall have someone investigate immediately. Without delay, Wu Bo hung up and set about his task. Wang Chao, holding the phone, gazed impassively in the direction the car had departed, a name flashing in his mind. Zheng Haixiu. The Zheng family from Yunzhong was indeed involved in this underground fighting event. Even if an unexpected incident occurred, it should fall within reasonable bounds. The Zheng family rescuing Yi Fan was the most plausible explanation. Nevertheless, he needed to confirm it. Taking a deep breath, he turned to head back. "Young master, have you found Yi Fan's body?" At that moment, Kong Junlong and Zhao Liang emerged from the tent, rushing to Wang Chao with urgency. He was rescued. Wang Chao glanced at Kong Junlong, inquiring about the Mercedes with the license plate ending in 888. The Mercedes? Is it the North S77888? Kong Junlong asked incredulously, and upon receiving a nod from Wang Chao, he furrowed his brow. "That belongs to Chu Xiaodian." Chu Xiaodian. Wang Chao was momentarily taken aback. The original text provided scant details about Chu Xiaodian, aside from an appearance during the carjacking. After being humiliated by Yi Fan, he faded from the narrative. The text merely mentioned that he later submitted to Yi Fan alongside Kong Junlong. How could it be him? Just then, Wang Chao's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Wu Bo. He answered, "Young master, I have located the vehicle. It's indeed owned by the underground emperor of Yunzhong. Chu Xiaodian. Has he crossed you? Should I arrange for someone to deal with him?" Wu Bo had detected a hint of anger in Wang Chao's tone and presumed that this foolish man had offended him. No need. Wang Chao was reluctant to rely on his family's influence at this moment, as he understood that the value of villain points required his direct involvement to obtain. Suddenly recalling the Oasis group in Beisheng, he asked Wu Bo, "How is the matter I assigned you regarding them?" "Young master, the Oasis group has declared bankruptcy. I have dispatched personnel to take over the group. Additionally, as per your instructions, we have commenced an aggressive acquisition of land across various locations. Besides the 10 billion you provided, your father has heard about your foray into real estate and has allocated an additional 100 billion for you, all under my control." Wu Bo reported respectfully over the phone. "Good, proceed without restraint. If funds run low, ask my father for more." Wang Chao hung up, his expression unchanged. The father in the book was rather ruthless, injecting 100 billion without his consent, as if disregarding him entirely. However, he felt a surge of satisfaction. He turned to Kong Junlong. "Take me to see Chu Xiaodian." "Very well, young master, follow me." Kong Junlong did not hesitate. Having surmised that Yi Fan was likely rescued by Chu Xiaodian. After all, Yi Fan had just attempted to kill him. And now Chu Xiaodian intervening to save him was tantamount to opposing him. He would have to reprimand him thoroughly. Ding. Kong Junlong has pledged allegiance to the host. Protagonist fortune value, 500, total fortune value, 8,100. Host's villain value, 500, available villain value, 1,200. As Wang Chao settled into the car, he listened to the system's delayed notifications. Initially, he had anticipated some rewards after beating up Yi Fan, only to find none at all. Perhaps this was the system's punishment for harboring murderous intent towards the protagonist. In light of this, he resolved not to kill him again before the protagonist's fortune value vanished. However, with the plot progressing to this point, the subsequent events were uncertain. In the original narrative, Yi Fan became famous in the underground fighting scene, earning the title of master and unifying 5 cities. Subsequently, he aided Zheng Haixio in securing the position of family head, after which he retreated to the depths of the mountains to cultivate. By that time, Yi Fan had already become formidable. Eventually, Yi Fan began to rectify the martial arts world, committing murder and seizing treasures, ultimately unifying the martial arts landscape. Achieving divine status among mortals, he would eventually ascend to immortality on Zhongnan Mountain. No, he must be contained within the city, if he ventures into the mountains. Many circumstances may become uncontrollable. Wang Chao regretted his earlier rashness. Preserving Yi Fan would allow him to continue embarrassing himself in the underground fighting arena, thereby amassing villain points, surely a more advantageous path. Kong Junlong personally drove Wang Chao to Chu Xiaoyan's stronghold, the superhuman bar in Yunzhong City. As soon as Wang Chao exited the vehicle, he spotted the Mercedes E-Class with the license plate North S77888. A flicker of murderous intent silently emerged within him. How dare they assist Yi Fan? Kong Junlong also noticed the Mercedes, casting a glance at Wang Chao, his expression revealing a hint of complexity. He was the most powerful figure in the 5 cities, while Chu Xiaodian was his right-hand man. If Wang Chao were to become enraged and seek to kill Chu Xiaodian, should I intercede on his behalf? Dispatch men to block the exits. No one is to be allowed to escape. Wang Chao coldly commanded and strode into the bar. At this moment, although the bar was open for business, it was nearly devoid of patrons. After all, it was still before noon. Who would indulge in drinking during the day? Kong Junlong hastily instructed his subordinates to follow Wang Chao into the bar. "Ah, Brother Long, what brings you here?" Chu Xiaodian immediately recognized Kong Junlong upon his arrival and rushed to greet him. "Where's the person you saved earlier?" Wang Chao halted in the center of the bar, his piercing gaze surveying the surroundings, his expression inscrutable. Kong Junlong had made his choice, resolutely standing by Wang Chao's side. As for Chu Xiaoyan's fate, He would leave it to destiny. Unconsciously, he stepped back a few paces, positioning himself behind Wang Chao, silent as a grave. At that moment, Chu Xiaodian finally noticed Wang Chao beside Kong Junlong. He felt an overwhelming aura radiating from Wang Chao, who was strikingly handsome and possessed a physique akin to that of a supermodel. However, he found the tone of Wang Chao's voice quite displeasing. In the realm of Yunzhong, even the head of the Zheng family would treat him with deference. Yet here was a junior, at most a subordinate of Brother Long, who not only failed to address him with respect, but also spoke to him in an accusatory manner. His expression darkened as he bellowed. "Who do you think you are? You have no sense of decorum. Your elder brother has not yet." Before he could finish his sentence, a shadow lunged at him, violently tearing off his right arm. Despite having endured countless injuries over decades of combat, he could not withstand such excruciating pain, collapsing to the ground with anguished cries. Kong Junlong, witnessing this horrific scene, turned pale with fear. The wrath of a master was akin to a thunderous storm. Losing a Chu Xiaotian was trivial. But should he become collateral damage, it would spell disaster. Cursing Chu Xiaotian's arrogance internally, Kong Junlong lamented how he stood so respectfully behind Wang Chao, as if Chu Xiaotian were blind to the danger. Wang Chao discarded Chu Xiaotian's severed arm onto him and asked in a chilling tone, "Where's the person you saved?" Blood gushed from Chu Xiaotian's arm, and he felt himself teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, trembling with fear. Who was this young man? How could he possess such terrifying power? Was he a master of Qigong? It suddenly dawned on him, as he glanced up to see Kong Junlong standing respectfully behind Wang Chao. How foolish of him not to have realized this sooner. With a contorted face, he stammered. "He got out halfway." Wang Chao furrowed his brow. "He got out halfway? This plot twist is rather abrupt. Is Yi Fan planning to retreat deep into the mountains for cultivation? If that is the case, I must stop him at all costs, even if it means capturing him." Feeling the tension in Wang Chao's shifting expression, Chu Xiaodian felt a shiver run down his spine. Did the esteemed figure disapprove of his response? Taking a deep breath to steady his trembling voice, he hurriedly added, "Master, I swear it's the truth. Just as my car left Shuishi town, the young man insisted on getting out, and I couldn't stop him. I didn't mean to defy you. I beg for your mercy." He prostrated himself, forehead to the ground. In a display of utmost sincerity, Wang Chao, inherently trusting that Chu Xiaodian was not lying, contemplated where in the original narrative Yi Fan had gone to cultivate. Even if unforeseen events had transpired, Yi Fan's journey to the Zheng family should have been postponed. Noticing Wang Chao's silence, Chu Xiaotian's countenance darkened further, and he felt a wave of despair wash over him. He looked up, a pained expression on his face, seeking help from Kong Junlong. "Brother Long, please save me. You know me. I would never lie." Kong Junlong cautiously cast a glance at Wang Chao. A master must not be insulted, as Elder Zhua had stated. Wang Chao was at least a master-level expert, deserving of utmost respect. Having taken Yi Fan, he could still plead for leniency. But to insult a master was a matter of one's own fate. He calmly withdrew his gaze, remaining silent by the side. Seeing Kong Junlong's indifference, Chu Xiaodian felt as if all strength had been siphoned from his body, collapsing helplessly to the ground. He realized that no one could save him now. Yet, he could not comprehend the identity of the person before him, nor why even Kong Junlong seemed intimidated by him. "Why did you save Yi Fan?" Wang Chao asked, perplexed, his voice frigid. The narrative had already diverged, and now this individual did not even recognize Yi Fan. How had he suddenly appeared outside the arena and fortuitously rescued Yi Fan? I don't know," Chu Xiaodian stammered, shaking his head in confusion. "I truly don't know. I just came to the boxing match on a whim, wandered around, found it uninteresting, and decided to leave. Suddenly, someone fell from the sky, opened my car door and got in." Wang Chao observed the aggrieved look on Chu Xiaotian's face and surmised that this might be the work of the system. He mused inwardly. The system is rather formidable. It orchestrates such events. He continued, "So someone got into your car, and you just drove off with them?" "He told me to drive, so I did. Just as we left the town, he asked me to stop, and I did," Chu Xiaodian said, and then suddenly seemed to realize something, murmuring to himself, "Wait, why did I let him into my car? He was covered in blood. Useless, utterly worthless." At this moment, Wang Chao had begun to piece it all together. It seemed that once Yi Fan entered the car, he had cast a simple spell of confusion. After all, Yi Fan was a reincarnation of an immortal. He had numerous methods to deal with ordinary individuals. Not wishing to waste more time conversing with Chu Xiaodian, Wang Chao turned to pursue Yi Fan. In the original narrative, Yi Fan's cultivation site appeared to be located just beyond the entrance of a canyon outside Shuishi town. However, by the time of the original story, Yi Fan's power was already formidable, likely equivalent to the Earth Immortal stage among Qigong masters. The hierarchy among Qigong practitioners was divided into external strength, internal strength, master, Earth Immortal, human immortal, and celestial immortal. Achieving the celestial immortal stage allowed for ascension, while a master was already a force to be reckoned with. Presently, Yi Fan was merely at the pinnacle of external strength and had sustained injuries. He should not be able to escape swiftly. Wang Chao pondered for a moment, concluding that catching up to Yi Fan should not prove too difficult. Inside the bar, Kong Junlong retrieved a dark pistol from his waistband and aimed it at Chu Xiaotian. "Brother Long, please spare me. I truly did not lie. I. Chu Xiaotian felt a sense of helpless frustration. It seemed he could remember nothing, but he simply could not fathom how to explain himself. In your next life, use your brain a bit more. I will take good care of your family. Now, go in peace," Kong Junlong coldly declared, disregarding Chu Xiaotian's desperate pleas. Before pulling the trigger, the bullet struck Chu Xiaotian squarely in the head. He signaled to his subordinates, instructing them to handle the situation, then turned and rushed out. "Young master, the situation has been dealt with. Shall we pursue Yi Fan now? Do we have a helicopter?" Wang Chao turned to him. "The Zheng family in Yunzhong has two. If you need one, I can requisition it immediately." Kong Junlong replied without hesitation. "Yes, requisition them all. Gather the men. We shall wait for Yi Fan in the mountains." Wang Chao smirked, reasoning that as long as he did not kill Yi Fan, engaging in other activities was not too excessive, was it? Kong Junlong assented promptly, hastening to make arrangements. After entering the gorge, Yi Fan fled deeper along the only path, secretly grateful for his fortunate survival. Just in time, he encountered a vehicle heading to Yuncheng City. Otherwise, he truly would have been at a loss for how to escape. In the city, capture was all too easy, hence he sought refuge in the secluded mountains. Once he had cultivated to a sufficient degree, he would emerge to eliminate these insignificant pests. As a celestial sovereign, he must not be humiliated. Alas, his only concern now was for his sister and mother. Dragging his injured body, Yi Fan trekked for over an hour into the mountains, convinced that Wang Chao could never find him. Even if he traced the vehicle Yi Fan took, it would be inconsequential, for the driver would not remember where he had disembarked. Taking a deep breath, he paused, sitting cross-legged to regulate his breathing. Suddenly, he heard two helicopters flying overhead, though they did not linger, their destination unknown. A sense of unease nestled in Yi Fan's heart, prompting him to rise and continue deeper into the gorge. After a considerable time, fatigued and breathless, he was about to rest when he spotted a group of people ahead, having set up tents. Outside the tents, individuals were enjoying skewers. Cautiously glancing over, he confirmed that none among them were Wang Chao or Kong Junlong. He surmised that this group had come for a picnic. Exhausted and famished, he resolved to seize some food. Pressing his lips together, he strode forward with an air of arrogance, casting a disdainful glance at the men on the ground. "I shall take these skewers." The person responsible for grilling looked up, chuckling suddenly, and turned to the tent. "Big brother, the guest has arrived." Yi Fan froze, realizing the gravity of the situation, and turned to flee. Yet, as he pivoted, he was confronted by 7 or 8 men brandishing firearms, encircling him. Chapter 65, Spitting Blood to Show Respect. Yi Fan trembled at the sight of the long guns aimed at him, the urge to flee waning significantly. Who could it be? He yearned to know which scoundrel had pursued him here. At that moment, Wang Chao leisurely emerged from the tent, holding a skewer of freshly grilled beef. Chewing slowly, he remarked, "If you had not arrived sooner, I would have overindulged." Kong Junlong stood respectfully beside Wang Chao, his gaze cold and indifferent as he regarded Yi Fan. Upon seeing Wang Chao, Yi Fan instinctively took a step back. Wang Chao. It was him again. How infuriating. But how could he have known I would run here? I had cast an illusion on the driver, ensuring he would not remember where I got off. Moreover, I had randomly chosen a place to disembark. Taking a deep breath, he struggled to suppress his inner fury. He understood that escape was likely impossible now. The only option was to take it one step at a time. If it came to the worst, he would fight, even if it meant death. His eyes fixated on Wang Chao. "Wang Chao, I harbor no grievances against you. Why do you insist on driving me to my demise?" Wang Chao chuckled. "To drive you to your demise? Do you even think you are worthy?" He devoured the beef with apparent relish. After running for over 2 hours and enduring so much, Yi Fan had yet to eat. Watching Wang Chao feast, his stomach could hardly bear it. He swallowed hard, clenching his fists, enduring the dual torment of body and spirit. Observing Yi Fan's agitated demeanor, Wang Chao smiled nonchalantly. "After all, we were classmates. I have already interceded on your behalf with the boss. You shall not participate in the underground fighting matches." Wang Chao feigned concern, then continued, "However, you still owe money that must be repaid. Kid, you ought to thank young Master Wang, otherwise, just your act of murder would be sufficient for your execution." Kong Junlong chimed in supportively from the side. Hearing this, Yi Fan felt a pang of emotion. For a fleeting moment, he even considered that Wang Chao might have a semblance of kindness. But then he recalled how ruthlessly Wang Chao had treated him before. So how could he suddenly be so benevolent? There must be a catch. Gritting his teeth, he inquired, is it truly just a matter of repaying the debt? Of course. If you lack a means to earn, I can extend my assistance. Wang Chao adopted an amiable demeanor. At Li Jianhao's KTV, they need male companions. I can introduce you. With your looks, you might just attract a wealthy woman. Young Master Wang, I also own a KTV. If Li Jianhao does not work out, I can certainly assist Yi Fan, transforming him into the premier male escort. Kong Junlong echoed enthusiastically. The weight of these words struck Yi Fan like 1,000 daggers, each more painful than the last. He, a celestial sovereign, was being trampled by two insignificant beings. This was utterly intolerable. A celestial sovereign possessed his own dignity. Yet to kill was one thing. To be humiliated was another. With a resolute demeanor, he coldly declared, you might as well kill me. Wang Chao regarded Yi Fan with a chilling smirk. Kill you? Huh. If I could have killed you, you would have been dead 1,000 times over. Observing Yi Fan's turbulent and despairing chest, Wang Chao felt a surge of delight. This won't do. It seems you're not angry enough yet. You haven't even spat blood. Slowly, he withdrew a cigarette and placed it between his lips. Kong Junlong promptly produced a lighter to ignite it for Wang Chao. Comfortable. Wang Chao exhaled languidly. And the more he observed Yi Fan's vexation, the more pleased he became. Flicking the ash from his cigarette, he said, young man, do not always think of violence. You must understand that you are not alone. Pausing, he added, and you are not a mere pig. Think more about your family. If you die, what will happen to your family? Family? Yi Fan's thoughts immediately drifted to his wife from his past life, Lu Zixia, as well as his sister and mother. He could almost ascertain that Wang Chao was also a reborn individual, here for vengeance. Even if he died, Wang Chao would undoubtedly not spare Lu Zixia, nor his sister and mother. A shiver coursed through him at the realization, his eyes ablaze with intense fury. What have you done to my family? Secretly, Wang Chao gave a thumbs up, relishing Yi Fan's furious countenance, a mixture of rage and fear. Naturally, even if Yi Fan dared to strike, he would be no match. Holding the cigarette between his fingers, he inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, as if Yi Fan were inconsequential. After a long pause, he shrugged and said, you have misunderstood me. Your mother's company went bankrupt. It was not my doing. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan nearly lost control and lunged forward. You bastard. If it wasn't you, who else could it be? Just as he was about to charge, Wang Chao languidly added, it was an action taken by my subordinates. Uffed. Yi Fan choked back his anger. A mouthful of fresh blood erupted from his lips. Already weakened, the fury rendered him utterly drained, and with a thud, he half kneeled on the ground. Were it not for his desperate attempt to maintain his dignity, he would have collapsed entirely. Wang Chao observed Yi Fan spitting blood, and the corners of his mouth, which had been turned down, slowly began to curl upwards. This was more like it, wasn't it? I have personally entered the fray, and yet you do not show a modicum of respect by spilling a bit of blood? That seems quite inappropriate. The money I earn will be returned to you. This matter has nothing to do with my family, so do not harm them. Yi Fan found this humiliation unbearable. He truly contemplated ending it all. Yet, thinking of his family, he resolved to endure, no matter how degrading the situation became. Even in the absence of resources, he could gradually break through using the meager spiritual energy present in the air. It merely required a bit more time. Once he achieved that breakthrough, he would surely trample these ants beneath his feet. They would regret their actions and wish they had never been born. It seems Yi Fan is indeed quite astute. Wang Chao smirked derisively, having anticipated Yi Fan's acquiescence, and turned to Kong Junlong, asking, how much was it again? 2 billion, correct? Kong Junlong hesitated for a moment. Wasn't it 2 million? How did it become 2 billion? However, it mattered little. As long as Wang Chao was pleased, he nodded in agreement. Yes, 2 billion. 2 billion? Wasn't it 2 million? Yi Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. Here he was, already so subservient, and yet you still wish to squeeze me dry? My dear classmate, you are in breach of contract. It is clearly stated in the agreement that the penalty for breach amounts to 2 billion. Is that not correct? Wang Chao arched an eyebrow, patiently explaining to Yi Fan. Yi Fan's lips trembled. Indeed, it seemed that was how the contract read. Damn it. I have truly dug my own grave. Uncle Kong, Yi Fan is my classmate. Please consider reducing the interest. 2 million a month should not be too much to ask, right? Wang Chao inquired. Without waiting for Kong Junlong's response, he turned back to Yi Fan. So it's settled then. The monthly interest is 2 million, starting from now. And do not entertain any thoughts of trickery. I will take good care of your family. Chapter 66. Infuriated. Yi Fan listened to Wang Chao's unassailable tone, his heart boiling with frustration. 2 million in monthly interest? Are you mocking me for owing 2 million and having to repay 2 billion? To kill a man is one thing, But to torment him psychologically? How dare you threaten my family? Very well, very well. Wang Chao, just you wait. After a long pause, he finally managed to squeeze out a single word through gritted teeth. Fine. Oh, and you cannot leave Zhangbei City. You must report to Li Jinhao daily. If you miss a single day, I cannot guarantee the safety of your family. Wang Chao's dark gaze fixed on Yi Fan as he continued to lay down the terms with deliberate slowness. He was calculating how to keep the protagonist confined to Zhangbei City. As for the antagonistic value, he could simply plunder from the protagonist's harem. The rest of the harem could be captured and brought to Zhangbei. After all, the plot could not unfold as it had before. You dare to threaten me? Yi Fan's gaze sharpened, feeling an overwhelming surge of rage. This was intolerable, utterly intolerable. Uncle Kong, this man is disobedient. Please give him a beating. Wang Chao smirked coldly, pulling out his phone and pretending to dial a number, saying ominously, Hello, Yi Fan is being uncooperative. Let us start by plucking out his sister's eye. Yi Fan did not believe for a second that Wang Chao was joking. This fiend was far too ruthless. Among the few people he cherished in this world, Lu Zixia ranked first, his sister second, and his mother third. The fact that Wang Chao, this psychopath, would threaten to gouge out his sister's eye was unacceptable. No, absolutely not. For the first time, he lowered his stance, his tone laced with desperation. Do not harm my sister. I will comply with your demands. Wang Chao turned his head, raising an eyebrow disdainfully, and coldly retorted, Are you merely going to stand there talking to me? This hardly seems like begging. Yi Fan felt his blood boil in his chest, nearly causing him to spit blood again. At that moment, the veins on his forehead bulged, and his eyes glinted with a crimson hue. Looking at Wang Chao, he envisioned a demon. No, he was even more terrifying. Here was a celestial sovereign, reduced to begging for mercy from an ant. Could you bear the weight of this? Yet, if he did not kneel, he could not guarantee that Wang Chao would not commit even more perverse acts. Gritting his teeth, trembling with rage, he sank to his knees, his eyes devoid of light, and his heart filled with infinite despair. I implore you, do not harm my sister. I will accede to your requests. Seeing your sincerity, Wang Chao smiled with satisfaction. Turning to Kong Junlong, Uncle Kong, why are you still dawdling? Have someone give him a good beating. But do be cautious not to exert too much force, otherwise, he won't be able to work and repay the debt. All right, Kong Junlong responded, taken aback, struggling to comprehend Wang Chao's line of reasoning. He could not fathom why Wang Chao would not simply eliminate Yi Fan if he disliked him. Yi Fan was in such a pitiful state. Why keep him around? Yet, he dared not disregard Wang Chao's words. He signaled to a few of his underlings, who promptly surrounded Yi Fan and began to rain down punches and kicks upon him. Yi Fan was beaten to a pulp, but dared not retaliate. When he had just been reborn, he had envisioned eliminating those who had wronged him in his previous life, including those who had harmed his sister. He aspired to become a deity on this earth, amassing untold wealth and a harem of beauties. Yet now, he found himself on the receiving end of blows. Damn it, if only I had not set such lofty aspirations. Enough already. Wang Chao approached leisurely, seizing the opportunity to deliver a kick to Yi Fan. This kick was aimed squarely at the target. Yi Fan felt a tightening sensation below, nearly causing him to lose consciousness from the pain. Wang Chao squatted down in front of Yi Fan, shaking his phone. You need not worry. I did not actually make a call just now. Yi Fan, raising his face, swollen to the point of resembling a pig's head, glared with bloodshot eyes. You deceived me. With that, he spat out a mouthful of blood and promptly lost consciousness. Wang Chao smirked. TSK, you certainly have quite the temper. Ding. The protagonist harbors a grudge against you. 99, 999, 999. Luck value. 200, luck value. 7,900. Ding. The protagonist's dignity has been trampled upon multiple times. Luck value. 1,000. Luck value. 6,900. The host's antagonistic value is 1,200. Available antagonistic value. 2,400. Upon seeing the system's notifications, Wang Chao's smile broadened. He was not particularly concerned about the slight increase in antagonistic value. What pleased him was having knocked the protagonist, Yi Fan, unconscious. The protagonist still had 6,900 luck value remaining. In the arena, there were still plenty of antagonistic points to be gathered. He needed to put on a show before returning. Wang Chao had formulated his plan but did not want to miss the opportunity to accumulate antagonistic value, especially since he already knew the plot. He turned to Kong Junlong and instructed, Uncle Kong, take him back to Shuishi Town. All right, Kong Junlong replied, quickly summoning his subordinates. They lifted Yi Fan and tossed him onto a nearby helicopter, heading towards Shuishi Town. At Jiangbei University, in the girls' dormitory, Lu Zixia sat by the window, pulling out her phone, contemplating whether to call Wang Chao. Yet, she was at a loss for words. Remembering what she had learned from Zhao Cheng about Wang Chao having more than a dozen girlfriends, She gritted her teeth in anger. A bunch of shameless harlots daring to pursue my husband. Taking a deep breath, she resolved to send Wang Chao a message. I apologize. I was in the wrong. I won't blame you for having as many women as you like. I just want to see you. After waiting for a considerable time without receiving a response from Wang Chao, she felt a surge of annoyance. Having dialed Zhao Qing's number to inquire about Wang Chao's recent activities, she was met with the disheartening message that the phone was turned off. Furrowing her brows in confusion, she pondered, why would anyone turn off their phone for no reason? Zixiao, have you heard? This morning, someone jumped from the Yanshun building. Chun Zhao entered the room, her voice trembling with residual fear. Jumped? How utterly deranged. Lu Zixia could not comprehend the mindset of those who resorted to such extreme measures. If one wished to end their life, surely there were less conspicuous methods. Chun Zhao, her brows knitted in concern, stammered, that person. He seems to be the boy who had lunch with you in the cafeteria yesterday. Initially curious upon hearing the news, she had ventured to catch a glimpse of the scene. The more she looked, the more familiar the boy appeared. Suddenly, she recalled the man she had seen dining with Lu Zixia, noting that he had been clad in a gray-green down jacket. Her heart raced as the realization struck her, and she hurriedly dashed back to the dormitory. The boy I had lunch with? Lu Zixia's thoughts immediately turned to Zhao Cheng. Since her university days began, he had been the only boy she had shared a meal with, albeit reluctantly, in order to glean information about Wang Chao. Her heart pounded fiercely as she quickly retrieved a selfie Zhao Cheng had sent her. Is this him? She asked, her voice trembling. Chen Zihua squinted at the picture and pointed at the attire. Upon hearing this, Lu Zixia's complexion turned ashen, a wave of nausea washing over her. How could Zhao Cheng, who had shared a meal with her just yesterday, be gone today without reason? Just then, Chen Zihua's phone buzzed. Glancing down, her pupils dilated in shock, and instinctively, she stepped back from Lu Zixia. Confirming the message once more, her lips quivered as she stammered, Zixia, you should check the forum. I have to go. And with that, she fled the room in haste. Chapter 67, An Invitation to Battle. Watching Chen Zihua's retreating figure, an inexplicable sense of unease surged within Lu Zixia. She hastily opened the school forum and was immediately met with a sensational post that had gained immense traction. Now pinned at the top, the title read, A Beauty's Curse? Despair Leads to Suicide. Upon opening the thread, the first image revealed a young man lying lifelessly on the ground, blood pooling around him. Accompanying the image were the words, Zhao Cheng of Jiangbei University jumped to his death after being rejected by the campus beauty. What is this? Lu Zixia gasped at the picture, her body trembling uncontrollably upon reading the accompanying text. It was nothing short of blatant defamation. Zhao Cheng had merely intended to discuss Wang Chao with her. When had he ever pursued her? With gritted teeth, she pressed on, her anger escalating with every line she read. In a fit of rage, she hurled her phone to the ground, shattering it. The post even went so far as to label her a harbinger of misfortune, claiming she was responsible for Zhao Cheng's demise. Most infuriating of all was the multitude of comments that followed. Your entire family is cursed. Lu Zixia's eyes burned with tears as she inhaled sharply, feeling completely at a loss for how to refute the accusations. Picking up the remnants of her phone in a daze, she attempted to call her father, only to find the device irreparably broken. Anger, helplessness, and despair surged within her, and she could no longer contain herself, collapsing onto her bed in a fit of inconsolable sobs. Meanwhile, Wang Chao returned to Shuishi town, disinterested in the ensuing boxing matches. He dismissed Kong Junlong and retreated to his hotel room. Reclining comfortably on the sofa, he opened his phone to find a message and several WeChat notifications. The message was from Li Jianhao. Master, the matter has been taken care of. It's already in the news. Wang Chao frowned, thinking, you were supposed to discreetly eliminate someone, and now it's making headlines? Yet he chose to disregard it. Having dealt with Zhao Cheng was sufficient, and the consequences would be shouldered by Li Jianhao. Opening WeChat, he found a message from Liang Wu, Brother Chao, that Zhao Cheng kid actually jumped off a building. The message included a link. Wang Chao glanced at it, which stated that Zhao Cheng had been infatuated with Lu Zixia, orbiting her every move, only to be rejected. Ultimately, Lu Zixia had allegedly said that if Zhao Cheng jumped from the building and survived, she would accept him. Interesting, Wang Chao mused, recognizing the sender's intent without needing to think. He could already envision the scene of Lu Zixia's despair upon discovering this post. Knocking interrupted his thoughts. Rising from the sofa, he opened the door to find Su Xinghe and his daughter, Su Shiyan. Although surprised, he greeted them politely. Mr. Su, what a pleasant surprise. Young Master Wang. I apologize for the intrusion. Su Xinghe had long been aware from his daughter that Wang Chao would be in Shuishi town, thus discreetly positioning someone to keep watch. Mr. Su, you're too courteous. What brings you here? Wang Chao led them into the room, maintaining a neutral tone. Young master, I have an unusual request. I wish to ask if you would represent Jiangbei in the upcoming match. Su Xinghe felt a pang of guilt as he continued. I know this request may place you in a difficult position, but I humbly ask for your assistance. Our family has endured oppression for years, and we cannot bear it any longer. In truth, he had already considered that the boxing match was of little significance to him. Even if he became the top figure in Wushu, it would only be for a brief period, yielding some extra income and respect. A year later, the victor would remain uncertain. However, aligning himself with Wang Chao would be exponentially more advantageous than merely being the leader of Wushu. Thus, his plea for Wang Chao's participation was merely a pretext. Wang Chao's agreement would imply allegiance, while refusal would mean a request for loyalty. Let us discuss this tomorrow. Wang Chao was well aware of Su Xinghe's intentions. In the original narrative, Su Xinghe had witnessed Yi Fan's prowess firsthand and had already planned to pledge his loyalty. However, the plot's swift progression had left many pretenses unaddressed. Su Xinghe, unable to decipher Wang Chao's thoughts, resolved to kneel before him, stating, "Thank you, young Master Wang. Regardless of whether you fight tomorrow, my family will pledge our undying loyalty to you." Wang Chao felt a vain throb in his forehead at the old fox's cunning. Yet, Su Xinghe's intentions were clear, effectively severing a significant narrative thread. Next, he contemplated taking Shun Yu as his disciple and conquering Su Shuyun, thereby shocking the world. "I understand your intentions, Mr. Su. Please rise." Wang Chao remained impassive, casting a sidelong glance at Su Shuyun. What are you doing with that starry-eyed expression?" As Saturday arrived, the true Wushu championship began. Wang Chao held no interest in the boxing match. In the original text, the figures of Wushu had invited renowned martial arts masters at exorbitant fees. The format was a defensive match, and Jiangbei faced utter defeat, with the crowd chanting Yi Fan's name. Yi Fan, in his typical fashion, had taken his time, lingering offstage for 5 minutes before making his leisurely entrance. In a single strike, he vanquished a master at the pinnacle of internal strength, leaving no one daring to ascend the stage to challenge him. At that moment, Cui Ji's senior brother, Wang Badan, strode across the water, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the crowd, only to be dispatched by Yi Fan in 3 swift moves. Yi Fan exuded an air of superiority, causing all the influential figures of the 5 cities to submit to him. Such ostentation is indeed troublesome. It requires not only the spectacle of lesser opponents squabbling, but also a deliberate build-up of anticipation, making others wait for 5 minutes. Wang Chao, reflecting on the plot of the original narrative, couldn't help but scoff. This genuine boxing competition had dismantled the tent, for official matches cannot involve wagering. After the tedious speeches from the host, the event delved into the main proceedings. Wang Chao, disinterested in the order of appearances, noted that it closely mirrored the original text. Ultimately, Qiliang City managed to invite the renowned master of internal strength, known as the Little Dragon of the Waves, by Jifei. Upon his entrance, he demonstrated overwhelming prowess, brutally defeating the previous champion and leaving no one willing to step forward to contest. "Oh, I recall last year when Brother Su confidently declared his intention to bring home the boxing championship this year." Qi Yuan, the head of Qiliang City's foremost family, proudly lifted his teacup and took a sip, expressing slight regret. "The other 3 spots from the cities have already been filled, if I am not mistaken. You from Jiangbei still have 1 spot, correct? Call someone up for practice. Our master Bai hasn't even warmed up yet, and now there's no one left. Isn't that rather disappointing?" Brother Su Xing surveyed the surroundings, uncertain if Wang Chao had arrived. Although he wasn't particularly invested in the outcome of the boxing match, he found the humiliation unbearable. Rising to address the crowd, he clasped his fists and announced loudly, "From Jiangbei, I invite Master Wang. From Jiangbei, I invite Master Wang. From Jiangbei, I invite Master Wang." The speakers were primarily affluent individuals from Jiangbei who had come to witness the boxing match. After all, a victory would be a point of pride for Jiangbei. Most importantly, the top figure of the 5 cities belonged to Jiangbei, and they stood to gain considerable benefits. At that moment, an incongruous voice pierced through the air. "From Nanmu, I invite Master Wang." The abruptness of Kong Juanlong's voice caused several seconds of stunned silence. The master invited from Jiangbei deserved respect, and it was only natural to honor him. Yet, as a rival, what right did one have to extend such an invitation? However, before anyone could process the situation, more voices chimed in sequentially. "From Nanmu, Jiang Cheng, I invite Master Wang. From Nanmu, Kong Yudong, I invite Master Wang." Almost all the wealthy individuals from Nanmu stood up in unison, extending their invitations to the mysterious Master Wang. Who exactly is this Master Wang, that so many affluent individuals are vying for his attention? Finally, someone could not contain their curiosity and whispered, "Who knows? Maybe it's old Wang from next door." Came the sardonic reply from a man seated beside Wang Chao. Wang Chao shot him a sidelong glance, tempted to inform him, indeed. Old Wang next door is none other than Master Wang. While others were oblivious to why the entirety of Nanmu stood to invite him, he was well aware. With Kong Junlong being a top-tier figure in both the underworld and legitimate circles of Nanmu, his invitation compelled the others to follow suit. Just then, another voice reverberated through the air, from Yunchong, Chu Yuntian, I invite Master Wang. The crowd fell silent once more. The underground emperor of Yunchong City is Chu Xiaotian. Who is this Chu Yuntian? Wang Chao also found this baffling, narrowing his eyes slightly. This character did not exist in the original text. Young Master Wang, Chu Yuntian is the brother of Chu Xiaotian. I heard that Chu Xiaotian was killed yesterday, and Chu Yuntian has taken his place, explained Xinyu, who had been closely observing Wang Chao and sensed his confusion. Enlightenment dawned upon Wang Chao. Thus, the number of invitations extended to him now surpassed that of the original text regarding Yi Fan. Quite the prestige. However, Yi Fan had taken a full 5 minutes to make his entrance. As a model socialist youth, he would wait 10 minutes. Time ticked by, and the dignitaries from Jiangbei, Nanmu, and even Chu Yuntian remained bowing, their necks stiffened and hands weary, yet none dared to move. The audience began to murmur amongst themselves, growing increasingly curious about the identity of Master Wang. On the stage, Bai Jifei frowned disdainfully, sneering, how long has it been? Is that Master Wang you speak of so terrified that he has run off to change his diaper? Master Bai, there is no time limit for this boxing match. Let us patiently wait. We must ensure they submit willingly. Qi Yuan chuckled derisively, raising his voice deliberately so all could hear. The current scene of no one stepping forward was immensely satisfying to him. The esteemed Master Bai, whom he had pulled strings to invite, was indeed earning him ample face. What a farce, this so-called Master Wang. If he dares to show up, he should come forth and meet his demise. I have much to attend to today. Bai Jifei's patience wore thin. It had been 5 or 6 minutes. How arrogant did one have to be, thinking themselves a deity? Yet, those present saw things differently. They grew ever more intrigued by the enigmatic Master Wang, eagerly anticipating his entrance to silence the audacious Bai Jifei. Jiangbei Su Xinghe once more implores Master Wang to make his grand entrance. The previous invitees echoed Su Xinghe's plea in unison. Wang Chao remained relaxed, relishing the sight of others' impatience while he maintained his composure. Checking the time, it had been 7 minutes, perfect for a smoke. He leisurely retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and took a drag. Young Master Wang, who exactly is this Master Wang? Does he dare not challenge? Xinyu was now consumed with curiosity, for a fleeting moment. She even suspected that Wang Chao himself was Master Wang. After all, he easily snapped the celestial being's wrist. Yet, Wang Chao appeared disinterested in stepping up, leading her to believe otherwise. Oh, me? Wang Chao replied nonchalantly. Xinyu grew excited, about to speak, when a derisive voice interrupted. Humph, just you? The uncle who had previously mocked old Wang from next door turned to Wang Chao, nearly cursing. This kid, aside from his handsome face, looks utterly unfit. Boxing is not a contest of looks. What good is being handsome? What? You doubt me? Wang Chao was experiencing skepticism for the first time since his arrival. Yet, recalling the various minor characters in the original text who questioned the protagonist only to be smacked down, he found it quite enjoyable. If you are Master Wang, I will eat SHT. The uncle scoffed, utterly unconvinced of Wang Chao's claims. How clever of you to seek a free meal. Wang Chao exhaled a puff of smoke. Damn it, who are you to doubt me? The uncle's stubbornness flared, and he challenged Wang Chao. Am I supposed to fear you? There are no what-ifs. Remember what you just said. Wang Chao tossed the cigarette butt to the ground and stood up slowly. The uncle's heart sank, wondering if, perhaps, he truly was Master Wang. Oh no. As the situation grew dire, Wang Chao began to make his way toward the arena, bending slightly as he stood before abruptly turning to flee. What an absurd joke. Being publicly humiliated in such a manner would surely spell his doom. However, just a few steps into his escape, he suddenly felt an immense force descending upon him from the heavens, as if a colossal mountain had pinned him in place. He was utterly immobilized. Su Xinghe, witnessing Wang Chao's rise, was nearly brought to tears with excitement, exclaiming, Master Wang has finally arrived. His voice rang out with fervor. Welcome, Master Wang. Welcome, Master Wang. The others present, upon seeing Wang Chao, hurriedly bowed in reverence. Wang Chao merely nodded lightly, and with a swift motion, he summoned a force that yanked the fleeing uncle back to his side. Uncle, where do you think you're going? We still need to see your performance. The spectators, witnessing Wang Chao's extraordinary display of power, were left in a state of utter shock. Even Bai Jifei, standing on the stage, widened his eyes in astonishment. Such formidable prowess. Was this not the strength of a celestial being? Gulping nervously, the uncle, now petrified, thought of how to concede gracefully. His earlier bravado faded, and he knelt on the ground, trembling uncontrollably. "Master Wang, spare me." It was merely idle boasting. At that moment, Wang Chao had no desire to engage with him further and unceremoniously tossed him before Kong Junlong. "Uncle Kong, this man just wagered that if I were Master Wang, he would eat excrement. Once I have dealt with the individuals on stage, let him perform as promised." "Yes, Master Wang," Kong Junlong replied, signaling to his subordinates. Two of them rushed forward to restrain the uncle. Wang Chao smirked, finding the entire affair rather dull. Did the protagonist in the original story truly enjoy such pretentious displays? The answer was a resounding yes. With a fierce gaze and a countenance as frigid as ice, he ascended the stage, standing with an air of authority. He directed a piercing glare at Bai Jifei and calmly uttered, "So, you are the one who seeks my demise?" Bai Jifei felt a chill run down his spine, overwhelmed by Wang Chao's formidable presence. Just the earlier feat of summoning a person from afar made it abundantly clear he was no match for Wang Chao. His previously impatient and menacing demeanor transformed into one of anxious excitement, as if he were addressing a long-lost relative. "Brother, you must have misheard me. I meant to say that if you do not kill me, I shall call you father." Qin Yuan interjected. "Master Bai?" Kong Junlong exclaimed. "What did he just say?" Su Xing had chimed in, "Calling you father?" The entire assembly was left dumbfounded. Just moments ago, this ruthless, peak internal energy master had displayed such bravado. What had happened to that fierce aura? Wang Chao himself was somewhat taken aback by this sudden shift. It left him at a loss for words. "They say one should not strike a smiling face, but your sudden change in demeanor makes it difficult for me to confront you. Fortunately, I am the antagonist." With a glint of cold light in his eyes, he admonished, "I have no patience for unfilial offspring." With a casual flick of his wrist, he unleashed a palm strike. This seemingly casual gesture was, in fact, imbued with the transformative essence of Tai Chi. He concentrated the energy around him into a tangible hand, delivering a force far superior to that of a mere fist. Whoosh! As this unassuming palm struck forth, a massive vortex of air pressure erupted, creating the illusion that the atmosphere itself was being flattened. The overwhelming pressure instilled a sense of dread among all onlookers, as though the heavens were about to collapse. Bai Jifei, faced with the impending strike, was seized by panic and turned to flee. Yet, the colossal pressure bore down upon him like the weight of a mountain, pinning him to the ground. In that moment, he was filled with regret, lamenting his earlier insolence. A master must not be insulted, and this Wang Chao before him was undoubtedly of celestial caliber, deserving of utmost respect. Yet, it was too late for apologies. He lay there, helpless as a fish on a chopping block, awaiting the final judgment of death. Boom! The palm descended, shattering the arena and sending dust swirling into the air. Bai Jifei was reduced to a mere pulp, utterly lifeless. He had once believed himself formidable. How foolish! Wang Chao withdrew his fist with a nonchalant demeanor. Standing tall like a deity, he mused to himself, "Surely, this display is sufficient to establish my prowess?" Then, he surveyed the crowd. Wow! Nearly every jaw had dropped in astonishment. Qin Yuan was so startled that he tumbled from his chair, collapsing to the ground. What kind of divine being is this? With a single strike, he has slain the peak internal energy master I had summoned with billions. "Long live Master Wang!" Someone in the crowd shouted, igniting a frenzy. "Long live Master Wang! Master Wang is so handsome! Master Wang, I love you!" Su Xing has straightened her posture, her eyes glistening with excitement, her lips curling into a smile as if to proclaim, "That is my elder brother." Su Shuyun gazed at Wang Chao with starry-eyed admiration, her infatuation reaching unprecedented heights. In her mind, she envisioned a life entwined with Wang Chao, even selecting a burial site for their future together. Ding! Su Shiyun's affection for you has soared. Protagonist fortune value, 200, current fortune value, 6,700. Ding! Shin Yu's affection for you has soared. Protagonist fortune value, 200, current fortune value, 6,500. Ding! Su Xing has affection for you has soared, severing the protagonist's main storyline. Protagonist fortune value, 200, current fortune value, 6,300. Ding! The host's impersonation of the protagonist has been remarkably successful. Protagonist fortune value, 200, current fortune value, 6,100. Wang Chao reveled in the system's delightful notifications, his heart swelling with satisfaction. Wait, Su Xing has affection for me has skyrocketed? System, are you certain? The system remained silent, leaving Wang Chao at a loss for words. Very well, now is not the time for celebration, as the true final boss has yet to reveal himself. Just as he was lost in thought, a figure emerged from the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, do not rejoice too soon. This competition is far from over. As the onlookers recognized the speaker, they collectively fell silent. For it was none other than the head of the foremost family in Yuncheng City, Zheng Wangluan. Master Zheng, you have already exhausted your quota for Yinchong City's participants. All slots are filled. How can this competition possibly continue? Kong Junlong remarked with a cold glare, clearly displeased. Master Kong, have you forgotten? As the host, I am entitled to an additional slot, and I have previously discussed this with everyone, receiving no objections. Zheng Wangluan replied with utmost seriousness. Kong Junlong furrowed his brow, realizing there was indeed some truth to Zheng's words. Yet, he couldn't help but wonder why the man had not allowed anyone to participate earlier. Could it be that the person he invited is more formidable than Master Wang? As the representative of Jiangbei, Su Xinghe felt a twinge of displeasure upon hearing Zheng Wangluan's words. In previous years, such privileges were never granted. However, this year, indeed, an additional slot had been allocated to the host. The justification provided by the Zheng family was that they consistently ranked last and had never emerged victorious, thus requesting special consideration. The other 4 families had no objections, as they perceived little difference between 3 and 4 slots, particularly since the current contender was Wang Chao. I demand to utilize the privilege now. Zheng Wangluan disregarded the expressions of the others, pulling out his phone and dialing a number. Hello, Master Wang. It's your turn to make an appearance. Please come over. He then rushed to the riverbank beside the arena, kneeling on the ground and shouting loudly towards the distance. From Yunzhong, I, Zheng Wangluan, summoned Master Wang Badan to the stage. Initially, Wang Chao had given little thought to this, but upon hearing the name, he suddenly realized that the person invited by the Zheng family also bore the surname Wang. Wang Badan. How ridiculous, merely a worthless scoundrel. In the original narrative, this scoundrel was the senior brother of Cui Go, who had come to seek vengeance for his junior, Yi Fan, now participating in the King of Fighters competition. His entrance was even more ostentatious than Cui Gu's, as he walked on water, captivating the crowd, who exclaimed in awe at his seemingly divine presence. Zheng Wangluan's previous phone call was undoubtedly to inform Wang Badan that it was time for him to show off. To flaunt in my presence. You must truly be a fool. Wang Chao slowly curled his lips into a smirk, preparing to surprise Wang Badan. Chapter 70. An Unusual Drowning. Wang Chao composed himself, his gaze calmly fixed upon the surface of the river, his hands slightly spread apart, palms clenched around 2 orbs of energy, pulsating with a life only he could perceive. This was the surprise he had prepared for Wang Badan. Not far away, a slender figure raced swiftly across the water's surface. The crowd gasped, turning to see an elderly man in a long green robe, appearing to be in his 50s or 60s. He glided across the river, his footing steady as if walking on solid ground. His gaze was piercing, his robes billowing, his demeanor solemn, truly resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens, inciting admiration from all. Wow, how impressive! He must possess the legendary skill of walking on water. Nonsense. It's not simply walking on water. He is a master of Qigong, manipulating energy around him, akin to flying. Flying? How remarkable! I never imagined I, Wang Taizhu, would witness a true immortal in my lifetime. It suffices for me. As the crowd beheld the spectacle of Wang Badan striding across the water, they were utterly captivated. Genuinely enamored by his charisma, Wang Chao listened to their murmurs, thinking, if you enjoy showing off, then I shall let you revel in it. Casting a glance at the crowd, seeing all eyes fixated on Wang Badan, he gently tossed the 2 orbs of energy into the depths below. Utilizing Tai Chi techniques, he directed the orbs swiftly toward Wang Badan's direction. Wang Badan had come at the behest of his master, determined to make a resounding debut, shocking the nation. The notion of avenging his junior brother was merely a pretext. Their unique technique of walking on water, while not particularly practical in combat, looked exceedingly splendid and was quite impressive. Gazing down upon the astonished crowd, he felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. As a master of Qigong, few could match his prowess even in the northern province, let alone in the small town of Yunzhong. Today would surely be his moment of glory, without a doubt. However, as he sped towards the shore, he suddenly sensed an eerie force lurking beneath the water. Alarmed, his previously composed expression faltered for an instant. Boom! A column of water shot upwards, directly blocking his path. Could there be a creature lurking beneath? Panic surged within him as he halted, hovering above the water. Just as he was about to lean down to investigate, an invisible sword surged up from below. With a swift thrust, Wang Badan's legs went numb. Following that, his energy dissipated entirely. With a resounding splash, he plunged straight into the water. An agonizing pain shot from his feet, radiating throughout his body. Wang Badan struggled desperately, thrashing in the water. Yet, an inexplicable force clutched his legs, pulling him downwards with relentless strength. Gasping for air, he was about to cry out for help when he felt another force strike his chest. Thud! This blow pierced straight through his heart. He had no inkling of what had transpired, nor did he even catch a glimpse of his assailant before his life was extinguished. To the onlookers, it appeared as though he had merely slipped and drowned. Had he known, he would have surely been infuriated, reaching out with a hand. I did not drown. Allow me to explain. This underwater ambush, how surprising and unexpected. Wang Chao gazed at the ripples on the water's surface as they settled, a smirk gracing his lips as he softly uttered a remark. Ding. Cut off the protagonist's grandstanding path. Protagonist's fortune value, 200. Current fortune value, 5,900. Ding. Cut off the main storyline. Protagonist's fortune value, 200. Current fortune value, 5,700. Host's villain value, 400. Available villain value, 3,600. Wang Chao listened to the system's notifications, quite pleased with the outcome. 2 battles had yielded him 1,200 villain points. Quite a bargain. Soon, he would take Xin Yu as a disciple, and in the process, deal with the Zheng family, accumulating even more villain points. The onlooking crowd remained oblivious to the true events unfolding as they watched Wang Bidon's struggle in the water. Not a single individual perceived it as a sign of distress or peril. Instead, they believed he had intentionally submerged himself, preparing to leap out from another direction to surprise them. They quietly awaited the anticipated spectacle. However, after several minutes, a corpse surfaced from the depths. It was none other than Wang Bidon. Zheng Wangluan blinked in bewilderment, unable to comprehend the scene before him. Master Wang was a master-level expert who could traverse water. How could he have suffered an accident and sunk? But the corpse lay before him, leaving no room for disbelief. At this moment, he deeply regretted having agreed to Wang Bidon's proposal to traverse the water. Cursing vehemently, he lamented, "You scoundrel, you've doomed me." What just transpired? After a long pause, someone in the crowd finally whispered. Wang Bidon fell into the water and drowned. But he was a master-level expert. How could a master-level expert drown? Seems like he overplayed his hand. Let him show off. He drowned. Haha. Su Xinghe, an astute fox, did not buy into the narrative of Wang Bidon's drowning. Turning to Wang Chao, he squinted, convinced that Wang Chao had employed some method. Suppressing the amusement on his face, he asked Zheng Wangluan loudly, "Zheng Patriarch, is this what you call a master? If one lacks the ability, one should refrain from attempting to walk on water. Look, he has drowned." Zheng Wangluan's expression darkened ominously. He had believed he had secured a master-level expert who would surely seize victory this year. He never anticipated such a turn of events. With a cold huff, he ignored Su Xinghe, instructing others to retrieve Wang Bidon's lifeless body. Upon careful examination, I found myself unscathed. There is no doubt that the demise was due to drowning. Now, is there anyone left who dares to challenge Master Wang? Kong Junlong had long been aware of Wang Chao's ability to control others and could thus surmise that Wang Beitan's death was orchestrated by Wang Chao. He increasingly felt the necessity to cling tightly to this robust pillar of support. The other families dared not to challenge any longer. Qi Yuan was the first to rise, declaring, "My Qi family concedes wholeheartedly. From this moment forth, the Su family of Jiangbei shall be led by my elder brother. My Yin family concedes wholeheartedly. We are willing to follow Brother Su." Representatives from Qiliang City and Shangzhou subsequently expressed their allegiance. Kong Junlong had already made his stance clear, so there was no need for him to repeat it. Zheng Wangluan gritted his teeth, feeling unwilling yet powerless, and reluctantly stated, "My Zheng family is willing to heed the commands of the Su family. Ladies and gentlemen, I have already submitted to Master Wang. There is no need for you to submit to me, but rather to Master Wang." After solemnly addressing the assembly, Su Xinghe knelt half submissively on the ground, proclaiming, "My Su family swears to follow Master Wang unto death. We pledge to regard Master Wang as the sovereign of the 5 cities. My Kong family swears to follow Master Wang unto death. We pledge to regard Master Wang as the sovereign of the 5 cities. My Qi family swears to follow Master Wang unto death. We pledge to regard Master Wang as the sovereign of the 5 cities. My Yin family swears to follow Master Wang unto death. We pledge to regard Master Wang as the sovereign of the 5 cities." The 4 declarations echoed in succession. No one was foolish. Wang Chao was at least a master, and yielding to him was undoubtedly a wise choice. Zheng Wangluan, though extremely reluctant, recognized that failing to express his allegiance at this juncture could lead to dire consequences. He knelt on the ground, stating, "My Zheng family swears to follow Master Wang unto death. We pledge to regard Master Wang as the sovereign of the 5 cities." Wang Chao glanced at Zheng Wangluan with a faint smile, his voice chilling as if laced with ice. "Since you vow to follow unto death, then let it be so." Chapter 71, A New Endeavor. Upon hearing the word death, Zheng Wangluan trembled in fear. What had he done? Was he to be killed? Regardless of the circumstances, Yunzhong City was his territory. Even if Wang Chao was formidable, a powerful dragon cannot overpower a local snake. Raising his head, his eyes filled with fury, he demanded, "Master Wang, What transgression have I committed that warrants your intent to slay me? Nothing. I merely find you unlikable. Wang Chao's voice was frigid as he raised his hand, gathering energy at his fingertips. With a flick directed at Zheng Wangluan's heart, a surge of invisible killing intent pierced through him. In the blink of an eye, Zheng Wangluan collapsed, bewildered and terrified, breathless on the ground. The others watched this scene unfold, their minds racing with thoughts. Most concluded that Zheng Wangluan's disrespect towards Master Wang and lack of genuine submission had led to his demise. Some speculated that Master Wang bore a grudge against the Zheng family, thus eliminating him. Regardless of the conjectures, none dared to harbor any dissent towards Wang Chao. Throughout, Wang Chao offered no explanation for his actions, thinking to himself, as a villain, why should I feel compelled to explain my deeds to you? Fixing his gaze upon the trembling members of the Zheng family, he inquired loudly, is there a Zheng Haishou among you? Zheng Wangluan's brother, Zheng Wangshui, felt his heart nearly rupture with fear. This was terrifying beyond measure. He vowed never to offend Master Wang again. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he hastily replied, yes, Master, Zheng Haishou is the youngest daughter of the Zheng family. I have met Zheng Haishou once and found her quite agreeable. Henceforth, she shall be the head of the Zheng family. Are you all in accord? Wang Chao's voice was cold, though phrased as a question, it brooked no argument. In accord. In accord, we are in accord. Zheng Wangshui and the others did not dare to rebut, fearing that even a misstep in their breathing could lead to their demise. Very well, Zheng Haishou is now the new head of your family. Wang Chao waved his hand, signaling everyone to rise. He then noticed an uncle captured by two men behind Kong Junlong and pointed, about to say, please commence your performance. Only to see the uncle suddenly break free from his captors and fall to his knees, exclaiming, Master, spare me. I will comply. I will comply. I shall partake now. Go. Wang Chao had no fondness for such pretentious individuals and required no extravagant offerings. A simple fresh dish would suffice. No need to overindulge. He then addressed Kong Junlong and his party. You may carry on with your business. There is no need to follow me. Subsequently, he waved to the dazed Shen Yu and ambled towards the inn. Master, please accept me as your disciple. Upon arriving at the inn, Shen Yu knelt, expressing her respect. Today, she was awestruck by Wang Chao's power, which had shattered the arena with a single strike. How formidable it was. Previously, she had merely wished to work diligently in the town to earn money for her father's treatment. Following that, she intended to find a good family to marry, settle down, and lead an ordinary life. However, she now felt that such a life was far too mundane. She must accomplish something extraordinary. Very well. Wang Chao did not hesitate this time. Having taken Shen Yu as a disciple, he would accrue villain points. With a bit of training, she could even earn as an assassin. Master above, please accept my bow. Shen Yu, filled with joy, quickly prostrated, emulating the scenes from those martial arts dramas on television. Ding. Main character's disciple acquired. Main character's fortune value, 500. Fortune value, 5,200. Ding. Assisted Zheng Haishou in obtaining the position of family head. Main character's fortune value, 200. Fortune value, 5,000. The host's villain points, 700. Usable villain points, 4,300. Wang Chao's spirit sword. Yi Fan had an additional 5,000 fortune points. The disappearance of these fortune points would herald Yi Fan's demise. Nevertheless, he still felt that the progress was too slow. He must find something that could deliver a fatal blow to Yi Fan. Suddenly, he recalled that the side story in his mind had not been updated for quite some time and inquired of the system brother. I have already boosted my spirit to 300. Why has the side story yet to update? Ding. System prompt. To update the side story, special items are required. What special items? Wang Chao immediately questioned. The system offered no response. Casting a glance at Shen Yu on the ground, he commanded, rise. You may return home to treat your father. Afterward, seek me out in Jiangbei. Yes, master. Shen Yu was overjoyed, feeling as if she were living in a dream, walking with a spring in her step. Wang Chao concentrated on recalling the elements from the original book's plot. Suddenly, he thought of Zheng Haishou, the one person Yi Fan had not engaged with. In the original story, due to a piece of jade, Yi Fan had supported Zheng Haishou in becoming the head of the Zheng family. Afterward, Zheng Haishou had not appeared in the narrative again. This was inherently illogical. Was it possible that the jade contained something else? It seemed he would have to investigate. Resolutely, Wang Chao stood up. Considering that the Zheng family members likely had not yet returned home, he would seek out Zheng Haishou and inquire thoroughly about the origin of the jade. If he could not extract the information, he would eliminate her. With this thought, he exited the inn and drove directly toward the Zheng family residence in Yunzhong City. At the Zheng family villa, Zheng Haishou was currently confined in her bedroom, feeling exceedingly vexed. She had originally returned from afar upon hearing of the underground boxing match. However, Her return had incited her father's wrath, leading to her immediate confinement within her room. As she was enveloped in despair, the door to her chamber suddenly swung open. Turning her head, she beheld a strikingly handsome man with a stern demeanor leisurely entering the room. To her astonishment, the man before her was none other than Wang Chao, the one who had helped her reclaim her jade pendant that fateful day. A flush crept across her cheeks, and she felt a shy anticipation bubble within her. "What brings you here?" Wang Chao's expression remained indifferent as he casually waved his hand, causing the door to shut with a decisive thud. "There is something I must convey to you in person." Zheng Haishio paused, instinctively inquiring, "What is it?" "Your father is dead." Wang Chao spoke slowly, cutting straight to the heart of the matter, devoid of any compassion. Zheng Haishio's face drained of color, and she staggered back, disbelief flooding her as she shot a terrified glance at Wang Chao, her teeth chattering. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Wang Chao raised an eyebrow, his smile chilling. "I speak no falsehood, for it was I who took his life." Zheng Haishio collapsed to the ground, her facial muscles twitching violently, her mouth opening and closing, unable to utter a single word. "Do you doubt my words?" Wang Chao's haunting voice penetrated her ears again, and her eyes brimmed with tears. The fleeting fantasies she had harbored were shattered in an instant, and her fondness for Wang Chao plummeted to zero. At this moment, all that remained was sheer terror. "Why did you kill my father?" "Because he deserved to die." Wang Chao's gaze sharpened as he took deliberate steps toward Zheng Haishio, who widened her eyes in horror, her nails digging painfully into her palms, a wave of anguish washing over her as she trembled. Chapter 72, The Ghost Curse. As Zheng Haishio watched Wang Chao approach, she wiped away her tears. The pained expression on her face morphed into an inscrutable smile, one that radiated malice, her hatred glaringly evident, making her smile seem grotesque. Tears spilling forth as she exclaimed, "Heh, it's better this way." Wang Chao halted before her, a satisfied smile curving his lips. He had chosen to disclose the murder of her father directly because he understood the depths of Zheng Haishio's seething hatred for him. After all, her mother had perished at the hands of Zheng Wangluan, and she had endured neglect within the Zheng household, never treated as a daughter. As the scion of the foremost family in Yunqing, she was forced to take the bus to school and lived a life lesser than that of the household servants. Thus, she had long harbored the desire to avenge her mother by eliminating Zheng Wangluan, but had simply lacked the opportunity until now. In the original tale, Yi Fan had killed Zheng Wangluan in front of Zheng Haishio, subsequently offering her the position of family head, which earned him her unwavering loyalty. Zheng Haishio sniffled, forcing a bitter smile as she gazed up at Wang Chao and asked, "Did you come today to kill me?" Wang Chao shook his head gently, refraining from an answer, and coldly stated, "I have made you the head of the Zheng family." At his words, Zheng Haishio was momentarily taken aback, gazing at Wang Chao with a hint of astonishment. She could not fathom why Wang Chao would assist her in killing her father, especially since they had only met once. What could possibly motivate him? Was it for the sake of her mother's jade pendant? Thoughts raced through her mind, and perhaps she could save her own life. Suppressing her dread, she fixed her gaze on the impassive Wang Chao. "What is your true intention in helping me?" "Your mother left you the jade pendant," Wang Chao stated candidly. Zheng Haishio exhaled a sigh of relief internally. Her guess had been correct. She removed the pendant from around her neck, examining it closely, her expression growing grave. Biting her lip, she extended it toward Wang Chao. "Since you recognize this pendant and have avenged me, I shall gift it to you, but..." Wang Chao accepted the pendant with a sense of entitlement. The jade was a brilliant green, translucent and smooth to the touch, exquisitely carved, clearly a treasure of no ordinary kind. The original narrative had mentioned that the pendant harbored spiritual energy and was immensely valuable. Yi Fan had indeed married Zheng Haishio for this pendant, though they had never consummated the relationship. As Wang Chao pondered this, Zheng Haishio continued, "This pendant is a family heirloom from my mother. It contains a mysterious power. My mother cast a ghost curse upon it. Whoever possesses the pendant must marry me, or they shall perish by the curse." Wang Chao narrowed his eyes, contemplating the implications. If he refused to marry her, would he truly be subject to the curse? How absurd. He discreetly inquired of the system, "Is there a way to break this curse?" The system promptly provided a simple explanation. 1. The curse can be broken through the union of the couple, transferring half of the man's power to the woman. 2. The woman can voluntarily bestow the pendant, temporarily suspending the curse. Union can also break it. 3. If the man's cultivation surpasses that of the caster, the curse will vanish automatically, until the curse is nullified. If one party dies, the other shall follow suit. Upon hearing this, Wang Chao realized that Yi Fan's reluctance to engage with Zheng Haishio stemmed from fear, not desire. Indeed, the jade pendant was the source of the predicament. Yet, the entire situation had an unsettling quality to it. While he contemplated this, a system notification chimed in. "Ding. Congratulations. Host, you have acquired a special item, the Golden Cicada Jade Pendant. You have earned one lottery opportunity. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have intercepted the protagonist's item. Protagonist luck value, 500, current luck value, 4,500. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have severed the main storyline. Protagonist luck value, 200, current luck value, 4,300. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained Zheng Haixio's trust. Protagonist luck value, 300, current luck value, 4,000. Host's villain value, 1,000. Available villain value, 5,300. Ding. System prompt. You can acquire the complete side story. A deduction of 1 golden cicada jade pendant and 10 billion in currency is required. Do you wish to view it? Yes. Then, a surge of memories flooded Wang Chao's mind. He perused the plot of the side story, his eyes brightening. There were so many hidden subplots, an unexpected windfall. However, what to do about the ghost curse? I know you do not harbor any affection for me, so I willingly give you the pendant, voluntarily, without any curse. Zheng Haixio said with a bitter smile, her voice calm. Wang Chao couldn't help but retort, could you perhaps finish a single thought in one go? Nevertheless, given that the curse was already in effect, it was prudent to stabilize Zheng Haixio. He believed she was clever enough to understand the gravity of her situation, unless she wished for her own demise. Gazing blandly at Zheng Haixio, he made a decision akin to Yi Fan's in the original tale. You shall remain in the Zheng family as the head, ensuring its prosperity. I will guarantee you a life of wealth and honor. All right. Zheng Haixio understood that Wang Chao had chosen to spare her, nodding vigorously. She had little else to wish for at that moment, merely waiting. Once the one who possessed the golden cicada jade pendant ascended, she would reap the rewards alongside him. Wang Chao now needed to eliminate the protagonist swiftly, allowing him to venture elsewhere and evade the ghost curse's implications. Thus, he was determined to hasten the plundering of the protagonist's luck value. After securing Zheng Haixio, he swiftly drove back to Jiangbei. Chapter 73, A Disturbing Revelation. Upon his return to Jiangbei, Wang Chao methodically began to set everything in order. The narrative from the original book has been severed in numerous places. The prospect of Yi Fan resorting to murder and treasure-seeking seems utterly implausible. The only conceivable appearances might be from his harem members, who have yet to manifest on Earth. However, the remaining characters are merely Yi Fan's innocuous harem, providing him with scant assistance. Wang Chao, lacking the motivation to garner goodwill, contemplates direct elimination, pondering whether he might gain villain points in the process. Before long, Monday arrives. At the entrance of Jiangbei University, a sleek sports car glides to a halt. Young master, we have arrived at the school. A voice calls out respectfully. The rear door swings open, revealing long legs, and Wang Chao's handsome visage emerges at the school gate. Instantly, a chorus of shrill squeals erupts from the surrounding girls. Look, look, that is a Bugatti, so cool. Wow, that boy is even more handsome. He is my type. Is he some kind of celebrity? I'm fainting. I need him to give me CPR. Pretty as you are, line up. Wang Chao, unfazed by the surrounding commotion, maintains a calm demeanor. In truth, he yearns for discretion. Yet just yesterday, the Su family and Kong Junlong each gifted him a sports car, a Bugatti Veyron and a Pagani Huayra, proclaiming that a sports car complements a handsome man perfectly. However, he holds a different opinion, as he has commissioned a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, a vehicle that embodies subtlety and aligns with his refined temperament. Amidst the cacophony of female admiration, Wang Chao strides toward the dormitory. On a Monday morning, devoid of classes, he surmises that his 2 dorm mates are likely engrossed in video games or fast asleep. As he approaches, the unmistakable roar of Ho Chong reaches his ears. Damn fool. You're such a meat-hitting idiot. You've doomed your father. Wang Chao steps inside. Chao Ge, you're here. Liang Wu, also immersed in gaming, leaps up excitedly upon seeing Wang Chao. Ho Chong, spotting him, hastily presses the home button on his phone and rises to greet him. Playing games? Wang Chao casually finds a chair and sits down. Well, since we have nothing to do this morning, I thought I'd play a couple of rounds and aim for gold. Liang Wu replies, brimming with pride. Gold. Isn't it just about having hands? Wang Chao remarks. I just came to watch. He pulls out cigarettes, offering one to each of them, then inquires, by the way, about that post you sent me last time, why did Zhaoqing jump off? Liang Wu, invigorated by the question, rushes to open his computer. There are rumors that he jumped because he was pursuing Lu Zixiao and failed. I found it suspicious and started digging for clues, and lo and behold, I actually found something. Chao Ge, take a look. Wang Chao glances at Liang Wu's computer, where a rough sketch and a plethora of data are displayed. A barely perceptible smile graces his lips. This data was procured through a contact and anonymously sent to Liang Wu. Ho Chong leans in, bewildered, and asks, Lao Wu, what is all this? I can't make heads or tails of it. It's perfectly normal for you not to understand. Liang Wu quips, then begins to analyze the chart. The original post that revealed this incident has been deleted, but they managed to trace the posting address, time, and phone model used. The address is dormitory 473, the time was around 8 in the morning, and the phone model is a Boijia 72. I've confirmed that dormitory 473 houses 4 individuals, 2 Huawei phones, 1 Apple, and Yi Fan's phone model remains unknown. The crucial detail is that Zhao Cheng met with Yi Fan before his demise. Gasping in shock, Ho Chang's face pales with fear. So, are you suggesting Zhao Cheng's death is linked to Yi Fan? Furthermore, shortly after Zhao Cheng's death, this post was published from Yi Fan's dormitory. ISNT that a remarkable coincidence. Liang Wu feels goosebumps rising on his skin. The implications are chilling. Are you implying that Zhao Cheng was killed by Yi Fan? Ho Chang feels a chill run down his spine. If that is indeed the case, then Yi Fan is a murderer still at large. Most likely. I've heard that Yi Fan is also fiercely pursuing Lu Zixia, and you know what they say. When rivals meet, sparks fly. Liang Wu concludes, turning to Wang Chao. Chao Gu, what is your take on this? I find the data quite impressive. Wang Chao responds nonchalantly, though he refrains from stating it outright. His implication is clear. Yi Fan is indeed entangled with Zhao Cheng's death. Liang Wu and Ho Chang exchange knowing glances and nod in agreement. At that moment, Ho Chang glances at the forum and exclaims, Chao Gu, there's a new post claiming that anyone who approaches the campus beauty Lu Zixia will face dire misfortune. What the hell? It's that idea again. It must be Yi Fan. That guy is truly deranged. Liang Wu leans in for a closer look, cursing audibly. It appears Yi Fan is attempting to pursue Lu Zixia in a rather unconventional manner. Wang Chao remarks, a knowing look in his eyes. Consider this. If he makes everyone afraid to approach Lu Zixia, he would certainly have the opportunity to get closer to her. By the heavens, that is terrifying to contemplate. Liang Wu exclaims in shock. Is this even humanly possible? No, this scoundrel Yi Fan is utterly revolting. I must expose his true nature. Liang Wu rolls up his sleeves and sits at the computer desk, preparing to post the images along with his analyses on the campus forum. Seeing that the situation is well in hand, Wang Chao finds an excuse to depart from the school. Meanwhile, on the school forum, a post analyzing Zhao Cheng's death has emerged, and within a mere hour, the replies have surpassed 10,000. Another post warning that anyone getting close to Lu Zixia will encounter misfortune has also garnered over 10,000 comments, the majority of which are vehement curses directed at Yi Fan. He is accused of being despicable and shameless, employing such underhanded tactics in pursuit of a girl. Later that noon, the school breaks a major piece of news. Yi Fan has been expelled from Jiangbei University. However, the reasons for his expulsion remain undisclosed, leading Yi Fan to become the subject of fervent discussion among students. Rumors escalate, ultimately transforming into the narrative that Yi Fan is a perverse individual who resorted to summoning spirits from the south to pursue his goddess. In the girls' dormitory, Lu Zixia weeps, her eyes swollen and bruised. These past few days, she feels as though she has endured the darkest moments of the world, with everyone avoiding her as if she were a plague. Originally, the dormitory housed 4 girls, but now she is left alone. One roommate moved out with her boyfriend, while the other 2 have taken up residence in a hotel for the past few days and have not returned. During class, she finds herself utterly alone within a 2-meter radius. Even at mealtime, the whispers surrounding her are unbearable. The most infuriating moment occurred when she entered a shop, and the owner exclaimed, "These items are on the house. Please don't come back." Ding dong. Her phone buzzes, and Lu Zixia hurriedly picks it up, discovering a message urging her to check the school forum. After a moment of contemplation, she wonders what more she can endure. Gritting her teeth, she opens the trending post. The topic is centered around Zhao Cheng's death. Her hands tremble as her eyes fixate on the content of the post. The more he gazed, the more it became a dreadful spectacle. Ultimately, his fists clenched tightly, a crimson hue glimmering in his eyes. Yi Fan, what enmity or grievance do I hold against you? Chapter 74, The Cross-Dressing Sensation. At this moment, Wang Chao was en route to lead Jianhao's KTV. In the coming days, Yi Fan would be assigned to work at the KTV, and Wang Chao was determined to orchestrate his duties personally, ensuring Yi Fan had ample opportunities to shine. Suddenly, a notification from the system chimed. Ding. Lu Zixia harbored an intense loathing for the protagonist. The protagonist's fortune value stood at 500, while Lu Zixiao's was at 3,500. The host's villainous value was 500, with 5,800 available for use. Upon hearing this, Wang Chao's lips curled into a slight smirk. The post by Liang Wu had reached Lu Zixiao's attention, marking a significant success in his plan. Indeed, the animosity of a leading female character bore fruit. In a single stroke, he amassed 500 villain points. Li Jianhao, adorned in splendid attire, stood at the entrance of the KTV alongside all the staff. each waving a small flag. Upon spotting Wang Chao, they collectively exclaimed, "Welcome, young Master Wang, to the grand inspection of Haochi Chongtian KTV." How quaint, Wang Chao thought, suppressing an eye roll, yet he felt compelled to feign a response. Subsequently, accompanied by Li Jianhao, they made their way to the office. "Young master, as per your instructions, I have arranged accommodations for Yi Fan," Li Jianhao reported excitedly upon entering the office. "Moreover, I discovered that Yi Fan is quite obedient, showing no signs of resistance." Wang Chao found it amusing. Did Yi Fan dare to defy him? With his sister and mother in his grasp, and Lu Zixia under his control, he would not dare to cross him. "Where is Yi Fan currently residing?" he inquired comfortably, reclining in the executive chair. Li Jianhao chuckled mischievously. "I've had him stay in the doghouse at the back on the lower floor." Wang Chao raised an eyebrow, remaining noncommittal. He then leisurely asked, "What work do you intend to assign him?" Li Jianhao leaned over the desk, a sycophantic smile gracing his face. "Naturally, all in accordance with young Master Wang's directives." Wang Chao sneered, a glint of inscrutable intent flashing in his eyes. "What arrangements could I possibly have? I think a greeter would suffice." Wang Chao's strategy included a three-step elevation for Yi Fan, with the first step being precisely that, a greeter. Li Jianhao nodded vigorously, flattering. Young Master Wang truly has an eye for talent, knowing precisely who belongs in which position. Wang Chao's heavy gaze swept across the room, instantly heightening Li Jianhao's anxiety. He forced a smile, internally gripped by fear, concerned he might have misspoken. Then he heard Wang Chao's soft yet ominous voice, "Remember, the attire for the greeter must be specially prepared." Confused, Li Jianhao cautiously approached Wang Chao, lowering his head in reverence. "Please, young master, give your guidance." Wang Chao smiled slyly, whispering a few instructions into Li Jianhao's ear. Yes, I shall arrange that immediately." "Very well. I wish to book the KTV for a day of singing with friends. Is 10 million sufficient?" Wang Chao turned to Li Jianhao, his tone casual. "Master Wang, invite your friends as you please, it's all complimentary." Li Jianhao responded, assuming Wang Chao's intentions were merely to host friends for a day, unaware of the impending chaos. However, what he could not have anticipated was the viral post from Jiangbei University. The economics and management freshmen, led by Wang Chao, invited all first-year female students to the grand Haochi Chongtian KTV for a day of singing. Food, drinks, and snacks were all included. What the hell? Why can't we invite boys? We can sing too, you know. Is it too late to change gender? Something's definitely off. What's wrong with being a sophomore? I'm a girl too. This is outrageous. In just half an hour, the post amassed over 100,000 comments, with the majority expressing dissatisfaction. Why did such an opportunity not fall into their laps? Simultaneously, the publicity representatives from each first-year class convened an urgent meeting to disseminate the news. The overwhelming majority of female students expressed an unwavering desire to attend. Such a grand affair was unprecedented. However, they were concerned. Could the KTV accommodate the influx of nearly 8,000 first-year female students? Before dawn on the following day, the first wave of guests had already begun queuing outside the KTV. By the time the doors opened, the line stretched around the corner. The owner, Li Jianhao, declared, "Young Master Wang has stated that those who cannot enter today are welcome for free tomorrow." The crowd erupted in excitement. Many who had never even heard of Wang Chao beginning to harbor fondness for him. As the doors swung open, everyone entered in an orderly fashion. At that moment, a figure at the entrance drew everyone's attention. Clad in a pink fluffy dress, teetering on high heels, with an exaggerated makeup look and golden wig. The greeter seemed utterly incongruous. Bending down, without a hint of a smile, they greeted, "Welcome." Finally, the crowd discerned the source of the dissonance. This flamboyantly dressed greeter was, in fact, a man. Ha ha ha. The owner is quite the character for dressing the greeter like this. A girl in a white down jacket chuckled. "You don't understand. This is called keeping up with the times. Cross-dressing is all the rage now." A girl behind her remarked dismissively. "Smart move by the owner." Another praised. "Wait, look closely. Isn't that Yi Fan, who got expelled from school?" Someone suddenly exclaimed. Instantly, the first-year female students in line were all enlightened. No way. Yi Fan, after being expelled, is now working as a greeter? Perhaps this is karma. Indeed, the heavens always punish those who do wrong. The news of Yi Fan's cross-dressing as a greeter spread like wildfire through the queue. Some eager individuals snapped photos and shared them online, igniting a flurry of discussions. As the subject of the gossip, Yi Fan felt the weight of the crowd's scrutiny and chatter, his fists tightly clenched, wishing to obliterate the heads of those gossiping women. It was utterly humiliating. To think that he, a dignified celestial being, should don women's clothing. What a profound disgrace. He even contemplated the absurdity of ending it all. But then, recalling Wang Chao, he transformed that boundless hatred into resolve. Drawing a deep breath, he vowed to cultivate his strength and, One day, slay Wang Chao. Yi Fan. What brings you here? At that moment, a voice he recognized all too well broke through his thoughts. He looked up to see Yin Rushue. He felt an overwhelming urge to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Yin Rushue, having received Wang Chao's invitation, was delighted to attend. Upon spotting Yi Fan at the entrance, she paused momentarily. Yi Fan, I am profoundly disappointed in you. Instead of focusing on your studies, you have succumbed to such degradation. How do you face Annie? Faced with Yin Rushue's reproach, Yi Fan found himself at a loss for words. If not for his mother and sister, would he ever endure such humiliation? Suppressing his inner turmoil, he asked, Shui, tell me, have I truly been expelled from school? He had just overheard those girls mention his expulsion, and he needed to confirm it personally. Chapter 75. A series of villainous values following a sequence of unexpected events. Yin Rushue harbored a profound disdain for Yi Fan. Recently, she learned that Yi Fan had allegedly resorted to murder in his pursuit of a romantic interest, further solidifying her perception of him as malevolent. However, given that he was the son of her mother's close friend and someone she had known since childhood, she could not help but reprimand him upon witnessing him dressed in women's attire as a greeter. To her astonishment, Yi Fan seemed entirely oblivious to his expulsion from school. Observing him gaze intently at her, Yin Rushue shook her head in exasperation. The school announced yesterday that you have been expelled. Moreover, if you possess even a shred of humanity, you should turn yourself in. Otherwise, Aunt Ding will be implicated. At that moment, her regard for Yi Fan plummeted to unfathomable depths. Yi Fan outwardly feigned indifference to the expulsion, for he was a celestial sovereign destined for an extraordinary path. Yet, internally, a tempest of fury surged within him, accompanied by a profound sense of confusion. He surmised that Wang Chao was behind the expulsion, but what did self-surrender entail? He had always abided by the law, never committing any heinous acts. Moments ago, he had overheard some gossiping women uttering phrases like retribution and evil deeds. His gaze sharpened. Could it be that Wang Chao had employed some underhanded means to slander him? It had to be. In his previous life, Wang Chao had resorted to despicable tactics in an attempt to usurp his mother and sister's oasis group, ultimately meeting his demise at Yi Fan's hands. How infuriating it was that this wretched insect dared to tarnish his reputation. The more he pondered, the more enraged he became, a suffocating fury rising to his head, leaving him dizzy. Nearby, Li Jianhao noticed Yi Fan's head drooping and his body swaying. He rushed over and bellowed, Yi Fan, what are you doing? Get back to receiving guests, or don't blame me for being rude. Yi Fan's eyes glowed crimson, a tide of murderous intent emanating from every pore of his being. The wrath of a celestial sovereign was not something a mere insect could withstand. Slowly raising his head, he unleashed an overwhelming pressure upon Li Jianhao. His voice icy as he inquired, are you speaking to me? Li Jianhao instantly felt an aura of terror envelop him, instinctively retreating a step. As he beheld Yi Fan, he felt as though he were staring at a colossal mountain, while he himself was but an insignificant ant. The overwhelming presence was so formidable that it seemed Yi Fan could slay him with a mere glance. Cold sweat cascaded down his forehead, and he nearly collapsed to his knees. Yi Fan surveyed Li Jianhao's pale visage with satisfaction. This was the demeanor fitting for an insect in the presence of a celestial sovereign. Just as he was about to inquire about his sister and mother's whereabouts, a more chilling voice interjected, how dare a mere employee speak disrespectfully to his employer? Where did you learn such manners? Upon hearing those words, Yi Fan's immense aura dissipated in an instant. Alarmed, he looked up to find Wang Chao approaching with Jiang Hui from a distance. It was inconceivable. How could Wang Chao, a mere practitioner of qi, have silently nullified his presence? Was it possible that Wang Chao's cultivation in this life surpassed his own? As this thought crossed his mind, Yi Fan's once proud identity as a celestial sovereign crumbled, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. Yi Fan, you have disappointed me greatly. In high school, although you were ordinary, I never looked down upon you. Who would have thought you would turn out to be such a person? I was foolish to have ever held any regard for you. Jiang Hui gazed at Yi Fan with palpable disappointment, her expression one of utter disdain at his current appearance. In high school, she had harbored a secret crush on Yi Fan, while he was infatuated with Yin Rushue. Now, she felt fortunate that Yi Fan's affections lay elsewhere. Had she ended up with him, her life would have been fraught with turmoil. Li Jianhao, sensing the pressure lift, quickly sprang to his feet. Feeling somewhat embarrassed as he cast a sidelong glance at Wang Chao and bowed, I apologize for the disturbance, young Master Wang. I will be sure to teach Yi Fan a lesson. He then turned and, before the assembled crowd, struck Yi Fan across the face, exclaiming, you ungrateful wretch. With your nefarious deeds, you would find no employment in this society. Were it not for my kindness in taking you in, you would have perished on the streets. I warn you once more, should you dare to cross me again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. You wouldn't want your mother and sister to worry about you, would you? Li Jianhao's warning was clear. Your mother and sister are in my grasp. Do not act recklessly. This was, of course, at Wang Chao's behest. Yi Fan's face turned ashen, veins throbbing on his forehead, yet he merely nodded numbly. Ding. The protagonist's dignity has been trampled. Protagonist's fortune value, 100, current fortune value, 3,400. So little? Wang Chao frowned. Was the dignity of a celestial sovereign truly so devalued? While he pondered this, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding. Protagonist's dignity has been trampled. Protagonist's fortune value, 50, current fortune value, 3350. Wang Chao glanced at the notification, nearly cursing aloud. Could the system not deliver its messages all at once? Suddenly, a flurry of notifications erupted. Ding. Protagonist's dignity has been trampled. Fortune value, 10. Current fortune value, 3,340. Ding. Protagonist's dignity has been trampled. Fortune value, 10. Current fortune value, 3,330. Ding. Protagonist's dignity has been trampled. Fortune value, 1. Current fortune value, 2,500. Host's villainous value, 1,000. Available villainous value, 6,800. Wang Chao had lost track of how long the system had been issuing notifications. Nevertheless, the villainous value was incremented by various amounts, ultimately rounding up nicely. It appeared that as long as someone witnessed Yi Fan's humiliation and mocked him, his dignity would be compromised. However, the reduction in fortune value varied among individuals. He also made an astonishing discovery. After losing 1,000 fortune value, Yi Fan became immune. But it mattered little. With 2,500 fortune value remaining, it would soon accumulate. Wang Chao reclined in the luxurious KTV booth, deep in thought. One by one, Jiang Hui and the others took turns at the microphone, reveling in this moment of relaxation. In the original narrative, Jiang Hui, possessing exceptional musical talent, was discovered by talent scouts and ascended to stardom. The others, it turned out, were no less gifted, their voices resembling the melodious song of a lark. Yet, Wang Chao had no inclination to listen to their singing. He leaned back on the sofa, contemplating the plot of the original story. Approximately a month after Wang Baodong's demise, a hefty girl from the sea country named Bobo Yedai fled from pursuers and sought refuge in Wangshan No. 1 villa. Coincidentally, Yi Fan was bathing at that time. Then, he witnessed a bloody bear-like girl burst into the bathroom. The scene was nothing short of explosive. Subsequently, Yi Fan rescued the girl, taking her as a maid, who would ultimately serve as one of his harem members. Calculating the time, it should be about that moment. Wang Chao opened his eyes just as the phone rang. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was the servant from Wangshan No. 1 calling. He stood and stepped outside to answer. On the other end, an anxious voice emerged. Young master, something is amiss. Chapter 76, Bobo Yedwa E. Wang Chao listened to the servant's account, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. How delightful. What one wishes for, one often receives. Bobo Yedwa E had made her entrance, still in the familiar manner described in the original text. The only difference was that the male lead was absent, and he himself was not in the bathroom. I shall return immediately. Wang Chao ended the call and bid farewell to his companions in the private room. Upon exiting the KTV, he noticed Yi Fan standing by. His expression as dark as the bottom of a pot, mechanically greeting patrons with a monotonous, welcome. Wang Chao walked past him without a sideways glance. Pleased as he approached the car, the driver had already opened the door, bowing slightly in wait. Wang Chao slid into the passenger seat, quietly activating the system interface. The villain points had seen remarkable growth in recent days. He instructed the system, add 400 points to my total, and allocate the remainder to strength. Ding. A friendly reminder. Exceeding 400 will alter the exchange rate to 301. Would you like to proceed? How excessive. Wang Chao felt a twinge of helplessness but acknowledged the system's authority. Very well, once I reach 400, I shall allocate 40 to strength. Ding. Exchange successful. Name, Wang Chao. Strength, 440. Standard for a normal person is 100. Spirit, 400. Standard for a normal person is 100. Charm, 200. Maximum reached. Physicality, 400. Standard for a normal person is 100. Techniques, Tai Chi others, basic alchemy. Wealth, 13. 5 billion. Available villain points, 200. Hero's luck value, 2,500. As the attribute adjustments concluded, Wang Chao felt his physique grow notably sturdier. He even entertained the notion that his body had become impervious, as if no bullet could penetrate it. With strength surpassing 400, he sensed that even without employing Tai Chi, a mere grasp could shatter the void itself. The most astonishing transformation, however, was in his spirit. At that moment, it felt as if he were wielding a cheat code in a video game. With mere thought, he could discern the actions of individuals behind walls, extending his perception to a terrifying radius of 5 to 600 meters. As he reveled in the astonishing changes to his body, he covertly inquired of the system, "What realm do I now occupy in comparison to Yi Fan from the original text?" After a lengthy pause, the system replied with a single word, "Mystic. What stinginess?" Wang Chao scoffed internally and ceased further inquiries. He withdrew his thoughts and gazed at the bustling street outside. He could foresee Yi Fan's impending demise. Yet he remained curious about what the next book would unveil. Nonetheless, he resolved to confront whatever challenges arose with determination. He feared nothing. Before long, the driver brought the car to a halt before the entrance of Villa Wangshan No. 1. As Wang Chao stepped out, he was met by a dozen or so servants standing at the door, their faces marked by alarm. "Young master, you have finally returned." The temporary steward Lin Changfeng hurriedly approached, informing him that a woman had barged in, incapacitating 2 individuals, and was now bathing in the bathroom. With a mere thought, Wang Chao immediately sensed the commotion in his bedroom, detecting a figure beneath the shower, water cascading over their body. "Do not panic. I shall handle this matter. You may all resume your duties." Wang Chao waved his hand dismissively and strode directly to his room. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by the sight of several blood-stained garments strewn across the floor, the sound of running water echoing from the bathroom. The relentless flow of water inevitably stirred one's imagination. Wang Chao leisurely settled onto the sofa, lighting a cigarette while casting occasional glances at the bathroom door. Moments later, the bathroom door finally swung open. A stunningly beautiful girl, no more than 20 years of age, emerged with a towel wrapped around her hair and another around her body. Clad in Wang Chao's slippers, upon spotting him, her expression revealed no surprise. "You must be the master of this place, correct?" "Indeed," Wang Chao responded coolly, scrutinizing the woman before him. Her adorable visage, exquisite features, and statuesque form left even someone like Wang Chao, who was not particularly fond of cute aesthetics, unable to find fault. In summary, she was a paragon of beauty. "I am Bobo Yedwai, and I seek refuge here for a few days. I shall reside in your room, and in return, you may do as you please with me." Bobo Yedwai's sultry eyes sparkled, her ruby lips parting to sensuously unwrap the towel. She was confident that with her figure and her uniquely captivating gaze, no man could possibly resist her allure, not even those who might prefer the company of men. She found herself in this predicament, having been pursued by her family, injured in the process. And this Villa Wangshan No. 1 was the most luxurious abode in Jiangbei. Only by residing here would her family think twice about pursuing her. Wang Chao regarded the nearly unclad woman before him with an unperturbed heart. He held no interest in Yi Fan's women, finding them utterly repulsive, no matter how exquisite. They paled in comparison to a random clean girl plucked from the street. His ink-black gaze lifted slightly as he coolly remarked, "I am well aware of your circumstances and that you hail from the Sea Kingdom, having fled here from your family's pursuit." Upon hearing this, Bobo Yedwai was struck with terror, instinctively stepping back a few paces. With a swift motion, a dagger flew into her grasp from the floor, eyes wide with fear. She demanded, "Who are you? How could you possibly know my story? How amusing. This house is mine. You are in my domain, yet you question my identity? Do you not find that laughable?" Wang Chao's smile was chilling, devoid of warmth. Bobo Yedwai gritted her teeth, convinced that this man was undoubtedly tied to her family. Without further ado, she hurled the knife at Wang Chao. Wang Chao snorted coldly, raising a hand to halt the dagger mid-flight, redirecting it to point at Bobo Yedwai. The sight left her astounded, her eyes nearly popping out of her head. Who was this person, capable of such manipulation? The art of object manipulation was a pinnacle skill in the Sea Kingdom, with only a handful rumored to possess such prowess. National treasures, no less. With renewed trepidation, she knelt without hesitation. "I am willing to serve you as a maid for life to atone for my transgressions." In the original text, Yi Fan had similarly battled Bobo Yedwai, ultimately defeating her, after which she had made a similar declaration. Yi Fan, embodying a spirit of benevolence, had chosen to assist her. "I require no maid." Wang Chao pointed, and with a swift motion, the dagger pierced Bobo Yedwai's chest. She was unable to evade it. Collapsing to the ground lifelessly, blood streaming down her torso, forming a slender river of crimson. Wang Chao approached her slowly. Regarding the woman who had harbored murderous intent towards him, he had no choice but to respond in kind. "Ding. Congratulations, host, for severing the protagonist's main storyline. Hero's luck value, 100, luck value, 2,400. It seemed that eliminating the protagonist's consorts yielded no benefit to him. Wang Chao sighed. Just as he was about to summon someone to dispose of the woman, he received a shocking message.